EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome to Omega League.
The Immortal Division of the Omega League has its last day of group stages today. Don't worry, last day of the tournament is still a ways away, but the last day of the group stages, bar any type of tiebreakers, is happening today. It will be very exciting. We have a lot of awesome Dota to talk about, and I'm here together with BSJ and Lacoste. And before we talk about today, we're going to talk a little bit about yesterday. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, how's it going? Did you
How's
get
it
some good
going?
Sleep.
Yeah, I got some good sleep. I was ready after an early night. I'm going to play some pubs. And then I remembered how much MMR I lost yesterday already, and so I just decided to take it easy on myself and get some nice rest. And here I am with you guys, so it's a good day so far.
Yeah, I mean, Lacoste, you didn't have the greatest sleep, but you're still awake and ready enough for those.
Yeah, I'm good to go. You know, I love Dota.
Yes.
Me and Fog were talking yesterday, and we realized that Dota 1 was released in 2003, which is, you know, a long time ago. I haven't played some maps in Warcraft 3 that were before Dota 1 came out. Aeon of Strife, Tides of Blood. So I'm basically playing Dota for like, what,
17
18,
years,
19
18.
years almost? That's just insane. You
Way
know?
to make everybody feel old that is in the same shoes.
And there are players right now, you know, who are playing competitive Dota who are 18 years old, which is pretty insane.
That is pretty crazy, actually. And yeah, we had some awesome Dota yesterday as well, also with a couple of new bloods, a couple of old bloods. I must say, though, yesterday's Dota, I was expecting to be a little bit more even. We ended up being 3 2-0s coming your way. And yeah, what was the most surprising one for you guys?
I think the most surprising one was OG. I don't know if they were experimenting. You know, the theories going around, I saw on Reddit a bit that they were hiding their strats since that series didn't matter all that much for the standings, but they tried out Huskar twice, and it's not necessarily did I expect them to beat Secret, but they got dumpstered. Like, the games were 2 to 3K lead at 5-6 minutes in the game. Like, you knew the game was over at 5 minutes. So that series for me was a bit of a disappointment, but at the same time, I got to watch Secret first round Bloodseeker, so that was.
That really was something else. OG really got outclassed in that matchup. And, yeah, as you said, maybe it didn't really matter for them for the standings. Maybe they're hiding something, but they could also, you know, just be trying stuff out. They tried Huskar Oracle 2 times in a row. Then OG must be onto something here. You know, they're
This has never been done before.
I mean, it's been done before, but you know, heroes change, meta changes, and some heroes and combinations that were good before kind of become strong once again. Even though I don't find really Huskar as a strong hero, but Team Secret, man, they look crispy. It's just a completely different level of Dota. They can make anything work. It's just a pleasure to watch this team play.
Now, did you guys have any Dota games since yesterday, before today, or no?
Oh, what do you mean? Like, did we play pub? I played pubs after I came
Did you see the Bloodseeker?
home.
Like, has Bloodseeker
Yes, we've
been a
seen
staple?
2 Bloodseekers on the offlane.
Did they win?
I think we lost all of those.
As in, where to the Bloodseeker?
Yes.
Okay.
No. They were in our team. They were trying stuff out. It really didn't work out.
Okay, so
The thing,
If I remember correctly, we played a lot of games yesterday.
the thing I'll say about Secret, though, is so this reminds me of when they picked Omni Knight 4 or 5 days ago, and it was in a very specific situation where it was good against the Mag Void, and Omni Knight owned that game. But that doesn't make Omni Knight necessarily like a broken hero or anything. Could Bloodseeker potentially be broken because they buffed him pretty significantly? Sure. But they were picking it a lot against the Oracle, who's all about saving one guy from a stun or a disable and then healing him up. And Bloodseeker's Rupture can't be removed. So they were kind of going, I think that's what they were going for. Like, okay, if they first round Oracle, we can pick the Bloodseeker. And the problem is people are going to try to emulate this in their pubs. And if you don't understand it, or at least try to understand exactly why it worked, you're a Bloodseeker in the offlane. So I don't know. Jenkins said he was like playing some league or something and just feeding relentlessly on offlane Bloodseeker. So
I was trying to, theory craft when the hero came out, maybe play him as position 4, play him with Zeus, give him the spell amp. I think everyone who I talked to just said this is one of the worst heroes right now, and Team Secret just shows that it's not. It's a very viable hero. This is what Dota is about, Sometimes you need someone who's smarter than you to actually show you how to properly utilize the hero. And they had like ton of magical damage. They had Tiny, they had the Wind Ranger on top of building the Veil on one of the heroes. So it's insane amount of magical damage. You really don't expect it. I don't know how you itemize instead of like getting a hood BKB, but they played extremely fast. They don't allow you to get those items.
No, I'm very curious to see how yesterday's game might impact today. Today's schedule, we have another 3 series for you, and actually we're going to start off by watching OG play again, this time against Liquid. I'm curious if they are going to try out Huskar perhaps again? Is that like, because they tried it out yesterday, obviously it didn't work, but it was also against Secret, so if you really wanted to make sure that Huskar works or not, wouldn't you also want to try it out against a different team?
I mean, if it was close, it's like, if we got to the 8-minute mark, not down by 3K, I don't know. Like, for me, it has to at least be close. What were you going to say, Lacoste?
I was going to say that Alliance were very stubborn. They tried to beat Arc Warden 4 times in a row. They failed to do so. Well, maybe OG, tries to do the same.
That's fair. That's fair. We're going to find out. So Liquid's going to face OG. After that, we're going to have Nigma taking on Na'Vi. And then we're going to close the day with Virtus.pro versus Evil Geniuses. And I'm sure you're all wondering what's happening with tiebreakers. If this is the last day of groups, what's up with that? What are we going to do tomorrow? Don't worry, we got you covered. Tomorrow, first of all, we'll also have the play-in matches, at least 2 of them, I believe. Play-in matches are for position 4 and 5 of the groups. They'll face each other, 2 teams of the 4. We'll move forward. But
and the other 2 drop down to Divine, right?
They do.
That's a big one.
Yeah, it's basically the reminder, like, okay, you are the worst of the best. Let's see if you can be the best of the worst. And that's going to be a tough ask as well, because the Divine League is also looking pretty good.
Yeah, there's some good teams in Divine bracket right now. It might not be easy for those teams that drop in the Divine bracket, that's for sure.
I like the way they're doing this, because it's basically how Valve lined up the DPC season next year, whenever that may start. So it's kind of giving teams a good sense of, okay, you're in the top 8. Let's see how long you last there. Or in this case, the top 12. And if you're on the bottom cusp of that, you're going to have to work your way back through the 9 through 16 teams.
Yep. And in terms of tiebreakers, by the way, there's an upcoming game, Liquid versus OG. So this group is going to have tiebreaker regardless. Let's put that out first. We're going to have Fly the Moon versus Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to have to play tiebreaker. The question is, will it be a 3-way tie or 2-way tie, as we are looking at the brackets for the Divine League? Cyber Legacy and Hellraisers are waiting for their opponents. That's going to be the loser of one of those tiebreakers. If there's tiebreakers in the other group, we don't know yet. That's still too serious to figure that out. But yet, Hellraisers and Cyber Legacy have looked pretty solid in the Divine League. I'm really curious how they will be able to do against, any of the 3 bottom teams at the moment.
I think Cyber Legacy, the way they played so far, they're undefeated.
Yeah.
That team showed extremely good performance in the last 2 months overall, and I feel like they could be matched up against any of these teams that drop out from Immortal to Divine League. Hellraisers, like if you think about this team, they've been, pretty stable in terms of what they're doing. Like they never were a tier 1 team, but they could take games of any tier 1 team.
Yeah.
Like it's there's a lot of these teams who struggle with being at highest level all the time. Consistency is the issue, where they can beat most of the teams, but they can also lose to the teams that you almost never heard of.
Yeah, and I think Cyber Legacy, they felt maybe a little bit robbed of their position in the Immortal League. Obviously, they had 5 men coming in as a fresh squad in the qualifiers, and I think before the tournament started, if you didn't count 5 men, you'd definitely put Cyber Legacy very high up there, together with Viking, who ended up making it through as well. But unfortunately for Cyber Legacy, they didn't make it, and that they have something to prove. They really want to prove that they are belonging in the Immortal division.
Yeah, I think what Lacoste said is kind of demonstrated by 5 men so far. Their series have been all over the place.
They have been.
They just kind of get stomped in some of the series, and then they take games or even the full series off of teams where we're like, wait a minute, isn't that like a tier 1, tier 2 team we're dealing with? So I like Cyber Legacy and Hellraisers. They were my 3rd and 4th contenders coming out of the close qualifiers.
Yeah.
So it's not a shock that the teams that were clearly next in line are top of the lower bracket.
Yeah, makes sense. And I just said that Liquid had their own fate in their hands. And they do. If they win against OG, there will not be tiebreakers for them. Still be for Ninja Pajamas, Fly to Moon. But if they lose, there's most likely going to be a 3-way tie between those teams. And keep in mind, 3-way ties are best of ones between all the 3 teams infinitely.
We are Legion Commander infinitely scaling.
Yeah, we're
Till
Pudge, Silencer, Legion Commander, Slark, infinite scaling lineup.
Yes, I mean it will be great. I feel like all these 3 teams also could take teams off each other, so the chance that there is going to be multiple rotations of best of ones. By the way, yesterday, in case anybody was curious regarding the infinite tiebreakers that happened in the Divine League, it was actually Khan making it out to that playoff bracket, while Tempo and Extremum were eliminated. So that they already gave us a taste of what it's like to have best of ones into best of ones into best of ones. They only did 2 rotations actually. So
I remember during the South American qualifiers for TI, I believe that we had like 15 games of tiebreakers.
I remember
it had to be postponed to the next day at some point. Yeah, I mean that's
what if
mad.
it never ends? Like there has to be some kind of rule. Like, what if it's just one?
But
one?
It's like rock, paper, scissors. One strat is strong against the other, is strong against the other, is strong against the other. And if those 3 teams that we have in a 3-way tie are all a rock or paper or scissors, then you're going to be stuck there infinitely.
The rule is that you eventually just don't have a break, so it's the team that can stay awake the
Stamina.
longest that manages to triumph. That's my rule.
passes
I
out
would
Very
I would
healthy
suggest.
rule, I must say.
It definitely does fit in the ancient Greek gladiator theme, by the way. It's
Exactly.
Last man standing is, who dies first. Not die, but you know what I mean.
Metaphorically.
Metaphorically speaking. But that does bring me to the question, Liquid versus OG. On paper, it is very skewed. Liquid has really, I will just call it straight, Liquid has disappointed us over the last few weeks. With yesterday being their first series win, it was against Fly the Moon, it was 2-0. Especially the second game looked like, okay, you know what, that is the Liquid that we're used to seeing. But, as Lacoste said, consistency is needed, and we have not seen that yet from Team Liquid. So I want to hear from you guys what you were expecting from this series coming into it.
Watching Team Liquid play yesterday, it's the expectation that I had, the way they're going to play throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
It never happened. They played Fly the Moon, which seems like one of the weakest teams at the moment, and they played some real tier 1 Dota, I must say. What they did with their offlane and position 3, they lane sanking against the AM, just gave him a 9-minute blink dagger, and then Puck took over as position 3, building that Spirit Vessel against the Huskar. It's something that you don't see way too often. Like, it was a long time ago, actually, since I saw someone doing that.
Liquid kind of did the opposite of what we see OG did here, where they're both kind of have their own their stricter interpretation of the patch. Like, they're very unique. They're on their own page, and throughout the course of this event, it feels like the way they wanted to play these patches, like, we're going to pick the comfort heroes for us, what we like to do best, and they just kind of, their drafts weren't very well rounded. It felt like their win condition was really hard to pull off, and the best players in the world can look bad if the strategy isn't cohesive, if their hero's not picked in the ideal situation. So Like what OG looked like on the Huskar yesterday, Liquid looked like throughout the course of this tournament. It felt like.
If you check Liquid's results throughout this tournament, they lost to NIP. They actually threw both of these games. I think they were ahead and they needed to win that series 2-0, but somehow managed to, just with the bad play through the game. But they also beat Team Secret, which looks pretty invincible at the moment. So this is like what we were talking about.
That was the point for Lone Druid, though. And since then, it has been banned against him in second
True.
place.
Yeah, you have a good point.
It's like, we love Quickfire and the heroes that we typically see him on. We saw him yesterday in the last game. What was it? Was it a Templar Assassin? And I heard someone praise him saying, normally he's really good at the Lone Druids and the Alchemists, and it's great to see him on a Templar Assassin doing really well. He is still really good at Lone Druid. It's the reason why it's often banned out against Liquid. And I don't know if they're going to have the chance to play that in a comfortable position again, because I don't think you'll ever want to first to a Lone Druid either.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous for them if they pick. So a lot of their mids have been like Storm Spirit or Zeus, and they pick like Carrie Slark in that one game I saw in the past. Like these heroes are very unreliable for me right now. It seems like one or two big missteps and you kind of just lose the game. And they're like mobility-based spellcasters that, like for Zeus, if you get caught out of position, if Storm Ball Lightning's one time too deep, if Slark pounces in one time when he's not supposed to. If you compare that to these other heroes like the Anti-Mages, the Svens, and even like TAs, like they're just not like that. They're much less volatile.
Yeah, I think great example of what BSJ is talking about is yesterday game Liquid against Fly the Moon, where Fly the Moon had the last pick, and they picked Zeus into Storm Spirit and Sven. And that Zeus really struggled, especially at the early stages. Like, you just don't have the items to go for. He tried to go for Eon Disc. It's still going to get dispelled eventually by the Stormhammer. Man, that talent is one of the best talents in the game.
Yeah. Like, in terms of the hero that got it, really needed that talent.
Now, one thing that I think is very promising for Liquid is when we talked to Insania yesterday in the interview, he mentioned that Taiga has been wanting to take a little bit more of a lead in the offlane. If he's playing together with Boxy, he apparently voiced that he wants to be a little bit more greedy, so maybe sometimes try out the 3 role or switch it around, or basically be flexible with Boxy in that offlane. And we saw that yesterday when they had that Puck Sand King lane, and Taiga absolutely went off. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah. I think why they did it is because Sand King doesn't need mana against the enemy. He can still pressure him with the Caustic Finale, and Puck was just stacking the camps, stacking the Ancients, and this is where the gold comes from. It's 40% of the gold. It's actually insane. Now, stacking equals good.
And apart from that, anything in particular you're looking to see? We're about ready to drop to the Pantheon of Drafts, or go up to the Pantheon of Drafts. But anything, final words you guys want to share?
I just want them to stick to their comfort zone heroes and give themselves the lineup that they are confident to execute, because OG creates chaos, and I don't necessarily trust Liquid to perform if they have like a very strict window to win the game.
I want to see an even game. That's all I want to see. I do not want to see a 20-minute stomp, 5k gold lead, 10 minutes in. It's just not fun to watch. And we'll see. OG just plays extremely fast. So.
All right. Well, let's see if we can get an even game out of these two squads, OG and Liquid. Let's head over to the draft for game 1.
How nice of you to join us on this most wonderful of afternoons, evenings, mornings, wherever you are, for Liquid versus OG, game number 1. Now, gentlemen, we heard the Fluff panel talk about it for a little bit, T-Gov, Kyle, that both these teams maybe not matching expectations. OG, before yesterday, looking pretty good, but then you see them in this secret matchup, things are looking shaky. Liquid, on the other hand, somewhat on an upwards trajectory, beating Fly to Moon, but still, even in that game, there were some moments where we're still not seeing the Liquid that we expect. So where are we seeing this series? Are we seeing OG being the dominant form and Secret was just a slip-up, or are both these kind of meeting at the same midpoint right now?
I think we have to kind of see who shows up. All right, Tika, we're talking. OG kind of already had locked up upper bracket, before they even played Secret. So, not going to say they phoned it in, but they did take Huskar 2 games in a row in a game that maybe you shouldn't be picking Huskar in. Liquid, on the other hand, often slow start in tournaments. I think they found their form again. Notably, OG just first pick Bloodseeker.
The best thing about this, I said this to Jenkins upstairs, like 100% OG going to pick Bloodseeker this series. It's because after they lost yesterday, do you know what Seb did? He played 2 pubs of Bloodseeker offlane. The first game, he played with Poppy, coincidentally. So he queues up his game. He's like, you know what? I need to learn this hero. He buys Phase, Drum, then Veil. Not the right build. You know, we've seen the Veil rush 7 minutes is strong. And he lost the game, you know, as he should. He then goes for another game. He goes for a Bloodseeker offlane. He gets a 7-minute Veil, stomps the game. And clearly at that point, it clicked. He was like, I got to play this tomorrow, lads. Yeah. This series for OG, it means nothing to them. They're already second place in the group. They can do whatever they want. So they're going to be experimenting and just having a lot of fun. Liquid, they have to win to get out of that tiebreaker situation.
Yep. And to clarify, it's because OG, our tiebreak is number 2-0 Series 1. OG, in their 3 wins, has won them all 2-0.
Correct.
Viking, in their 3 wins, have won them all 2-1. So they're through. They also go with the Wind Ranger, straight up just poaching Secret strat. And I think a lot of it is, I didn't even really notice it until I saw Secret utilizing it, right? But the Veil change, where it's now raw spell damage amplification, whereas previously it was 25% magical amplification, now it's 18% spell damage, so even physical spells. But ultimately, when you have a huge pure damage nuke, as we saw yesterday, the Veil represents so much damage.
Yeah, it's interesting to see though. Like, I think Liquid as a team, and why they've maybe looked a little bit less on form, is they're always a bit clunkier in their approach to drafts. They try to optimize combos rather than like the flex picks and kind of get into a later point and getting them in the draft. And Mars Phoenix, for example, it's that slow combo that can win it off lane, but does it beat high pacing? And I think like I was using Dota 2 Pro Tracker, right? I see that Seb's playing the Bloodseeker. I can maybe expect this. The fact they're still going for this slower combo against this, it's interesting to see.
And before I get to that point, you'll notice this draft's going to move along a little bit faster. That's because both teams were late. Liquid has a level 2 draft penalty. OG has a level 1 draft penalty. So we're going to zip through the bans a little faster than normal. To your point, I think Phoenix Mars is as close to the bread and butter for Liquid as you can get. This is the combo they've been running. I'd say after the nerfs to Coddle, once that fell out of the meta, I thought that was probably Insania, or rather their support of choice. Whereas now, if they can get it, Phoenix Mars has been one of their staples for, I want to say, the entirety of this online Dota phase.
It's been pretty much, again, their bread and butter. For Liquid, though, like, this is, again, another shortcoming for them. Is they're a first-pick team. In this tournament, they've always picked it when they've won the coin toss, but they're the team that has the biggest like change in openings. They played like 6 or 7 different first-pick openings. Like, they don't really know what their identity is, it feels like. And going into this series, when it's kind of like, you have to win, I think they've defaulted to the Phoenix, and then, again, potentially abusable. But we'll see. Early days.
So how much of this previous Secret draft do you think OG is going to be taking for their own purposes? Are they satisfied? What was the Wind Ranger really contributing even in that Secret game that made them feel so compelled to pick it first phase here?
It was primarily for Secret in that series, it was the flex between mid and position 4. The fact that you can play it into the Huskar lane, for example, or you can just have that shackle for the Bloodseeker in the side lane. It's that chip within the laning phase. And just overall obnoxiousness to kill. It's very hard to kill these heroes once they get online a little bit. High move speed, name of the game.
At first I thought it was similar to, I remember my misadventure with Fear. We flew to Peru to play an open qualifier. The meta at the time was, there was this mag offlane, and you would just effectively make your 4 as strong as possible. So you'd see a mag go level 1 in power, buff his Wind Ranger, and she would just hit enemy support, and you really couldn't trade. I thought that was the concept, but I think T-Gov's on it, where it's more about setting up the blood rate, and then also one of the highest magical damage nukes in Dota, combined with Bloodseeker. So you hit the shackle, double nuke with a Veil. It's like over 1,000 magic damage. It's just like the support's dead. A core is almost always dead as well.
Another interesting thing to see between, let's say, the position 5 matchups in these teams. All the heroes that Nota have been playing have a way of healing or enabling his team. Oracle, Tree, Like all these types of heroes, they're enablers. Whilst Liquid, on the other hand, Insane's playing a bit more like aggressive, Grimstroke AA. He's trying to be a bit more of a bruiser. So a nice kind of contradiction in support style coming out from these two teams.
It's a really good point. OG is much more concerned with their stacking specifically. You'll see Notel do that a ton on his Ench or his Furion. Whereas with Liquid, it really feels like they're always trying to kind of build this Gundam of sorts, because you don't typically see them do the double defensive support. I remember there was a phase where they'd pick a lot of like Oracle IO as an example. But yeah, a lot of Grimstroke from Insania. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them just go all in on the battling. But how will they deal with the Bloodseeker is the big question for me. Because, I mean, so far, undefeated in tournament play.
Tell me it's not Huskar?
Yeah.
Tell me Huskar's not the answer here?
Huskar's definitely not the answer.
Okay, fine. So we're fairly confident this is going to be a 3-position Bloodseeker, right? Because in the secret drafts, we were like, well, there's potential for it to roam around. It's pretty much locked in to be a 3 at this point.
I would think so. It just wouldn't make sense otherwise. I'm sure OG can play it in other roles. A mid one can definitely play Bloodseeker, but I think that Zai sort of proved, if you're buying Veil on Bloodseeker, you don't really want it to be your carry. But at the same time, like, this is the thing that's weird about Dota, is that if that item hero combination is so valuable, then you can shift it to your 1 position and then compensate for perhaps your lack of scaling power or physical damage through your offlaner or your mid.
Yeah, like, it's always curious how itemization's like, sometimes you're like, oh, I can afford to get this item slower, so I'll make it a lower farm priority. Or like, why not get it even faster? I'll make it a higher farm priority. And a 3-position offlane is kind of right in the sweet spot.
This Rubik pick is pretty interesting, because I think it then means that the Windrunner will most likely be mid or even put down into that 5 role. So again, kind of contradicting the point of what Notel's hero pool has been if they do put it in that position. And it's all about just like increased damage, right? Like the Rubik still Veil, increased damage. That Veil, so OG's got a really scary, like skirmishy lineup that will sweep across the map. And the important thing to note about this Bloodseeker is just the playstyle. I think people look at the hero and they think of the old days. It's the fact that you buy these items and you don't care about just running into the fight and just being in the midst of it, right? Like I thought when I first saw it, it would be more kind of wait for the fight to happen and then commit at the end, but it's not. The way that you want to play is just get in there and punish the pacing of the game.
You just have such insane strength gain, and you just run in. Ultimately, CM Liquid picked, I think, a couple days ago.
They did, yep.
Fits their motive. In addition, I think it's low-key pretty good against Bloodseeker, because you've got movement speed slows are super effective against a hero that's effectively running around like a race car at all times, and you have a freeze. It's just nice to have multiple methods of disable, and then late game, you just pop ulti after BKB.
The question is, does Liquid go for like a Brood situation here? I know Bloodseeker is good against Brood, because of course you just rupture him and you abuse the webs, but they've run it twice so far in this tournament, and they've lost both games. So I think maybe confidence on that front is a little bit gone.
It's a little risky against Bloodseeker.
Oh wait, no, what am I saying? They can't pick it because against Core Windrunner, it's just hard count. Ignore me. It's a terrible pick. Scratch that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the benefit of OG's draft, where because they have still this open Wind Ranger possibility for middle, it denies a lot of the picks you might want to
game counters, not lane counters. Okay, yeah.
However, if OG wanted to literally just straight up steal the same draft as Secret, then you would probably finish it off with the Chen, because that is what Secret did in Game 2 of the OG Secret showdown with this Bloodseeker. So far they have the exact same thing.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid's answering. Like, I think we saw 2 amazing games from Secret yesterday and how to execute this type of lineup. And I don't think Liquid in any way is reacting to the playstyle. They're going for their own draft, their own comfort, and I think that is hard countered by this playstyle.
How so? Yeah, because I feel OG or Liquid have significantly more team fight than OG did previously. They're playing around like it's a Mars revealed right now. It's not a Drow Huskar they're showing.
So the way that I mean is, Liquid, to get to a point of confidence of standing still and fighting, they need to have like items on the Drow, right? You're expecting the Mars lane lifestealer just free farms already. Like the timings on OG, they're not answered. You're gonna see the Veil. You're gonna see a free farm lifestealer. You're gonna see the support Joe move around freely. Windrunner and Rubik, compared to the likes of CM Phoenix, even the Windrunner could still be core. Like, I'm seeing OG be able to make moves. When, like, Drow, you want to have something that can body in front of you in lane, right? Yep. Normally you see a melee 5. We're seeing a Crystal Maiden. What are they going to do when they walk to a lane and you see Blood Rights just spammed in your face? They have to bring out more regen. They're getting fade bolted. Like, I just don't see Liquid having a strong enough laning phase where they at least go slightly ahead to be able to have a strong rebuttal in those early tower defenses.
Yeah. It goes back to that same conversation about items, right? Because you consider, assuming we see, let's say, an armlet on the Lifestealer and a veil on the Bloodseeker, there's no item Drow can buy for that amount of gold, even like 3,000 gold. What is a Drow going to get that's going to have realistic game impact? Typically, we see Dragonlance. And when you compare the damage spike that these enemy heroes on OG are going to get, it's just not comparable. So if you're not fighting around the two big ultimates of your Mars and Phoenix, you're going to have difficulties. Whereas OG, they don't want team fights. They want skirmishes. They want pickoffs. They want to create chaos around the map.
The question is, so they have, okay, they pick off, they got mid DK, they've got a stun, a way to at least start the fight. I'm still scared about the overall, those early defenses from these big skirmishes. DK doesn't really bring that much damage. He brings control. Mars brings control. Drow needs to farm. Not a lot. Like, the first 15 minutes of this game will be very scary for Liquid. Sure, late game they have a lot of answers for things, but that transitional period, I'm scared for them. And OG, if they put this win on a mid, okay, they put it down to 5, pick up an Ember Spirit, all about tempo, all about pacing. And this is why this win runner pick early, you see from the bans from Liquid, they were baited into thinking, it's just a win runner mid, guys, they need no-tail. But no, it's going to be put all the way down to 5, Ember mid, tempo is way too high for OG.
I think that I agree with your points. I think OG's early mid game is going to be sick, but don't underestimate Liquid's ability to find towers in trade and then ultimately get that one nice fight that can win them the game because their team fight is still insane.
That is true. That is true.
OG's lineup is kind of all in on killing one target at a time, whereas Liquid, you're going to put your DK in front, and it's not the same as, say, the Huskar, where you were already relying on mid one to do a lot of damage as well. Koifa's just going to try and, him and Boxy can just go in. They're going to be able to protect Mickey on the Drow, and ultimately I think their team fight is plenty. DK also and Drow match up really well against Ember Lifestealer. If you get a pop stun into a silence, like, these heroes die, and typically OG would have some sort of hard saving mechanism, which in this game they're lacking. So if you can get initiation from Liquid and then cover it with your ultimates, there's nothing OG can do to counterplay. Like, they're just going to get rolled. And then Liquid's structure damage is significant, so they're going to get an objective off of any fight win.
Odds were favoring OG, unsurprisingly, but they're putting their own flair on the secret draft. What is it that made them feel like they should pick this Ember Spirit and demote the Wind Ranger down to a lower farm priority? Is it because of the DK, or they just have a different game plan in mind?
I think potentially could have been the deterrent of this DK pick. High armor here, you can't really kill him. Sure, you have to go MKB maybe. The Mars as well, the Arena, another light counter. But I think Kyle mentioned really good points about how out of all the teams, I think Liquid is the one team with this type of lineup that is somewhat defensive, waiting for later. They can execute it and pull it off. But I think the way that OG got demolished yesterday, I think they got such a foot in there, like gusto to come back today, that I think their skirmishing ability will potentially outweigh Liquid's later timings.
I don't think so. I think Liquid's got this one.
Oh, damn.
I think they're going to be just fine.
We got conflict on the draft panel.
The concern is only I just think about Thompson Ember Spirit. We talk about why Ember, because you have Thompson. He doesn't really want to play this Wind Ranger. Ember Spirit's it's a great game. We can assume there'll be a pre-10-minute Veil on the Bloodseeker. So the damage potential of Thompson is nuts. If he gets off to a good start, it's really tough to kill him. However, I think Liquid ultimately can make more mistakes and still win the game. They really just need one Aegis. One big team fight in the mid-game, and with BKBs online, they're unkillable now. You're going to take fights.
OG experimenting around, see if they can get away with Secret's draft in this 3-position Bloodseeker, and Liquid trying to avoid a 3-way tiebreaker situation. Let's see how it all pans out in game number 1.
Stand and deliver. That's the phrase I've been using to describe Liquid's strategy for this game 1 up against the Bloodseeker, which OG, are they really taking it from Secret, or have they developed them themselves? We heard from Matsu yesterday. They had watched Seb play the Bloodseeker offlane and made it a strategy for themselves. So now it's their chance to see OG in contact with it and see how it goes.
So what I'm interested in when it comes to this match is we finally get to see what Bloodseeker looks like in a top-tier game when you're not against a Huskar.
Yeah.
You're not against this Huskar Oracle. Is it actually good, or did it only work because of the Huskar picks from OG? So I'm really happy to see that tested here, as well as the Mars buffs in the recent patch. I think this hero is overpowered. I think he's just one of the best offlaners in the game right now, so I'm super stoked to see how he pops off.
And after all, you've got one of the best Mars players in the game, Boxy, who is just an incredibly unique style of offlaner, a player who is so aggressive and simultaneously so mechanically skilled that he's able to pull off some sort of untraditional offlane heroes, even is able to play the mid lane, as apparently he's a scrim partner, I guess, with Koifa. They play the mid matchup quite a number of times against each other. And obviously well practiced with Mars, being his third most played hero. His top lane, we're going to see Insania potentially die here, but he gets out of Blood Rights, so we'll be okay.
That's an interesting combo, the Bloodseeker with the Wind Ranger Shackle Shot. That's some pretty good setup for the Blood Right. You know, it's no tiny, but it's something.
Yesterday we saw Rubik with it, right? Telekinesis into Blood Right.
Yep. Always want to have some sort of stun to set up for that from your forward position, just so that way your laning has some sort of kill threat.
Yeah.
It's there.
Boxy's going to be paired up with Taiga here in the bottom lane. Phoenix, which I feel like, I don't have the numbers to back this up, Jenkins, but I feel like Liquid has probably run this duo more so than any other Tier 1 team. It's just kind of iconic for them, right?
It's a good duo. I mean, just the fact that you just plant all of your things, you put the egg down, you put the arena down, and it's impossible to fight in, but you also can't run away from it because that's the Mars arena.
Let's see Seb being pushed away from the double range combo, which I kind of have to assume is going to be bad for Bloodseeker. Being matched up against CM Dro Ranger, that sounds really painful.
Yeah, he can always default to just shoving the wave with Blood Right, and once he's got the level 2 in that ability, that becomes a lot more true, so I think he should be fine up here.
Turn around on Boxy here, push them back with the God's Rebuke, trying to get some distance as he backs away. Fresh round of Fire Spirits is up, so they do back out. Our first blood still yet to be claimed and almost caught there in the top lane against Seb again, but one of these side lanes is definitely going to go down here, Jenkins. They're both so low.
He has no dive on Phoenix.
Yeah, another 7 seconds. Mid one has the open wounds, and there it is. Finally, the first blood is picked up, and it's for No Tails 5-position Rubik.
Man, that Rubik buff to the Fade Bolt damage at level 1 is super noticeable.
Yeah.
I was honestly shocked when they changed that, because like Rubik was in S tier position 4 before that, and then they gave him that, as well as percentage damage, which is great against a lot of these illusion heroes that are getting picked in Drow.
Now let's talk about our mid matchup, where Koifa is currently dominating at 21-5 compared to the 11-2 of Thompson's Ember Spirit. Sox is going to go down to the multi-shot here, and Zeb, well, he's trying to man up against Mickey right now, throws down the Blood Right. Mickey will get out of it, pops his stick, and if he survives through this, they'll manage to get 2 kills for themselves, 1 apiece for Insania and Mickey.
Man, this is a clinic here. Like, how do you dumpster this hard with Dragonite? I feel like every time I see this hero, it's like, oh, it's a Dragonite. He's going to go even in the lane.
Yeah.
And then he just dumpsters somehow. I mean, shoutouts to Koikfa. This definitely isn't just like a DK heavily favored matchup. I think he's just outskilling.
Oh, perfect for Thompson, though. Gets a regen rune. So between the bottle being delivered, getting full up, and then now a regen rune is top of that, he should do fine for the rest of the laning phase. Still concerned about his CS, though.
Yeah, not going for that Flame Guard build, so he can't really jungle up that fast. He can't push out the lane. He's really heavily focusing on killing people in this game, which, you know, that's a Thompson classic. That's what he likes to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the draft panel was talking about, is it really going to be Wind Ranger mid? After all, it's Thompson, you know, maybe give him a hero that has a bit more freedom in this game. Soxa once again getting low and is going to use the Frostbite to try and get the kill. The multi-shot is out onto Seb as well. Insania has 1 more round of nukes, but they'll just get the 1 kill onto Soxa. All 3 lanes going well for Liquid here as they have the top 3 CS.
Surprisingly, this bot matchup you'd think is super Lifestealer favored because you have this like tanky melee guy that you're playing up against. But it's one of these weird scenarios where if Mars is about to throw the spear, do you rage? What if you rage and he doesn't throw the spear? What if you rage and then he just kills you after the spear misses? It's it's a tough one. It's the same thing with Mars versus Jug. It's not as favored towards that magic immune hero as you would think, just because Mars does a lot of damage outside of the spear.
Oh god, these frost arrows are so annoying. They're gonna come in, try and hit the shackle shot. Doesn't latch to anything. That power shot doing so much damage though, and it almost brings Mickey down. Meanwhile, Insania is looping around the side here. He knows that Seb is somewhere in these trees area, and as soon as he pops out, he sees his opportunity. Raindrop will protect him from one nuke, and he doesn't have the mana to throw out the second one here. That may end up getting Mickey killed. Asaxa, he sees the opportunity underneath the tier 1. He's going to go for the hunt. He gets the kill. Back over to mid lane where Thompson's going to go down. Insania, though, still in trouble. Has to dodge this blood right, but the power shot. He's got nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide. A double kill for Saxa.
That's an interesting combo, isn't it? Where you... Oh, No Tail.
They're still going for it in the mid lane, man. They got the kill onto Thompson. No Tail, who tried to come in and help his mid laner, ends up dying as well. So even as that top lane fight doesn't go so hot for Liquid, they get probably a bigger kill on Thompson, right? Because
absolutely. I mean, the best part about it is the siege creep survived, so they got a ton of damage onto Thompson's tower there with the DK form.
And the illusion rune before he lost his dragon form.
That's the dream, dude. You know Thompson wants to nuke these. Like, he wants to kill them. Oh, he's going to send them around.
Okay.
I think, yeah, he's sending them around.
So just damage. One at a time, it's just going to hit the tower and just try and get that.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Thompson, one of the big things, like, they may not be doing the best in the laning phase, but Thompson has a pretty free game here, right? Like, he should be able to run around and get a lot of kills. There are a lot of squishy heroes for him to pick up, one of which is going to be Insania, who is going to have to commit the remnants for underneath the tier 2 tower. The Slight will do the final blow.
Man, this CM hero can look very hit or miss, even within one game. Like, Insania is doing a ton of damage in the laning phase. Like, the nukes look so strong. Yeah, like this happens all the time with Lifestealer. It's such a weird situation to be laning against a Mars. Because you don't want to just pop Rage and then you don't have it and you just get dove, right?
And it's not like Lifestealer, like one of the best things about Lifestealer is he feels good about trading hits with pretty much any melee hero. But Mars becomes a lot more difficult because Mars can actually stand there thanks to his shield. And then on top of that, God's Rebuke is a really powerful tool against Lifestealer.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, what can you do if somebody just rushes a Soul Ring like this and they just continue to spam out the spear?
Is mid one close to 6? Okay, I think that's part of what it was. He really wanted to stick around, pick up its level 6, and then he'd full heal.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Are scanning.
This is a really nice thing you can do with the Bloodseeker is cut behind like that, cut the wave. You just have infinite regen.
Mickey, he knows the Blood Right was going to go out too, trying to get a little bit closer, gets the other side of it, and now they do manage to catch Thompson here, but there's no follow-up to Sable. Boxy still looking for that arena, but Seb is a bit too fast to catch him. So a rotation from Liquid that will not amount in much. But at least Mickey doesn't die. Telekinesis, they're going to save this regen rune for Thompson. Another one. What is that, 2 out of 3 of the runes were regen for Thompson? That's
pretty nice when you're playing a Spirit hero. Very nice. Although, you know, he wouldn't mind a haste rune just to get active in these side lanes. Like, Koikva has been putting on a lot of pressure mid, and Thompson would like to respond to that by pressuring the side lanes. That's kind of how Ember deals with that. I don't think you can kill a DK exactly.
So it seems to me like, Shackle shot into the Blood Right. We're going to see this combo go out. The arena does go down. He gets off a spear first. Now he's stuck inside the Rupture, and he does manage to get away from behind the arena wall. No Tail is still going to try and commit for this kill, but all of Liquid is here, and now they're stuck in a nasty situation. No Tail knows he's dead, so he tried to run at the Mars, but by that point, Boxy had already gotten away. Now Thompson is still here cutting through. They've already killed Insania. And they know there are some low heroes here. First, they're going to spot Mickey here. Chains out into the Blood Right. It does land. Koifa's going to come through, though, and does manage to get the stun onto the Bloodseeker. They turn onto him. The Raindrop protecting him a little bit, but slowed down so much by the Frost Arrow that Koifa is able to collect that kill. A Dragon form well spent, but Thompson, as crazy as he is, you know he wants to continue to terrorize the side of Liquid. Spots a Courier, doesn't get it. He's going to see Mickey here, but Mickey is pretty healthy, especially with Taiga behind him. Thompson tries to go for the TP out. This is just crazy, Thompson, and he feeds away a kill to Taiga.
What just happened?
You know, you live by the terrorizing Thompson touch, and sometimes you die by it, you know?
Man.
That fine line between genius and madness, you know?
It really is. It really is. I remember a while back when they were in NA, I think for TI, the amount of people that flamed Thompson It's like, it's NA pub, so everybody gets flamed, even TI winners, for this sort of thing.
The chains into Bloodright, guaranteeing a lot of damage here. I think he just did one thing of multi-shot to try and slow down the hero so he could get some distance. It's not going to be enough, though. Eventually, he's going to be run down here. Mickey does a bit of damage, but eventually OG, they finally overwhelm Liquid in this top lane, and now they're set up to actually get some damage on that tower.
Another illusion rune for Koikfa. He keeps getting these with the Dragon Knight form.
Okay, so we had 2 regens out of 4 runes so far for Thompson, and then 2 illusions.
And 2 illusions for Koikfa. On DK, like and then he just kills a kobold and gets a jelly. Bro, what is happening with the random chances in this game?
It's RNG. I mean, at least it's even. You know, it's incredibly good for both sides.
Gaben giveth and Gaben taketh.
Or maybe he just giveth different times.
Maybe he just giveth.
Yeah, that's all he does. Well, they do manage to keep that Lifestealer back. You could see Mid1 wanted to try and keep that tower safe, but eventually decides, okay, this is too much. He heads to the other side of the map, and we have the classic exchange of tower, safe lane tower for safe lane tower.
I do want to go all the way back and say, by the way, that play where Boxy got ruptured and then he ran right outside of the arena radius, that was really cool.
Yeah,
there's been so much happening since then that I didn't get to say it. That was so cool to see. And then barely surviving, it's like, all right. That's the sort of play that you want to see work, right?
And this is the sort of plays we want to see between OG and Liquid. Fast plays that results in maybe a kill here or there. A spear out on in, catches the Ember Spear and locks in this Bloodseeker into the arena. Just a beautiful wraparound from Liquid that pays massive dividends.
Man, this Mars ulti, they have so much damage to throw into it. They have the Drow arrows, they have all the CM nukes, the CM ulti, they have the DK spell, it's Fire Breath, you have the Phoenix Egg, the Phoenix Fire, like, there's so much to put into this ulti, and the only hero that can really deal with just getting outside of it is the Lifestealer, but still, there's silences, there's disables, like, if you get caught by something, it's just like Kyle was saying, like, you're dead. Liquid has a lot to throw into this Mars ult.
And while we've been elaborating on all the fun stuff that's been happening between both sides, Liquid is now up 5,000 net worth. It feels like it happened very quickly, but they are up a massive amount for 12 minutes in. This is a very big kill, though.
Yeah,
gonna be able to catch Koifa in his dragon form. Not sure what he was doing that far out by himself.
Yeah, that's basically the biggest kill they could have hoped for. And I think if you're Koifa, it's like, oh man, I was out of position. Like, I was too far up. They didn't even smoke on him. They just ran out.
Look at this, OG. I love how quickly they're playing this now. They throw the gust out, but it only pushes back Thompson as Mid1 pops out from the Infest to deliver a blow to Liquid once again. Back-to-back kills. I love it when people do that, by the way. When they get a pick-off and they say, we can take any fight against them right now. Let's smoke and go.
I think it's what they needed to do. I don't see how you fight into this currently with... You have to start with a pick-off if you want a team fight. You have to get some sort of 4v5 scenario. And, yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. And I think if you wait just a couple of seconds, people are going to finish the camp that they were at, and they're going to run back and sit in their towers. Yeah. But, like, if you go immediately, a lot of people will be like, I'm going to get this bounty rune. I'm going to take this one camp, and then I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's OG, though. This is like one of the fastest teams in Dota when it comes to aggression. Like, they are aggressive to an absolute, you know, like even if it's awful, they will be aggressive.
They established, I think by themselves, they established a meta of aggression. Now, I know a lot of people have problems with that. They're like, Kat, did you not watch MVP Phoenix? Like, yeah, of course, I casted them. But MVP Phoenix never won 2 goddamn TIs. They didn't go through and make upper bracket finals against LGD with that kind of aggression, you know?
This is true. Yeah, OG's something else, man. When they look good, they look really damn good.
Yeah.
But Liquid, I mean, I feel like Liquid's a team like this as well. I honestly think that the fact that there are even going to be tiebreakers in this, that Liquid's in the tiebreakers, that comes as a shock to me. Like, I think this team is so high caliber, even for the group that they're in. I think, I mean, they're the only team that took a game off of Secret, right? So I feel like this Liquid, what we're seeing right now, is them in their full form. I think the games that they lost, they kind of threw.
Nice sidestep there from Thompson, reading the spear, making sure he gets the haste rune, and that shackle shot lasts long enough that the Bloodright will catch Taiga. That's a kill streak as well. So another pretty decent kill for OG, and 5,000 becomes 3,000 just like that. Liquid is beginning to lose some control of this game. Koifa with the Blink Dagger pickup denied, but his No-Tail gets the telekinesis to stop the aggression there. And well, it looks like OG, they don't really care if the Dragon Forms pop. They're still here in force.
Liquid really just needs to take any fight with 5.
Look at this Thompson guy. He's just insane. He's going to get caught by the arena spear. Like,
I mean, when he spoon feeds it to them, it makes it kind of easy.
It's like it's daytime and he's running behind the tier 1 tower, you know? Like, they've got vision of him doing that setup. It does create enough space for mid-1 to get that bottom tier 1 tower, but I feel like that was not necessary.
Now, there's quite a lot that can catch Thompson out in this game, now that Koifa's got the blink.
Well, Koifa actually blinking back in here. The rest of his team is going to be joining him soon, but his dragon form is worn out.
I really do feel like we're at the point, okay, I hear a rupture.
Yeah, Dragonite going to be initiated on. A hard hero to start a fight on, but Thompson, he catches 2 of the supports in this back line. Now that they see those heroes, nice shackle shot follow-up from Saksa. The Blood Right is going to come in. That's going to be a lot of damage, but they do manage to get Taiga out there, diving through a lot of these heroes. Bumping back, a decent amount of damage on his set, but Mickey's got to be careful here. They do have the Phoenix Egg, but they don't have the Fire Spirits behind it, and he can never feel comfortable enough to pop it here. And Liquid, they completely lost their chance of being able to take a fight purely off of that chains into
Insania bought back.
Insania bought back, freezing field going out, no stun there onto Thompson. Otherwise, maybe they could have gotten a kill, but instead it's a dieback for Insania.
Man, 50 seconds on the sideline too, and we've seen what OG does whenever they take a pick off. Like, they just continue pressuring. I think if you're Liquid after that fight, you're like, all right, we need the Mars ulti to fight. Like, this is the thing that we're throwing all of our stuff into. Without this ult, it's pretty hard for us to fight, and it's not a very long cooldown to wait for. It's just that with all of the pickoffs that have happened, I think that Liquid is feeling a little bit of a pressure to, like, all right, guys, let's just engage in combat. Like, oh, they can't fight us, you know?
Yeah.
But when you lose, like, 2 or 3 heroes in a row, that changes. You're giving net worth. You're giving XP.
Boxy going for the TP out. The shackle shot, it's not going to be there.
Now, the Blood Right only gives vision right in the center, in the little eye, for whatever reason. Mechanics or whatever, but otherwise, I think he would have been very dead, and then it would look very bad for Liquid.
I guess that's some of the downside, right? Like, I described it, stand and deliver, right? Because we've got this arena, we've got the egg. Like, Liquid can stand in an area and just turn and fight back against OG, but one of the things that comes with that is commitment. And I think what's a little bit hard here is OG has so much long-range poke, right? How do you stop a slight shackles into Blood right? That's a very awkward way to be able to initiate. And it's making it difficult for Liquid until they find the clean initiation like they just did on Thompson. A rupture onto Mickey. He jumps back to the high ground. Liquid still respecting OG in this team fight. Taiga's going to come through, try and slow down Seb just a bit. They do manage to get the spear onto him. Mid-one's going to pop out. Not wanting to stay in Seb any longer. Good play by Soxer, just trying to slow down Mickey, as if he gets on top of anybody at this point with those frost arrows, it's going to be hard to disengage. Now they're going to pop the egg there, slow him down with the multi-shot. Soxer going to be caught by the spear. Now a frostbite into the freezing field. Silence follow-up. Mid-one trying to armlet toggle his way out of this one, but he can't. Thompson's back up though. Thompson, he's going to come through, and you know he's going to get aggressive, as he always does. Tries to poke at Boxy here. Liquid staying together as 5, moving back together as well, making sure they don't leave a man behind here. As Boxy continues to get poked at. Here's that slight chains into Blood Right. It's an easy way to be able to bring somebody low, but now the freezing field going out from No-Tail. He stole it, but it isn't good enough to get a kill. Thompson is able to commit and get the kill onto Boxy here. Kills a core, and now a 2-man Blood Right, bringing heroes low. Seb's feeling good enough that he can go forward, but no! He had an Infest Room, thought he was safe, but trapped underneath a sentry. One stun leads into another, leads into the silence, and Thompson's dead again. And Seb, who thought this was his chance to get aggressive, is now chased away as Liquid do manage to make their retreat a reality.
Yeah, that unfortunate sentry there on that Invis rune, he kind of just baited himself, but man, the Bloodseeker Ember Spirit combo is looking pretty solid actually. Just like you mentioned, the slow poke Like, the way Bloodseeker as an offlaner wants to play is by just running around and getting off as many blood rights as he can, maybe hitting a few supports, but he doesn't really ever hard commit to fights. And Ember Spirit is exactly the same. Wind Ranger is just fishing for shackles, and so it makes it really easy to fight if you're the one on the aggressive.
Yeah.
However, Liquid starting that fight with a pickoff using the Mars ulti on Thompson, who is really important for setting up that blood right, that makes that entire fight look so great for Liquid. It just OG constantly with their back up against the wall.
2,000, 1,000 net worth hopping around a bit, but we do have the 20-minute bounty runes coming up. Liquid, they've got all their ultimates up, ready to go. OG, typical OG, not ones to slow down whatsoever. Are going to go through a 3-man smoke here, not even bringing their Bloodseeker or their Lifestealer up for this top rune, expecting few heroes, but that is not the case. Liquid is here in force, and they're immediately going to be able to get a kill onto No-Tail. Is trapped inside the arena. Steals Bulwark, not the spell he was looking for. The Rupture onto Koifa, that allows TPing in from mid one. He's now here. Sep gets a little bit too close to the Dragon Knight. They've got the Supernova, and the positioning is great. As now Koifa jumps forward and looking for more. They're able to get out of range of the Supernova. Thompson wants to keep them in striking distance. But they don't really have the damage to commit anymore, especially with no more blood rights. Such a key part of this whole strategy, Jenkins.
Yeah, it really is, man. I'm glad you shouted out Boxy's Mars because he is absolutely delivering in this game. Every single time No-Tail tries to steal from him, it's like, oh my god, he's going to get Arena. It gets Bulwark.
Yeah.
Like, he has the presence of mind setting up all of these fights amongst all of these silences and disables to always cast the Bulwark.
And I think that's impressive because every pro player, they're reminded of that and then they pull it off. But whether it's Mars or it's Pango, they always make the mistake
you need
at
a
least
reminder.
once or twice.
Yep,
you know,
usually.
they're like, oh shit, I gave up that big spell, guys. I'll remember to do it next time. But Boxy hasn't given it up at all. He, from the very beginning, was like, I have to remember to pop Bulwark and deny this Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, he's been getting silenced like crazy, too. He's the person starting the fights, right? So everything's being cast on him. He got shackled. He got silenced in that fight. He's soaking everything for his team and also setting up for his team.
And the funny part is we talked about the Bloodseeker and like how he's going to be able to do in this game. And honestly, Seb looks fine. What looks bad for OG right now, and a big reason why they're down 4,000 net worth, is Thompson's Ember Spirit has fallen behind in net worth. All the other cores are pretty even around each other, but Thompson, he's just died one too many times, or probably two too many times.
A few too many. I think you could argue that like the team fight of Liquid is definitely vastly superior to OG. And all we're seeing is team fighting. So maybe what OG needs to do is look for more pickoffs. I do want to shout out to how Liquid is sticking together as a team, though. Like, there was the brief period we saw 2 to 3 pickoffs. And since then, like, they clearly have had a talk, and they're protecting their backlines in fights. They're always sticking together. They're getting the egg off during the Mars ulti. And to have the presence of mind to make that call in a game, to change how you're playing, be like, okay, we need to play team fights differently. Like, that's hard.
They're going to bring mid one to this fight. Tried to go for the spear, but mid one, too quick on the fingers. Managed to get out the rage, and now Boxy's initiation leads to his death. A 4 versus 5 around the tier 1 tower, but Koifa, he's still going to go for it. A counter spear goes out from the Rubik, but the silence onto the Ember Spirit. Is the Infest going to be able to keep him alive? One more slide, he jumps forward onto the enemy, but he's killed by the fire. Mid one going to be slowed down, but he sees the opportunity to get on top of the egg. He brings down Taiga, but the rage is going to wear out soon. Koifa knows that. He's going for the kill. He's trying to finish him off, but the armlet toggle keeps him alive, so instead it's going to be Seb trying to get out of the blood right. They don't manage to do quite enough, and to Lifestealer, but they do bring down Bloodseeker.
Are scanning.
2 cores, it cost them a buyback on the side of Liquid, but still holding on to that mid-tier 1 tower.
And that all goes back to that initiation from Boxy. I think that just goes to show how difficult it actually is to get these initiations on Ember Spirit, on Lifestealer. Like, you need to hit some silence first, some DK stun. You need to catch somebody off guard. Like, if you're OG and you're pressing your buttons really quickly, you can actually get out of all of this team fight BS that Liquid has. It's just that Liquid has been playing the fights incredibly well and together as well.
Yeah.
But that was the one fight that they kind of, you know, messed up the initiation.
Yeah, that was just Boxy's call where he felt like he could outplay mid one. And the truth is, I think you could pull that off on Old Mars, but spear style. If there's no animation, if you don't have to turn around to throw that spear, you could absolutely, I think, catch mid one before he pops rage. But This, where you have to blink behind him, turn around, then cast the spear, I don't think that's ever going to work against a player of high caliber like Mid1.
Is he playing on ping? If he was playing on 300 ping, you probably could. maybe they were just testing. They're like, all right, where's he at?
Well, either way, Mid1, he proved himself, and that is an initiation that I think Boxy is likely not to try again.
Yeah, start with the silencer. DK stun, something that's a little more guaranteed. Or jump for the backlines. That's also an option, always, as Mars. Man, I feel like we all need a pause. It's been just so much.
Yeah.
So much happening.
We've had 38 kills in 25 minutes, and it still feels like the game is very, very open. And I actually don't know how to feel about the late game. I think Liquid has better late game just because of the team fight, but...
Dude, it's hard to say, man.
It is, right?
Who knows how Bloodseeker offlane late game is?
I have to imagine it can't be that good just because he goes for utility.
You know what?
But...
I actually know.
You do? Okay.
So right after the series yesterday, I tweeted that I was going to ruin some European pubs with Visage and Bloodseeker. I did.
And you are a man of your word.
I did, and I'm pretty sure most European pros have me on their avoid list now.
Understandable.
But with that being said, I did play a Bloodseeker game. It was going really well. We went to 54 minutes. In late game, the double rupture, if you can get some cooldown reduction, something like that, it's some serious utility. And you're spamming Blood Right on a 6-second cooldown. It's a 6-second silence. So it's legitimately very good. It's kind of like the Puck late game where you go for the giant silence on Puck. It's not a late game carry in the traditional sense where you're doing damage, but it's really hard to fight into a Bloodseeker because he's silencing your entire team.
So that sounds like a feasible game plan for OG to pull off because they've got this neat combo of the Slight to stop Blink Daggers, basically stop Liquid from getting on top of them, and then Shackles into Blood Right.
Absolutely.
And what that can do is force out BKB uses, right?
Yeah.
And then you disengage, then you go back in once the BKB is down. That sounds like a feasible late game plan, but for now, Liquid, as they smoke up, they see an initiation. It's going to be Saksa. The forward position of OG will die here as he went for the bounty runes. At least he did pick it up, but this kind of pickoff was led straight into Roshan. And what Kyle said in the drafting panel is he felt like one good team fight that leads into Roshan, and once they have an Aegis on the side of Liquid, it is very difficult for OG to beat them.
It does seem like they're kind of expending all the fuel that they have in their tank just to kill Mickey in a lot of these fights.
And now they're going to try and fight over this one. They do get a beautiful Arena Spear combination. They take out Mid1 and No Tail with that. The Supernova's going to go out, and nobody's near to stop it. Thompson, he's going to be able to get to the other side of the cliffs here. Insania on the hunt. Taiga's also looking for him, but this Ember Spirit is already away, so let's look for a different kill. That's going to be on Zeb. Boxy says, how you doing, buddy? Here's a spear, here's a God's Rebuke, and let's go back into the Roach Pit.
Boxy once again, man, with the clutch spears.
Yep.
That made that fight look so beautiful. They just popped, man. It's like there weren't even heroes there. It's like they've a 20k gold lead when you see a fight like that. But that's the thing. If the fight goes remotely well for Liquid, their team fight is so much better than OG's that it's just going to look ridiculous for them. Like, it looks so easy. But once again, we saw what happened when the initiation is botched. Like, it's not easy. It's just that they're pressing their buttons together.
Well, it took 2 lives, but Saksa does manage to get 3 bounty runes.
Yeah, that's good. That's some gold in his team's pocket. They definitely need it now.
You know what I love, Jenkins, when I say something and I can see you just don't know quite how to respond.
Don't do that.
You do that like...
Stop doing that.
Yeah, like a little bit of... Yeah, I guess so. Like you're trying not to shame me.
Don't psychoanalyze me in front of all of these people. Embarrassing.
Top 3 net worth for Team Liquid, and they finally have broken into a significant lead, both with the Aegis, now a BKB up, and a spear well delivered. A self-Yules comes out for the Ember Spirit, but it just sets him up for Boxy.
Ban Mars, dude. Ban the Mars. This guy's way too good at this hero. It is so OP right now. Slardar seems like it's coming back too, man. This is Boxy's, like, I don't want to speak too soon, but this is kind of feel like it's Boxy's patch, man. that D patch or whatever that came out, nerfing all the other heroes. I think Boxy's pretty stoked with how this one's going.
Yeah, he's got to be a very valuable asset for Team Liquid, and he's certainly showcasing it in this game one as Liquid now approaches the high ground. OG, though, you can never count this team out, especially when their backs are up against the wall. This is kind of that poke area where maybe they can bring Liquid low enough to really engage, but you could see Koifa just looks so tanky as they keep on putting some spells out on him. But Liquid, they get the tier 3 and they play it pretty conservatively here. Get that and get out.
Did you know that you can still blink backwards with Mars, with the Bulwark? They specifically changed it with just the Spear. That's it. They hard-coded it for Spear. Did you know that Pangolier can blink and he can cast anything in any direction? That hero ignores turn rates. That's a Han hero.
I did know that as well. But the reason I knew that, Jenkins, because you taught me before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're a big Pango player, too.
Yeah. I mean, those are both my heroes, Mars
yeah.
and Pango.
You're loving this patch as well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got to play it yet, but yeah. I'm enjoying watching it. I'm definitely enjoying watching this series, which has had a lot of fighting back and forth. But OG, they got to cobble together a game plan here if they want to prevent Liquid from securing enough of an advantage that it'll feel like OG just can't win team fights anymore. It's already a problem, right? When you're down in net worth against a team that has that superior team fight, just spells that are easier to cast in a lot of ways. Silence onto Thompson. That's going to be Yule Scepter's. Boxy going to be able to get another spear? He doesn't. Koifa tried to go for the stun instead. Nice shackle shot, though, and they've got the Rupture onto Mickey. This is kind of a really good setup. If they can finish off Mickey, it'd be massive. Trying to deliver the finishing blow. They do manage to get that Aegis, but now they've committed the spear into the Mars combo with the Supernova going off. Mid one is stunned forever and is trained to a silence as Mickey comes back up on his second life, and Koifa sees the opportunity, as always, aggressively blinking forward, looking for that +1, and he finds it in Seb.
And finally catching mid one there. He's felt kind of immortal in these fights.
Dude, look at Thompson. Very cheeky. He's trying to prevent Liquid from being able to push straight down mid lane by cutting this mid wave.
Man, dude, the creeps have...
Oh, dodge the Dragon Tail with a slide there.
Dude, the creeps were following him.
Yeah.
They can't push mid because the creeps are following him because he remnanted into vision.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
And that's something that he probably didn't know.
I don't think so, but it's very convenient. It means Liquid can't just beeline it down mid.
Double damage, though, and mid. Oh, Thompson. Again, a good play. A play that, under duress, you kind of have to make. Take certain risks.
His team is up now.
But then the risk became too much.
Yeah, you know, his team is respawned, but then the trade-off is his life. I mean, then again, that was a Drow Ranger with 500 damage, and she did get a proc. So he might just have to buy back anyway. He kind of saved his team's buybacks, but traded his.
Boxy goes straight in for the initiation, while OG may still be out of position here. They do manage to hit him with a decent amount of damage, but the Sunray behind him heals Boxy up a significant amount. They're going to double buyback here. Boxy still trying to hold the front line here, but they're going to poke at him. The Blood Right's going to do enough damage. That'll finish him off. BKB from Koifa, and he TP's down. Now it's a question of who's going to get caught in the side of Liquid. They are seriously looking for these kills, but Taiga's away. Look at Insania, a freezing field to slow everybody down. He says, get out, Mickey, get out. But it looks like Mickey has been caught. Insania's going to go for the TP out, but he's not going to make it. Mickey also not going to make it. Big kills for OG. They lost to Melee Barracks, but honestly, when you're 11,000 net worth down, getting a couple of core kills like that means a lot.
I love seeing a CM make a play like that. Just that's like some Titanic shit right there.
That was some Hodor stuff right there.
That was nice.
It's just, hold the door, get out.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Bran was still found.
It's just like
in
Hodor.
The wilderness.
Oh no.
The walkers got him. And the walker that's leading the way here is Midwan. The Lifestealer, level 19, is trying to, oh man, he is very poor. Looks like he wants to go for an MKB, I'm presuming.
Needs that. Yeah, they need the damage.
At 32 minutes in, Armlet Halberd.
Yeah, pretty rough. I almost feel like they need an MKB on the Wind Ranger too.
He's got 13,000 net worth, is that right? Is there some items on the courier or something?
He's got components to
So he's got MKB. Everything from the MKB.
Everything except for this.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got that on the courier.
That makes more sense.
So very convenient for Liquid there. That, I mean, it's convenient. Obviously, this is by design. They they obviously played this game. They had the tier 1 and tier 2 up mid, so you can't just run down mid as OG. I think trading 3 heroes for the melee racks there is probably, this is okay. I mean, you are up against an Ember Spirit who can defend it, but it's a mid racks. Like you don't want to lose a rack just in general in Dota. Like it gives you such a map advantage. It means the next Roche is super easy for Liquid to get.
So what I'm kind of hearing from that trade is worth it once, but like next time Roshan could be up, or next time OG could potentially break your high ground as a result, or force buyback.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't think you necessarily want to keep doing that. You do that 2 or 3 times and you probably lose Dota.
Yeah.
People can just go down mid and throne these days. Level 30s are insane. Late game is crazy. Talents are nuts. Like really racks in the ultra late game don't matter that much. But at this point, it's super effective.
There's the MKB. Ooh, Scotty for Mickey.
A lot of healing on OG, so good counter in that sense.
Yeah, and he just as easily could have just defaulted into Butterfly, but then he would have been hard countered by the early MKB from the Lifestealer.
Yeah, you really don't see Butterfly too much these days. It's really like Halberd if a carry wants to get a.
Is Butterfly just garbage?
I mean, MKB is just too good, I guess, and Bloodthorn and Halberd. Like there are options.
Yeah, when MKB is a good item. And then there are other... Oh, initiation from Soxy here. The stun into the Blood Right. This time they're going to make sure Boxy can't get the same kind of initiation, but the silence onto mid one. He's in trouble. He needs an infest out. He needs to be able to survive. Pops the rage, but it's not going to last long as he just wilters under the full force of Liquid. They lean their full weight into him, and that's now 3 heroes dead with no buyback, and Liquid, they're going to go for that second lane of barracks.
I gotta see that fight recap, man. I feel like Insania did so much damage. Oh, it's gone, no! GG. I feel like Insania did so much damage in that fight, though, with his freezing field BKB.
Hey, I know it's only been like 5 years of asking for this, but I would still love a button that brings up the last team fight recap.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, 5 years, though. It's
get on that.
I think it's hard to develop it in that short of
2
time.
Valve devs, or 3.
Tier 4s, okay, let's just go straight for the throne. 30 seconds left for the Lifestealer, 40 for the Ember Spirit. I don't think OG can repel firepower of this magnitude, Jenkins.
They've got the Blood Right, but that's a lot of damage.
They look to be able to slow it down, but Rupture is not going to stop it. And Blood Right is just going to poke over and over again. They might be able to get the kill on Boxy, but the throne is exposed. They're going to go for the kill on a set before they deliver the kill onto the throne. That is just going to be it for game number 1 as Liquid do manage to take it with just a very strong team fight lineup that is right down their alley. Meanwhile, OG and their experimentation of the Bloodseeker, it looked okay, but not as good as Team Secret.
Yeah, I think definitely the Huskar being on OG when Secret were playing this looked a lot better. But also just I think Liquid just looks crisp. I think they're just back in form. Once again, it's just like the draft panel was saying. I really think that Liquid is just a really high caliber team, and they just had some shitty games, basically. I think they looked really good in that match, though.
We were casting the last game from Team Liquid, right? I think I don't remember. I don't remember who I was casting with, but I just remember saying like game 1, it looked a little sloppy, but like game 2, it felt like they were picking up their form again. And now, heading to this game 1 of OG, it does seem like they're back. For whatever reason, the group stage was just really rough for them.
Yeah, the meta helps too. Once again, going back to Boxy being such a standout player for this team, Mars being a great hero right now really helps them. Slardar strats are coming back. Liquid was running the Drow before anybody else was, and now Drow is the big hero, so I think the meta also just really favors them. Also, OG's kind of, they're out, so like, or they're already in the playoffs, so...
So is it Liquid's strength or OG's weakness that led to this result in game number 1? For that, we turn to our lovely panel.
Thank you, Cap and Jenkins. And I'm here with Lacoste and BSJ. Lacoste, how does it make you feel if Cap doesn't even remember that he casted with you yesterday?
I mean, I felt like we were one of the best up-and-coming duos, but, I guess I was just being lied to, and I'm feeling very disappointed at the moment.
I mean, I can imagine. You think you have a bond with someone.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys on the internet that can relate to you in some capacity in this regard.
Hey, let's talk about that game because Liquid owned OG. I want to start with the laning stage. Yesterday, when we saw the Bloodseeker Wind Ranger combo, Secret was a couple of Ks ahead already minute 5 in the game. And I want to start with that. Obviously, they weren't up against the Huskar this time round, so that helped Liquid a little bit in this case. But what was the main problem you guys think there for OG?
I feel like they were way too aggressive, just giving away. I mean, that's the way OG plays. I could kind of feel Seb saying, keep fighting, every single time they're doing like nonstop. But I think at one point, you just need to get an item. They had no defensive item on Ember Spirit, which was kind of an issue. He goes in, he just straight up dies because he does not have way of protecting themselves, and they have no dispel. Also, you're playing against Boxy Mars, which played insanely good. Like his spears, his arenas. Also, they have a bunch of stuff they can throw inside. And Lifestealer, like if you compare him to the other carry hero, how Drow Ranger and what she brings to the table compared to the Lifestealer early on, like the slow. Lifestealer's just a food. In terms of, you know, he has a rage. They don't have any abilities that go through BKB, but at the early and the mid-game fights, it doesn't really matter that much. You know, they're just going to slow him down. The rage goes off, and he's dead.
I think it's important to give somewhat of a PSA to the viewers at home that to save as many people as I can from this Bloodseeker hero in the pubs, right? It's important to understand. In a vacuum, it seems OP, like, okay, I'm giving 15% spell amp to my support in the laning stage or mid-game, and everyone's blowing up. We rupture one guy, he's just going to die instantly. The problem is, one team has a Bloodseeker off lane. The other team has a Mars. So when you're actually taking a head-on 5v5, you just can't match up to that. You have Mars Phoenix as an off-lane duo against Bloodseeker Windranger. Two single-target heroes against two heroes that once they lay their two spells on the ground, the team fight's over. And the problem with this is that yesterday, Seeker made it look completely broken because they were so far ahead, snowballing from the lanes, that they're only going to take skirmishes. They're only going to like look for one hero at a time. They're not going to give the opponent a 5-on-5 that they're looking for. And that's exactly where Lifestealer thrives too, right? He's a single target damage, unlike Drow, who wants to go on one target at once, disengage, re-engage after his rage is back up. And that whole game plan, in my opinion, revolves around winning the lanes. Like, you just can't do it if the enemy team can fight you head on.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, they did lose pretty much all three lanes, and it's really hard for them to make a comeback. Don't get me wrong, like this lineup, what the Team Secret played yesterday, what OG tried to play here is insanely good. You have Rubik with the Spell Amp, spells last longer, you have Bloodseeker raging, you have a great setup coming out from Ember Spirit. Imagine just, you know, chains into Power Shot on top of Veil plus Spell Amp coming out from Bloodseeker. You can pretty much insta-kill people with it.
Like, one person will die very fast, but that's the problem, right? Is if you do fall behind, as you said, it's not exactly a comeback type of lineup. I like the idea of it. I just want to portray that even though it looks nice on paper, there's still like a win condition to it. You need to make the scenario that it thrives in a reality, and that didn't happen this game. So that's why I think it's such a day and night difference. They even made a comeback or two in the mid game. You saw Liquid, you could argue maybe they had a few sloppy plays, but then as you said, Lacoste, it's pretty easy for them to just blow them up if they catch them off guard for even a split second. So I would almost say it's not really Liquid, it's more so OG's lineup just works like that.
I do want to ask a question regarding the lineup, though, because obviously when we saw it yesterday, Windranger was played as a core in both of the games that Secret played it. This time around, they swapped it around, made Saxa the Windranger, putting the Rubik on the 5. What difference would it have made if they laned Rubik with the Bloodseeker rather than Windranger? Would that have helped? Because when we saw Rubik, Bloodseeker, dual lane yesterday, it worked. Obviously against the Huskar, so don't know exactly how much I can read into that.
It's a much easier lane to set things up just by having telekinesis into Bloodright instead of, you know, just relying on Shackle, which could miss, and it's not an insta lockdown. Also, I think you put more pressure with the Rubik, but overall, like these lanes, I'm really looking forward to see how teams are going to approach this kind of a, you know, lineup that Team Secret ran, that OG ran. It's something that you know, OG likes to talk about breaking the game.
Yes.
And these mechanics, I think, are the ones that are, like, at least to me, very pleasant to look into, because we did not see anything like this before in a very long time. Just having a Veil, having Spell Amp, spells that last longer, long initiation. It's just extremely good Dota. I don't know. I'm really just liking it. That's all.
I'll just really quickly say I'm gonna keep reverberating how strong I think Drow is in the safe lane. I think I've tried for my own, you know, ego, I guess you could say. I've laned against it about 10 times now, and I've tried a bunch of different heroes, a bunch of different ideas, and that Drow beats me by 2 or 3 levels and kills me twice every single game I play. So if you're going to pick an off laner that's like predicated on snowballing the lane, I don't really think the support duo matters. Like, I'm convinced myself that Drow is going to beat you, and I don't. That's the problem I have. If you're going to go Bloodseeker, you might need to ban out.
For me, I've been playing Dota, for a while.
Since 2003.
Yes, we talked about that.
And still, I get surprised by the amount of damage that, like, Terrorblade does when he pops the meta, Drow Ranger when he uses a multi-shot. Like, you expect the kind of a damage, but it's not what you expect. So I'm like, why? What the fuck is going on? You know, it's just too much.
Half my health is just gone. It's even in the lane, it's brutal. It's the thing about Drow CM, it used to be a weak lane because Drow would just get dove and CM can't really prevent that. But the thing is, Drow does so much damage from afar that, like, if you combine the multi-shot with your Frost Arrow, you have to take maybe 200 damage to even get on her in the first place, and then you've also got nuked by CM on the way there.
And slowed again.
That's it, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like this whole... It's just... The weakness of Drow in lanes was always getting committed onto and being not able to hit you because she was so scared of death. And for whatever reason, all the changes they've given to her, maybe it's the base armor. It might be that because they've given her, I think, 3 or 4 base armor in the last 3 patches.
Maybe it's also the position of the lanes that is now easier to keep stable towards your tower.
That's true, absolutely. It's just crazy to me how when you see a hero, it's like, I know I'm supposed to beat it doing this, and it just doesn't work anymore. So I will be paying close attention to every Drow draft because I am stumped.
I think right now, slows are much more important than stuns. Like, I've seen a game where someone had Viper and the Drow Ranger, and, like, how do you beat this?
It was always you draft stuns, so you're now saying, like, maybe
you still need to have a reliable stun, but it's very hard to,
game.
fight into that. There's going to be a bunch of slow. At one point, BKBs are going to be down, and it's very hard to approach a team fight. And, like, this is just, too strong to fight into, in my opinion.
Would you say that if you look at the 10 heroes that were in the previous game, it was Drow Ranger that was the strongest hero in the game?
I would say Boxy was the strongest hero in the game, and as Mars. The dude's just insanely good, and it's a pleasure to watch what he's doing. Like, his spears, he gave away 1 spear, I believe. That was it.
He got lifted straight after that. And they didn't even end up hard losing that fight. They didn't necessarily want it. They had to buy back a Phoenix or whatever. But I think, most fights went the way of Team Liquid. Now, with that also, with Liquid winning this first game, you might have seen it just now. We saw the scores for the groups a little bit. Team Liquid is 1 game away. They are controlling their own fate at the moment, right? And that's what we like to see. If they win this series, they do not take part in these tiebreakers. They still have to go to the play-in matches, like they're not into the bracket straight off, but at least they get to play in the play-ins without having to fight for even that slot. So if they win another one, that's when Liquid is secured out of the tiebreakers. Now, yesterday when we saw OG's Huskar strat didn't work, game 2 comes around, surely they're not going to do it again. They did it again. This Bloodseeker didn't work for them. You guys think they're going to try it again? They had 4 heroes exactly the same as Secret yesterday. Different roles, a little bit here and there, but still.
They copied the homework, got caught by Professor,
Yeah.
That's a good analogy right there. I will say that it almost shows how when you watch a team like Team Secret and you're like, wow, they just picked this shit and it works.
Yeah.
It makes you appreciate it a lot more when you see a team like OG try to do the exact same thing, be against a different set of heroes, and then just botch it kind of, because it proves that Secret not only picks a lineup that has strong cohesion and can work together, but it also they set it up with the right bans, the right pick order to make it look as good as it does. So I really like that aspect, and I wanted to clear the air here because I saw Twitch chat talking about it and everything that Seb was apparently spamming Bloodseeker in pubs prior to...
I was about to remind you. I thought you forgot about
any
it.
of this. And so yesterday, my pub story is that I played with Seb, and one of my teammates said, Seb, why did you remove me from my team? This was actually prior to playing Secret. And he said, why did you remove me from your Steam account? And he said, I removed all pros because people are copying what I do. And so I just thought that was like super ironic that happened about 3 or 4 hours prior to playing Secret, who then beat them with his own hero.
I mean, Matu said it, like, he didn't even make it a secret, right? He was just, we saw Seb playing it at his pub. Seemed good. Let's try it out.
Seb apparently knew somebody was going to steal that before that series. That's the crazy part.
I mean, you can have it, like you can show that once. The other teams are just going to copy it after. You have one shot, to show it. And I'm not sure if that was, their shot to actually show the strategy. They were already in before losing that game. Maybe they could have tried to save it for the later stages of the tournament.
You mean for Secret?
Sure, yeah.
Or you mean for OG in this game?
I mean, for both OG and Secret, I feel like both of these teams, you talked about how they stole it from Seb. If it works, both of the teams were already qualified, so they could have saved.
Cat's out of the bag now for OG. Right? It's definitely it's on Secret to have revealed.
And everyone's paying attention whenever OG Secret is playing any other team, so they're trying to understand what they're doing. They're watching their games. I don't think there's a single team in this tournament that doesn't check how they've been playing or what they've been drafting.
Yeah. When Secret plays something, you'll be sure to see it, and in professional Dota all across the world. Like, it's not just Europe, CIS either. You see it in Southeast Asia, South America, etc. But you also see their strats, you see their heroes, you'll see everything copied. And I think maybe Secret winning with the Bloodseeker strat will make other people try Bloodseeker. And as we just saw, like, you can't just copy it. So
yeah, I mean, Bloodseeker is not just a broken hero at the moment. When we talked about it, I think everyone would just agree that this hero was not playable because
numbers just weren't high enough, pretty much.
Exactly. You need to have a good pair of heroes. With him to make it work, you need to have a good strategy around it. What are you exactly trying to do? How are you going to itemize? Like most of the people that tried to play Bloodseeker yesterday, after seeing what they've been doing, they probably went for a different kind of item build.
Yes.
I'm still gonna go for Radiance.
It seems like he's more of the Venomancer type hero, where his 4 skills are just innately useful, but you don't need, other than maybe Veil, you don't really need items to enable your skills. So you kind of just build items based on whatever your team needs. So I think if people were to watch these games, they'd be like, what am I supposed to buy on Bloodseeker if I'm practicing the hero? And it's like, well, that's going to matter. That's going to be different every game. This isn't like an anti-mage where he's going Battle Fury Manta. So that's what I like about this type of hero. I enjoy learning these heroes just because they're mechanically pretty straightforward, but you really have to think, okay, how can I be most useful with my skills in this game? And that's usually determined by your items. And, Seb went Veil Greaves Medallion, I think, that game.
Yeah. I mean, we saw, we saw Veil, what was it, Veil BKB Greaves on Zai yesterday, I think, one of the games. It really depends on, I guess, what fits. And in the previous game, we did have Liquid focusing a lot on the team fights. I guess you need Greaves for that. I'm curious how much emphasis OG will put this time around on team fights, because we know OG, they are the fighting team. They fight better than anybody. That's how they won 2 TIs, right? They just skirmish. Even when they're behind, they're always able to just battle it out and battle it through. They couldn't do that this game around. How will their draft change, if at all?
The previous lineup had no long cooldowns. They could be fighting all the time, and I think this is something that OG does very well. Don't try to get any long cooldowns. So you can abuse it, keep fighting all the time, keep the constant pressure on the map, get the Roche. Maybe they need to get in like one big team fighting ulti. I've watched their Dota buff. They won 4 out of 5 games with IO, and I still don't think Liquid is just not going to ban it out. This is the hero that they play the best with, whether from position, 1, mid, you name it. They just know how to utilize the hero, but would definitely love to see some, big team fighting AoE ulti or something that just breaks the enemy team.
So we had a Darkseer ban in the first phase. Darkseer would be nice if Seb gets their hands on it, but I think that Liquid will ban out probably the same things. Any final words, BSJ,
I was just going to say that if you want to pick Bloodseeker, worry about them having more team fight than you. So maybe go for like a Warlock or something like that to compensate.
Okay. Anything to add?
No, that's it.
That's it. All right.
Said everything pretty much.
We did indeed. Let's see what's happening in Game 2 of Liquid versus OG and head over to the draft.
They may have said everything they need to say on that panel, but T-Gov, Kyle, we think that there's still some statements that OG has left on the table. We saw that they were maybe a little bit stubborn in their Secret Series with the Huskar being picked in both games. Do you think that they'll be repeating the same kind of performance here? Do they really want to make this Bloodseeker work? Or are they going to say, all right, that one needs a little bit more time in the oven. We'll go back to being the real OG and beating Liquid.
I will say Bloodseeker... Liquid won all 3 lanes. And then they also have the better team fight.
Yeah.
It's just kind of at a point where as long as you don't make some egregious mistakes, like we saw them make a couple actually, that fight bottom when Sania diebacked, but ultimately they're going to win a team fight. You have to use their spells. Looking into this next game, I don't think the Bloodseeker was the problem. I think you can't lose all 3 lanes and you can't not have team fight.
No, it's pretty much that. When you look at the opening and how they actually entered that game, OG just weren't ever making the moves necessary that their draft had. So you're looking so far the changes. We've got the same bans coming out from Liquid, I think, are pretty much paramount against OG. You have to ban both these lads out. And same again for OG's bans. These are like the infamous bans against Liquid, I think, at this point. Phoenix is one of their best heroes, and Tiny again for Tiger. It's all about this position 4 for Team Liquid.
Yeah. And I think the Phoenix ban is just necessary against the squad because Liquid, they like to have freedom to draft whatever cores they, because their cores are very versatile. So they want to have like Koifa's hero pool specifically open as it gets into the later portions of the draft. When you have Phoenix, it kind of solves all your team fight needs, and it's a really strong laner. And when you have a Warlock now, it definitely shrinks the pool for your cores. They have the Doom as well. I like this from OG. It's something they used to do a lot back at TI8. There's just Mag Troll. We saw Ana buy Vlad's first a lot of the time and just run at people with the built-in Battle Fury thanks to the Empower. It's just a really nice combination. Probably the best Empower utilizer, to be fair.
No, yeah, for sure. It's one of the best combos. I think for Liquid, they just show how they sacrifice Boxy in the draft because his hero pool during this tournament has been like 3 or 4, probably 4 or 5 heroes, sorry. And it's always like Doom, Centaur, Mars. Like, it's a very small pool, but he just plays it so well, and it enables that 4. We saw in that interview how instead he's saying like Tiger, he wants to have a little bit more flashiness.
Yeah.
They're giving him a later pick in the draft to utilize that kind of mindset that the team's having right now.
And we talk about the influence Secret has had on the drafts, just looking at what OG just did.
Yeah.
But it's also about how they're influencing the 3-4 play style. We've seen a lot of 4 positions move into a much greedier farm priority role, ultimately at the expense of their offlaner. It's, I think, what makes Zai such a special player for the team, and part of why Secret's so good is because the Yapzor is always enabled to effectively play whatever he wants and end up oftentimes in 3rd place, even 2nd place in the net worth, because Zai's willing to play more of that aggressive team fighter.
The question is, where does OG take their position 5, for example? Because when you have Troll as your carry, it pretty much unlocks 5 to be pretty much anything because of how strong Troll is as a laner. You'd expect, for example, like Oracle would be the play, but again, being banned out.
Yep.
Abaddon being banned out is enablers. So I think right now I would gravitate maybe towards like a tree or something, again, that can have strong lane dominance to potentially shut out this Doom.
I think Entrafurian's more likely.
That as well, yeah, true, yeah.
Just because whenever I see OG play with something like Mag Troll, right? Like, these heroes, it doesn't matter if the camp is 1 stack or 7. They're going to kill it.
Yeah.
And I think that they're going to push No-Tail onto something that can have more of a...
Yeah, I think
I think Shadow Demon also is still underrated.
All of his heroes right now just fare well. You know, the Grims, the Ench, the Furians, trees, like... It's such an easy position when you have the Mag Troll. It's why it's such a strong combo, because in this position right now, they just pick any No-Tail hero. Okay, they pick the Rubit that they can technically flex now between No-Tail +1, and it's not like they're showing anything really.
I think you just give it to Saksa in this spot.
Yeah. Especially because how good a game it is right now, seeing you know, big spells, big team fight.
So, still looking to be a more... So OG in the previous draft, they had targeted Koikfa a little bit more. They had banned out the Storm Spirit in the first phase. This time it seems that if you want to shut down the heavy team fight superiority that Liquid had, then you may be better off targeting the more support-oriented stuff. So they banned out the Phoenix, like you guys mentioned, the Tiny. Do you think, and now Team Liquid pick up Sand King,
nice.
Is Koikfa going to be gearing up towards another team fight kind of lineup with Team Liquid? Because it looked really good in that game one.
It's open. I think you just don't fear the Storm because you have Mag Troll. Like, you're just going to eat him alive. I like this SK real quick because the Warlock synergy. You have issues with damage output as the game continues, but thanks to the Fatal Bonds, it means Epicenter can just straight up shred things. And you also lack that just point-and-click stun with a Warlock. So
I expect this SK to be the 4, though.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be the one to be active. He can mirror the Rubik's movements. Like, you can't really put this Doom into that 4, it's not a target hero. So I think this is very much now double annoying offlane. But is it strong enough against a troll? Double melee?
Yeah,
we'll see.
And to your question, I think Koifa should stick to something more durable. We haven't seen anybody playing Medusa, but I've always loved it against the troll. And it's a bit awkward against Rubik, but after the buffs, I saw it on the patch list. I'm thinking maybe it's viable. OD into Troll Mag is
Fun fact, a lot of pros have actually been playing the OD. A lot of these mid laners have at least 3 or 4 games on the OD in the bank within the last like 2 or 3 weeks. So it is a hero that is being shown some respect, but are we going to see it in a pro match yet?
Yeah, I say it and I almost want to take it back because I've seen OG play this draft against OD, and I know like they just all in RPM after BKB.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good in this game just because of the aggression from OG. I think against a slower paced team, you could argue it's good, but against this team, not so much.
This is a sick Undying game. I'm not sure I'm a believer in the hero. I believe when we were doing the the qualifiers, we were memeing about it because it took 8 days for Undying to get a win.
But guess what team got the win though? 5 men. Let's go.
Liquid also, I mean, they have a soft spot for the hero as well. You suggesting the OD as what, straight up as a counter to the troll? Is it because of the banish? Is it because the int difference?
I just like having a extra save mechanism against RP, and it's nice to have one on a core. They just go straight for the void.
There's so much fight, so much like gusto in Liquid. It's like Kyle mentioned it in that first draft, and I said my fear to Liquid as a team was like their drafts are so not generic, but like you look at them and go, that's good, but where's the flair? And then I realized how well they play the laning phase, how well they play as a team. You can completely mitigate that point. And same again with this lineup. You go like, wow, look at the team fight, and then you fear how do they get to the point of being able to team fight? And it's based on their natural ability just to play well together that pushes him through.
It's definitely harder in this game, though.
For
Undying
sure,
has such an insane matchup in this top lane. You know, double melee, double strength heroes.
Lanes aren't going as easy for Liquid.
It's a totally different scenario. And Undying also kind of denies the area control that Liquid were having at the moment. You know, you consider trying to fight them at a choke point when there's an upheaval and a fatal and an SK and a potential chrono. If the Undying can get a high ground tombstone off, you don't want to fight around that anymore as Liquid. And right now their entire draft is kind of concentrated around fighting in this small arena and just executing anything caught. They need something that can play with pace now, because right now their draft is just so slow. It feels like it'll just be the Taiga show, desperately trying to make moves around the map. But how do you gank for a Warlock and a Void?
Do they need ganks?
The thing is, though, there's 2 options for Team Liquid right now. They either go for a hero that can prolong the game long enough to get items, so like for example like a Zeus, or you go for something that can be super tempo setting, like a Quap. And then they're the 2 play styles. You go find fights, or you wait for them to make moves, and you have so much damage at the place that you want to fight that OG can never, outmaneuver you, outpace you, because they just don't have enough damage compared to Liquid when they want to fight.
You could do something like a Lina, just not very much a Koifa hero. I like your Zeus idea. I'm just worried he feeds, because right now,
but in terms of the feeding point, he will feed if there's a strong if OG pick a super gap closing mid, then sure it will. But they don't have any supports that naturally will kill him. Maybe the Rubik, but it's a hard position.
Cool thing about OG though, and why I always loved when they were willing to first 2 troll, and I feel like other teams aren't, is just because they're also one of the only teams confident at playing it mid. And I'd argue it's exactly as effective as when they play it safe lane, because Thompson's troll is one of his best heroes. So they don't really care where it goes. So if it has a good matchup mid, you put it there. Otherwise, you last pick it to counter whatever they get for Koifa right here, right now.
It depends on the greed. Like, do they still value like the Storm, for example? Like, it's a very greedy core, especially when you have like the Voids, Dooms, even Sanking Fall. There's not a lot of like items. Okay, they go for a puck. Okay, that's nice. I don't mind that, honestly. It's the wave clear, same principle as Zeus. It's the team fight as well. It's
the same concept as your Storm and Quap, but you sacrifice damage for extra control.
It's
and
the best
because
of
you
both.
have Warlock, I think you can get away with it.
Yeah, it's honestly the best of both between like the 2 scenarios. Puck is honestly the one hero that actually mirrors both of them.
Oh,
they go for the monkey.
That's it.
Classic OG. And
I've been told this is not a good hero right now.
not
I've
really.
been told
Thompson,
everything's
baby.
fallen off.
Come on.
I don't hold me to this, but I don't think he's won a lot of pubs with this monkey in the last couple of weeks. So
Is there any reason why they would pick it as we see the odds still, unsurprisingly, favoring OG? But is there any possibility that they were suspecting that this might be a Doom mid? Because last time they ran the 4 position Sand King for Taiga, they had Boxy on the puck. And
that's a
they
good
were
point.
trying to kind of cut the wave a little
Yeah.
bit. Boxy took over mid. Does this lock in a mid puck now?
It's a really good point. I think you kind of have to, because you can't put Doom against MK mid. That's not going to fare well for him. That'll be a free farm MK. I love OG's lineup. I think their scaling power is off the charts. The concern is, and to your point, why puck mid makes more sense is because that Ags timing is going to be super important. Because otherwise, you have absolutely nothing to deal with these BKBs. Sure, you could Doom them. Sure, you could Chrono them. But if they don't die, like, you're losing this fight 100%. And I think an Ags on puck is going to be the big turning point for Liquid in these team fights.
yeah, this will be the same game as the first, where if OG, they have a bad lane, I can just see Liquid walking it. But the way that OG plays with this troll monkey, their itemization will unlock the ability to go to Roshan. We'll be able to flood the map, take objectives, and just non-stop fight. If they ever waste a key spell on Liquid, it just means OG can go 10 times stronger to the next fight.
Yeah.
So it's classic OG gameplay, but their last 3 games, we haven't really seen them play that well. That's scary, and I think Liquid have really proven that they've bounced back. And
Yeah, you have real big issues dealing with Tombstone. OG only have to think about their RP, and Seb traditionally is going to play more of a support style mag. They're just going to play around their Tombstone. Liquid, to win fights, you've got Golem to think about, you've got your Coil, you have Chrono, Doom. It's a lot of big spells, and if you're ever missing just 1, 2 of them, you don't feel confident taking team fights. And every minute that nothing happens, OG are winning and they're out resourcing because they're going to have empowered cores. So I'd lean OG. I think if it's a different team, I'd lean Liquid.
Yes.
But I've just seen OG play with this style so often that I have to have faith in it. I've seen them win TIs with these heroes.
Either way, it looks like it's going to be a spectacle with all these team fight ultimates. So let's see if Liquid can pull out a second victory as we move forward into Game 2.
That's right, we go from experimenting with Bloodseeker to now classic OG, right? We've got Magnus, we've got a Troll. It feels like OG, they're going to show, okay, you know what, Liquid, you may have taken that game 1, but that was just because we were messing around. We were trying something new. What about it? Can you beat classic OG?
I feel like this Liquid lineup has some pretty damn overwhelming team fight. And I think OG looks like they have a draft that wants to fight into it. They don't want to take these small skirmishes. They have Troll Ultimate, that's very committal. They have Tombstone, that's very committal. They have Magnus RP, that's very committal. Monkey King ult, like the list goes on. And I think this Liquid lineup is just impossible to fight into. With that being said, like Kyle was saying, you do have OG Classics here, so you can definitely snowball out of the lanes. If Troll gets huge enough with the Empower, he can literally just 1v5. The same thing goes for Monkey King, so a lot depends on how these lanes go.
Yeah, he was also saying that if there is no fighting, then OG, every minute that goes by, they're winning, right? Because they have the efficiency of Empower farming.
This is true. Yep, definitely. There's no ancient farmers or anything else to kind of make up for that on the Liquid side, so Liquid definitely needs to take the initiative to fight around the map as much as possible.
Trying to body block Seb. Don't let him get that bounty rune. And Mickey does successfully grab it. It's still 3 in the favor of OG. And Liquid are apparently going to bok off the Ill Omens.
I would be really impressed if they had the new one already. But, you know, there hasn't been enough time. I know they've been busy.
Apparently that's not what the team activity they were up to recently. Instead, they all went and saw a movie last night.
Oh. Okay.
Nice little time off for them to be able to reset. What is? Can we get a look at Taiga? What was he just digging his? He was digging a hole where he could be in experience range, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Not really going to make use of it, but
nice little juke path though for running away from the Undying. I think this is so cool what they're doing with the Puck Sand King, and they did the same thing against another Undying. It's this idea that, like, you can only deal with one of these heroes. They're very different in the way that they play the lane, so one of them's going to get farmed. At least that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, and also, I feel like it was something I wanted to talk about last game was the fact that at some point in time, Boxy rotated up to the safe lane, right? And they gave Taiga a solid, like, it felt like a good 4 or 5 minutes of him just being able to sit in a lane and farm. And that's what they did last time with the Sand King as well. It seems like to me they're making more of a division, or sorry, less of a division between the 3 and 4 positions, where they're letting Taiga pick up more farm than he used to, and Boxy is going to play more active.
Yeah, and the reason this is cool is because for a lot of other teams, it's like the division will happen because it's forced, but they're actually making the choice. They're like, Sand King is starting with the Quelling Blade and he's farming. I mean, Taiga's a Quelling Blade. He's a position 4.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this seems like a very conscious decision by them. Meanwhile, they're also going to be running the Doom mid, and it's going to be matched up against the Monkey King. I don't know how that goes. I have to imagine that's Monkey King favored, but then again, Doom's really strong. Decay, if he hits this last one, never mind. Hit a lot of stacks.
Stick charges against that Undying. Very effective because you're low strength, so...
Does Koif have 2 of a Devour? Yeah, of course he does. That even more value than it used to be. It used to be from 2 to 6, now it's 1 to 5, I
Something
think.
like that.
So
5xing it is nuts.
Yeah.
I think Doom mid, you know, your melee hero versus Monkey, you're definitely going to suffer. I mean, he's suffering a lot. Thompson is doubling his CS. But you're still Doom. Like, this hero just gets net worth because of Devour, and he can also push the wave with Scorched Earth. He's got the armor creep, which definitely helps.
Oh yeah, that is going to be really nice for him. Interesting that he didn't go Scorched Earth. I just assumed it was going to be a kind of like a 4-4-1 max out, but... Yeah,
that is really interesting. I haven't seen somebody skill this ability early for a long time. Especially on mid-Doom. It's usually just 4-4-0.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really cool, right? It's like whenever they can fight around the Sandstorm, or like farm around the Sandstorm, Taiga gets like total free farm. Right? And then when those times aren't there, Taiga doesn't have to exert himself and be like, oh, I got to run over and, you know, kill that range creep or something. Boxy takes the harder farm.
Exactly. It's very cool. And with this, they can have Taiga on the creep wave like this, and then Boxy trading in the trees. You know, where he can take the Undying, waste his time, take the Troll, waste his time. I mean, they're not dumpstering this lane by any means. Troll is doing incredibly well, but I think this is a really interesting concept that they're doing. Like, you don't see this at all.
And as a whole, OG is doing very, very well in all of their lanes. They've got top 3 CS, similar to the way Liquid was able to do a nice job in Game 1 with the laning phase. So looking like maybe the shoe is going to be on the other foot here. Taiga. He's got plenty of stick charges, so should be fine.
Boxy cut the wave too. Yeah, this really looks like Liquid is just... In every lane, they're kind of struggling to get farm. I mean, this top lane, they're doing okay. They're against a mag. This is a free lane always, but if an off-lane mag is getting farmed, you have a problem. Like, this hero just gets in power, and he can get Giga Fat in the jungle.
Yeah.
Even from the off-lane.
Giga Fat.
Big boned, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please, Jenkins. 5-minute boundary runes are coming up. This is about the time where you see the side lanes trying to assert their control over the lane somehow. Maybe it's by getting a kill, we're pushing in the map, and we're going to see Liquid secure the first blood here and chase away Seb as well. So Insania should be able to get 1 bounty rune at least off of that play.
I was going to say, like, the best thing about getting that kill is not the gold from the kill at all. It's, oh man, if Seb dies here, he was considering it.
I don't think that's a play you want to make against a mag underneath tower. Thompson.
You got to be careful with that, yeah.
Heals up to full with the boundless strike hit. No. Damn, Mickey, what the hell?
I mean, he's got a big wave to work with, I suppose, so he's not too afraid. He's got a Warlock to heal him up, too. Taiga's catching up down here. Once you have the higher levels in the Sandstorm, it's much easier to get farmed.
A lot of neutral creeps there. Taiga takes the opportunity to try and farm around. I love that mid one is willing to come over here and fight against this. He only has the Burrow Strength, trying to get her out of range of the whirling axes. The range ones are coming up, but it's a bit too far for mid one to chase. Doesn't want to lose out on that much CS.
Good timing for him to go fight like that, though. It looks like he had pushed the wave first, so that actually gave him the opportunity to run over without being too throwy.
I want to keep an eye on the camp stack this game. Just because I remember Lacoste pointed out yesterday, that was my co-casting partner.
Yes, of course.
Nice two-man burrow strike and a Doom out onto the Troll. Really good setup, but they still managed to get the kill onto Taiga. No tail, going for the deny. And no! I thought for sure he got that, Jenkins, but it looks like he fell just a bit shy, and the Doom damage ended up finishing him off.
Scorched Earth level 1, that's all it takes when you have a Haster. He's already max movement speed. He knew, he predicted. And with regards to the camp stack that you were talking about, it's a little different in this game because they don't have a TA to farm them. Like, my question would be who farms it? And it's kind of like Taiga would farm it, but boxy stacking would give Taiga the lane, so it is a little bit awkward in terms of how they did it yesterday.
Yeah, I was just more referring to the fact that that was something that Fly to Moon just did nothing of. They just seemed to never stack whatsoever for themselves, where you could see, even though Liquid don't have the clearest ways, they've still stacked a number of times. There's level 6 for the Void, so we're going to have to watch out for a kill in that top lane soon. Meanwhile, though, bottom lane getting chased away again and again. Mid one, not slowing down here. Clips him where the Whirling Axe is, needs another hit, and he'll secure it. Is he going to be punished for this very deep positioning? He gets level 6 off of that kill. Maybe that's part of the reason he makes that dive. Is he going to be able to get it off, though? No. Chronosphere comes down from Mickey, and he will die before he gets that chance.
I was honestly shocked when mid one dove that. That felt... I didn't think he was going to get Taiga, but then he does get Taiga. But of course, there's got to be a response that comes to a dive like that. I mean, that's a level 5 troll.
Yeah.
It's pressure. It's really good pressure. As a solo troll, I'm impressed that mid one was able to calculate that he was going to get the kill there, but I still don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, that's why I think part of it was the fact that he's like, if I get this kill, I get level 6. You know, and then maybe I'm able to, like, man up and get a kill on the puck or something.
Yeah, and then Mickey just TPs, and it's like, well, all right.
Oh, Koifa, is this going to be worth it for you? He grabs the regen room, but now he's going to be caught as mid one TPs in. Insania, I don't think he's got a whole lot. No, he does have upheaval at level 4, so he's going to try and slow down these heroes, and this is going to look pretty good if the Doom can actually get out. Koifa, he gets away. That upheaval is going to be a big problem for this lineup, too. Troll, I don't think is going to be very happy with that at all. Monkey King may not be so good with that either.
Yeah, you know what? Like, looking back at this Warlock pick, Upheaval seems really good against OG's 3 cores. You have 3 melee cores that just run after people.
They do not have Chronosphere. Mickey still TPs in aggressively. Now, he doesn't get locked down by the Troll, but even that Time Walk is not going to be enough to save him, it looks like, as he is getting all the heals in the world. Another Time Walk goes off. It is just enough, but they do have the Doom out onto the Monkey King, but Monkey King still fighting strong underneath this Tombstone. A Burrow Strike that misses. Eventually, the Monkey King does go down. No Tail, though, dishing out a hefty amount of damage. You can see mid one does manage to finish off Boxy there, while No Tail being chased down by Mickey. He's going to get on top of him, just needs a bash or 2, and should be able to get this kill, but he's so damn tanky that it takes a while. Finally, he does die. And Jenkins, I'm going to need you on this one. I don't know who won that fight.
Oh, man, that was crazy. I mean, OG with the dives, that was nuts. Mickey jumping in like that?
Yeah, just imagine if he doesn't get off that first time wall.
Yeah, what if he gets rooted?
Yeah, he just dies
dead.
right away.
I mean, this is crazy brawling Dota. I mean, I love it. It's interesting, but good lord, I have no idea who won that. I feel like they both lost.
Just in some way, they both walked away a little unhappy.
All right, I'm going to say that OG won that because Seb this whole time, he's just chilling top. He's just been farming. He's been stacking. He's probably going to get his Blink Dagger soon if he doesn't already have it, or maybe he's going to go for a mechanism. Like, he's got an item if he wants one, which, I mean, of course he's going to get an item. But you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's huge. He didn't show up to anything. The carry, mid one showing up to it.
Popping the ultimate here to be able to clear through the Ancient stack. I kind of like that just because he doesn't want to leave that out there, you know, for Liquid to potentially invade later on or something.
Sure.
Maybe not that they could take it, but he could get caught doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting that solo XP too, like it's on Sven, like, you know, Sven, Terrorblade, like you pop their ults, pop meta. You just take the Ancient stack because it's so value to get it alone. It's so much XP.
2-man Burrow Strike into the epicenter here with Boxy getting the coil, so they're not going anywhere. They're going to stay underneath this assault of magic damage. And while they had hoped to get the tier 1 tower, and they very likely will, And they don't actually get the deny. Liquid definitely could have teamed up and gotten it, but
yeah, possibly.
Instead, the Siege Wagon snipes it.
Couple of kills, and they finally put pressure onto Seb, who is having a really good game as an offlane mag.
I love this. OG is pressuring that mid tower, and Liquid realize they're kind of out of position, so they smoke up. They need to get to this mid lane as quick as possible.
But they don't have coil. They're
going to lead off the golem, and they are going to be able to get the Burrow Strike follow-up. If they have the silence, it looks like the Troll's just not going to be able to get a chance to get off that ultimate. And they still have the Chronosphere, too. They're going to be able to catch three with that. Koifa, they need to deal with this Tombstone. It's getting real bad if they leave it up. They do manage to kill it, and backing away from that buyback. They're still trying to fight in no-tail a little bit. Mickey apparently not that scared, not that timid about fighting into OG, and that perhaps goes to what you were talking about, Jenkins. It is very difficult to fight into Liquid right now. This early Blink Dagger of Taiga finds another opening, finishes off no tail, while the rest of the team is going to look to take down this Tier 1 tower. Monkey King's hopping in. They're going to try and set up potentially an ultimate here, but the Doom with the coil silence on top of these two. Mac's going to go down before he gets anything off. Now they just need to be able to kite around the Troll. The Burrow Strike hoping to be able to buy some time for the Doom, but he's caught out by Thompson. Soxa, meanwhile, he's going to be dealt with Mickey, but this Troll keeps on laying the damage out. Finishes off Taiga. Can he get the lockdown on Boxy? Thompson's hunting for him. The Urn. Boxy gets a little bit more of a heal. He's got a phase shift, but I don't think he's got the spells to be able to get away in the end. Thompson, as the reinforcements, is deadly to Liquid.
I think the real problem there is it's very similar to the first game where we have Liquid. They take a couple of good fights, they get a couple of kills, but then they don't have any ultimates left. Like you have to fight around these ultis. You're fighting into Troll, Monkey King.
Dude, Mickey is just not scared of being netted.
He has got big balls in this game. He does not care. A lot of the new Faceless Void players, like this seems to be the style of Faceless Void. I think Charlie's the first person that I saw that really played like this with the Halberd. But even with this build, people just seem to be playing around the fact that you're so survivable, especially if you go for the strength talents at level 10.
Yeah, like Treads, double Wraith Band, Magic Wand, plus a strength talent. That is a lot of accessory strength that is put in there into this very heavy stat build.
Yeah, definitely. And armor. He's a powerful boy.
Yeah, 18 armor. Jeez.
But with that being said, I do think there's a few of these situations where in another universe he does get punished for jumping into a Troll who doesn't net him in 3 or 4 hits.
Pretty much a dead even game, net worth-wise, 7-13 to the favor of Liquid, but an even net worth game I think is concerning for Liquid. I mean, it's still very early, but you always got to be thinking to yourself, like, okay, if we're not fighting right now, Troll's farming. Trolls and power farming, you know, like, what do we do about that?
And these fights are going to look a lot different, too, when Seb does pick up the Blink Dagger. He's going for this mechanism build. He's going for the just kind of run-at-you, be tanky build, which a lot of Magnus players tend to do in the early game because really the RP is not that effective until the later parts of the game.
Yeah, there are a lot of problems that OG's current team fight has that'll be solved by items, right? They don't really have the best initiation, Blink Dagger for Seb. They don't have an answer to all these silences and control for the Troll, right? But if he's able to get even an SNY would help, obviously BKB would be massive.
Greaves on Seb, just to give him a little bit of extra HP so he doesn't get bursted, because there's the Puck Silence, there's the Chrono, there's a lot of times here where we're seeing mid one get bursted, and you know, building into a mech is definitely going to help with that.
Yeah, we're seeing OG fight evenly with Liquid when we don't even get a chance to see a big RP skewer back into Monkey King ult.
Yeah, that has not happened.
That's just a killer combo that isn't available just yet until we have that Blink Dagger.
We haven't even seen a Monkey King ult, period. Like, I think he just recently skilled it. I mean, it's a very typical thing for Monkey Kings to do, you know, the ults in the early levels. Like, you need, once again, you need items. Like, this OG draft does really well with items.
Yeah. It goes to show how important initiation is going to be in this, where we're able to theoretically go down how each team wins a fight, right? Where it's like, okay, you get that RP skewer back, instant win. But at the same time, you get the right Chronosphere and blow up the Troll before he gets a chance to cast anything, then that looks like an instant win.
Or the mag. Honestly, like, it's
oh yeah,
the classic, like, who gets the jump? Because I feel like there's a lot of really good targets on both sides to jump. Every single hero offers a lot. Maybe barring, like, the Undying, maybe barring like the Rubik after he casts his spells, or sorry, the Warlock after he casts his spells, something like that. But in most scenarios, if you can get any of these heroes before they cast spells, it's really good.
Heaven's Halberd is going to be the first or second item pickup for Koifa after the phase drums that he has.
Such a good counter to the troll. He pops ult and you just disarm him.
Yeah.
He's a ranged hero, so you get the extra duration on him.
They have so many ways to answer that troll, right? Upheaval, a lot of stuns. Coil is one of the best. You've got Doom that can catch him before he gets it off, as does Chronosphere. 2 BKB piercing disables that are going to have to worry about it. It looks like Monkey King's going to jump into the back line here, and Sandy is in trouble, and the whole team turns around and instantly deals with the Monkey King while Mickey zones out the rest with this Chronosphere. They're now going to jump in with the Golem as they reinitiate with Taiga hitting the 2-man Burrow Strike as the Chronosphere fails. Mid One does manage to get off his ultimate though, looks to be able to trap down somebody here. There's also down by the Tombstone, but Mid One just seems to be suffering in the damage. He can't quite finish anybody off. Boxy does die to the zombies, and it looks like Koifa may as well. In fact, he does, but it is going to be in the end Insania and the rest of Liquid winning the fight 2 for 4.
Bro, everybody was slowed to hell in that fight. Like, you had the Tombstone with 10 zombies on everybody on one side, and then you had the Upheaval. That was hilarious. But man, that Chronosphere backline jump? Ooh, Taiga. Taiga's getting such nice initiations here. Like, his Sand King has been consistently impressive.
I think this speaks to your point. That play single-handedly speaks to your point that you said what Liquid has made in adjustments is they're protecting their backline better.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Insania got jumped, the whole team swiveled on a dot and just said, that's the guy we're going for.
Even using the Chrono to zone while saving the backlines.
Yeah.
Like, that's not something that you see often with Faceless Void. Usually it's you chrono the entire team and you use it as like a single target tool to kill one guy, right? That's the new Chronosphere. That's the mantra of Faceless Void. So to see that just speaks to like how they've talked about this. Maybe that's what the pauses were about, but I don't know. Maybe it was mic issues, maybe. But they've clearly talked this through. Like, guys, we just need to stick together in these fights and we're going to win. Because I feel like in both games, they picked really strong team fight as long as they're together, as long as they're pressing their stuff with each other's spells.
Now, what's kind of weird is that OG, normally I'd say, Chronosphere's down, Doom's down, Golem's down, go fight. But they also have this empower farming mechanism, you know? So it seems like more like those downtimes are better for OG just to be like, okay, we can just farm up a bunch. In fact, now they're going to force Roshan.
I was going to say, dude, you're kind of right. I mean, this is how you fight. If you don't have some way to initiate, you just say, okay, come at us. We're going to Rosh. You have to fight us right now, or we're taking Rosh.
Now, Liquid still has 2 very important tools here, and that's going to be 1, Taiga with a jump-in Burrow Strike on a 2, but he gets caught. Instantly, the dust goes out, and Telekinesis, Wukong's command to be able to zone everybody out. They're going to deal with the Tombstone on the side of Liquid while Taiga buys back. They look to protect this Roshan. The other tool is Boxy. He still has his coil up, so it's dangerous for OG to stick around here.
That Upheaval, too, man. That is completely devastating for Topson and Mid One. In all of these fights, they've looked so uncomfortable getting slowed to death.
Seb. If he gets the right kind of initiation here, it would be really big. Spot Seb. His Blink Dagger denied, but at the same time, the initiation going out of Koifa. Telekinesis into the Boundless Strike stun, but here comes the Burrow Strike on 2 with the Epicenter. They throw out the Chronosphere, and they catch 3 with that. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, who had already been doomed, doesn't stand a chance. Once again, Seb, and his initiation is completely denied. We have not seen an RP from this man, nor will we in this fight, as 5 get wiped from the face of the earth.
Just such impressive team fighting, honestly. The Chronosphere follow-up to the Taiga initiations, like constantly getting 3 or 4 heroes.
Yeah.
And then you have the Fatal Bonds. You have the Puck Coil as well. The Doom is always happening on Topson, so he can't do anything when it comes to backline jumping. He even got rocked. Like, they're just kiting Topson while killing everybody else. Or vice versa.
A prize.
Yeah, very nice. And they get all 4 bounties as well, and Roche. The gold lead just went up by like 5K.
Yeah, it's a massive swing that all came down to one team fight. And I think all starts with Taiga having the willingness to just go in and slow down Roshan with his first life. He's like, guys, I have buyback. We've got cooldowns that are coming up soon. We just need to stall them out.
And
right?
you know, that's the interesting thing about this, having a Puck that's really farmed as well as having Taiga that's like equally farmed, is that if one of them dies, you still have the other that has spells and that has items for team fighting. Like, they're functioning as kind of the same role. And basically, you can just throw in whatever hero has the buyback. Like, that was 100% communicated. I guarantee you, he said, I have buyback, I'm going in. I'm going to buy back, we're going to fight this.
Yep.
That's why he did an Epicenter. because he knew that he was going to die, buyback, and then use the epicenter on his buyback. Just, man, clutch team fighting coming out of Liquid. 100%. Like, this is what you expect. This is what everybody expected them to look like at the start of this tournament.
Now, OG, they may be down 7,000 net worth, but they're certainly not out. They still had this incredibly big late game threat, and we still have yet to see that big RP and what combo follows off of it. Can they get the damage onto Thompson? They tried to cut down the trees, but he's hopping away. They caught him with the coil. He's stuck now, and he's going to be knocked down to earth. And soon he will rest below the earth for 50 seconds.
Once again, I'm going to put that one on Thompson. I think that's, you know, they've got a lot of box. I got to say, they consistently get this to the very high-pitched one. It's starting to sound like Slacks in here, but honestly,
you know what's funny about that is I know Slacks is sitting there in the green room right now, and if he heard that, he's just like, "Whoa, what? Why me?"
Yeah, he's not going to be too happy with that one. But man, Thompson, he keeps both of these games. He's playing overly aggressive, but that's what he does.
Yeah, he is a zealous player.
I also have about the highest pitch voice, so I'm just trying to like distract from that by kind of throwing Slacks under the bus.
I thought about throwing shade on you for that one, but
it's okay. I'll do it myself. Okay, he's got the blink on Seb. I was going to say, I don't know if you finished the Guardian Greaves. I feel like we need to see an RP.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to see an RP. We also need to see a BKB on the Troll. I think those are two items that cannot be ignored any longer.
Yeah, the upheaval's been way too much of a problem.
Yeah.
But Puck, he's gonna have the Ags coil soon. If he doesn't already have it.
Saksa breaks the smoke here. Burrow Strike trying to get away. Does not have Blink Dagger up, but he is hidden inside the trees. And Liquid, interesting that they chose to quickly disengage there. They didn't really try and blindly chase.
I think the way they've taken the fights in the past, they've had a lot of information to work with. Like they haven't gone in blind for any of these fights. They've had like Taiga go in blind, but then he sets up for his team to go in with information. So I think not blindly chasing is definitely like sticking with the mantra that they're currently using to win these fights.
There's the Heaven's Halberd build for the Faceless Void.
Still going for it in this patch. I mean, it's only 400 extra gold. I don't feel like that's that big of a nerf.
Yeah, and when it's so good, carry against carry, Golem and Upheaval going to be used here to try and bail out Koifa, who gets caught by a smoke here. The Skewer's going to be able to stop that Upheaval, but now it's Mickey time. He gets a 3-man Chronosphere. Here comes Thompson, though. He does manage to get out the Wukong's command. Most of his team is dead, but one very important member is still alive, and it's Mid-One. He is laying the damage in, not able to finish off Mickey, but they're fighting around this Wukong's command pretty nicely, trying to disengage and get out, but he's caught by the silence. He falls, and now a Doom on to Thompson. They'll leave him for last, just as they've done so many times before. A second Heaven's Halberd picked up as well for Taiga. Just the cherry on top for team fights to come.
Man, Mid-One's life is going to be so difficult. So difficult. And there's enough net worth on Liquid that they can honestly just power through the Monkey King ult. Like, we need to see an RP. There hasn't been a single RP from Seb. He almost got it off in that fight. But there's a lot that he's playing into now. He's got a super farmed Faceless Void with Chronosphere. There's a potential Doom. There's Warlock Upheaval, so it's hard to get into position. You're getting your Blink canceled by Fatal Bonds. It's a hard game for him, but I almost feel at this point, just use it on one or two people just to get it off.
Burrow Strike initiation onto the Undying, gonna try and prevent him from getting off. They do manage to use an RP, and it catches Taiga, who's an important target because he did buy back earlier. The Heaven's Halberd, though, going to work. A Force Staff trying to get him away, and a Coil to disengage. So even though they RP'd, brought him down the cliff into the Tier 2, they had, again, that net worth advantage to just power through.
That always feels bad when you're playing a Magnus, an Enigma, some hero like this, where the later and later the game goes and the more of a gold lead there is against you, it's like, in early game, you could have RP'd one person and it probably would have worked. It's hard to make that calculation, but in retrospect, that's probably what should have been done because he hasn't been able to get it off otherwise. But with that being said, as the game goes later and later, it's like, okay, now I need to hit 2 people. Now I need to hit 3 people if we want to win a fight. Now I need to hit 4 people, and then at a certain point, you need a second RP.
Yeah.
Like, you need a refresher orb. And it's getting to that point where Seb hitting a huge RP is almost not even enough. I feel like he's got a 5-minute window where he's got to do something sick with this spell.
So I feel like Seb, he's just going to get torn to hell right now on social media. Oh, God, Thompson. That's another person who's going to get torn to hell. People slowed him down, and they had the sandstorm damage to prevent him from jumping into the trees. What I wanted to talk about, I feel like it's easy to dress Thompson. That's just Thompson. Why did Seb not go for a faster Blink Dagger? What is the reasoning behind this Guardian Green? Okay, we may not see it. We may not have a chance to talk about this because look at this. The Rainbow TP down to bottom lane. The initiation leading off from Boxy to catch one hero. That's the Troll, the Heaven's Halberd, and he just doesn't have a chance in hell to do anything. If he doesn't have BKB,
nope,
he's screwed.
Yeah, Puck is very good against this Troll hero, man. The coil break on the ulti, the silence to prevent the ulti. You can just always use phase shift, even if you're rooted now, which is a really nice change. You know, you don't see Puck too often, but this is quite a good Puck game. Also, a hero that doesn't really go into fights. You're not going to get RP'd. Like, once again, it's really hard for Seb this game. There's a lot that he's playing into.
Yeah.
So why did he go for the Greaves?
Yeah.
I feel like it's just it's a timing thing. It's like a preference. Okay, never mind. No tail.
Liquid, man, they're just sweeping back and forth because at some point you know how far ahead you are. Even if you don't get a net worth tag as a player, you could just kind of feel it, and you just say, they can't fight us, and you just keep running at heroes over and over again.
Yeah. Even with your Faceless Void just whacking away at the bot tower, he's just two-man dive, whatever.
Yeah.
Boxy's build, too, he's not even going for the Aghanim Scepter because Troll hasn't had a BKB. Oh, okay, he's got the BKB. Just kidding. Did he just finished that, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah. He didn't have it when he died at bottom.
Okay, so now I think the Aghanim Scepter on Puck is definitely a solid option.
Yeah.
He's going for travels. This is a very interesting build.
Yeah, it really is. I thought Aghanim Scepter was like a guarantee at some point.
I mean, I suppose you have so much BKB piercing disable and just disable in general that he doesn't need it. And I'm not questioning Boxy. This guy's the Puck player. Like, he's the only player that's playing offlane Puck right now. I can't think of another person that plays it. So if this is the build that he's got a Faceless Void, so buffing up in the Chrono is always really nice with that Solar Crest.
Yeah.
As well as it helps him take Roche, which is actually somewhere where their lineup struggles. It's basically just Void that takes Roche. They're great at team fighting, but their Roshing is kind of terrible.
It's a smoke gonna break. Liquid. They get into this high ground. OG, they just smoke themselves, and they're gonna leave this high ground area.
Ooh, if they could catch Boxy.
Smoke breaks on Boxy. They lead off with a Boundless Strike, but they don't. Ooh! Jump in from Taiga, but he doesn't get the Boundless Strike in time, and he actually hits the BKB of Thompson. Now Taiga's in some serious trouble as Mid-1 starts going to work on these heroes. An RP on it too. With the extra cleave damage, can they do anything here? Mickey's so damn tanky. Look at that Solar Crest. Look at the Heaven's Halberd. He does nothing to him. He got full time to swing, and OG said, that's it. If you can't bring down a single hero when you've been swinging on him, you get an RP, you have Empower, you're never going to get a better opportunity. We just can't do it anymore.
This is true. This is true. Once again, it was that scenario where the game goes later and later, and the way that you need to win the team fight with the Magnus is just so immeasurably difficult to pull off, especially into that lineup where he was already struggling to RP. Imagine now you need to get like 4 or 5 people in the RP to make it work.
Yeah.
You're pretty done. That Warlock ulti too. Saving that for the crucial moment where he does get the 2-man RP on the important heroes, that definitely delayed enough that Mickey can just turn it around.
So it felt like going back and watching those drafts of Game 1 and Game 2, one thing that really stood out to me is Liquid wanted to make sure they had more team fight than OG. Do you think that's something specific to OG, or is that Liquid?
I think there's a few things. I think group fighting is just really strong right now, picking overwhelming group fight, so that way you have a lot of options to choose from. You can use this spell or that spell depending on the fight, as well as OG just brawls with you no matter what.
So it's better just to make sure that you know they're coming, so you have to be able to have the tools to fight
It's
back.
Definitely a combination. It's definitely a combination.
Okay, well, a 2-0 for Liquid, and they get out of that sticky tiebreaker situation. I believe they are securing themselves into the play-in still.
Yep.
Not entirely sure, but I'm sure the panel has all the answers that we need. Shiver, take it away.
Thank you. Of course, we have all the answers to everything. And you know what also has all the answers to everything? The Omega Show tonight after all the European games. Make sure you tune in. Everything that you've ever wanted to know about everything will be said in the show. Maybe. Perhaps. Let's talk about Liquid versus OG Game 2. This series, Team Liquid looked like their former self, BSJ Lacoste. This is the Liquid we like to see.
Yeah, this is the Liquid that I expected that's going to be playing like this in this tournament. And yesterday against Flight of Moon, they played extremely well. And against OG today, it's just a completely different team. And the one thing I'm going to say, Warlock, I talked about the slow. In this game, they had time dilation plus upheaval, which was maxed out. If you don't have BKBs, like, how do you fight into that? Dota is a weird and a beautiful game. It really is.
Yeah, it was kind of funny to see all the slows and the Warlock after you mentioned both also as well. It was a crazy game. Never had an RP, BSJ? Well,
yeah, I just laughed because I was like, maybe for OG, they can throw a Warlock in their lineup to fight Liquid, and then suddenly Liquid pick it. I think I've learned a crucial lesson in my time playing against people in EU, because it's something that the culture of Dota here is so different for people, at least like me, that had only really played North American Dota. And it's that if your team, like, you have to have a condition for fighting at all times. People are really good at recognizing, like, there was one game I didn't build a blink and my team couldn't fight with me, or we couldn't fight the opponent, and they just dodged us all game. And in these type of games, I see this.
On upheaval, by the way.
Yeah, I saw the upheaval Venn diagram.
Stone.
I see these games and I'm like, I see it play out the way that EU visions Dota, because if you don't have the capabilities of fighting them, then they're just going to run at you non-stop. So, and then the other condition, though, is that if you have the superior teamfight like Liquid has, you also have to be able to force the opponent to fight you. So that's like a combination of the catch as well as, having the superior teamfight. And I just think when I watch this game that that's literally what Liquid's draft did. They had the ability to catch you. You weren't allowed to split push. They didn't really have mobile cores on the side of OG. And then at the end of the day, they have Chronosphere, they have Warlock. Yeah, Mag's nice and all, but honestly, I think Mag's like the teamfight hero that's trumped by most other teamfight heroes. Yeah. Like, it makes him really difficult to execute when you're dealing with a Warlock and a Faceless Void. If you don't get the Warlock or Void, even if you manage to get the RP off, as you said, he didn't really have any noteworthy RPs, you just get counter-initiated and it doesn't even work anyway. So you're like, what if I get a 3-man RP? Does that even do anything? And then you hesitate, you question yourself, and it's just ease of execution, I think, was the story for teamfights here.
In Divine League, we've seen Mag, not just being countered at all. There was no counter-initiation. You have Faceless Void here, you have Warlock. Then teams started picking Winter Wyvern against it. Also, I feel like this Mag on the offlane is not doing the greatest work in terms of like what he brings to a team fight compared to, let's say, Magnus, where he just excels, has a good timing on a blink dagger, and he is a beast himself. Also, like, less 25% on the empower on himself. I don't think that's actually that much of big of a nerf, to be honest.
No, this Magnus definitely had less impact than the Mags we did see in Divine, because normally in Divine it was also played mid, even. So this it was a lot slower to come online, and something that Liquid recognized. They could fight early on. For a long time, though, the fights were kept fairly even. Like, nobody really took a lead up until, well, maybe minute 20 or something like that. The first Roche fight was the first one that Liquid won hands down and started taking the lead. Was it just the Mag falling flat? I must say, I'm not convinced about Monkey King at the moment as a hero.
I firmly believed that Mag had his day already. I thought his time as a competitive hero was over. A lot of teams were picking him still. It's not that I believe the hero's bad. I just believe the way he wants him and he defines how the rest of his team's going to play. He applies virtually no pressure. The guy that wants to farm is going to go get empowered, so rather than hitting towers, they're hitting creeps. So that automatically defaults you to two cores hitting creeps. And I think Liquid lineup personifies exactly how you're supposed to punish that. You have this Doom hero who's not only going to farm himself because of Devour, he's super greedy, but anytime you're trying to play your side of the map, he's just going to run at you and punish you for that. And then the Sand King Puck, this is a duo they did yesterday as well. Looks really good. It's just both of them can be kind of wave clearing split pushers while the other one's farming. So you can use Puck early while Sand King gets his blink, then Sand King gets his blink, and Puck turns into more of the wave clearer farmer. It's a nice exchange of jobs in the game for these two heroes. I just like the way Liquid drafted today, honestly.
Even though the laning stage didn't go too well, since they were playing against the Troll and the Undying, they still managed to get back into the game with this switching between the position. Everyone's getting farm. Arsanking will get the Blink Dagger early on, then same item build on Puck, what he did in the previous game, going for the Spirit Vessel, against the Troll, against the Undying. It's going to be extremely successful. Just overall good team play, good plan coming out from Team Liquid.
It really was a team effort. Really good to see. I am... I'm waiting for Boxy at the moment, actually. We'll have to wait a little bit for that. But I do want to talk about this Faceless Void. Never died this entire game. And I was wondering, is there anything you can do to pressure Faceless Void more? Was Mickey just playing really well? We've seen Faceless Voids not die more frequently.
These are not really mobile heroes that you have on OG. There's no silence. This is something that the Faceless Void does not like to play into. And I like the item build. This is always going to be a great item build on Faceless Void, getting that Massive Madness double raid band. It goes back to Dota 1 days.
Well, let's interrupt you right there, Lacoste, because I believe we are live with Boxy. Hello.
Oh, hello. Can you see me now?
We can see you, we can hear you, and we can congratulate you on the series, on avoiding tiebreakers, and just overall looking a little bit like your former self. It was really good to see.
Yeah, thank you.
So I have a question about that first game, though. You see the draft, appear, the Bloodseeker, the Wind Ranger. You probably recognize a little bit of that from a series you might have watched yesterday between Secret and OG. Were you worried at any point about the Bloodseeker draft? Was that something that you have thought about, talked about with your squad?
Yeah, we said during the draft they might put it offlane, maybe Seb plays it, but it doesn't really feel like an OG lineup. I think OG usually has this offlaner that helps out their other cores. Seb kind of tanks it on some Darkseer or Omni-Knight or something, so we weren't too scared. Once they picked the Nakes, I think we said it is definitely Bloodseeker offlane. But I think we beat them in the lane pretty handily. I know Mickey and Aiden said they fucked up a little bit after a while, but it seemed like they had a good lane, so I don't know. It didn't seem that scary.
No, you guys seem to deal with it quite well, indeed. I'm here together with BSJ and Lacoste, and I also have some questions for you.
I'll start with a serious one. What is Blitz exactly doing for the team? I think a lot of people on Reddit would like to know, does he wake up on time? What is he actually doing, Our boy Blitz.
I think over a long period of time, he has a lot of impact. I think he keeps us mentally prepared for games. He keeps the atmosphere good, make sure that if we have some problems, we talk it out with each other and stuff. It's a good way to make sure that we are all on the same page and that we stick together and work towards the same thing and not against each other. I think on a day-to-day basis, if he's up late playing Fall Guys, he usually sets wake-up time to 1 hour later, and then he shows up with Subway. So he's done his job.
Classic Blitz,
I guess. But that's also sometimes all it takes.
I'd like to ask, when you do have your specialty heroes, and you come into a new patch, and as an offlaner, any role really, it's kind of your responsibility to know, I have to play a certain amount of heroes to be viable in this meta. How is it for you, finding your own identity in every patch? How do you tend to go about that?
This is a little bit with me and Tommy, helping Tommy get his blink, and then him making moves. There's just some heroes I don't really like playing, and some heroes he likes playing, and some heroes we both like to play, right? So even if some heroes are meta heroes, but me and Tommy don't really like to play them, we're just gonna find alternatives. I think it's important to try and play to your strengths instead, at least personally, instead of trying to adapt to other things, because I'm just not gonna be the best Omni-Knight ever, I'm more of a puck player or stuff like that. So meta heroes, I've been losing all my pubs, unfortunately. So I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out, I guess.
It's just cool. It seems like you guys have more so found your identity towards the end of this group stage, and I was wondering because your off-lane duo, the synergy in the game and lane seemed a lot better, so it seemed like you guys figured it out, at least for now.
I think we mostly figured each other out. We been on a break, hadn't played that much together, and then we just been pubbing together a couple of weeks and talking a lot and getting on the same page again.
And it absolutely showed, especially with the Puck and Sand King dynamic. Boxy, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. We're going to let you go. We're going to move forward. We're going to see you in the play-in matches, though. So good luck there.
Playoff?
Play in.
Okay, I'll ask my team about it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys anyway.
All right, thanks, Boxy.
All right. Bye.
And of course, was Boxy from Team Liquid. Play-in matches. You do that when you're position 4 or 5 of the group. You play in against position 4 or 5 of the other group. 2 teams play in of the 4, and the other 2 play out to go to the Divine bracket.
They get outplayed.
They get outplayed, and they get relegated to the Divine bracket. So even though they avoid tiebreakers, they're not quite out of the woods just yet. We're going to find out tomorrow. I think we're going to have some play-in matches already is what we're calling them. But we're going to continue with group stages first. We're going to shift groups, that is, because that was the final match for Group B. We're going to go to Group A, where we still have 2 series to go. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we're back, it is Na'Vi versus Nigma.
Maybe like 7.
I would say probably 8 hours. Way too many. Maybe like 8 hours a day plus, bare minimum.
Average, I would say like 8 hours. That's pretty normal.
The last 5 years, I've been spending at least 10 hours a day.
10-12 hours a day. But when I'm at home and like we don't have any tournaments, I spend like 5 to 6.
0 to 4. When we get to boot camp, it's probably like 2 to 14, something like that.
From like 8 to 12.
I used to spend much more, but now, I mean, I used to spend like all my day pretty much as long as I was awake, which is like, what, 16, 18 hours?
140 past 2 weeks, so that means 10 hours a day. I mean, I don't really do anything else these days, so...
Including make your bed, huh?
Yeah, including that.
I love you, Omar.
Okay.
That's the one.
That's cute.
With a heart.
Oh, of course.
Spent 2,000 rubles on Piccola Italia.
My mother asked me what I ate.
Yeah, it was from Kyle. I'm still the boy on the inside, full of love and wonder, and totally not burnout husk of a human.
Get me out.
Any context?
No context. Just get me out.
Sure. Lamau, why cringe? What did they ask you?
You already messaged somebody about this question, or is somebody listening to us?
No, it was like about the previous interview.
Oh, interesting.
I told them that I was cringe.
Telegram code 68561. You can also tap on this link to log in, and there's a link.
Oh, it's from my grandma today. She said, "Congratulations on your name day, Lasse." Heart emoji. We're waiting for your games.
The last text message?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
Yeah. Actually, it's okay. No. What is the last one? Let's see. But it's not. It's boring. It's something like, you know, like, oh, well, they told us something, blah blah. They should have used that, and that is all. It's boring.
Probably be some algae eating or potential algae destroying animal, right? They could all of a sudden be like, you guys, we need oxygen less than you, or if you're gonna kill us, we're gonna kill you first, and they just destroy all the algae.
Bears, I guess, like polar bears. If they have our intelligence, they're just gonna like shave their body or something. They're fine. I'm just thinking like the physically biggest animals, you know, the hardest to take down. If they have the intelligence to it, I'm sure it's hard.
Cats. Some dolphin type creature, or maybe even the octopus. Start making some tools underwater.
A whale, maybe. A shark.
How would they challenge us for land superiority?
But they wouldn't need to, because all life comes from water.
It's like really important that the animal has some kind of limbs that they can do stuff with. Because, for example, like smart giraffes, what are they gonna do? You know, they're just they can walk around, but they need like hands or something like that.
I think if ants got human, ants were done easily. You know how much ant biomass there is on the planet? And that they suddenly got like even more their shit together. Like they're incredibly intelligent as a colony, and then if they got even more intelligence, yeah, dude, it would be over, and it would be an invisible death.
If that animal named Kyle Friedman.
This is a serious question. There's only one of me.
That's one of the most rare species on the planet Earth.
All right. I'll accept that as a sign of respect.
Life is short.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
And welcome back to the Immortal League. We're here for Navi versus Nigma, and we have a short amount of time for draft begin, so I'm ready to hear the thoughts of Tsunami and Slacks. What do you think about this matchup? Slacks.
It's important. It's critical. Navi and Nigma are both on the cusp of being able to qualify for their upper bracket and lower bracket, but determined to get in the playoffs, they need to win this match. Slacks. I couldn't agree more.
Wait, just do it fast. Wait. Okay, Navi and Nigma, maybe this isn't the series that we should talk really fast for. I will tell you though, if Navi lose, they are dropping to the Divine brackets, and there will not be any tiebreakers for this group. This is a must-win for Navi. Keep that in mind. If Navi does win, there might be a 3-way tie or even a 4-way tie. What? If VP lose later on today against EG.
Not me? That's a lot of ties.
That is if Navi wins from Team Nigma. And we're going to find out who is going to win and who is going to lose. We're first going to have the draft of Game 1 right now.
share your feet with the entire. I guess it came to. Hey, everybody! Welcome. We're about to take a look at what these teams are going to bring in the first game. You heard from the other panel just how high the stakes are going to be here when you do look at a team about to drop down to Divine Na'Vi going up against Nigma. So. As we already see, picks
my
already
God.
Wow. Okay, that's why they threw it so quickly to us. We'll dive right in here.
Oh, there's a Phoenix. Phoenix dives. Good one. I see what you're doing there.
Thank you for picking up on that.
Yeah, so interesting. I'm expecting that Nigma had second pick here with the anti-mage. Obviously, the classic opening. We saw this the other day as well.
Yep.
The Darkseer when your first pick, and then the team's auto anti-mages after. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of creativity coming out from Na'Vi, because the expectation of anti-mage being picked in that position is pretty much a given at this point.
Yep. I mean, I feel like you just gave Nigma their two strongest heroes of their showings that they've played recently, right?
Yeah.
GH Phoenix has been a monster. He's been carrying games on this hero. Miracle has been solo carrying his anti-mage a lot.
And especially with the playstyle of mind control. Ever since TI, he's been this sacrificial 3.
Yeah.
He's more like a 3.5 situation, so it just amplifies the anti-mage. And we saw how Liquid were able to punish an anti-mage pick with the Void, the TAs, and Nigma already covering themselves with that, with the Void ban already. So what is that kind of next carry that you can see being put in that slot?
I think they just banned out, like you said, they banned out the two best ones.
Yeah.
Like the Sven Darkseer is a problem usually, and they're even doubling down. So this is what Secret did yesterday, right? Oh, there's a Darkseer, we have AM, heal. You just get this heal at level 1 probably, or at level 2. You sustain through the lane and your AM free farms. And it's going to be a game about AM. Like, you pick this AM, so it's all about the AM.
I'd really like it if Na'Vi picked melee 4 here, and then pick TA ending up this phase, cover it with 2 bans, and then pick up a super aggressive carry.
Yeah.
And then just try and play punish the lack of control you have on this double support Jiro from Nigma, and the fact that anti-mage naturally does need a long time to come on. The issue is, okay, there's
a melee, I think you have to.
The issue with this lineup against Darkseer, anti-mage always has a free lane.
Yeah.
So it's hard to play into a strong mid timing because anti-mage always has that 30-minute battle fury against the likes of the Darkseers.
The thing that scares me here is they're doubling down on lane. I feel like when they do the Spirit Breaker pick, and you're into Witch Doctor AM. Witch Doctor, he's versus double melee. It's not going to pressure him, and then I'm looking at Oracle Spirit Breaker as your 2 supports. Very lacking in damage, lacking in team fight as well. Spirit Breaker can kind of work, but I'm already not crazy about it. I think it's just a risk. It's a really risky lineup, and you're setting yourself up to have very limited actual team fight and damage with this. Versus Nigma, who already has sustain built into their their Phoenix and their Witch Doctor for an AM.
But they could always maybe put the Oracle plus carry into the offlane. They put the Spirit Darkseer solo bottom and let the Spirit Breaker kind of move freely, because that type of playstyle unlocks the Barra to play into the map. When you see these heroes, he'll charge any of these guys. It's not like a game where you're charging into the Puck, the Razors, Mars, these heroes that are naturally kind of rebuttaling a Spirit Breaker.
I absolutely hate playing Spirit Breaker versus Magnus though. He just shockwaves you and it stops your charge.
So
it's actually it's kind of worse than Puck at least is fragile. He shockwaves you then kills you because it pulls you in and slows you and stops your charge.
Any of these soft kind of things that prevent your charge. To be honest, that's the buff Barra needs. I don't want some annoying God's Rebuke stopping me. Or some Shockwave.
Okay, so they're gonna get that Terrorblade with the Oracle. I mean, it can be good versus AM if you're just faster. This is literally them just doubling down even more on that early aggression. Yeah.
It's that 15-minute timing they're playing for. We will move towards that Roshan. We're going to secure the first Roshan and then try and own the map. But actually, I honestly don't mind it, because for Nigma, their early fight, it is somewhat countered from the Surge, the Oracle ult, all these kind of these saves just mean that your lack of lockdown. If you don't kill him inside of RP, I just see Na'Vi just running rampant.
All blue lineup as well.
It's pretty.
It's beautiful shade.
I feel like we see that so much, actually, the colors section coming into play.
I've never seen a one-color lineup lose.
Really?
Yep.
We've had a lot of those red Radiant drafts that just fall apart.
I hate the green lineups, though. They're the worst. They're so toxic.
It's been a while since we've had full green lineups, for sure.
That'd be a great stat. I'd love to know what color of hero has the best win rate.
Nas is drooling right now.
He's on it! I'm going!
I'm gonna get a text message in the next 5 minutes with
red, blue, or green
color breakdown. Full
RGB value.
I like this Invoker ban from Na'Vi, actually. I think it would have been a pretty good pickup for Weehaw. That super active hero that can just run around.
Yeah.
And then it's the Tornado in order to dispel any aggression from Charge, from Darkseer Surges, etc.
Timber as well, really nice one. And so these two bans are two different types of bans, where the Invoker, he's the go-getter better, he'll stop your aggression and be super annoying. And Timber, he just exists within the game, but through existence alone and the fact you don't have any damage will buy so much time anti-mid just 1v9s.
Yeah, he's a soaker. I want to call him kind of. He just soaks everything up for himself. So it's gonna be that's most likely that offlane Magnus, but I guess it's not 100% set in stone just yet. So they do have some flexibility at least, and they get to see, which is probably the greatest thing, at least for Nigma here. They get to see the last pick, and they're like, okay, we can put Magnus, or we pick a different offlaner. They can switch it up a little bit here.
I'm trying to think what is the magical hero. Maybe like a Kunkka, just so you have a bit more kind of grounding in your fight. You've already got the Terrorblade as your win condition. So
you only have one egg hitter, though. TB can work as
that is true, yeah, no,
you literally only have the one egg hitter, which concerns me.
Okay. I don't mind the puck, because we saw it in that last series how it was in an offlane scenario. This game is going to be mid, but it's the same kind of style of push out the wave, be super aggressive. I don't mind that. It's just I'm somewhat scared. The egg hitter in the mid game, where is it? And eventually, how are they really stopping this like big team fight from Team Nigma? Other than, of course, like running away with a little cheeky
How does puck fit in the aggression that they were trying to set up early on in this draft?
I think it can work. It's like a way to catch these, like the AM and stuff like that. And it's good lockdown to let the TB do all the damage, because he is going to be pretty much all the damage in this draft. He provides that extra bit of control. I'm not super down for the hero overall still. I think he suffers a lot just because your toolkit is it's just there. It is what it is. You're going to be doing your damage, and then that's it. You do your 3 spells, and then that's going to be it unless you reset over and over again. And I feel like AM now just gets a better target to Mana Void in a lot of situations. He doesn't see Darks here. Cool, a puck to Mana Void in the mid game.
What is the Weehaw hero here though? Like,
just do like DK or something.
Yeah, something casual to be able to move with his team. I think at least start the fight, because when you rely on Magnus to be your fight initiator, then it naturally makes your lineup really hard, because he has to sit so far back. Anti-Mage again sits kind of back. Now suddenly you have 2 supports, and it's very difficult. So I'd like to see some type of initiator.
So someone who doesn't care if he's charged and stuff like that. I felt kind of knew they were going to do this one, but I didn't think they'd actually pick it because it's into the puck Spirit Breaker. Yeah. So it's like these 2 heroes actually can hold him a bit.
It's a great hero in terms of so when I look at Spirit Breaker, it's a hero that loves being able to charge between the 2 closest lanes. And it's always hard when mid is a hero that doesn't care about Barra. Windrunner, Shackle plus Windrun,
yep.
You always like remove Spirit Breaker from the game in that sense. And in terms of the game, he can always lock onto like the Terrorblade or lock onto someone, right?
Yeah.
Itemization wise, naturally you go MKB into BKB, so you're pretty much removing Terrorblade being able to go for anything too quirky. So I see why. It's just I'm still scared of that 15-minute big fight from Na'Vi. Can they overwhelm Nigma where they don't have levels on the Phoenix? They don't have all the items on Winner and Anti-Mage. Can this Empower bridge that gap long enough so they can actually get to the fight?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm not crazy about this. I kind of, like I said, I kind of expect it because it's Nigma. You know, Weehaw, he loves this hero, and there's certain reasons why he would pick it in particular, just a little bit of damage. But yeah, I think that mid game can suffer. Like if Mag has a bad time, Phoenix has a bad time, how the hell do they take team fights versus Na'Vi just running at them? I do definitely see Na'Vi having potential, but they have to play super aggro and they can't mess up their lane. Like this bottom lane, if AM gets off to a good start, he's going to just do AM things and 1v5 the game for the most part.
All about the first 15 minutes. You can see right now as well, the odds on EGB.com, they are going to be in favor of Nigma. So if you do think that these first 15 minutes can be explosive on the side of Na'Vi, you might want to tempt fate a little bit there, especially with an all-blue lineup. I've never seen an all-blue lineup lose, ever, my entire life.
Blue.
You can't name a single time right now either. You guys are the analysts.
TI7. No, I mean, I can't remember. I don't remember based off the colors of the drafts.
All right. It might be enough to actually make the upset happen. It's all, like you said, going to be about that early game. We're going to find out right now. Let's jump into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, ready to go. Na'Vi versus Nigma. I'm ODPixel, joined by Lacoste here. We've seen the lineups, Lacoste. What are you reckoning today? What are you liking here from these 2 teams? Anything that sort of stands out as particularly good this game?
Puck stands out. I don't really find the hero that strong. He needs to go in and out multiple times, but if he gets caught, the hero just, is 3 spells, pretty much what the Fogged said. I'm just repeating, what Smart Man said to look even smarter, but... failed to do so. I think AM, if he's having a good time early on, this game is just on him. They have not enough lockdown, I would say, so they don't necessarily need to play aggressive in the mid game. And there's GH and Phoenix. I believe right now he's the best Phoenix player in the world. He always starts with the same items: 3 branches, Crown, shared one tango from the allies, 800 HP. It's like having Jakiro in your team.
Yeah, I mean, it's suddenly this hero that, you know, what are you going to do about it? GH turns up to your lane and you sort of just have to live with it. You know, you don't want to trade with this man early on. And we'll see what sort of lane setups we're going to get. We are, grab the bounty.
Still there.
Yeah. Make sure you pick that up before you get to the lane. Off he goes, and we'll see, of course, the Wii Ranger in action. As the panel did say, there are definitely ways of, you know, charging in, controlling this Wind Ranger. But other than that, do you sort of see the appeal for Nigma grabbing this up as their last pick this game?
It's just a comfort pick for them.
Yeah.
It's also the hero that, you know, Spirit Breaker charges you, you use Vindrun, you don't care too much about it unless you're silenced or, let's say, leashed. One issue I have with Nigma's lineup is they don't have that initiator. Like, it's very hard for them to start a team fight. If you're relying on Mag to just go in and land a good RP, it's never a good sign. And we can already see the top lane, Darkseer, no mana whatsoever. Now Immersion will need to pull the creep wave back so they can have some XP. It's very hard to play Darkseer into AM.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. You're going to see as you said, you know, the AM, if he does get this good start as well, having that Empower down the road, there's going to be a lot of farm for him to pick up across the map. And Na'Vi, there's sort of tools to slowing down an AM early on, having these heroes that can get in your face like the Spirit Breaker and the Puck. Is that enough, or as you said, but you just still feel that the AM, he's going to be able to play around those threats?
Leash mechanic is just extremely strong against AM. You can't really, you know, use a counter spell on the charge. It's almost impossible.
Yeah,
imagine if you were that good. Yeah, this is it. This is the timing.
Yeah. No, we'll see.
Young G, I've been really impressed the way he has been playing mid lane. Very versatile, knows what he's doing. His rotations early on point. Really up-and-coming player from the CIS scene.
Yeah, they're going to have to be on point this game.
And I've been praising Ilias. I think every single time I see Na'Vi playing, he's just playing that Oracle. His positioning was extremely good. You know, he always keeps a healing salve in his inventory just to have the maximum efficiency coming out from that false promise. Well, not right now, you know, he's level 2, you don't necessarily need to click on heroes to make me look dumb again. But once he hits level 6, there's gonna be a salve.
Yeah, he's doing his best down at the moment, trying to keep GH sort of away from Crystallize. CS on the bottom of the moment with Crystallize 8 CS, still Mind Control having the slightly better time here on the early levels. Crystallize just struggling that bit more when the meta's down, but he's gonna be back up again in 25, so he should have a few more waves. He's gonna be able to easily secure top lane. Miracle and Pasha trading away. RMN with that Voodoo Restoration, able to make sure that the trades always work in favor of Nigma, ensuring that Miracle can continue to just burn all their mana without the threat of losing his life, and can continue to just have a pretty free time on this top lane as the anti-mage.
It's just a free AM game. On top of that, you have Mag in your team, so even more cleave, more farming potential coming out from this AM. They will need to keep killing him, you know, with the Puck rotation. Puck, one of the best heroes against AM because of the leash mechanic. Mid lane so far pretty even, I would say. 18-3 against 15-2. A couple of creeps left more for V to actually play against. Bounties, I mean, rune spawning in 30 seconds. I want to see who's going to make a rotation. Both of these heroes relying on bottle being refilled. RMN, I like what he's doing. Just having clarity running, healing up AM.
Yeah, he's making this lane a real dream for Miracle up top. Bottom lane, things continue to be a little tougher for Crystallize on the other half of the map. It's able to get that, using this meta against just trying to secure the waves, but still GH hovering around, throwing in the occasional Fire Spirit. I mean, Crystallize he's sitting pretty low, so does have to be careful down here. Mind Control also very low on the HP and the mana. But it's got that level 2 Shockwave, also a Mango to pop, and Crystallize realizes this, having to sit right back as a Shockwave and a bit of a connection from GH may just bring him down, as here we have with the dive, the Skewer as well. Crystallize left vulnerable as Nigma just dive in under the tower and take his life.
They use this information that both supports from Na'Vi try to go to secure their rune for their Puck and started to play aggressively on a Terrorblade.
We'll see top lane trying to go for Pasha. They've been able to find it there, Nigma. A kill on the top lane as well. Bottom lane, GH did end up going down. Ilias was able to find the final nuke to take him out. Still already, it's just the fact that we are seeing in the first 5 minutes, all three of Nigma's cores off to a solid start right now. And one in particular, Miracle Anti-Mage.
TP!
Oh, did he just TP back down here? He did, dude. He's stuck in for 55 seconds, right?
I'm having flashbacks. Just leave him
just
here.
Just leave him.
Leave him. Let him go.
Just leave him. Oh, they're going to leave him. Oh, that's 45 seconds he's got to sit up here. Oh, that...
No.
Oh, I mean, that was a mercy kill. I think you leave him there, dude. He would have been there for 45 seconds.
We've seen that
just leave
already.
Him.
In one of the games where TB was just stuck and they decided to... Actually, I believe it was Terrorblade as well, so...
I mean, surely... I guess we just really wanted the kill. I mean, a kill's a kill. And I think there's probably a bit... Nobody wants to win a game like that, right? With the carry being stuck on a cliff. You want to win... honorably.
You know what?
Winning against someone whilst they're stuck on a cliff, there's no honor in that.
But they can ruin his game. Like, they could literally just ruin his game. Plant an observer ward there and don't let him get out.
I mean,
like, just stand there for 50 minutes.
As I said, I think that's just Nigma being merciful. I mean, they knew he TP'd back to lane. They knew he had no TP available for 45. And unless they're missing something, there's no heroes in Na'Vi that would have been able to get him down.
But look at it. He's back at the lane right now. So he spent a lot of time to block Miracle in trouble.
Yeah, nearly going down there. Does get the blink off in time. But yeah, I mean, it's just the difference between the game that Miracle's having in comparison to Crystallized Terrorblade. It's not even close. It's such a difference already in the CS. That's a huge worry for this Terrorblade.
Oh man, Crystallize.
He needs help. He needs it now. Ilias will be there in time to offer it up. They've just got to somehow find Crystallize the
I think
space
you just
to farm.
bail.
You would just go jungle?
Yeah, you can't lane anymore. Especially if someone tries to make a rotation. Full HP, 2 raid bands, you're ready to go. Just hit the jungle creeps right now.
I mean, even there, he's hovering around the area just to sort of bully Crystallize even more.
Maybe not those jungle creeps, so, you know, get closer to tier 3 towers.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. A lot rides on Crystallize finding the farmers, this TB in this game. I mean, the more that his game suffers, the more pressure on Young G to just make these incredible moves and be able to somehow shut down the anti-mage. Mid lane. Young G won't be caught by the shackle, so we'll be able to get out. But yeah, he's got to pull out some big plays this game, Young G.
And when you have your TB leaving lane this early, you also don't have a good hero that can just soak up the experience there.
Like,
so
yeah,
it's
goes
a free
down?
lane.
Yeah.
Like, if you've had a hero like a Venomancer who can defend the tower, Wyvern who just is very hard to kill, but he can get the XP, now I don't think they're getting much out of the map.
We'll see top lane. As Weeha is able to pick up the Invis rune. It will get purged off him straight away. He's able to turn with the shackle onto the two of them. They're still trying to nuke Weeha down with the Purifying Flames, but it isn't enough, and now Nigma comes in with the backup. Miracle blinking straight over towards the Oracle, pushing Ilias back. He's got that Mana Void ready to go, and they'll secure it. Takes out the kill.
Another
the Mercy
shackle.
going for the TP out. It's back up, so the TP comes to an end. Weeha able to put it to a stop. Power shot finishes the life of Immersion as Nigma find 2 more kills, and at the same time start to put some serious pressure onto this tier 1 tower mid at just 8 minutes in.
It's not just the mid tower, bottom tower you have Mag who's putting the pressures, skipping the creep wave with the Empower, clearing it. It's gonna be...
2 towers pre 9 minutes.
This is a disaster for Na'Vi. They also don't have a lineup that, you know, just can easily make a comeback, considering that your Terrorblade is just gonna farm the jungle, so you will need to be playing 4 versus 5.
Yeah, the only one, as you can see, with comparable farm right now is Young G. And it's just a question of how much he can really do as the puck against a lineup that's already 3k ahead of them. And Nigma's lineup, of course, having that anti-mage, it's always the dream when you've got this AM lineup and already this early on you're coming out so far ahead.
So this is 3k difference where it's coming from. 2 plus 3k equals 5. That's just straight up math.
Yeah, Weeha. They will get him. He's trying to make his way down towards that bottom lane, but Na'Vi are all over there in the jungle. That's a bit of a bold move there from Weeha. as he sort of stepped through the jungle, no vision as well, on his way to make it down there, but I'm sure he won't be doing that again anytime soon. Na'Vi, they've got to just continuously look for those sort of opportunities, look for Nigma stepping out alone and try and find space for Crystallize to catch up. As he's still got a fair bit of catching up to do. And you know that when that Battle Fury is complete on Miracle, the difference between the two of them is just going to grow at an increased pace, and at a pace that, you know, Na'Vi with the Terror Blade, you know, ideally you're using that meta to take early objectives. When you're this far behind this early on, that's going to be very hard to do.
He just needs to continue farming jungle, send one illusion. They planted Observer and the Sentry in this jungle just to be sure that they have no vision there. But Nigma, they just smoke. They're protecting the anti-mage. They feel like, you know, they know it's their win condition. They just want to protect him. But right now, he's not making any kind of aggressive plays. Puck just got a Blink Dagger, so this is their go time. One of the reasons why he did not want to get, you know, Boots of Travel, no shenanigans, straight into Blink Dagger. He gets on top of those two heroes, Wind Ranger and AM.
Let's see what sort of catch they can find. I mean, Nigma are here in their triangle. Young G.
Still no Blink delivered.
Yeah, you're right. Hasn't quite made it yet. So they'll walk of them, but they won't actually be able to make a jump onto any of them. Now the Blink's out, but
smoke's out.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of an awkward situation, really. The smoke's coming to an end.
And AM, he understands. Look at Miracle.
He's off.
He's gone. And wow, it's been a while since I saw this build. It was pretty common back in the day. You know,
how back in the day are we talking?
3 years ago.
Okay.
Where you go just either Vanguard or Vlad's on your AM when you had Mag in the team, so you don't necessarily need to get Battle Fury straight away.
All right, top lane, Mind Control is laying down the RP, sees an opportunity onto Immersion, gets him back in the reach of Weeha. It's Na'Vi trying to put some pressure onto this tier 1, but now with a man down, they're going to have to be a little cautious unless Young G can find a jump. He's coming across, eyes onto RMN, but RMN's up to the high ground, and Na'Vi aren't going to want to push any further. So then with this build on the anti-mage, where you get the Vlads, and then is the rest of your builds sort of standard business, the man to the basher? It's just sort of this opening that you change up because you have that reliance on the empower mechanic and not needing the Battle Fury?
He might just get Manta style, like getting rid of the silence, getting rid of reflection, which is a pretty big deal, you know, just burning out your mana. They actually have TB and Darkshire. So in the late game fight, it's going to be a lot of AM illusion, so he needs to have something to take care of himself, does not get his mana burned.
Yeah, being able to skip the Battle Fury when you have the Magnus on your team does mean that all these other items are just going to come in so much quicker. And still 3k lead for Nigma. Na'Vi still trying to look to play aggressive here. They've got the charge in onto GH. Underneath the tower though, RMM by his side. Any other backup coming in it is. TPs are coming over. Na'Vi's got to get out. Immersion going for the TP away. It's not going to make it. We are able to come in time with the Shackle. And Na'Vi just really struggling to make any sort of moves there. That one incredibly forced going in past the tier 1 tower. It's very unlikely to work out, and it doesn't.
Even though it's still, you know, Mag position 3, which means that he's not going to be farming that much for himself instead of just empowering his anti-mage. Like, it's still very hard for him to just be on top of AM constantly and give him empower because, you know, he's just blinking away, getting the farm. Can we click on AM, please? I just want to see if he wants to go back to Battle Fury or not. Yeah, it's just a Manta style when you go for this kind of a build. Just wanted to be sure, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, this Manta timing is going to cause serious issues for Na'Vi. As you said already, a lot of their counters relying on getting that AM caught in the illusions, and the lockdown already rather lacking. So it's not going to get any easier. Na'Vi, I mean, Young G, as we saw in the lane, he had a pretty solid time in the 1v1, but it's just with the way that the side lanes have gone, it's very hard for him to make moves with this puck, despite the decent amount of farm that he has got. Like, where does he actually go? What can he actually do?
They have this Arcane Rune on Puck, so try to make use of that. It's it's probably the best rune you can get on Puck, especially early on, where you just want to use your spells multiple times. And smoke on smoke action, that's also blink on mag, that Team Na'Vi is not aware about.
Let's see what they can get. I mean, yeah, Nigma hovering around the Roche pit area. Na'Vi be able to take out the tier 1 with the meta, or just have a poke at it. Fortification comes out, and in fact, okay, Nigma, they're heading straight towards them. Maybe seeing if they can push back Na'Vi.
He's out of mana. He has 100 mana.
And Miracle's going to burn what he had left there as well. So Crystallize entirely out now at this point. Charge over on towards Miracle on the back lines. The Supernova comes out. The RP from Mind Control comes in. He caught the 3 of them. He's caught them in. The Mana Void's out. The Supernova's stun as well. Na'Vi, they've got to get out of it. Crystallize is going to be left behind. He's going to die. And I mean, it is early, Lacoste, but this game is... It's looking very hard for Na'Vi. Like, well, what can they do? They try and come towards mid, but nothing's working this game.
I'm not sure what that was. I mean, your Terrorblade was pushing with 100 mana, which means that he's not going to get his ulti off. You're playing into AM, who's going to burn even more of your mana, and that Blink reveal just completely destroyed them.
Yeah, damn, Mind Control just making it look easy there. Coming in, getting the 3 of them.
Also, RMN got the full duration Witch Doctor ulti in that fight, because if Puck just jumps on someone and, of course, Spirit Breaker wants to kill a bigger target, they have nothing to stop that Death Ward. I've seen the games, though, where Witch Doctor just completely takes over from position 5 if you don't have enough tools to actually deal with him.
No, it's absolutely a strong hero. Just the damage that he can do just on his own, they can outdo many cores, even this early stages with the ult alone.
TB, he decides to go for movement speed talent. You're playing into Wind Ranger. I mean, she's going to buy MKB as the first item, but you're also playing into TB. I think that's just a wrong choice here. 16%, I mean, that's quite a lot.
It's such a good talent, 16%.
I mean, look at the numbers. 16 is more than 15.
Again, easy maths. I guess Na'Vi skipped their lessons. But, yeah, interesting. Crystallize opt in for that. And we'll see a 7k lead. I mean, Na'Vi, they were able to take away the mid tower. And GH, he's going to start getting his farm along very nicely with the Meteor Hammer done.
It's such a great item on Phoenix, giving you the stats, the region, everything you need, and you can easily use it with the dive or a Sunray. And they have pretty good setup for multi-hero.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they can still dispel Miracle. He's in.
He just jumps into the 5 of them. Is he going to be all right? He's going to get taken to the side. Mind Control RPs to TB to stop the damage coming out onto Miracle. The Shackles out onto Immersion. Saved by the False Promise, charging in onto the Magnus. Nigma now starting to run over. Focus fire onto Young G. Young G looking to jump out with the orb. Gets himself out in time. Weehar finishes him off though with the help of Miracle. As he jumps in with the Mana Void. Crystallize, he's trying to turn on Weehar, but the Shackle, the Meteor Hammer combo, Crystallize is just locked down. The Terrorblade is dead. The last 3 of Na'Vi left to just try and run their way out of here. Mind Control's chasing. Immersion will go straight for the TP out. Makes it away, so the other 3 will escape. But again, it's just another very rough attempt here from Na'Vi to try and get a fight going, and a fight where it started with Miracle just blindly jumping into the middle of the whole team of Na'Vi. It didn't matter. Nigma are still coming out on top, and Miracle's surviving.
They should be able to punish that, even though, like, oh my god, look at the farm on Miracle. He has almost 12k net worth at the moment, while rest, any hero has like 6.5. This is just insane. And with the Vlads, like, he can go in and out of the fights. He goes in, start killing, all right, hype it up.
I mean, he's trying to get in for something. I don't know what it is going to be, though, because this is another fight. The Miracle, you just see, he's not afraid to take it. He's just up to the high ground. He's ready to go for these fights anytime that Na'Vi even think about bringing it to Nigma. Miracle is always ready to go now with the farm that he has. Straight back into the pit. Na'Vi, they're going to try and push him out again. In with the charge. Immersion jumps straight in. Out he goes. There's the coil from Young G. Catches the two of them. Miracle is locked down for now. The root follow-up coming in as well. Pasha trying to step in. He's got the back and the wall down onto the two of them. Iron Man is dying to the illusion of Miracle. Immersion.
Miracle's gonna die.
They've been able to kill off the anti-mage Na'Vi. Can they get more out of this? They turn over towards mind control. The wall illusions. They're destroying them there. They use the power of Miracle against Nigma.
Oh, big
as the
meteor
Dark Seal Wall
hammer.
comes into play. The hammer catches the two of them in the pit. There's going to be a buyback from Mind Control. The Supernova out as well. Na'Vi, they'll lose immersion. They're having to back away from the pit here. Roshan's so low. We are look towards by Young G. He's up to the high ground.
Mind Control bought back.
Can Na'Vi finish this off? They're trying their best. Crystallizing the mid for the magical damage. Two bites, the power shot. The Swamp Ray as well. He's gone. The Shackle shot locks down Young G. Jumps in. They do get the kill on Roche Na'Vi, but the Aegis goes into the hands of Mind Control. So Na'Vi, now they've got to run. Ilya slowed down by the shockwave. Mind Control staying upon him. The power shot comes out. One more, it'll do it. No, he's got the wand. But Mind Control, he's diving in. The Shackle holds him back that one step longer. Does get the false promise off. And with that, Ilias will be able to survive this.
Yeah, I'm doing the math right now. He's going to be full HP, and there it goes. Man, GH, he got like 4 or 5 meteor hammers in that fight. They overextended a bit. AM against the Darkseer illusions, against the reflection if he uses Manta style, and they use it after. Like, his mana is gonna get burned, but GH with the Sun Rays, keeping them healthy, there's actually a ton of sustain. They can reset the fight with the Sun Ray, with the Voodoo Restoration. I mean, AM is still killable.
Yeah, it was still, you know, not an amazing fight for Na'Vi, but definitely the best one they've had so far. They still lose the fight, lose the Aegis, but yeah, we see the potential for sure. With the wall down, the reflection, they can kill this anti-mage and the other members of Nigma by using that incredibly strong illusion of the AM against them. Mind Control, what's he doing over here?
Good question. I think
there goes the Aegis.
There goes his life.
And he needs help. Help is on its way. Is it going to be there soon enough, though? It isn't. Mind Control's dead. The wall's down. Miracle jumped in on this one, so he's got to start backing away. He's got to respect that illusion. There's Immersion charging in. We are actually just going to focus straight back onto Immersion. I can't get anything out of it, so that's the Aegis gone, and Mind Control quick to die a second time after it.
Well, I'm no expert, Owen, but I don't think this was needed. You know, everyone was just completely separated. I guess he thought he was fine having that Aegis. Team can easily connect to him, but they were far away. Now AM level 17 has that Basher working towards full Abyssal Blade. We talked about, and the panel talked about, how they lack initiation. Could be the reason why Miracle is blinking offensively on them. You know, just try stuff happen. He uses the counter spell, cannot get charged. And then they see where Na'Vi members are standing. Oh, these shackles.
Yeah, quick reactions here, but Martian's still able to get away. They've got enough save here with Ilias by his side. So Nigma not able to get a catch on Na'Vi that time, as Na'Vi take another poke around the tier 1. How's the build on Crystallize after D-Lance and the Asher trying to get his Butterfly online?
I'm kind of disappointed every single time I see Crystallize not buying Crystallis. I don't know how you feel about it.
I mean, it's, yeah, the lore just isn't there. You know, when you got a name like that, it's false advertising. There's Immersion.
I mean, if there's a guy that named himself Hand of Midas, I'm pretty sure he's just buying Midas in a single game, you know?
There we go, yours. Under Immersion. Nigma will take the kill here. They don't have the creep waves on their side, though. Both of them being pushed out here by Na'Vi. Crystallize trying to do his best with the illusions. Miracle. So off the Basher just going straight for that Abyssal and soon to hit level 18. So Na'Vi are going to have to be careful of these big mana voids and 3 high mana targets that will certainly pop if Miracle gets his hands on them.
Yeah, Darkseer, like, AM is a counter in the laning stage at every single stage of the game after that, where, you know, look at his mana pool. It's 1,000 mana. That's why Darkseer is going for Lincoln Sphere.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the counter. Straight up. And you can see from Nigma's heroes, I mean, they've got a few things to try and play around it, but it's definitely going to stop Miracle from being able to just jump in, commit, and pop him. And as we've seen, Miracle, as you say, he has been the one that's just jumping straight in. He's the one starting the fights
Everyone on Navi should just chip in, give some gold to the Darkseer because, you know, he's gonna kill his team if he gets a good mana void on the Darkseer and everyone is around him.
Yeah.
You know, just give a few hundred so that he can buy a Lincoln Sphere. Nah, that would not be OP at all. What am I talking?
You can start sharing your worth.
I mean, it was
You used
a
to,
thing back
there was
in
a
the days.
patch
Yeah.
back in the day where you could buy
You could buy
stacks of Sentry Wards, Obs Wards or something and give
And
it
they
to your
sell them.
carry, and then boom, carry sells them.
I think you could also pull the items, like just straight up buy items and give them.
Well,
in
that
their
must have been a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was back in Dota 1 days. I mean, you're not playing Dota for other people to have fun. You're playing for yourself to have fun. If people are doing that to you, buying you items, you're like, fine. But if you need to buy item for someone else, then you're like, man, this game sucks.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the logic with a lot of supports in pubs, you know. Buying wards for the team, that sucks. It's not for me. Honestly, if wards only gave vision to yourself and not to your team, more people would probably buy them.
For sure.
There we go. Bottom. Popping the egg here.
Oh man, Nigma is losing the vision game. Only 3 wards devoured, while Navi killed like 8 to 10. I was not really quick doing this math. Yeah, 5-1, exactly 10. Jesus, I'm good.
Well, hang on. We are. What's going on here? He's getting dragged back by the vacuum. The cast bounce is doing a lot. His immersion will get incredibly low here, trying to run away. We are saved by the heels of RMN, or is he? Oh, that was
that
close.
wind run.
Able to just break his way away from Crystallize in time. This lead that Nigma had, it's starting to stagnate. It's sticking around this 5k. Na'Vi are holding. Crystallize is climbing back up, shot nowhere near the farm of Miracle, but he is at least in that second spot. He's getting items on the TB, and as we've seen, it's still a little risky for Nigma when they do try and fight into the wall and the reflection.
It's just such a big difference in these two carries. 5k, that's a full item and a big, expensive, fat item.
Yeah, well, there we have it, the Abyssal complete on Miracle. So now having that opportunity to just jump straight in and eliminate pretty much whoever he fancies on Na'Vi's side. That's the big talent, though, for the Darkseer. Now got the extra plus 25% damage coming out from the Wall of Replica illusion. So
usually you
this
see a
is
different
strong.
one, but when you're playing against the AN, you take that talent.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see the reflection. It's annoying. It's incredibly annoying. A lot of mana gone. So Miracle, of course, will make sure that he's always prepared in the fights with 1 charge is saved up.
I believe they have 2 mana boots on Nigma, so that's one way to counter it. Puck, almost full Aghanim's. I love what V is doing in this game. As a Wind Ranger, item-wise, straight into MKB, nothing special. But he had E on this queued up, so he can just snap the coil, have the status resistance, so it's not going to last that long, and he knows that the BKB is not going to help him in that situation.
Well, let's see what we have here. I mean, because what is the counterplay from Nigma if their anti-mage Miracle gets caught in the Ag Stream Coil and they drop the wall and reflection and he has 2 illusions beating away at him? Like that's still a pretty potent combo, right?
It really is, but if Nigma keeps getting the first jump, like they're just in control of this game.
Yeah, anytime they get a kill like this, they're going to be able to step it up and push onto towers. 5v4 now.
Next Roche, he's actually up. Pretty fast respawn. Not sure if Nigma knows about it.
That should be a pretty free one for them. We saw last time, though, Na'Vi did come over and give them a bit of a fight around it. And again, this sort of combo that we're talking about does work very effectively around the pit. And we'll rely on Na'Vi getting over here pretty quickly, though. As the damage from Nigma is very high, they're going to take this Roche down very fast. And Na'Vi are moving over, but can they quite make it here in time?
Spirit Breaker does not have vision. He cannot charge in. Oh, GH just scouting things out.
And
dropping fairly low.
Yeah, just making it
Zoning
impossible.
ulti.
Yeah, Na'Vi cannot get in on this. So Nigma get themselves a free Roche for themselves. Aegis and Cheese will be theirs. Emerge, he's still going in. All right, just a bit of a poke onto RMN on the way out. They won't try and turn on him. They'll let him step back. But now Na'Vi having to be extra careful. Miracle having that Aegis. I've already struggled to kill him once, doing it twice in the middle of a fight. It's going to be incredibly hard.
Runes in 10 seconds. Enigma wants to take this fight, even though they don't have the egg.
Yeah, still got the RP from Mind Control ready to go. Immersion is actually going to be allowed to pick it up. Skewer from Mind Control won't catch anyone. Immersion tries to go in with the ult, but straight away Weeha comes in with a shackle shot. Immersion will pay with his life. Crystallize. It's going to put the meta for this one. Miracle, he's on the side. He's on top of Youngji. Youngji will be able to get the phase shift off in time. The illusions are out. Has burnt Miracle's mana. So Miracle cannot continue to chase for now. False Promise coming out onto Crystallize.
That's a
but
big
the Death Ward's down. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out onto him. The Dream Coil is managed to catch the two of them. In comes Crystallize with the damage for this meta. It's bringing Weeha low. The cheese comes out, but Weeha, he's not back into the reach of Crystallize. Crystallize turns over towards RMN, takes out the Witch Doctor, Mind Control. He's in with a 3-man RP. The hammer comes down.
3-man hammer.
The combos there. They've taken out the Darkseer. Miracle getting charged across. Crystallize still able to play with the meta. He's taken the Aegis out. Crystallize is still alive. He's got a Sunder. He'll take the life of Ilias, get himself back up into fighting position. Miracle goes for a short jump. Mind Control tries to skewer him, but he skewers to his death. Mind Control is gone. Silence onto Miracle if they got any further control on this.
That's a long-ass silence.
Got the root, but he's going to be able to blink. So he goes back in. Straight back in onto Youngji. Now he'll retreat and get his way out of there. Nigma still coming out on top of the fight, but we're seeing Na'Vi fight back with some good power. Crystallize does survive. Like, there's definitely still some potential here from Na'Vi.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you have TB into AM.
Yeah.
If he's using his Manta style, you know that the mana is going to get burned eventually. Darkseer also got the wall on top of him with the level 15 talent, so he needs to be very careful about that. You know, a BKB should be the option for AM. Like, he has enough. Also, he's building Scotty from what I saw, so that's going to be some extra mana for him. And, yeah, full Scotty.
Okay.
Couple of mangoes, RMN, what a bro. Is that a mango tree in their base? I believe it is, just by looking at the minimap. So yeah, that's a high value that you actually get from him. And they gave him a bottle, he has a haste. There's a huge difference in terms of levels. Anti-Mage is level 23, while Terrorblade is only level 16.
If they do kill him though, they're going to get some juicy XP from him, that's for sure. So, still having to be careful. I was just saying, Enigma very much having the lead. Nowhere near over this game as Na'Vi, especially when it comes to high ground defense. That's going to be where the real test is here for Enigma, as Crystallize is going to be able to position himself quite safely on the high ground. And punch into them, trying to get this Satanic after the butterfly. We'll see how hard Enigma want to push in on top.
I would also like to see a Lotus Orb on any of the Enigma members. I saw GH going for Shivas, at least that's what he had queued up. Mag could be the one just getting it. You know, buff up your AM.
Yeah.
Full Shivas actually done on Phoenix, level 18.
Oh, a miracle. He's going to go in. Save will
Missed
be
coil.
there.
This is the time. Enigma needs to go in. They should be able to punish this.
This is a decent window now. The coil being the big mechanic that has threatened Miracle sometimes, holding him in position. As without that, very little now that Miracle needs to be scared of. So here we go, into the base, Enigma. Onto the tier 3s. With no coil, what sort of deterrent do Na'Vi have to push Enigma back? And you can see very scared about stepping forward. They know that Miracle will quite happily jump in with the Abyssal. This tower slowly falling. Tier 3 gone, onto the Rex. Na'Vi, what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Some extra damage. I think they're fine with that. Just go in, get the Rex.
Oh, Mind Control. He's in, he's got the skew onto the two of them. He doesn't even need the RP. Immersion goes down. Jump over the Abyssal onto Youngji. Youngji, can he live it? Still gets the chance to put the phase shift. The Supernova out in the center of the fight. Miracle turns over towards Crystallize. Surge there, but he's used up still. Can he get away? No, the Supernova stun catches him. They pull him back. Mind Control gets him with a 2-man RP under the tier 4s. As they slam them down hard here, Enigma. Take that top Rex. moves straight over towards mid. The buybacks are coming out from Na'Vi.
TB has no meta.
And still 20 seconds, no immersion, 40 seconds, no Darkseer, and that's been the important component if they want to have a chance of killing this anti-mages. Nigma, they know with these two heroes dead, they're no threat. A second set of racks will slowly fall there. As Nigma now 16k up and in an incredibly strong position. Na'Vi just losing each and every chance that they're having here to maybe turn it. It's just only going to get more and more impossible now.
Problem with the Navi's lineup is they don't have egg hitters. Like, none of these heroes want to hit the egg. TB is fine, but do you want your TB to hit the egg instead of hitting the heroes? Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much on his shoulders to do, and it's way too much.
Yeah, a lot of work for Crystallize this game. He's the big damage dealer, other than those illusions. It's him and the illusions.
Still very under level. Level 17, 35 minutes in. While AM, I believe he just hit level 25.
Yeah, hitting that next level of the talents. Opting for the cooldown as well. I mean, as we talked about, 3 very nice heroes to pop that ult on. You're going to get a couple of chances in these fights to just kill hero after hero with the Mana Void. As mid and bottom coming in against Na'Vi.
Invisibility.
Oh, we have it full butterfly for Miracle. This anti-mage just continue to get bigger and bigger. This Magnus AM combo has just been played perfectly by Nigma. Farm has been in pretty impressive here on Miracle's AM.
Slow siege by Meteor Hammer, some illusions coming out from AM. Scouting things out. He's baiting. Like, he wants to bait the coil with the AM.
Are they going to fall for it, though? Seems unlikely. They're trying to make it look a little more believable with the Sunray, but they should...
You need to give him Empower. That's how he baits.
That's it was. Yeah, that's how you catch him. Well, still smoked up, Na'Vi. They're waiting for a chance. Nigma's not really giving them any chances here, though. Nobody in position to be caught out by Na'Vi. Miracle will just head over, keep this middle wave in as well, so that Na'Vi will be split between the two. And in fact, he's going to go all the way back and take towards the top. Roshan is potentially going to be up in a minute. We'll see how quick it is. Just getting these neutral items here. The 37-minute kicks in, and some nice ones.
That's the best item he could get. Minotaur Horn, even though it doesn't last long, but it's a Dispel, so getting rid of the mana burn coming out from Reflection is insanely good. Roche is going to respawn in 20 seconds. They don't have to rush anything. They can just, take the fight inside the Roche pit. Problem is, Miracle just bought everything, so he does not have a buyback.
Oh,
in case something goes wrong.
I mean, GH started this with a bit of a bait.
Just bail. Can't hit the egg.
Oh my control, he's done it again. He catches the 3 of them. The ult comes out to save Crystallize, but that is a dead Pasha.
Oh, he's low. Great Thunder.
Oh. All right, can they get more of this? They'll lose immersion, but hey, you just killed the anti-mage. If she could make sure that you don't lose anything more here on Na'Vi, you're very happy with this one. Young G jumps out to the side. He's going to live. Can Na'Vi calm this fight down a bit more? It's looking like they can. They got the anti-mage kill.
And I think Nigma just falls back here. You don't have to rush anything.
Your AM.
That's what I just said. He bought it out, does not have buyback if things go wrong, but I don't think Na'Vi has enough damage to actually, just go and take the Roche. It's a 3rd Roche, so she's Aegis +1.
But still, they killed him. Yeah.
They managed to kill him, and this is going to be first Lincoln's on Puck, so no Abyssal Blade coming up straight away. No Shackle.
Oh, damn. Look at that as well. This is a game it's in the 1% territory for Na'Vi right now.
I think it actually hit the 100%.
It looked like it flatlined on 100.
Touched, yeah.
But Na'Vi holding on there, getting the one big kill. That anti-mage Miracle out of the game for a little bit. A little bit of breathing room for Na'Vi. Just a little. Still, of course, 19k down. But the game goes on.
25 seconds without AM. Like, Na'Vi cannot take Roche fast enough. AM's going to respawn.
Well, they're actually getting out there and looking for kills. See, Iron Man is going to be able to protect himself now with the Ghost Scepter, but Young G jumps in with the body blocks. Immersion finishes him off with the ult.
No buyback on him.
Okay, 70 seconds, no Witch Doctor. Without the meta, though, it's, I should say, very hard for Na'Vi to take this Roche down at any sort of speed. They've got the charge coming in on mid. GH. Oh, Dream Coil off the mark there from Young G. That means GH is going to be more than fine. GH also picking up a complete refresher orb.
No buyback. Like, Nigma is just going all in. Full refresher on GH. So double Meteor Hammer, double ult, plus a Sunray. Also Sunray coming out from the egg with the level 20 talent. Illusion Escape on AM. Like, he's getting some really sick items at the moment. Like, if you need something for Siege, oh, here's the Leveler. If you want to bait with the Illusion, here's Illusion Escape.
And they should have this Roche for themselves as well. As Na'Vi, do they want to step out for this? The whole ward from Nigma will give them the info.
What am I seeing here? We with the Death Zone.
He's got the he wants to end the game. I mean, that's the end the game item. That's Nigma. They've got the Aegis cheese. Na'Vi are waiting in this position though, underneath the ward. Can they really get any sort of catch onto Nigma? Miracle blinking in, but Na'Vi's...
They know. They already set the vision from
Immersion.
Nigma.
He's cliffed himself. He's able to jump down. No, he's not. Mind control's up in the Yules. Immersion's still stuck up here. Blink to the side. Miracle. He's gone in, but the wall's down. Can they take him down the once? The Illusion's punching back on a Miracle. Ilias keeping himself hidden with the Invis. Miracle turns over towards Immersion. Crystallize pops the ult. The Supernova's out. Mind control comes across. He's Yulesed up into the air. It doesn't matter. They cannot kill the egg. The egg successful from GH. Crystallize instantly popped as the false promise comes to a finish. No buyback on him. Ilias will fall as well as We Are takes him out. Miracle goes over towards Immersion and GG is called. Nigma will take this game one.
It's just a pleasure watching Miracle play Anti-Mage, and what he did, you know, just skip the Battle Fury, allowed him to keep the pressure, getting Vlad's, which also gives you mana regen. Same goes for Battle Fury. You have Empower coming up from Mag, and then this allows you to get the spell on that reflection, the spell on any kind of silence they throw at you. It's been a really long time since I saw that, and it still works, you know. Some things that worked in 2016 can still be applied in 2020, even though 2020 is a shit year, but whatever.
No, not for Miracle's AM. Yeah, having an insane amount of farm there. And Na'Vi, they did sort of had to play the whole game from being behind. They suffered at the start. Crystallize really struggled to get his farm going on the Terrorblade. But they were still able to punch back, you know, give Nigma some, you know, decent fights despite Nigma being ahead. Wasn't enough, you know, Nigma having the lead for the whole of this game. And for Na'Vi then in that case, what do you think they'll be looking back at that and saying? Do you think... Would they be saying that the draft had an error? Would there have been a better way that they could have enabled Crystallize early on?
I mean, if you want to go for Darkseer, you need to ban out Anti-Mage. Otherwise, the game is just really hard for you. You're playing like 60% of the hero, and the bottom lane was just a complete disaster. You know, 2 supports going for a rune to secure it for Puck. Terrorblade is level 4. He was underleveled most of the game, but still, I think he played well. It's just that they were playing from behind constantly, which was a huge issue.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one, we'll see what happens in game two, especially in the drafts. As I think whether the Magnus or the AM, you might want to be taking one of these beasts away from Nigma, as seeming very confident with them today here as they come into this best of 3, starting up a game up, 1-0 at the moment to Nigma against Na'Vi.
1-0 for Nigma indeed, and that is spooky time for Na'Vi and all their fans, because dropping a series here for Na'Vi will mean they drop down to the Divine League, and if they want to have a shot still in the play-in matches, they have to win the series and then have a 3-way tie with other people and then play that out and then win to make it into the bracket. For Nigma, by the way, this series is equally important. Well, they don't have a chance of, you know, dropping out altogether, but they definitely want to win, because winning succeeds them into the upper bracket straight away. And if they lose, it's no longer really up to them. It depends on how VPEG goes later today. But let's talk about that first game. You know, one game at a time. Nigma showed up strong here in this first game. The Anti-Mage first phase pick, Tsunami, worked out successfully for Miracle and his squad.
Yeah, I had skepticisms about not going for the Battle Fury. I thought that for a core Magnus, that you may have to sacrifice more time moving around the map to make sure that Anti-Mage gets enabled. Miracle was consistently at the top of the net worth the entire time, pretty much. So I was pretty satisfied with the performance. But Na'Vi, they look like, you know, they got a real kickstart into that game. You know, I thought that Terrorblade was completely out of it for a while, but after a few choice team fights, he looked like he might be able to reemerge as relevant, but ultimately it was just too many ultimates for him to deal with to ever really get off asunder.
Yeah, that really was like Terrorblade is our only hope come later in the game. And don't get me wrong, Terrorblade's a pretty good pick, especially like making illusions out of the Anti-Mage. It's great, but when he's the only target that they actually have to go after, not a fun game, not a fun time. And they really did bring their A game on this one. I feel like, except for killing that Terrorblade in the beginning that was stuck on the cliff, they had no mercy.
Well, they killed him in the end.
Well, I know, but they could have left him alive.
It would have been more merciless to leave him there.
But then he would have been eventually able to teleport. Like, would you rather him to die and teleport to the tower?
Just keep a ward up there and then have someone just pop in, stun him real quick, and he's just under perpetual pressure. But
they could have tried that. A lot of effort.
The more honorable thing is to kill him, let the game play out naturally.
Pity kill.
It was a pity kill. Let me tell you, if it was TI and my team had that guy in the cliff, I'd be screaming at them. Let him. There is no pity. Please, I want to be rich.
I mean, there is no mercy at TI.
Yeah,
let's be real. There was a little bit of mercy given here to Crystallized Terrorblade. It also felt like this Anti-Mage, he did really well, which actually was one of the reasons why Na'Vi was able to keep themselves in the game. Because if they didn't have the Darkseer with the wall creating those Anti-Mage illusions, this game would have been over like 20 minutes ago or so.
You're completely right. The entire strategy of Na'Vi was let Miracle farm as much as possible, then wall and Terrorblade, and maybe he'll kill his entire team. Well, honestly, it almost worked.
I was going to say, it's a great strategy, apart from that final bit. You know, there's only a little bit of adaptation needed.
The Ion Shell talent did get nerfed, and so I was curious to see if the wall talent would be more popular as an alternative, which it's always been good, and especially whenever you can make a copy of a hero like Anti-Mage or some other hero that takes advantage of illusion-based passives, then it always looks really good. But yeah, Crystallized had his work cut out from the very beginning, and still like relatively even on a lot of the statistics.
Yeah.
Like the damage was very, very similar, but it was the rest of Na'Vi needed to also enable the Terrorblade, and it just wasn't happening.
No. And even when we saw Na'Vi taking a couple of kills here and there, they were never able to take anything off the back of it because they just weren't strong enough. They were already, you know, kind of in shambles if they managed to scrape out a fight. But didn't work out for them in this game. I must also say that I would like to see immersion on a different hero. I thought Spirit Breaker was kind of like a suicide machine, just running in every time and dying. It was very sad.
Yeah, we've been seeing Spirit Breaker picked up a lot in conjunction with these Darkseers and stuff, expecting this huge impact. And the fact of the matter is, on Spirit Breaker, if you're behind, it is just a non-existent hero. He does nothing. Like, he might be able to initiate, but he just runs in, stuns, and runs for his life. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So it is quickly becoming something like Old Undying, where it's just, okay, you have early game pressure, and if that doesn't work, it is literally done. So we just keep seeing it here.
By the way, Slacks, I think we need to talk about the elephant in the room at the moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
To be nice.
In the last... Wow. In the last couple
How?
He's been losing some weight. It's not that bad.
How? Damn. Jesus Christ. I'm out with it already.
Sorry, go
In
ahead.
the last couple of games and in the last couple of days, we've seen the immersion of the rediscovery of a hero.
Yes.
You kind of despise.
It's true. I mean, and I have nothing but respect for guys like Weeha, guys like Yapsor, who can play the literal worst hero in the game and still win with it. I mean, it just goes to show how incredible they are. It's like if they're playing, you know, handicap mode against real good teams. It's actually incredible. Like a par 10 on these fucking heroes, and they're still able to beat a team like Na'Vi even with that destitute garbage.
You're saying that Saxa is bad?
I'm saying quite the opposite. He makes a nearly impossible win with hero able to win.
He lost this morning with Windranger.
Oh, he lost with Windranger. I mean,
they lost.
He's just one of the several that have throughout the history of Dota. Almost every single international game 3 has a Windranger loss in it. You know, I mean, he's the average. It is the guys that can do well with the hero I have the utmost for respect. Weeha, one of the greatest Dota players of all time. Imagine trying to play Dota with one hand behind your back. That's Weeha's life. I mean, what a god. What an absolute treasure.
Is that what the next hashtag TI moment is going to be? All the Wind Ranger main stage losses culminated into
I
one...
would actually cry in tears of happiness if it was like, remember this, and it's just a collage of Wind Ranger Game 3 losses for an important series. I'd weep.
Of happiness.
Of happiness. Yes.
I don't think we're going to see that, sorry.
I think we're going to see much of it. Oh my goodness! Is that a daily dolphin fact?
A daily dolphin fact. Dolphins do not use their teeth to chew food. What
Really?
do they use their teeth for, you wonder?
Biting.
Tearing.
Tearing. Ripping and tearing.
Rip and tear.
Yeah, dolphins don't chew.
Dolphins, just everything to them is like a hot dog. They just slurp it down. No bite. No.
Do any of the mammals or fish in the sea that have teeth chew?
I would imagine.
No, like sharks don't chew. They also tear.
A piranha.
Like you don't see like you know how a cow.
I mean, I think you do.
No.
If you take a chunk out of something, that is technically a chew. Is
I
it
think
not?
actually seals might
Yes.
chew.
Oh, yeah? Is
I
it
mean,
like a
they're
you
kinda
need that
like-
repeated jaw motion.
Yeah,
I
because
think
they kind
that's
of like
fun to
dogs,
chew.
right?
Yes.
They're the dogs
right.
of the sea.
The
They
sharks
would.
are just teeth torpedoes. They just run into shit,
Right.
and then
Yes.
it's like whales. Whales.
Whales just open their mouth and they just fly through everything.
Effing terrifying.
Yeah.
Do crocodiles chew, or do they just gulp things down?
I think so. Yes.
I don't think they use their teeth to chew. They also just use it to, they bite
go either
something.
way.
But a lot of
Wait till it's
animals
dead.
will like if they can't chew them they'll like.
They'll do
Yeah,
that
exactly.
move.
But I don't think crocodiles can.
I did not think I was gonna make the
It'll
panel.
be just like that move in the dolphin noise. Just like that's how dolphins eat.
Can you guys show again what a crocodile?
No, Cheever. You know, a real fact: if you're ever attacked by a crocodile or alligator,
Punch it in the nose.
no, don't. That's sharks. They will bite your
Oh,
hand.
shit.
They're very good at biting what's in front of them.
And they're actually super, like they are very fast as well.
Yes.
They will bite you before you hit them.
But they have actually no muscles to open their mouths.
Oh.
Very,
right.
very weak muscles. So the 90% is chomping down, but they have hardly anything for chomping up. So if you could just grab the snout and keep your hand on that, even a child could do it. They have done it. In very dangerous
How do you get your hand to that point to
That's
hold
true.
it?
Yeah, you said you
said you can't punch
you
it
have a
in
very
the
small
nose.
window of time.
I'm just saying, if it takes a chunk, if it bites into your leg, you push down on it,
I see.
let it have the chunk, and then hold its mouth closed.
Okay.
You want to live, Sheever? Do you want to live?
Yeah, but if you're saying leg, there's arteries in there. So if I would let it have I would die anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's not gonna like instantly cauterize once you jam it
Depends
shut.
on the type of alligator.
Oh right,
Like,
some sort of red hot tooth, red
Could
nickel
be
plated.
alligator in the desert. Its teeth are at a very hot.
We both have problems. There's an alligator in the desert.
We should be working together. Listen to us. We're both in a really bad spot.
Why can't we be friends?
Just a little advice. With the amount of people watching, I probably will have saved one person's life with that.
Do you think that many people are watching this from a place where crocodiles and alligators are actually common occurrence?
Would you imagine that one person watching this? Ah!
Oh my! What the?
Give me a hot dog now!
This is terrifying.
I don't chew with these teeth. I only swallow.
That is absolutely terrifying. I've never seen anything as terrifying.
What do you mean? It was beautiful.
I think we lost Tsunami.
Tsunami just checked out.
Shocked over his
Yeah, we should
face.
get back to the game.
Why was your mouth so big? Why was it not like bottlenose-y?
You were worried about his mouth. I was worried about his eyes.
My man was looking like Faceless Void out there.
Faceless Void was googly eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, bring it back to the game for God's
All right,
sake.
do you want to talk about Navi versus Nigma? What do
I
you
do.
think is going to happen in the second game of this series?
I think that nigga. Oh, that was so close! Woo! Almost got me, Kuro. Not this time, bitch.
This is what
Keep trying, Kuro. Keep trying.
the speedrun strat.
Woo! That was close. All right. Nigma is got to just keep doing what they're doing. Jesus, this is the life you guys have to live? What a living nightmare.
This is the panel life, my friends.
Panel life.
But Na'Vi...
You're pink elephanting the entire time.
It's terrifying. Na'Vi, however, they have so much to do. That was not only an outdraft, that was an outplay. That was an everything. So I really don't know what to say to them. They seemed like they had heroes that were okay. They went for some flex picks like the Spirit Breaker, but if you got any pocket strats, now's the time. Show me Broods. I know you guys play some of that garbage. Show me anything.
Sure.
Because you were in a lot of trouble after that performance. Hey, can you give Miracle Animage in any situation, in any patch? I mean, he's just such a god on it.
I think you just need to keep shutting down, like, the supporting staff. I think you let Miracle do Miracle things because he is drafting for himself. He is the drafter. He's got, the king in mind, number one. So everyone else is kind of falling by the wayside. You take advantage of Weeha, you take advantage of mind control. He was on a Magnus. You had to follow his anti-mage around the entire time. Let that offlane suffer. That's where you want to bear the fruits of your draft with Na'Vi. Let the safe lane operate. Terrorblade was dying underneath his tier 1 tower to that offlane. Shouldn't be happening.
That shouldn't be happening.
Shouldn't be happening.
But it happened.
It happened.
It's very difficult to stop that from happening with
It's
the
very
draft
difficult to
they
stop
had.
a lot of things from happening whenever it pops into your mind.
This is true. This is true.
What the hell?
That is
continue.
No, I'm actually thinking a couple steps ahead. I was a little bit not paying attention there and thinking about Cyber Legacy. Oh wow.
What does a llama do? What are llama faces?
Llamas?
I can't see what I am doing.
Good boy.
But
he's so fluffy.
Good boy. Good boy. My God, this is disturbing. Some of our audience members are having a great time right now. Must admit. You know, llamas, their fur is unable to be burned. Real talk.
They are fire-resistant llamas?
Yes. All llama fur is so compact and alpaca fur that if you hold an open flame to it, they won't burn.
But it will be hot.
Yes, but they're nature's firefighters.
And you also know that alpacas, aren't they put in like herds of sheep to protect the sheep because they are like super ferocious?
Yes, they're heroic sheep. They're hero
the
sheep.
filter is gone.
It's been gone for some time. Actually, a very long time. No. Been making faces, I would say, longer without the filter. But NBD.
We had Rich going into the studio to check what we actually looked like.
We're not
at the
actually
moment.
llamas, Rich.
We're not animals. This
I
is
hate
not
to
a zoo.
disappoint.
He's very disappointed. I'm sorry, Rich.
He's sorry. But yeah, they put alpacas in like herds because they're like super ferocious. It's either alpacas or llamas. I'm not sure which one. But they put them in herds because they're very ferocious and they drive the wolves away and stuff.
What's the difference between crocodiles and alligators?
Oh. I don't live in a country where those
crocodile
happen.
facts?
I mean, I don't know.
I think crocodiles are bigger.
Who would bring
They
up
have a
something
more
without
like
knowing the
also.
answer?
You seemed like a
No
regular
idea.
Steve Irwin over here, just bursting with knowledge of animals.
Well,
alpaca fur, llama fur,
I'm just- I know
crocodile.
I am
horse
very happy
revolvers,
that I have
bang,
the
bang.
chance to, take away from this conversation and to send you instead to the drafting pantheon because, let's be real, we want to see some dotes here. Let's see if Na'Vi can pull it back against Team Nigma in Game 2.
Llama me.
Llamas may be fire resistant, but we're going to see how impervious these lineups are going to be as we jump into the draft. Animal facts are some of my favorite things, though, on the face of the earth. I thoroughly enjoyed that panel. Yeah. Llamas are a very interesting creature.
Do you have any good facts? I thought you were going to follow up with some like dope animal fact.
It's about foxes. Yif. Do you know what domestication syndrome is? I don't have enough time to talk about this because
Okay,
we're
we'll
getting
time.
straight into the draft.
Oh, the pick's
but-
already all the way through.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is the same draft.
Wait,
what?
are we sure?
This has to be.
I hope not.
Well, run it back.
It must be. Oh god. Okay, so basically, I was about to mention how the opening bans from Na'Vi are pretty much so locked in for them that it hurts them, I think, because you have to ban the IO, and this Batrider, when you're second pick, it just unlocks Nigma's draft. And we see before in the first game, Na'Vi actually selected first pick, giving away Nigma second pick. And in this game, Nigma obviously get to choose. They chose second pick because they get to utilize they're so strong. If there's Batrider available, they'll just default pick for Weehaw. And if it's not available, then they can pick this boss core. And I am so surprised that Na'Vi go for the exact same opener.
Speaking of animals,
it's like you know exactly what's going to get banned, right? You know, it's like it's going to be Void and Sven banned from Team Nigma, like 90% chance.
And then the Alk as well, the Na'Vi Classic. So the main thing is the difference in this game. There is no mag, there's no stimulant for this anti-mage.
But they're going to do the same. They're going to do the same thing. Why not? Right?
They will. Like the draft is the same, but the only main difference is the fact that the itemization from anti-mage will offset his ability to be aggressive just slightly. So if you're able to take that first 10-minute fight with a bit more conviction, then maybe. The issue is I just hate Darkseer and then allowing them anti-mage. It's a free lane for anti-mage. It's painful.
It's free, and then also like now you don't have the mag, sure, but I feel like that now just makes it different because Mag is an offlaner. He's not the most fantastic offlaner. Sure, I think they got the kill on Crystallize once or twice in the laning phase, which was very impressive to me. I've seen a lot of these Mag offlanes just do nothing. They just they're literally just an empower bot and an RP bot. But in that game he did more. I feel like they can pick a hero that does more, something like this, something like a Sand King that can actually start fighting more, making space for the AM rather than AM having to get involved.
So basically, it's Groundhog's Day. Day number 2 for them.
Na'Vi
they're able to come back with a plan.
Na'Vi are pulling an OG, I think. Like normally when teams do well, you just want to copy what they're doing. Na'Vi, for some reason, are just copying OG in the we're so stubborn in our plan, we're going to keep doing it. Huskar yesterday and then Darkseer today. I'm just not a fan.
They're changing the element a little bit here, though. ET, I think, is a big change because now it's like the last draft I was really worried about their damage. ET changes a lot of damage aspects, and he's different in lane too. The way you can play around it, you can play more aggro actually in lane.
You can play off your right click for sure, but that's where the Witch Doctor component. That's still the constant. It just still breaks down any double melee because if they leave their creeps and come to hit you, value of casket, it's too easy for this for the counter aggression.
Absolutely. I feel like they're going to get to a point where they need to get egg hitters. That's what we saw last game. Like everyone was like, you probably focused on Miracle Anti-Mage, Miracle Anti-Mage, Miracle Anti-Mage, but you know the support players are like, holy shit, look at GH in the back, egg every single time untouched, Sunray untouched, Meteor Hambo combo untouched. They have to have funds to solve this GH Phoenix problem. And so I think Drow's definitely a step forward.
But they still need to have that extra. But when you look at now who are the egg hitters, if your egg hitters are a Drow and then plus mid lane, you know,
still
like
problem.
In a team fight, if you're focusing the egg, it just means you're going to get the good epi off. You're going to get a good initiation from anti-mage. You know, it's still questionable from Na'Vi right now.
At least they have Gust. You know, there is something that can stop the egg from being casted in some situations. So there's a little bit better. And Drow, at least, like, he does rally. He rallies your... Yeah, I know what you meant.
So I completely was like, wait, Drow with the Phoenix? That's such a cool combo. Oh, wait, they're on different teams,
The other thing Drow gives, if it is that other range hero, right? If they're right next... If they're close to each other in the fights, and all, the marksmanship is insane. Like, you're gonna have all that increased attack speed, but... Tough still. Because AM is a hero that drums on Drow. It can go both ways. If Drow doesn't have a good time... If they're not winning by the 20-minute mark, and AM gets his items online, Drow has a really difficult time playing.
Yeah, so it goes exactly back to what you were saying. It's just this idea of you're running it back. You feel like the strategy was the right line of play, even in game 1, even though you didn't win. Try not to be too roddy. Try not to have that results-oriented thinking. Say, okay, we're going to run it back this time. How do you round that out? How do you keep the aggression going in this game number 2?
Well, they need to find a mid laner that can actually just give such an incredible timing that it scares Nigma trying to fight. But we saw in that Liquid series, the amount of team fight they had, it didn't matter about playing against aggression because eventually your team fight just overwhelmed your opponent. And I feel like that's the same again here. What Na'Vi right now in a team fight, they have pretty much Stomp and Vacuum, and their mid laner needs to be this big damage dealer. So normally you lose team fight through getting extra damage.
And I feel like now, like unlike last game where they had Spirit Breaker, where they have this great catch, they have some pretty bad catch. It's like your Vacuum and your ET kind of chasing people and hoping the Drow can connect with Frost Arrows. Like
it's a high pressure situation they set themselves up. It's like they're like we say it so many times during a draft, like lanes have to go well, this has to go that. But it's so important, so critical that their lanes actually dumpster. They take early towers and can sweep the map together somehow. Because if that doesn't happen, then I am so scared for Na'Vi.
They just pick Tiny into Phoenix. I feel like every time I see this, I'm really not liking it. I feel like Phoenix is one of the best heroes in the game versus Tiny. Now they actually just literally only have the Drow to hit the egg.
It does give them, though, the way to start and blow up an early fight.
That's true.
They're pretty much all-inning on this. 20-25 minutes, we're going to try and take Roshan, pressure high ground, and maybe still trying to get his Battle Fury because he doesn't have Magnus, and your early team fight, sure, it's scary, but it's still like -1 hero. The issue is, I hate playing Dota or seeing Dota when it's on a timer.
Exactly.
When your draft is so hinged around the fact that you have to win by X time, all the other team has to do is skip that one wave, pressure the Roshan for an extra 5 minutes, and then suddenly you're on an equal footing.
I'm okay when people go for those 20-minute pushes if you have something like these Chens, these Beastmasters, these heroes that will force the issue super hard. But this one, I don't feel like you can. This is one of those where you make 1 or 2 mistakes in this game as this pushing lineup, as this lineup with Na'Vi, and you're gonna just get split pushed. You're gonna just end up losing the net worth.
And this is one of the teams that when we talk about like you can't really make too many mistakes against a team like Nigma. So when you put yourself in a position when everything's gonna hinge on that, even if you weren't playing against Nigma, it seems like it's going to be a pretty difficult task.
They put Tiny and now Tiny's in a rough matchup versus a Queen of Pain.
And the way that I just described Nigma's way to get themselves into the game and get past Na'Vi's like kind of timing. It's this co-op. It's the fact that she can skip the waves for free. There isn't a lot of stuns. It's only really Tiny that can threaten her. And then Sand King can do the same. Phoenix does the same with the Meteor Hammer. They have 3 heroes right now, ignoring the Anti-Mage, that can all just prolong the game long enough so that if they do go into a bad game state, they can maybe prolong. But I still think Na'Vi, they could very much just demolish Nigma in laning phase and just run away with the game. Drow is a scary hero. They could. But with one mistake or two that we've seen them make before, completely the other way around. So I'm favoring Nigma, but I could see maybe in a very small scenario that Na'Vi could take this.
Yeah,
10%.
I can't 10%. Yeah, like I'd say like 20 to 30% or something like that. But I think it's so damn hard because I think that you pick this Tiny blindly, and now they pick Quap. Quap does well versus Tiny. Tiny's going to start getting shut down. It's like Drow has to do really well on the Sand King versus Sand King bottom so that he doesn't have a good time, because now it's 3 cores that can get on top of the Drow Ranger.
No, exactly that too.
Seems like it's going to be a very difficult game for the Drow.
We're not doubters, but...
It seems like it's going to be a difficult game all in all.
Oh, you look sick!
Oh, damn.
Wait, is that me?
Yeah. What up, boy?
You're growing a beard.
Oh, no, you can't open your mouth, though, because it hides... Oh, there we go. Can you give us like a roar or something?
Let's get right into the game! Woo!
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, game 2 ready to go here between Na'Vi and Nigma. And we're seeing some of the same, some changes, right? We're getting this AM Phoenix coming out once more from Nigma. This time round, we're going to see Na'Vi try and hit them with maybe something a little bit more fast-paced, ending up with that Tiny. They're going to be able to make a lot of plays. Do you like the approach that Na'Vi's gone for this time, and the fact that they leave these big, strong Nigma heroes in the pool for them to take?
I still feel Na'Vi is on the timer here. They have Drow Ranger and Tiny. If Tiny is being shut down in the laning stage, I've seen it way too many times where he, does not get a Blink Dagger early on, and they're very limited on the catch. Like, they don't have enough to deal with AM and the last pick, Queen of Pain. I think Queen of Pain is just going to dumpster Tiny. Also, it's, 2 Blink heroes. You're going to buy a Blink hero on your Sand King eventually. It's just it feels really tough game for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they do have the means to do it this time around. Again, the threat of the egg. We saw GH have such an incredible game in game 1 on his Phoenix. Do you feel there's enough threats for him this time? I mean, what's there to hit the egg this time around? You got the Drow. You're still going to have some of the same problems against the Phoenix as you did in game 1 as Na'Vi?
Yeah, you have Tiny. Just kidding. That's the worst hero in the game that actually hits the egg. Yeah, you have a Drow Ranger, but that's it. Once again, you're relying on one hero, and your position 1 can't just deal with the egg. We've seen that in the game number 1 where TB was supposed to kill the egg, but he never actually tried to hit it because he needs to deal with the hero instead.
We'll see. It definitely feels like a bit of a bold move from Na'Vi to not address GH's Phoenix with much respect at all, especially after what he was able to pull out in game 1 and what we've seen from him so many times on this hero. But we'll see if their approach nonetheless has some way of dealing with Nigma, again getting some of the incredibly strong hero player
level
combo.
1.
All right.
With the Orb of Venom.
All right. Okay.
And this is First Blood.
It's got level 1 Gust.
Our will just connect. Plus a stun. They need a stun.
Okay. Well, that's the way to start game 2. We are with the First Blood. And I mean, absolutely worth skinning the Blink there, level 1 on the Anti-Mage, securing your mid First Blood, or...
in the laning stage against the Darkseer, that means that like a minute and a half, you're not going to have mana burn. So Pasha will have much easier time than what he had in game 1.
Yeah, I guess to make it worth it, you're now looking to Weeha and saying, you better smash mid lane now. you've got that bit of a boost of gold to start things off. I mean, the mid lane should be a lane where the Quap's going to come out.
This is what I wanted to see. You know, just share some tangos.
Okay.
To your AM, who tanked 2 or 3 hits from the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, get him back a bit. Give him a bit of payment there for setting you up to have a great start here in the mid lane. And we'll see how well Youngji could do against the Quap as the Tiny. Still got that great right click, but definitely going to be taking some harassment here from Weeha in the laning stage.
Tiny going for a different kind of a item build, starting one. Usually you like want to invest your gold, but now he's just saving it for the bottle. Only 250 gold away from it. Just wants to have that region going on because he knows Shadow Strike, once it gets to level 2, it's going to be very hard for him to take a fight to Ilias.
Yeah, forcing him to cut his way through the trees here. That was the only tango that he had held on to as well in this bottom lane.
And now they are giving solo XP to AM. Like, this is what I've seen. You know, when you miss skill a point or skill it just to get a kill. And now AM is going to be level 2.
Very heads up here is RMN. It's going to make the move over towards mid. Youngji is kind of stepped forward. I guess he just doesn't expect this movement from RMN this early on, as he's going to get rather low. The dagger's out again. It shouldn't be enough to kill him, though. He will live, but still meaning that he has to play very careful. That Tango regen will keep him safe. Still, just as you said, just trying to cross that first hurdle of getting the bottle out.
Most of the safe laners in your pub games would just call GG if they were Miracle right now. I'm playing solo, no support, minute and a half without RMN. RMN trying to kill the courier. Youngji, they're gonna dive. Like, he could be easily dead.
Yeah, blink forward from Weeha. RMN's got the coconut out. Daggers onto Youngji. He'll pop the fairy fire.
It's a level 1 Shadow Strike. He does not die. Like, region coming out from the tier 2 and tier 3 towers should be enough to keep him alive.
Still a lot of he's going to miss some waves here, right?
And Miracle, highest CS in the game.
Wait, what? And he's been solo laning. Just Miracle anti-mage things. As he's like, please, nobody come up here.
Don't steal my experience.
Yeah, stay away unless you're going to help me kill people.
I can't believe RMN is just going to ruin his lane. Almost perfect CS by Miracle there.
Yeah, 12-3 mid lane as well for Weeha, 12-6. Already off to a very hot start here, Nigma. Just 2 minutes in, already at a 1k lead.
It's not like he's having a good time already. They pulled the camp, which is not great because Miracle will get to both of these big camps.
Yeah, they're just sort of handing more to him. And bottom lane, Crystallize, he's going to go very low with the Fairy Fire. Will it save? Nope, there's another Fire Spray on GH. I mean, I just feel it already, Lacoste. We're 3 minutes in, and I'm seeing 2 heroes that were incredibly strong last game, and they're already looking like they're going to be incredibly impactful again in this game. The Miracle Anti-Mage and the GH Phoenix. They're already off to a great start and having a lot of impact and a lot of free farm in their lanes.
Miracle blinks in aggressively, just burns the rest of the mana. Has a Ring of Health, another shared Tango. Yeah, things are not looking good for Na'Vi, and we're only 3 minutes in the game.
There's only 6 CS on Crystallize, and he's had Ilias in his lane. Top lane, Miracle 16-3, and as we said, for the most part, he was on his own.
He also skilled Gus there, so no points in multi-shot yet. Which is kind of bad. Like, you want to have that in the laning stage. Also, I want to see some rotation coming out from Nigma. Just try to cancel this rune pickup from Youngji, because that's all he has. Let's see where it spawns. It spawned top, and it's a case.
No. And now he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. He may not die, but still going to take a lot of damage here from the 2 of them. Being pushed underneath his tower again. We'll see from the top. Immersion is able to at least deny the haste rune away from Weeha, so Weeha won't get the bottle refill, but still it's more moments where Youngji, he's just having to step out of this mid lane, and Weeha's getting complete control on it.
ET bottled the haste rune. Pasha bought the bottle and gave it to Immersion, so he can have it and just refill it if it spawns on the top lane. If Tiny was there, they would definitely give that to Tiny. But
okay, and top. RMN will go down. Immersion able to play in aggressively with the haste. It's down bottom. Nigma starting to pull the creeps round, forcing Crystallize to have to farm underneath his tower, just keeping the pressure onto the Drow. Crystallize is starting to climb back up in farm. And the pressure from GH will make sure that Nigma's got the space to grab the 2 bounty runes here. Yeah, Immersion just sort of swinging between the mid and the top lane. Weeheart wants to step over to steal that 5-minute bounty rune, and he's going to be able to do so. Young G and Immersion unable to put a stop to him. They'll come in with the combo, but he's still got the blink ready to go. So we are to slow down the Tiny, get himself away, and return back to the lane again in just a much better shape than Young G, as Young G is just struggling to really deal with this quad mid.
A level 4 Tiny, and Queen of Pain just put 1 point in Shadow Strike. Just keeps harassing him, pushing the wave. Queen of Pain is level 6, Tiny's level 4.
Yeah, Weeha is very strong right now. They've got to watch out for any sort of rotation that he sees a chance to go for. Makes it a lot harder for them to play as aggressively as they wanted to up top. And even with that aggression, just AM Miracle completely unfazed. 33 CS at 6 minutes.
Oh, best rune for V. Arcane, Queen of Pain. Like, you want to make a rotation with that rune, especially on the top lane. If Na'Vi wants to, keep playing aggressive, push the wave in, surge with the Darkseer, Queen of Pain, easy TP, get the double kill, and bottom lane's also a disaster.
Yeah, Crystallize this time will live. Still, the pressure that these 2 heroes are being able to put on the combo, the Sand King and the Phoenix. It's not a fun lane for any sort of squishy, vulnerable safe laner to try and farm into. As GH and Mind Control just able to keep the lane in a position that means Crystallize has to be so careful with the way that he steps out to try and get the farm. That's bottom. She coming in with a deep dive here. TP rotation will come in from Immersion, and Nigma are going to pay for this one. GH goes down. Look over towards Mind Control. He's trying to run away here through the trees, but Immersion stays on top of him with that extra damage from the Iron Shell. They'll take him out. So Nigma, for all the good play that they had on that bottom lane, just getting a little feisty there, diving past the tower, and Na'Vi are able to easily respond to it.
They got 2 kills, but I don't think it matters that much. Seems like we will just be able to get the cleanup, at least on one of the heroes. Misses it. He's thinking about the Sonic Wave, but Crystallize, that's the bigger target.
Oh?
Misses, number 2.
Okay, still gets the kill. Didn't need the Sonic Wave to hit, so why hit it? You don't need to. Gets the kill anyway.
Just to assert dominance in this game. I have Arcane Rune, I want to use my spells.
Yeah.
And almost every single hero on Nigma has a Raindrop. That item just ruins Tiny.
Yeah, especially a Tiny that's just not had the explosive start that he'd hoped for. Level-wise, still a level behind Weeheart. He's not going to have those spells at that potent of a level early on as bottom. Young G. It's going to be pushed back here. Not really many plays he can make against these 2. GH and Mind Control already relatively tanky heroes down here. G's combo is not going to threaten them. Even RMN coming down as well. Young G still hanging around, maybe seeing if he can catch someone, walk around the tree line. But even if he does, I think they'll just turn and kill him. They'll go for the Witch Doctor, and it will be enough burst to get him. Okay, he finds the one target that he can take. All right, so gets the freebie, takes out RMN, and that's the one he can kill there. The squishier Witch Doctor falls to his combo.
In this game, there's no Spirit Breaker, so Anti-Mage will have much easier time. He does not need to care about the ganks coming up. It's very hard for ET to actually set things up.
As Weeheart, he's come down, and Young G still sticking around. And Young G, full Sonic Wave comes back up. Gets the combo off onto Mind Control, but won't be able to finish the kill. As Weeheart takes him out.
They bring 3 heroes, try to kill AM, use the wall. Like, if you look at the heroes that Na'Vi has, it's very hard for them to actually kill AM if they don't surprise him with the Blink Toss combo.
I mean, that's the only way, right? That's the only way they're going to be able to threaten Miracle early on. And one thing that will change, of course, this time around, not having the Magnus, Miracle is going to have to go for the Battle Fury build, of course, and that will slow things down a little bit in terms of the Manta timing, but still, those timings are going to be very good.
Just blink out. Yeah. I don't know where they're still sticking here. Oh, here comes Tiny. Let's try it.
I mean, can they actually catch them by surprise now, though? You know that Nigma's going to be playing very careful.
GH is already level 6.
And DD Rune in the river as Weehard's able to come over. He's going to be able to grab that one. Have it ready to go for the next move that he makes. And still keeping 4 heroes up here on Na'Vi. They really want to find something. But Miracle's not falling to the trap. Youngji's coming in, trying to find a lead in. RMM would be an easy kill, but not the kill that they want, Na'Vi. Turn over towards Weehart. As Weehart.
You don't kill this Queen of Pain, there's no follow-up.
I mean, now they sort of just turning back over towards Youngji. In fact, the Supernova's going to come out. Weehart, just with a scream, they have to run away from GH. He just comes in like that with a level 1 egg, and Na'Vi, they can't deal with it. Weehart will fall as he does blink in too aggressively. So, a little bit of a blunder there from Weehart as he just oversteps the mark, blinks in, and Na'Vi, they can turn and kill him off.
He did not have a Sonic Wave to clean them up, but still very aggressive egg coming up from GH. He connects all the spirits on the heroes. They're like, bail, we can't do this. Immersion is having a much better game than in the last one. Like, he's extremely farmed. Level 6, almost full drums.
Oh, Mind Control's actually... Whoa! Tried to go with the epicenter. He's not going to get away with that, though, Ilias in the neighborhood. The two of them burst him down. And also able to find the deny in the tower. Top lane Youngji looking for the combo in onto GH. Pasha coming in from the side. Toss up, they'll take out GH. Weehart turning towards Crystallize. He's got the blink back up. Iron Man also by his side with the heals. Na'Vi won't be able to get in under this unless Pasha wants to buff Youngji up and look for the dive. This tower is about to fall.
They get the deny.
Just managed to find that. All this while, Miracle is getting the space in the mid lane. He's still able to find a lot of places on the map where he can continue to farm freely with no contest from Na'Vi.
I don't think you man up against this ET who has Aura maxed out. It's a level 4 Aura, so all your base armor is gone.
On top lane, looks like Na'Vi chased a little too far. The two of them, Youngji and Pasha, we saw them after the towers taken down, trying to get onto Weehart, but more than enough time for the rest of Nigma to TP over, push them back.
Young baited by his own teammates. You know, there's a surge, you always feel like you have something to back you up, but if they just completely stun lock you, you're not getting out of the way from that one. Miracle still on top of net worth. You know, he changed a lot of lanes this game. Let's see the wraparound coming out from Mind Control. Still 1,000 gold away from a Blink Dagger.
Oh, Ilias. He's actually going to try and have a poke at them. The silence out on the two of them with a multi-shot. Youngji comes in with the Avalanche toss combo. They've taken out Mind Control. GH jumps away. But Immersion's there waiting. The tree's coming in. The Storm as well. He pops the Supernova.
Drums? It's more than enough.
Ooh, only just, though. That was very, very close. But they do it. Na'Vi, they're able to take down GH. As well as Mind Controller. This time it was Nigma running in as two of them past towers that they're yet to take. Now that tier 1 still up in the mid lane. Nigma nonetheless looking for fights deep behind it.
Immersion in the previous game had 0.25 KDA. He's having an extremely good time this game. He's almost as farmed as his mid Tiny. Even though, you know, Tiny got really hit hard by that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, 2-0 for him, but we're just seeing from the lane setup, he was able to get in and punch him. And punch him real good. Bottom lane. Miracle, how are we doing on that Battle Fury timing? It's going to be around the 14-minute mark. So still solid first starting pickup here. Timing for Miracle.
And whenever I see AM, I always think that they get this Iron Talon. It increases your farming ability so much.
Yeah, definitely I mean, it's the best one to get, right? If you're just jumping around the jungle as a sort of position one. Mid lane. Some Ramputa Restoration. It's not enough to save him. Na'Vi get the kill with the three of them. GH starting to lead him. Weehar's here to cover him. But Na'Vi pretty strong now, especially when they fight with the number advantage. And Nigma's having to really respect that this time round.
Draw Ranger is insanely good hero. Just, you know, joining a team fights early on. Giving that damage. Dragonlance, double raid band, you have save, you also have ET in front of you to remove all the base armor, so you're like literally hitting your ulti all the time.
Young G is going to go deep past the tower onto GH. GH turns with the Sunray. The Maledict to the cast out onto Young G. The bounce back as well. False Promise comes out just in time to save Young G. Mind controls. He's going to be able to get himself on top of the Oracle. Immersion turns back around and go for the stomp. The Supernova's out from GH, so Na'Vi have to back away. On the high ground, Miracle, he's got the Battle Fury complete. Still farming away, taking away some of Na'Vi's jungle. Na'Vi running across, blinks back up. Miracle's away, and this is just a bit of a bit too much of
a kill to get. I mean, Blink is maxed out. No Blink
they're gonna
dagger
go back
on
in.
Tiny.
We are. He just comes in with a two-man Sonic Wave, and Miracle, he's going to be in with the cleanup. He's looking over towards Immersion. The Mana Void does not do enough damage, but he's going to have Blink again in a second if he wants to chase for this kill. Tries to do so. Immersion, he's juking, tries to go for the stomp, but Miracle finds him just in time.
He tried to go for it, hide in the tree place, but AM has that Battle Fury and has Iron Talon, so he can cut down 2 trees. Very hard to hide.
Cut through the whole forest here in this game. I mean, still, this is definitely the big struggle. I mean, Na'Vi, without a doubt, already in this first 15 minutes, holding on much better than they did in game 1. But there's still, you know, the issue of the anti-mage is only going to get bigger and bigger. And Miracle, no signs of being slowed down so far in this opener.
Like, Drow Ranger shreds through AM if they have good timing, if you have a good lineup to, you know, just pressure the AM, but I don't think this is the case here. Like, they did not achieve that much, and Jiang Ji's so far away from a Blink.
He's trying to get in on Torment, doesn't manage to get in with the toss though. Now, in the mid lane, the tower being dove onto Mind Controllers. Na'Vi are in there, they found him. Mind Control goes down, that Young Ji again with the combo. He's able to find on the front of it all Weeha's. Weeha's just in there, taken away Na'Vi. A tier 1 tower and 2 core kills. As I think it's going to get to the point now where Miracle's probably looking at the rest of his teammates and saying, guys, can we tone down the feeding a little bit?
Oh, for sure. Like, Queen of Pain definitely did not need to die there. The good thing that Na'Vi has, considering that Tiny is not having a good time, you know, there's a Surge, a Darkseer, so he can just speed him up instead of having a Blink Dagger, but he will get it eventually in the next few minutes. It's still gonna be a really bad timing on that Blink. There was no stacks that he could clear up. Needs to clear like 2.5 more waves to actually get it.
He's had a tough game so far, Young G, from the lane matchup into the rotations early from Nigma. The pressure was certainly on. They really identified Young G was the one they needed to slow down. I mean, we saw last game, Young G was left relatively alone in that mid lane and did have a pretty good beginning to it. Got a lot of farm on his puck, so clear that Nigma pointed him out as the one that they had to shake the game up of early on. Make sure that he wasn't able to make the moves. Miracle's farm, it just continues at this great pace. The Manta style, just about 1,300 gold away. It's going to be online in very good time. They've got to keep the pressure up, Na'Vi. They cannot stop against this anti-mage. Every moment it's just going to hurt them more and more in the long run.
There's the Blink Dagger on Tiny, 18 minutes in. I think it's time for them to make a smoke play, try to outpush the lane or backstab them on the bottom. Right now they're just playing top. They have one Observer Ward, but they're also under vision of Nigma.
Crystallize. Deep in the jungle here.
Nice
He's been
play.
found. Pushed away by the Sonic Wave. Ilias couldn't get in for the False Promise. Uses it on himself, but the Burrow Strike into the Death Wall. It takes out Pasha. Supernova comes out. Immersion's going to try punching it, but you're not killing this egg. You've got to run away. It's 4 dead from Na'Vi as they try to very awkwardly fight into the high ground of Nigma. Nigma very much ready for that fight that time round. Ilias attempting to run, but GH hot on the chase. We are going to be ready to jump in once more as well. Silencing up the Oracle. Mind Control in with the cleanup as he comes flying in with the Burrow Strike. And losing fights like this as Na'Vi's lineup against the lineup that's sitting on the shoulders of a Miracle Anti-Mage, it just hurts them so much now, as now they're just down 7,000 gold, and it just gets harder and harder for them to just keep any sort of pressure up against this AM lineup.
That was such a big play coming up from V. He blinks in, silences Oracle, and pushes back Drow Ranger, splits her up from the rest of the team, actually pushes her on the high ground. and they don't have anything against this Orchid. Like, I've seen some good Oracle players trying to use a Dispel on them before, like, a global silence. It's something that we might see, knowing that Ilias is such a great Oracle player, but it's very tough. There's no way of dispelling it. No one else has it. There's no other save. There's no Glimmer Cape yet, so it's very tough for Oracle to actually play this game.
And here we go again. I mean, Na'Vi, no, you know, you lose a fight like that where you get team wiped, you still have to go. You can't slow down.
No.
You've got to try again.
I think they have like 2 max more fights. If they lose 2 more fights in a row, the game's just all Nigma.
Here we go, keep this up. As they look towards Weeha. Weeha turns with the silence onto Youngji. Is not going to fall for that bait though, not going to blink in aggressively. Meanwhile, Miracle, of course, that last fight propelling him again very far ahead. The Manta style's done. He's already got the Mithril Hammer into the Basher. Basher, in fact, just about 500 gold away. Also, grabbing a courier. I mean, how do they ever catch this anti-mage?
They don't. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. He's going to end up with 0 deaths this game. It's just not the lineup that punishes AM, especially if your mid-tiny is having a rough time and gets a Blink Dagger 18 minutes in. Like, look at the vision right now. Miracle does not see anything.
Poor mid. They managed to get the jump on to Crystallize. The egg is out. There's nobody hitting it. They cannot focus it. The Epicenter's out from Mind Control. The Supernova stun hits onto Crystallize. Weeha jumps in with a Sonic Wave, pushing them back. There'll be a buyback from Ilias, but Na'Vi, they're losing hero after hero. Immersion falls to the damage of Miracles. He jumps in for the cleanup. Youngji caught in the river, disarmed by GH. The false promise save will come out from Ilias. Mind Control and Miracle just chase him for more. Onto the Oracle they go. Double kill for Miracle. 10k lead for Nigma, and this game, it's just looking to be in a similar, if not a worse position for Na'Vi than game 1 was. I feel like in game 1 at least they had like the puck, the Extreme Coil, the TB with Reflection. This time they just have so little against this anti-mage. Miracles 505, Manta Battle Fury Basher complete at 22 minutes.
We can see the odds. 369, nice. For Na'Vi against 123 for Nigma. Like, Nigma is just in full control of this game. I said Na'Vi, they have 2 more fights. They just lost 1. And I feel like they could just, you know, try to go for 1 more fight, then get the Roche, or Na'Vi might just call it. Because I think Na'Vi understands that this game, they need to make stuff happen right now. Try to get a kill. If they don't, it's just everything's gonna fall apart.
And it's just, it just feels rough, right? The fact that they let Nigma get this Miracle Anti-Mage. I'm sure, you know, obviously there's a lot of heroes that you got to worry about teams like Nigma getting their hands on, but I mean, the Miracle aim, it's got to be higher up your list, surely, Lacoste.
Surprised that they did not ban it out, considering that they picked Darkseer once again.
I mean, because we saw the approach they took the Magnus away from the equation, but leaving the Anti-Mage in, and
oopsie,
Anti-Mage. Oh, actually getting gone on it. Can they take him out? Miracle. Okay, they got him. They got him. Can they get anything more from this? We are pushing them away. They get out of range of the Supernova. They got him. Alrighty. Okay. You know, there we go. A bit of the classic caster's curse. You know, AM having a brilliant game. Start to point it out, and bam! Suddenly the AM is dead. Na'Vi, they're over onto RMN. They're running down the Witch Doctor. Is there any save for him? There isn't. The stomp's out. They'll take their time. Youngji grabs a tree, slaps him right in the face.
Kills him with a style. 38 seconds with AM.
Okay.
They have enough. Does he have a buyback? I mean, if he has buyback, nope. Only one hero has buyback at the moment.
Buyback's out. We are. So going to get in onto Youngji. But Youngji's just taking the attention away from the pit. Crystallize, he's hitting the Roche.
Oh, it's not fast enough. I don't think it's fast enough. They're just making them busy.
Oh, in goes Mind Control. That percent not enough, though. He gets dragged back by the vacuum into the room. Mind Control, he's going to go down. The Sonic Wave comes out onto the 5 of them. But now he's jumped in. He's silenced. He's dead as well, for sure not. The blink out in time.
BKB ready in a second.
With the chase. They've got him as well. Na'Vi with the comeback.
Na'Vi are doing it.
It's going to be theirs.
I don't think they go into Roche Pit right now. There's no Queen of Pain, no Sanking. Go back to farming. Just chill a bit. There was a bit misplay between Sanking and Anti-Mage in that fight, where he like blinked very short range instead of just trying to hit him. So this is going to be Aegis.
Swinging it around a bit.
Crystallize will pick it up. Yasha, Dragonlance going for a BKB. Still 8,000 net worth lead for Nigma.
For sure. I mean, if this was the beginning of the comeback, how much percent of a comeback has this been so far, would you say? Is this like 20% of a comeback, or?
What is Dota Plus saying?
It's gone what?
It's around like 65 right now.
Okay.
Going from, what?
What is that,
almost
about
90.
So yeah, about what, a 25% increase?
Sure.
So 25% of the comeback here from Na'Vi. See if they've got the rest of the 75% in them.
And now Tiny got another item. Like 7 minutes in, he farmed the full Echo Saber. Has that guaranteed... What's it called? My brain stopped working. Critical Strike. Yeah, good job, Lacoste. Coming out from Imclaw. So there's going to be some physical damage as well. They don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity, so Queen of Pain, Orchid into BKB, but they need to have a good vision to find Oracle. Just burst him instantly. He used the buyback in the previous fight, so his buyback is on cooldown. But now he has a Blink Dagger. I know that Ilias is extremely fast on clicking the buttons. So he might be able to, you know, just blink out if Queen of Pain blinks in on him.
Let's see what we have here is Nigma set up with the smoke. And Na'Vi's not coming out this way anytime soon. They themselves sticking to their half of the jungle. There's Nigma, just waiting for anybody to swing this side of the map. We are being looked towards mid, as you mentioned, with that BKB, a very hard catch now for Na'Vi.
Elder Titan is slowly becoming a core. I mean, he has Philosopher's Stone, going for Aghanim Scepter drums, so he can be that frontliner. Also, in a team fight, you want to take out that Philosopher's Stone to actually deal the damage.
Oh, Young G. Okay. That's a dead quap.
That's a dead Witch Doctor.
We are just going down there to the combo. No chance to get his BKB out.
I find it easy to respect you.
He couldn't press it. He just died that quickly.
Now they're chasing. Smoke.
I mean, I get that's the case, right? I guess with the Avalanche Toss combo, the Iron Shell damage, as well as that Imp Claw, you get jumped on as the Quap. You can't press the BKB. The combo is going to 100 to 0 you. A nice little grab here for Miracle. Will find the Paladin sword, but Na'Vi.
Nigma does not want to take a fight until that Aegis is gone. Like, they might try to go for a defense, get a pick off, if they can get, you know, one clean in and out. Still, 2 minutes left on that Aegis. I think they know Navi's just going to go and play as 5. Their lineup is very strong when they're grouped up.
Yeah, they're just avoiding it entirely. They're going to let Na'Vi, by the looks of it, take this tier 2 tower. Just continue to be as efficient as they can in farm. They attempt to skip the mid creep wave, pushing out the side lanes as well. Just avoiding this move from Na'Vi. See Na'Vi reacting to that, backing up, seeing if they can maybe find a catch out of this. Young G, who's he going to be able to find? Miracle's already on his way out. Some nice picks here for the 2 squads. Orbs, slivers.
Some good items for Na'Vi. Damage, sliver.
And Crystallize after his BKB, of course, just looking towards that butterfly. Skadi for Miracle. 3,000 gold off it. And Jungji starting to build up the gold once more. He's got 1,800. Really picking up his game now as this Tiny. 8, 4, and 6. Getting a good amount of kill involvement there. 20 to 17, it's just that 8k. And of course, a lot of that down to the speed that Miracle can farm as this anti-mage. So he's the one holding the lion's share of this net worth lead that Nigma have right now.
Nigma is the best team in the world in terms of, you know, keeping an eye when the Aegis is going to run out. So I believe they might go for a smoke play and try to get a kill when that Aegis is gone. And it's going to be in 30 seconds. Like, I've seen it so many times where they just, you know, keep the hero low and then kill him when the Aegis is gone. But they need to get rid of Oracle first.
Yeah, Ilias is still very much the one in their sights. We'll see Miracle start to swing over towards the mid as Na'Vi do back off from that push, as you say, with the Aegis shortly about to expire. Young G Oh, he's going to find himself an easy one here, Iron Man. Caught on roaming around in the jungle. There's more money for Crystallize. Also, Immersion stepping up. It's not going to be able to do anything about the outpost as they'll reclaim it. We are actually stepping in the river. Immersion's going to go for the TP out, but with the Sonic Wave.
That's a big kill. 500 gold for Queen of Pain, and she is itemizing correctly in this game. You know, there's ET Aura removing the base armor.
Yeah.
Same goes for Drow Rangers, so she's going to get herself some armor and the teammate some armor, you know, that cannot be reduced.
Yeah, with that armor, should at least give Weehaw the chance to pop the BKB if he gets caught by the toss combo. Just limiting that extra bit of physical punch that Youngji's been relying on with that Imp Claw to get the kills. Yeah, this Skadi on track to be being complete before the next fight kicks off. Level 23 on the Anti-Mage Miracles game. Other than that one pick off on mid, continuing to look nice and smooth for him so far. Na'Vi, they did do it once before here in this game. They were able to at least slow Nigma down the once. As we say, we're going to need to do it at least 2 or 3 more times to get themselves in a position to have a solid shot in this game. But that's the big item done for Immersion. So eyes on him to just really get in on the front lines and just charge at the heroes of Nigma, giving space for Crystallize to get the damage out.
You're really being PMA, Owen, huh? They need like 2 or 3 big team fights to come back into this game. I mean, you're not wrong. It's a 12k difference between these two teams. They smoke up.
This is what you got to do, right? You've got to look for these sort of plays. These are the plays that get you back into a lost game.
Dire are scanning.
Can they get the jump here? Nigma hiding in the trees, almost just expecting this.
The
smoke gets dispelled. Youngji's trying to step in, goes in immediately, but there's the juke out. He's not able to find the target. They step out to the side. He's been silenced. Miracle gets in on top of him with the bash. The Maledicts as well onto Youngji. Crystallize tries to push them away with the gust. The Stomp's out, does catch out the anti-mage.
That's a big
gets dragged in by the vacuum, but Miracle's off to the side. The BKB's out, as now they charge away from the egg, avoiding the supernova. We are committing with his own BKB, jumping over aggressively, but mind control, he's gone down. Youngji's back in onto We Are. Miracle in the river, grabs himself an arcane rune, but they've lost 2 on Nigma. Na'Vi, with the smoke move, find themselves another successful battle.
They need Sanking to be alive to get the multiple burrow strikes. He is the one who's controlling a team fight. They still can't hit the egg. You can see GH just, you know, trying to zone them out with it. And Miracle, he saw a rune, like, also needed the 6 seconds to put it from the backpack into inventory, then pick it up. So he was not in that fight. He just hit level 25. Yeah, he's going for that Mana Void talent once again.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this game still, at least a couple of int targets that are going to pop nicely. And I guess at this stage as well, with the farm that he has, I mean, what are the other reasonings for just not taking the boosted magic resistance? Did you just feel like he's not going to die anyway?
Damage. Yeah, he's not going to die to magical damage. Yeah. He died once this game, 33 minutes in. And he wants to be able, you know, to just use it multiple times. There's 2 big targets. You have this Darkseer, you have Oracle. Even ET has a pretty big mana pool at the moment, considering that he has Aghanim Scepter. Yeah,
with the items that he's picked up.
Dire are scanning.
We'll see Na'Vi again. They've got to make the biggest of impressions with these smokes. Silver's Edge finished now on the Tiny, so Youngji's got a good way of getting in, breaking that passive with the Anti-Mage, leaving him very vulnerable to the combo of himself as the Tiny. Nigma still have this 10k lead, but again a lead that's really started to hit a steady pace, and again most of it on Miracle. If Na'Vi can find any way of taking out this Anti-Mage, they're going to be on a pretty level playing ground in terms of being able to just push down lanes and start to threaten some of the base of Nigma. But again, it's not an easy task. It's incredibly hard to kill this Anti-Mage. And Na'Vi, they've only been able to do it the once this game here at 34 minutes in.
Double damage. They don't have anyone with the bottle. Tiny actually has one, but he's far away from this fight.
Yeah, they're kind of
Roche is up. I mean, they're still waiting.
Yeah. Well, that DD will help them do it pretty quickly, but it's risky to do. Top lane. coming in with the root. We'll see the smoke from Nigma as they're sweeping around the top lane.
close.
Miracle, he's able to find Ilias from the high ground, and he goes onto the Oracle, takes him out. And Na'Vi, they're split up too much. They're starting to back away from the pit. They know they can't go for it. Youngji over towards the mid. He's able to get in and combo RMN. Buybacks coming out from both Pasha and Ilias. Crystallize charges forward, gets the gust out onto GH. Does he have the damage with the stomp out and the piercing arrows? He does. GH is out of the action. As Youngji is chasing for more. Nigma on the retreat themselves now with 2 men down. They do have buybacks on the 2 of them. May need to use them if they want to try and contest this Roshan. Youngji, he's on the high ground with the Silver Edge. He's got vision onto Miracle. He's ready for the setup. He's in with the break here. Is there any follow-up? Though there isn't. The Mantis pop. The wall is down, but Miracle's able to blink off to the side. He's away. Buybacks come out from GH.
I want to see how low Roche is. Yeah, Crystallize was actually hitting the Roche meantime, so half HP.
And they finish it though. Nigma's heading over. They've got Supernova, Mana Void, Sonic Wave. They've got their big team fight ults for this fight. Na'Vi's got to do it quickly. GH checking out the situation. Roshan pulling lower and lower. Can they finish this Roshan time? The Supernova's out, making space for Miracle to finish it, but Youngji gets it on the backline. He's actually taken out mind control. The space is there though for Nigma to secure Roshan, get the Aegis and the cheese. Weehaw blinks in with a BKB, turns over towards Crystallize, jump from Miracle over towards the Darkseer. Pasha's out of the game. That's a dieback on the Darkseer. Over to Crystallize he goes. Ilias trying to save his Drow with the false promise, but Miracle can just stay on top of him. We are an RMN also helping to beat down onto Crystallize. He'll pop as the false promise comes to an end. As Nigma with that
he stopped. He stopped.
I mean, maybe.
Tiny, all right.
Tiny's here. The combo into the stomp. One more. He's teasing. Buyer.
He knows he has enough time to actually do it.
Okay.
That's why Elder Titan stopped his TP.
Yeah.
But Miracle, he got the cheese and Aegis.
And
he did his job. You know, he split the fight. Went for Oracle. Man, Scotty just destroys ranged heroes. They're not moving.
Yeah, they can't move, they can't hit.
I think it was 170 move speed on that Drow Ranger. It's like you're purged constantly.
Not an incredibly strong item. And Nigma just able to come in with that clutch timing again around that Roche pit. Combo between Miracle and GH, just the 2 of them making all the space. And nothing you can really do there as Na'Vi to stop it. You can't kill this egg. You can't go into the pit to try and fight Miracle for the Roche, because even if you do get it, you're going to be dying twice in the pit underneath the Supernova.
I want to see more of a Sanking. I feel like he just goes in one time. I have not heard Epicenter being used at all. Like, I've seen it maybe 2 times at the early stages of the game. That's it. 1 on the bottom lane, 1 on the mid lane.
It's been a game where a lot of the times Youngji has been able to just catch mind control out with a stray avalanche, or making it that little harder for him to get in with the jump. And Na'Vi now down 16k. The struggle's getting bigger for them. Princess Knife found. Butterfly still not quite there for Crystallize. He's getting close. Big levels right now for Na'Vi. It's all on Youngji. Youngji still 11, 4 and 9. Having a solid performance here as the Tiny, despite the lead that Nigma have against them. And Nigma, they're ready to use this power right now as they're in with the 5-man smoke. Heading over to Na'Vi's heart for the map. Na'Vi, what's their plan? They're starting to come outside of their base a little bit, Na'Vi. They've got to be wary of these sort of aggressive moves from Nigma, though.
Dire are scanning.
And looks like they are. They're very scared right now, Na'Vi. Just staying in the base. Only Pasha pushing out alone on that top lane.
They cannot allow to stay in the base for 2 minutes. Aegis will be gone in 2. Also, they need those 2 big items. I think you just fully commit with Tiny and Drow Ranger. Buy that Daedalus, buy that full Butterfly. Don't save for buyback on these 2 cores, because you need the damage, like right here, right now.
Oh. GH.
He's dead.
He is. Oh, no, he isn't. Or is it? He isn't. He's actually going to live there. They didn't quite have enough to take him out there. I mean, talk about living on the edge, GH, just diving in.
That was something. I mean, he definitely has a paper and a pen, you know, just doing the math.
The calculations.
This, if I disarm this guy using 2 fiery spirits, that's going to take some of their attack speed, equals not going to die.
Yeah, he was right. Maths test passed there by GH. As he swoops in and swoops out. And the one little thing that Na'Vi did gain from that being the supernova down. Can they actually do anything with that? Still catching a glimpse of mind control on this bottom lane. Youngji gonna see if he can find him. He's in. And mind control's out.
Mind control, having all the items you need to juke. A Force Staff, you have Yule Scepter, and the Flicker. You know, that's a dispel every 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's a very hard hero to catch.
Okay, so he's keeping a Ninja Gear. Keeping that smoke.
Yeah, as we've seen already, he's struggled to really get the big epis off, but now has that extra advantage of being able to get the jump on Na'Vi without them knowing his exact position on the edge of the fights.
I think this is smart. They gave GH Flicker instead, so he can get rid of the silence because he does not have like a real defensive item. No Yule Scepter, nothing that he can dispel the silence with.
And he just dove in like he just did. So they're like, GH, please take this if you're going to dive in like that. And we have still in the realms of 72% here for Nigma, and I mean, it is still it's a massive lead, 21k. I can't help but feel there's probably even more than that right now. It's still just a very hard game.
These numbers are lying.
Yeah, it definitely feels rougher than that. It's a tough game for Na'Vi down against this AM. I'm really relying on Miracle to go for some deep dives here and punish him.
Immersion did not lose the gem for a very long time. Since they bought it, he's still keeping it, getting rid of the vision. Whenever they use a ward on their side, it's going to get devoted full Bloodthorn, so that's going to help out against this Butterfly, since Anti-Mage does not have an MKB.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Some beautiful moves here from Miracle on the cliff. Zhongji. Ooh, Miracle's jumped in, but not really much you're able to do with that. He does try Youngji, but he's just going to be dead for that. As that was a,
good try.
I mean,
nothing came out of it.
Yeah, nice try, I guess. I mean, the temptation's there, sure. There's an anti-mage standing in front of you that's just blinked in, but this is still, what, a level 28 anti-mage, 6 slotted. Yeah, you're not going to do a whole lot there with your combo. Even
and there
with
was
the
no
break.
follow-up. He has, what, 3,000 HP, 6 slotted with the evasion. I don't think you're killing him.
Yeah.
Even if Drow Ranger was there, he still does not die. So no Darks here. Buyback used on Tiny. It's go time for Nigma.
Yeah. Are scanning.
I mean, if anything, I think just a demonstration there of just how far Na'Vi are behind. Just going for anything there is, even if it's not a great move.
Big dive. He got that talent on level 20. Scouting things out, see where they are. Easy Raxus, Solar Crest on top of AM plus a leveler. What is that attack speed? Pew, pew, pew.
That's a lot. They'll silence him. Hex as well, but he's got the Sunray heal. Just going to jump straight back in onto Immersion. Immersion able to pull back the Spirit, get the BKB buff out. He's dead. Another buyback comes out from Na'Vi. Nigma just resuming business as they'll clean up the bottom racks. Miracles away.
So that's 1, 2, 3 buybacks in the last 2 minutes. Next Roche may respawn in 30 seconds.
Oh, we're getting some big numbers now as well. 32,000 gold lead here for Nigma. Those numbers adding up.
These are the correct numbers, right?
Yeah, these are looking pretty accurate now. I mean, we'll check the win probability. It's probably dropped right down into the 90s yet. It's reaching there. As now it's, you lose that sort of fight where you try for that jump around your triangle and then this high ground push that you can't put to a stop. It's just looking very, very tough for Na'Vi once again here in this game too. Got the toss charges. I mean, maybe they could look to burst someone in that, but even if they get all 3 tosses on a hero like Miracle's AM, it's not going to be enough damage to pop him. Big 25's out for Nigma too, yeah, the 25 on Quap.
This is one of the best, if not the best, level 25 talent in the game.
Yeah.
You can just jump aggressively, cut at the back lines, illusion escape. All right, that's the good item to try to bait like Abyssal Blade from AM. They still don't know that they got it.
True, yeah. We'll see if they could do some sweet illusion baits. Now, if they could sort of bait out all 5 ultimates of Nigma onto an illusion, maybe. Maybe that could do some sort of setup for a team fight that Na'Vi can fight back into.
There's no sentry there. There's no observer ward. With the Bloodthorn, Young G gone, no buyback for 2 minutes.
All right, that might just be it.
This is a game-winning move.
Yeah. They've been having a few of those this game, this series, Nigma, throughout. Just having the lead against Na'Vi in every moment of this series. There's immersion.
This is the most satisfying sound in the game. AM burning mana on heroes.
And they're jumping in. They're going to deep it, Nigma, because they know that they can. They're pushing Na'Vi back to the fountain. GH just dropping supernovas in the fountain, and at that point, you know it's over. GG is called. And this series, it will be Nigma's, and today it really just looked like an outclass. Nigma just on another level to Na'Vi, as Na'Vi just weren't able to keep up with them. They came in with some good fights, but again, just in both of these games, Lacoste, Na'Vi just having to constantly play from behind.
I think it comes down to a draft where they're playing with the much weaker draft. I would call it 25 to 75, and Nigma overall is just a more experienced, a better team where you have Na'Vi who brought in some new young players. They still have a lot to learn, but you know, still a good team.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen teams go against Nigma and go against, in particular, like the Miracle AM, and they sort of fall over pre-30 minutes. But, you know, Na'Vi, you know, they're able to keep the fight going, kept this one going here, this game, to at least about the 45-minute mark. So definitely something there, but again, just not on the level that Nigma's bringing right now.
That one mistake from Nigma dragged this game for another 20 minutes. If they got the Roche, Cheese Aegis, instead of making that mistake, I think the game could have just ended in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So they had to play more cautiously, farm, get 6 slotted on AM, and then finish the game.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing it again, though, that this Anti-Mage and the GH Phoenix. I feel like these two heroes, I mean, maybe more so the GH Phoenix than the Miracle AM, because he's the one making the space.
Pretty big when you say, you know, GH this, GH that.
You could go through, from half of the heroes in Dota 2, maybe even more with a man like GH. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nigma take game 2, and with that, the series is theirs. 2-0 against Na'Vi.
Yeah, and with that 2-0 as well, Nigma take the top of the group. That's right, they are 4-1. This was their last series of their group stages, and they are guaranteed in the upper bracket. And unfortunately, on the other side, it is Team Na'Vi who is guaranteed going to the Divine bracket, which, in kind of like a morbid way, I'm excited for, because I want to see them face up against Cyber Legacy. But, you know, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this second game of the series, Tsunami Slacks. It kind of felt like a little bit of a repeat of the first game in terms of strategies. Maybe kind of different answers coming out from Na'Vi to the Anti-Mage of Enigma, but the result was, unfortunately for them, the same.
I don't think, I mean, they were coming up with different answers, but none of them were the solution, because they ended up last picking a Tiny against a Phoenix. Like the casters said, I think almost GH's Phoenix was more of a force to be reckoned with than Miracle's Anti-Mage, which he got both games. I'm, again, surprised by Na'Vi's drafting. I don't know why teams are being so stubborn. It seems like, you know, we saw teams not banning out the Arc Warden. We see teams not banning out IO on occasion, and now we're seeing teams not banning out Anti-Mage against Nigma. I don't really know. Just ban it. You know, if you couldn't have a good solution in game number 1 and you're theory crafting a solution for game number 2, just skip it, ignore it, make a new playbook.
But they had to also ban out the IO and the Batrider.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So it's tough.
Such as a similar theme in a lot of these top teams, you know? You say, just ban this hero. Well, they have 4 other ones that you can't let through. I mean, that's the OG special, and Nigma is quite similar. So just a domination from Anti-Mage again, as we talked about. It's how do you beat Miracle AM? I literally don't know. But it was, as Shiver said, a very similar game, which is why we were kind of scared for them. I didn't really have any advice for these guys, just because, I mean, the draft was better, though.
Yeah.
They fought a lot better, though. It wasn't a complete beatdown.
True.
But the result was still the same.
There was, of course, Queen of Pain this time for Weehaw instead of Wind Ranger, so you would have liked that a lot better. You felt like Nigma had an even better draft than the first game.
Sure. Why not? Anything's better than that, Demon. But, yeah, just... well, that's why this team is top of the bracket, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It was... I mean, we knew beforehand it was going to be an uphill battle for Na'Vi, but we also have been pleasantly surprised by Na'Vi, for example, when they 2-0'd EG. You know, we've seen both sides of the coin from the squad, so I was still interested to see what they could come up with for Team Nigma here. But I mean, there's just a superior team in this group.
Yeah,
it's them.
And there were glimpses of greatness also, because I think Immersion has consistently been a standout player for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
This series was no different. I have always looked to him to make space. I think Young G looked a little bit shaky in this game in particular. I think he had too much on his shoulders as the Tiny, so it wasn't really easy for him. You could see him trying to find opportunities with that Silver Edge Tiny, but it's a lot easier said than done against Nigma's incredible mobile team. Like, anytime he would find the anti-mage, immediately the Sand King would mobilize on him, Icarus Dive with the bonus range would jump on him, and it was just too much for one last big Tiny to deal with, unfortunately.
There was a lot of pressure on him. You know, try to get a lead before Miracle Anti-Mage gets out of control. Good luck.
Yeah, pretty tough. Pretty tough to accomplish that. But I gotta echo what you said, Shiva, that I'm kind of excited to see Na'Vi down there.
Is that bad to say?
It's not that bad.
not.
I mean, they still get to fight. It's bad to say I'm excited to see them eliminated from the tournament, but we get to see more games from them, right? So
I think it'll be more competitive games because they'll be. I mean, Na'Vi, I would love for them to be in Immortal Division and Immortal Caliber, but based off of their performance in the group stage, it seems like they may be batting out of their league a little bit. And so them competing with, like you said, Cyber Legacy, who was a team also on the cusp of Immortal.
They used to be, a majority of them used to be in Na'Vi.
I know.
Grudge match.
It is. Also, I mean, we have to give credit. Na'Vi did do well. Like, they took a series of EG. They are a very young squad as well. So respect to them for being able to do at least that. And of course, as you can see, EG and VP, they still have to play later today. We do not know yet who's going to be joining the upper bracket with Nigma there for this group, because that series still have yet to be played. So it's not all set in stone just yet. But it's going to be very exciting to see how that's going to play out. It's lucky that we have a group where the very last match still matters. That is always exciting. And it mattered for, of course, Team Nigma as well. Speaking of Team Nigma, we are joined by Miracle. Hello.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hello.
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Good to hear. So, Miracle, we have been hearing non-stop amazing things about you and your drafting. Every time one of your teammates comes on and he's like, Miracle, you know, he really stepped up in drafting. I want to hear from you. Like, how are you enjoying basically being the captain? You took over.
To be honest, it's pretty fun. At first, I actually thought it's gonna be more stressful. I mean, it was. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty stressful without Kuro, because Kuro always was the guy, will be. So, kind of was hoping not to choke at the beginning. Not gonna lie. But as time goes on, I think I kind of got used to it a bit. So it's much better now. The guys help me a lot too. They're pretty humble. They're not gonna say, but they're all very, help me a lot in the draft too. So it's not all me. They help me tremendously.
Well, it is great to see. It's also fun to poke a little bit of fun of your preference to start picking your heroes in the first two.
Oh, yeah. He's one of my heroes. Can't ignore that.
Well, yeah.
So, two-part question. You play a lot of great heroes. You do an amazing job. Who do you enjoy playing the most right now? Not just in pro games, but in pubs. Who's your number one, fun pick?
Invoker, for sure.
Still? Oh, yeah, of course, the classic.
You never forget your first love.
My goodness.
Yeah, of course, man.
Second part, a lot of people, teams and panel, have been trying to discuss how exactly they defeat your Animage. Would you like to help us out? How do you lose as your Animage?
I mean, I have to feed, I guess, if I play pretty bad.
Oh.
That's the only way.
Has to be user error.
I mean, AM is this kind of hero, you know, if you don't play a faster paced game against AM, especially in a favorable draft, it's kind of an uphill battle for the opponents. So, I mean, Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
I wouldn't give any more advice, by the way. That was a joke question, and you shouldn't have said anything to begin with. So thank you, Miracle.
Right. Let's pretend I didn't say anything.
Talking about your captainship, I know we had spoken to GH a little bit earlier during a previous win, and he said that you're being more vocal now, which I imagine was probably not how you used to be under Kuro. Was that kind of a conscious decision that you're like, I'm the captain, I have to talk more, even though I don't want to, or it just came naturally where you're like, well, I want to tell people what to do. So what kind of a transition was that for you?
Well, I mean, even with Kuro around, I was vocal, but not all the time, like depending on the game. But since Kuro left, and our team is pretty quiet, chill guys, you know, so, and kind of have to yell out things, you know, to get things done. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I have to yell now all the time.
I have one final question. I would imagine coming into this tournament, you had certain expectations of how you would do and how you would perform. Obviously, going to the upper bracket is the top of what you achieve. You're top of the group. How do you look back on your last 5 series that you played in the group stages? Are you happy? Are you still working on some things?
I mean, to be honest, with all things considered, I don't think we practiced a single game together going into this tournament. So, I mean, my expectations were, I mean, I didn't have any expectations, to be honest. We were just there to play. We were like, okay, let's play and see how it pans out, right? So we're just taking a chill approach.
This chill approach seems to be agreeing with you guys. So
it's working so far.
Hope none of the other teams listen to this interview. That is very heartbreaking for them. They've worked very hard, but no big deal. Thank you.
Some people are just that good. That's just the way it goes. Miracle, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and we hope to see a lot more for you in the squad.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day. That, of course, is Miracle from Team Nigma, and they are...
Bruh. He's getting good at interviews.
He is really
waited
good.
so long.
I'm telling
Do you remember
you.
the old days when he first came out and we would beg him to say a single word and he would just run?
Was he the person that would only go out if it was together with GH?
Yes. That was like before he was literally camera shy. He wouldn't say a goddamn word. Now he's like doing miracles better than the best of them. That was great. It's so good to see our esports personalities rise up to be those athletes.
You know, also, like, a lot of the people that are very shy at interviews are like... They're really nice people, right?
Yeah.
They're good people to talk to. It's just, you know, when you put a camera in their face, it's like, you know, maybe not do that. But now, you know, also, they're playing from home, sitting, you know, with your headset.
True.
It's a little bit more comfortable, but they're just nice people to talk to. And it shows in these interviews. It's really good to hear the players a little bit again. We're going to hear one of the players of our next 2 teams as well, but only after they are victorious. We don't know yet if they're going to be. So I'm going to discuss this series with you guys. Virtus.pro versus EG. That will be our next best of 3. It will be the final match for this group. Bar any tiebreakers, like the final official match.
Yes.
And there might still be tiebreakers, I believe. So we just have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But what I do know is that EG at the moment is 3-1. Virtus.pro is 2-2. And if EG wins, they're in the upper bracket guaranteed. And when VP wins, they are tied together with EG. And there are rules in place, but hey, I didn't know I was going to be talking about the series, so I actually didn't look into that, what's going to happen then. So I'm being completely honest with you guys.
Thank you. For once.
The transparency.
For once you don't lie.
For once I'm honest. So you always come to the panel without any prep.
Fine. I'll go to Liquipedia, you lazy bastards.
It is a complicated system with all these tiebreakers, but it's part of the experience of trying to have all these different leagues. I mean, we're legitimately running like a DPC here. Literally every region has their own one that was invited and could work in COVID times, and gets complicated, but that's what WePlay do, baby. Make it happen.
Yes. To be honest, at the moment, the top 2 in the group, you got Team Nigma with Armen standing in. You got EG as the second with GPK standing in.
Team now,
A European team now, CAS, yes. But
there
it's
are
pretty
9
easy.
bullet points. I'm not reading through. It was too complicated.
There's a lot of caveats there, so yes, I also...
But for the sake of everyone having to go through it, it's going to be a 2-0 VP because CIS is the kryptonite for this EG with GPK.
It used to be all the time.
I'm telling you.
All the time. And we did witness a little bit of the old VP glory in this squad as well. Like we've been saying that we've seen them just get better and better. Like just straight up going into it, would you guys have a favorite? Is VP your favorite going into the series?
CIS is my favorite going into it.
Yeah, but EG is also CIS now.
Oh, that's the problem. You know, they have that one element, GPK. You know, you see that
secret agent.
Perhaps Agent G.
Agent GPK.
Thank you. I'm with EG if they don't pick Storm. That's my caveat.
Okay.
No Storm pick, they might actually win. Storm pick,
lose.
Don't do it. Listen to me. Just stop.
All the other spirits, fine.
Any other spirit, just not him.
Breaker, Venge, they're all on the table.
No, those are not. That's so stupid. Do you know how many lore threads there are? It's like, Venge is a spirit. She's the spirit sister. No, she's not a spirit sister.
Who's the spirit mom?
Why is there not a spirit sister? Why are all the spirits male?
Well, it's a great question.
Yeah.
I mean, how would you ask that like I have the answer?
You are the lore master.
Okay, well, they were split apart by Elder Titan. And
so they were already the same. So there was just one guy, he split into 4, and of course, they're all...
Yeah, but strangely enough, the Void Spirit was around before they got created, which doesn't even make any sense. I mean, the whole thing's fucking crazy, honestly. It's like the shattering of reality, and then 3 Spirit Brothers were made, but the Void Spirit was already there before, so
he's not the real brother.
Well, he could have been the original spirit that like kept a personality. It's all fucked up, honestly. I mean, it's all retconned and wild. I stay away from the spirits, both in life and in lore. Okay, it's too messes with your head.
Not a religious person, I take it.
I meant more alcohol.
Oh.
Not the Holy Spirit. Well, why would you go to that first?
That was my thought.
More fitting, I don't know.
More fitting. Okay, sure.
I was on Tsunami's page. I was also going to the religious side. No, because normally...
Do you strike people as a holy man?
Yeah, and also, normally...
You're a godless creature.
I don't call alcohol spirits. That's a very old-fashioned thing to do.
Well, I guess it is kind of a Southern American kind of thing to do.
Some moonshine shit right there.
Platinum spirits.
Cranking out a jug in bathtub.
Sweetie, could you get me one of my spirits and a vapor?
Oh, Lord.
All right. So are you guys thinking that this matchup is like... Because we have, our last 5 best of 3s. Am I saying that right? Our last 5 best of 3s...
2-0s.
Have been 2-0s.
Yay!
And some of them have been fairly... non-exciting. Like, don't get me wrong.
What?
Even though Secret vs. OG was 2-2-0s, I thoroughly enjoyed that because it was so well done on the side of Secret. Like, the execution of that lineup was great. Sometimes you enjoy watching that.
But it was sometimes poorly done by OG.
Yeah. I didn't mind that.
Okay, fine.
She liked it. Sicko.
No, but sometimes I've had enough of that. I want to have some even back and forth Dota, and I think this series can provide us that.
Yeah, out of everybody, especially for the last couple of days, I mean, in this patch, it very much is, okay, they play these heroes better, and everyone's trying to play these heroes well. These guys do have variety drafts.
Yep.
They are about the same skill level, and as long as they don't pick Storm Spirit, I think it will be a great competitive series.
All right, any final words for you, Tsunami?
2-0 VP.
No!
Come on. Have a little mercy. But, by the way, if it is a 2-0 for VP, it means you guys get to watch the Omega show even sooner, because after EG versus VP, there will be the Omega show. So regardless of what happens, you should stick around after that because it's going to be interesting. Yeah, that's what it is. Let's go to the draft.
EG versus VP, and guys, we're down to the wire. This is pretty much the last day that we're going to be getting to look at groups, and that means that the stakes are going to be very high. When we look at EG, they have the potential of getting first seed in their group if they're able to take this one down. Let's see what they're going to be bringing to game number 1 against VP. We got Fogged and we got Lizard to cover all of the action and figure out how the drafts do look as we jump in right now as the camera slowly pans over to the podiums of Destiny.
Oh. Podium of Destiny.
Jeez, I thought for a second we were going to see the same draft as before pop up. Oracle, Darkseer versus AMP. Like, oh god, no, not again.
Back to back to back.
It's Virtus.pro opening with Darkseer and Earth Spirit. So let's talk about this instantly. Darkseer might not be Rezo's most popular hero, but Third Spirit definitely is Zayas's.
Yes.
Like that guy has like 60% win rate with 80 games on Earth Spirit. When you get a chance, you pick him Earth Spirit. If you don't get a chance to pick him Earth Spirit, you give him a 3 and he's gonna rock.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a Darkseer paired, it's the perfect kind of pairing. I'm actually surprised, like, you know, the Arc Ward did not ban in the first 2. I thought maybe EG was just going to be, okay, well, you're going to give it to us again. Like, they just open with it, as we've seen them do a lot, but they don't. They go for Enchantress Tiny. I mean, Crit in particular has made this hero look legit broken still. And Enchantress versus the Darkseer is going to be really strong. It's straight lane kind of countering matchup that they're going for there.
What do you think about these position 4s like Earth Spirit and Tiny? Like, I have this idea that they're much stronger because of the Veil builds as well. Like, when you get that Veil on either one of them, they just make your whole team stronger and their combos are much bigger, right? Like, Earth Spirit, Tiny, suddenly he's destroying your position 1 30 minutes into the game. It's no longer that early to mid-game potential.
I like it when I see it on these like heroes you can consider that aren't really like team fighters, I guess. Like Tiny's not considered this like big team fighter, but you throw a Veil in, he's always gonna have extra to contribute. Like your teammates all just get so strong. So.
And later on in the game, both of these, Earth Spirit a bit less, I guess, but Tiny gets something with talents as well. He gets that toss back.
Yeah.
That doesn't require a target. Suddenly, he's not only your initiator that bursts a target and controls it, he can be used as a saving mechanic. Now, looking at these bans, Evil Geniuses, they banned out the Viper. Is this a Spectre in the makings for them? What do you think?
Definitely possible. They have a hero like Enchantress, right? This is a hero that just tanks the pressure, and then you want to pick some type of like super carry that does benefit off of it. Does work. Does make sense.
Yeah, and we see Virtus.pro banning out Anti-Mage. I'm actually surprised every time this hero is picked, because for most of the close qualifiers and the first days of the Immortal stage, it's been banned. And there's a reason. The hero is just very strong right now. All these hard carries that are picked quite often suffer versus AM. And you're always putting yourself in a position in which you have to be aggressive no matter what you're drafting, because you're playing versus Anti-Mage. And if you don't have a draft that actually deals with him early on well enough, something happens like we saw in that last series.
Yeah, AM just gets a free game and just gets to play however he wants. So I agree. I mean, I think that heroes
have it again.
Yeah, and let him twice with the same exact front fix. Come on, Navi. Yeah, and then we see. I mean, these are very interesting bans from EG. Very targeted toward like that mid in particular. There.
Look at that.
I mean, team fight. This is literally team fight kings, right? The 3 of these together. It's.
I actually think that Warlock in the last week of this tournament should be one of the first 4 bans. I think you let maybe an Oracle go through, or you let something like Doom go through. Magnus obviously isn't even banned any longer. People have figured out a way to deal with it. But I think this Warlock is becoming just a centerpiece of every lineup.
I feel like Warlock stonks have been rising throughout the entirety of this league, and now we're starting to get into the playoffs as well. He's definitely someone to keep an eye on. This game's going to be telling as well. What are we looking for here, though, as EG continues to move through the draft?
I think if EG doesn't pick the Spectre,
they will,
VP is going to just take the Spectre right now.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably what they're going to be discussing. Because like it's Warlock Spectre with the Darkseer. Like it's fully enabled, completely enabled based off of the draft that he has behind him.
I wanted to make that same exact point. Like picking this Warlock.
Okay. So this is they used to do this versus. They actually do this versus Warlock all the time. It's just a hero that gets on top of him in the back. And I mean, it is GPK who does like to play it. So he's probably feeling like whatever.
He likes to play it. He definitely likes to play it. Does he win with it is a different story. That's a different matter completely.
Yeah, I feel like we've had this conversation about his Storm several times in this tournament alone.
I was like before. I was just checking his heroes few series ago, right? And he won versus 5 men with the Storm, but that's the only game they won with the Storm, I think, in this tournament. And overall, he has like some abysmal 35% win rate right now.
He's so risky. That's the thing. He's having a great game. He's like, I got Orchid, and then he buys the Kaya, and then he's like, I'm going Bloodstone, and then he just gets chain stunned because he doesn't have VKB. And it's just the way. It's just the style that he plays, and he just plays super aggressive and gets punished. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't see his matchup so at all in particular. He just has to worry about like Earth Spirit spells. But it's an easy way into the back lines is probably what they're thinking about.
Are we going to see the Spectre, though?
I would imagine so. I really would.
Storm is overall good versus her, right? Even those early ganks on the laning stage, you can get on top of her easy enough. You can chase her through the trees. Usually how she escapes the fights is either by haunting or using that Spectral Dagger to run through the trees into unpathable terrain. Storm can chase her no matter
true.
where she goes. So
Definitely true.
That's something.
How do we feel about a DK though? Instead, I mean, it seemed like Spectre would have been a little bit of a windmill slam, but ultimately we see the DK.
I mean, if it still fits with their idea of their draft, this is even if they do want to go for some super carry. I think the Spectre's going to get banned now, more than likely. But if they do want to go for it, this gives you like a hero that can play around as the 4. You're enabled by the Darkseer really nicely. Their damage isn't the greatest with this pick, but I think Warlock allows you to pick these heroes that don't do as much damage early, because Fatal Bonds is just...
How did you feel?
So much damage, right?
How did you feel versus that Sven last night in our pubs?
That hero still feels...
Was it a great experience?
Yeah, definitely. I don't even remember anymore all these games that we're playing. They just... Half of them are miserable, and half of them are super nice.
Yeah, Sven right now looks...
Talent stacks, man.
Talent stacks, yeah.
Sven, let me remind you, he demolished us. Like he cleaved straight to us. He tore us, you know. So Sven is really strong right now. It's another hero. Like I've been praising Warlock quite a lot. I think Sven is very, very similar.
Yeah, see, when you talk about the Warlock stonks rising, Sven, I feel like is still being slept on a little bit from what I'm hearing from a lot of analysts. Do you feel that he's being slept on right now, Fog?
I mean, I just think he's still very strong, especially because Darkseer is popular again. So it's just like, okay, this hero gets crazy nailed. But also, it's like, I mean, this Aghanims, right? Like, upheaval might be annoying for you, but then you get your Aghanims online, and then you have all these dispels, so people can't really counteract it too much. And you're that hard damage. Like DK might be tanky, but you start getting hit by a God Strength Sven, this hero is...
You're not that tanky.
Yeah,
you're tanky, but you're not tanky. Like, there aren't many heroes that can sustain the Sven attacking them. Like, usually one of those counters was... like, you could get a Morphling to just kite him with something like a Skadi, or you could get a good old Basher Slark, right? That can pounce in and out of fights, but Sven just accelerates his farm and buys items that allow him to always be ahead of you at the moment. And one of the reasons why he came back into the meta, even before people started buying Aghanims, is because of Darkseer coming back into the meta. Sven is one of those heroes that does not care at all in the laning stage. You just sit under your tower as he's pushing in with his Iron Shells and you just farm away. So this should be a completely free lane for the Sven, especially Enchantress Sven.
Yeah, interesting. They banned the Drow. I mean, it is a hero that VP likes.
The Bloodseeker. There we go.
Credit where credit's due. It was Fogged who just kept asking for the Bloodseeker.
Did day one.
Especially, as soon as we actually did see the patch notes come out as well, it's just the Bloodseeker, and we started to see him a lot.
And this is one of the heroes I was assuming was going to get paired with a lot, because you get 15% spell amp after level 1 Blood Rage with Tiny. Tiny already one-shots heroes a lot of the
you know what's
times,
actually very weird? Most of these Bloodseekers that I have watched, like Seb and they max out. They skip it. You max out Blood Rite. You even get that Veil, and then on like level 10 you get 1 point in Blood Rage. But still, even just with Veil, you're doing like 450 damage every 12 seconds with Blood Rite in a massive AoE. So the hero looks definitely good on paper, and we have seen some successful games, but not completely sold yet.
Wait, does the Veil... Isn't it pure damage?
Doesn't it still amplify?
I don't think it would amplify the Bloodseeker. Does it actually? Now I'm like thinking, because I felt like I saw people doing it, but they all bought it anyway.
Buying it,
I think for the team. But actually, I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
I might be wrong.
We see it anyway, and
I might be wrong.
It's
we'll
still
ask
strong
anyone
with
besides Kyle, and then we'll verify. We'll know exactly how the mechanics work.
Ursa. Okay, it's kind of similar to the Slark, right? You can fight a little bit earlier. If you get on top of that Sven with a Basher, you can keep him locked down. It is possible, but if that Sven hits you once or twice, you're done.
This hero feels a lot weaker as well now with like so many nerfs to his Earthshock. He doesn't farm as fast. He doesn't pressure lane nearly as hard. His Enrage has is it 80 seconds level 1 cooldown?
They nerfed him heavily.
He got nerfed.
It was like tier 1 hero just a few months ago, but now he isn't.
Yeah, we actually saw EG breaking him out quite a bit. We saw that Alpine Ursa skin as well. Always a pleasure to see that. But I will ask, the odds are in favor of EG, but as we look at this draft right now, you talk about all of the damage, even in the first 3 picks that you saw on the side of VP. Now they're able to round it out with that DK. The Ursa, maybe a little bit of a weird pick to actually round stuff out, but how do you like this draft as it's come together?
I like EGs. I feel like they can just play pretty chill this game. Like, they don't have to worry so much about the later stages because they have Sven Storm for me. And I feel like they have this Tiny that can roam around and match pretty well. The big team fight, though, in the mid game from VP is very, very strong, for sure.
So I agree completely with Fogged, but it's on EG to get these small skirmishes, to get around this Darkseer and Earth Spirit, to kill off the Warlock, to find some small pickoffs. And it's on Virtus.pro to just constantly use their big cooldowns and make these giant team fights.
So EG, ultimately, they're going to be looking for cheeky little picks. Going to try to find them throughout the game. Is there a particular timing that you're looking for that team fight to come online for VP? Is there anything that the folks at home should be looking for? Is it just in the mid game, team fight?
I think it's just, for me at least, it's got to be like this DK has to have, every single DK form has to do something. Like, he has to be pressing the issue, shrinking the map. Because if you don't start shrinking the map, Sven gets to go hit Ancients, Sven gets to go farm, and then I feel like you put yourself on a timer. This Sven and this Storm are going to out-farm an Ursa DK, just like nature of hero, right?
Okay.
When you think about it.
All right, the DK has to do something. I'm about to toss it over to two people that got to do something. They got to cast the match. Let's jump into the action.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, EG versus VP. I'm ODPixel, joined by BSJ for this one. Brian, we're seeing the drafts. We're getting the finisher here from EG being the Bloodseeker. And this new hero that we're seeing some of the top teams really start to experiment with. Looking at this match here, is there a lot of good synergies here for the pick? And have VP got a strong approach against it?
I do think the weakness of Bloodseeker, I talked about it earlier, is that as an offlaner, compare him to Darkseer, compare him to Mars, right? He just offers virtually no team fight in that regard, but he's super good at completely ruining one hero's game and also enabling his teammates, right? So the way I look at the synergies going on this game is that the Blood Rage is pretty sick with Sven. Sven's always going to have some sort of lifesteal sustain, and then you give him 140 attack speed. That's pretty damn good for Sven. Storm obviously benefits a lot from the spell damage later on. Tiny in the early to mid game. That level 1 Blood Rage now does 15% spell
15% spell amp.
15% of a lot of damage is a lot of damage. You know, that's with the Tiny combo.
Oh,
if it wasn't enough already. You also have the Toss Rupture synergy, which has always been good. And then we were talking about it a bit off panel, but so spell amp, if you amp the Sven, does not make them take more cleave. Like, does not make Sven's cleave do more damage.
Even though that is
technically a spell
it's an
damage.
ability, not a spell.
Exactly.
If you want to go by the correct terminology.
Yeah, and then, but if you veil enemies, like the activatable part of veil, and they are debuffed, they will take more damage from cleave.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, that okay.
So veil is the only way.
Well, that doesn't make any sense, Brian.
I'm telling you, it works that way because there was one game I had a mag on my team. I built a veil. It felt like everyone was evaporating, and I was like, "Wait a minute, does veil amp cleave?"
Yeah, but hang on, that's a mag's cleave though.
It's all cleaves all the same.
You've tested
I tested
it
with Battle Fury too.
Okay.
So
Fair
it's
enough.
weird
Yeah.
because you can amp the Sven, but his cleave won't do more damage. But if you amp the opponent, if it's a debuff on the opponent, they will take more damage. So that's something we'll have to see. Obviously, a lot of heroes right now can build Veil, but Bloodseeker, that seems like a core item for the hero.
So what you're saying is that my Sven Veil build is actually viable?
If you want your cleave to do 18% more damage and that's worth 1,500 gold for you, hey man, you do your thing.
Let's see what we've got going on this
done
game.
that, or?
I've done the Magical Sven build. It's with the Superman, dude. You got Axe, Veil, Radiance, Kaya. They ain't ready for it. We'll see it in a pop coming soon.
Your builds are truly magical.
Oh, here we go. GPK on his Storm again. It's been a bit hit and miss. It's sort of more misses recently in some of the games. Always has an incredible start in the Storm, but sometimes can fall behind. So definitely eyes on GPK to see if he can keep it up at a good pace today.
Maybe feels like he's trying to get too much done in the mid-game with this EG squad. He's almost trying to exert his dominance single-handedly on the game. That's why when I watch his Storm, I'm a bit nervous because he does, like you said, always win the lane.
Yeah.
But his mid-game decision, he just overextends 1 or 2 times, and suddenly this snowball where he's going Orchid Bloodstone, he doesn't have a BKB, and then those 1 or 2 deaths lead to more deaths, as we do see Rezo potentially dying bottom as he does escape. But this is a pretty... yikes lane for Darkseer, if you ask me. You have the Enchantress to purge off the Iron Shell and the Surge, and then Sven absolutely loves farming against Darkseer.
On top. Nice toss back here from Crit. Getting solo in under the tower. A couple of hits as well as the Blood Bright onto him. Some good harassment trade. And bottom lane, they are able to kill off Zayats there. The two of them flying Arteezy. Able to team up and find themselves first blood in the safe lane.
Yeah, this laning stage for me is a bit concerning on the side of VP. I think bottom lane should be pretty much free farm for Arteezy. Top lane, you'd be surprised. Ursa I don't think is that great against melee heroes, especially ones that threaten to kill him if he's like half health or less. And this is certainly a kill lane for the tiny Bloodseeker, as once the Bloodseeker gets a few points in Blood Right, That damage is scary, as he is taking a lot of damage now. Is he going to go down?
Ooh, the toss off the market.
Salve in the backpack.
And Ramses will get low, but is able to get himself away.
Fatal Bond? No, everything else is dead.
And so the Ursa pick as a whole, I mean, coming as the final pick from VP this game, what are they trying to do with it? Do you like the Ursa at the moment? Seems to be a carry that's falling out of favor for the most part.
Yeah, they really needed a surge target. DK is okay, but he's not really the hero you want to be shelling and surging into fights. He usually builds a blink anyways, so Ursa is one of the few carries that absolutely loves the surge and never wants to buy a blink. The thing for Ursa for me is that I actually hate... He's one of my favorite heroes personally, and I hate playing him against Storm because your ulti is super easy to use unless you're getting silenced. Like, you can always respond to stuns and try to evade the damage, but if you have like a Storm Spear Ball Lightning out of nowhere with an Orchid, you can actually die full to 0 on Ursa, and they don't have a save. Their only save really is like counter initiation team fight from the Earth Spirit in the Warlock. So outside of team fights, I'm concerned for ILTW, but like the panel said before, if they get the team fights going for VP, this quite overwhelming compared to the cores of EG, who pretty much have none.
And as these lanes continue on the top lane, Ramses, he's able to find something out of this top. This bottom lane, I mean, you're absolutely right. It just continues to be a very tough time. Top lane, they get the toss back in. The Avalanche on RTW under the tower. Getting some good damage traded. But not enough to threaten RTW. Fly on that bottom lane. It's another kill on Zayats, and just this continued struggle from Resolution as this Darkseer. He just can't find any sort of farm down on this bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who's worse, Oracle or Enchantress to lane against, because Oracle's annoying because he can. It's a lower cooldown on the Fortune's end, but at the same time with Enchantress, you can like threaten to purge them at any given point with a creep running up to them, and then if they finally do surge, you just immediately remove it, while the Oracle's slow has like a travel time, so usually they can at least create some gap. So I feel a little bit bad for Rezo down here, but he probably asked for this hero, so he dug his own grave, I guess, as that impetus does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it's just giving the space for Arteezy to have complete free farm on the Sven, 20 and 13 in the safe lane.
Looks like all the cores are doing well except for the Darkseer.
Rezo could be in trouble here. Fly's coming in from the side. That's easy. It's not going to quite
enough, yeah.
Yeah, it was still on cooldown.
I like the second point in stun. I think it's a big deal for Svens to take 2 or 3 points in the stun. The damage almost doubles, and overall, it's about the same mana cost. It's just some value that if you're going to show up to any fights in the mid game, I really like to have it. I don't really like the 1-4-4 build anymore on Sven. It feels like you're just hitting creeps for at least 20 minutes, and in NA that works pretty well, but in my experience here, you're pretty much forced to fight in any EU games before that time.
C-Top trying to take some away from this side pull. Again, just tough for RTW to really trade back into Ramses. I mean, sure, you know, he's a melee hero, you've got the swipes, but Bloodseeker, this hero just has so much armor, right? You're in the lane and you're getting hit by this Ursa, you don't care.
Also, when your other lanes are struggling, Bloodseeker is even harder to lane against, right? Bottom lane's pretty much always low. I saw Ramses was sitting on about 380 move speed there, and that's just with brown boots, and that makes it much harder for Ursa to do the damage he wants.
We'll see mid. An attempt is going to be made onto no one. TP's coming in to help out Crit, trying to get in position so he can find the toss. Might not even need it straight up as GPK's got a lot of magical damage, dragging him back in. There comes the toss. No one getting low, but the Shadow Word heal from Solo. Is it enough to save him? It is. GPK zips in, is able to finish off the kill, and VP won't be able to find anything in return there as EG and VP bringing 3 heroes into the mid. EG come out on top, killing off that DK and punishing no one when he tried to come in for that first bit of pressure with the first Dragon Form.
Yeah, Fogg's analysis of the game I think was pretty accurate with the fact that DK had a lot of weight on his shoulders to get something done with every single Dragon Form, and I think if he can see it and we can see it, you have to assume EG knows, right? You see the 2 supports rotate mid, putting all their priority into shutting him down. That's also more easily done when your Sven is having such a good game. Bloodseeker's relatively independent. You're going to let him get his levels top, and really good prioritization of their resources there.
Bottom lane, that's easy. He's just going to pop the God Strength, try and get straight in onto Resolution. TPs are going to be on their way over. Vacuum drags back the Centaur, so Fly won't be able to find the stun on Rezo. Will stun Zayat to stop him from being able to roll in onto Artor. Arteezy steps back, Sal's going to help him out. And actually, maybe thinking about going in onto Zayat. They've still got some good timing left with the God Strength, and Zayat, he's got no escape. EG seeing an opportunity to just run straight back at them, and Zayat was not prepared.
Yeah, they're just not afraid of the Darkseer because that's a type of move where it almost looks like, why would EG go for it? Aren't they afraid of something happening in return? But DK has no DK form. Darkseer just ran away at 200 health, so they're like, okay, it's just this Earth Spear. We're not afraid of anything. And the Sven with half health and no mana is fully confident in committing for that kill.
Mid lane. CPK is going to have a poke at no one, force out some reactions. CP over for Solo, will come out.
Got the Veil queued up for Ramses. It is quite the standard if you have not watched Dota for the last day or so.
I see mid. They're going to try and set up here with the Blood Right. Silence comes down to the two of them. Zayats did try his best to kick the DK out of the Silence, but he still gets hit by the Blood Right no one, and even gets positioned in a worse place there, kicked into the river by his own teammate. He'll get fly in return, but again, it's another death on the DK as EG continue to draw attention towards this mid and just continue to slow down this early game of no one.
Yeah, the issue I have with the DK, as I kind of mentioned, is that since he has such a weight on his shoulders, you have to hope that as we see another engagement here, hold that thought.
RTW is going to jump down. Follow there from Zayats. They do have the control onto Crit. The three of them surrounding him. Crit up to the high ground. The Remnant hitting onto RTW, but one more jump forward with the Earth Shot. Gets the kill. Tries to turn over towards GPK. GPK out of mana, but now RTW is on the high ground. His ult still on cooldown. Will be able to run himself away from Fly. Solo just running straight up to this, chasing down GPK, bringing him down low with the Shadow Word. They're linked up as well with the Bonds. Can they do enough damage to Fly to kill GPK? Doesn't look like it will be enough. It will be enough to get the Ench kill, but GPK will manage to walk away. Ramses coming in, Rupture at the ready. Focuses down the easier kill, looking towards Solo. I say that though, he's a little scared of finishing it off as Solo goes for the TP out and will be able to make it away before any stun comes in from Crit. Not quite able to make it there in time.
Yeah, because of the other lanes didn't go so well, since there's such a weight on DK's shoulders, EG can literally just make their entire game plan, let's shut down the DK, and in response, the rest of VP also has to help the DK because they know how important the DK is. So in the meantime, we have this whole engagement going on mid. Ursa's forced to participate, not farming, while the Sven is just hitting creeps and getting levels. So even though he is managing to stay on par on the Ursa, he's pretty much the only beneficiary of these engagements, and Arteezy's queuing up the Midas. Pretty standard Sven stuff.
Are you a fan of this on RTW? He's also queuing up the Midas on Ursa.
I think this is an interesting game where he needs to fight, but he also needs to scale, and he can fight just fine with the tools that his teammates offer him. So he thinks, okay, I know I need to fight, but I'm not going to have any time to farm. But if I just fight and don't farm, as we see, ILTW is very much fighting, but this is just time spent not farming, right? And that's why, where he has this job in the game, and if he thought he needed drums, if he thought he needed, you know, a sustain item to participate, then he would buy those things. But I actually think it's a pretty good choice from him. Is it going to work out? Already being down 2,000 gold at 10 minutes? Not sure.
And we see Arteezy as well, also having the Iron Talon this game, so that early bit of potential to buff up the farming speed of him through the jungle.
So nice on really any jungling hero, anti-mage, Sven. You just get to that first item so much faster, and with these heroes, every item they buy exponentially increases their farm rate. This is one of my only issues with neutral items. I think Iron Talon specifically on a few carries is just way too powerful. Not sure if there's a way to really address it though.
I see VP. I'm going to try and hit with a smoke. Solo's hit the 6, so they have the chaotic offering ready to drop. Focus around the mid lane. Who can they get on top of it? They're just going to be the move already from EG. They're trying to go in onto no one, but here's the chaotic offering down onto the two of them. GPK low on the mana. Vacuum drags in both Crit and GPK. They kill off one. Turn towards GPK, but Ramsey's able to offer up the Rupture to stop Zayats from diving for more. Keeps GPK safe, but VP, they've got the kill, and now with the Golem trying to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower. With the Elder Dragon form up as well, they should be able to finish this one here. So VP still able to get a good timing on this first tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, not too bad. This is exactly what they need to be doing. EG fully aware that they can't handle the team fight of VP, so you saw Enchantress just pushing bottom, Arteezy farming in the jungle in the meantime. Both teams very aware of the play style that their lineup suits here. Some stacks for Sven we see there. Iron Talon for Ursa, evening the playing field a bit there, but it can make quite a big difference because Ursa doesn't hit creeps usually around 7-8 minutes. So with heroes like Sven and Anti-Mage specifically, it's so much more potent because you get it at hitting jungle creeps 7-8 minutes in the game. He's already got 3 minutes of value on his Iron Talon, while Ursa's just now going to start getting his.
Yeah, helped him get the 11-minute Midas this game, Arteezy. He's got that one out and running.
He's going to probably stack the... Oh, he already farmed the Ancients. So he's going to have a fresh set of camps spawning in about 10 seconds. Should be able to clear those with that same ultimate.
So LTW trying to jump over towards Fly. Zayats with the control. Fly is trying to run. Is he going to get any help? It's coming over from Ramses. Ramses will turn with the rupture onto ILTW. Zip forward for GPK and the Enrage. It's already been used, so ILTW is vulnerable. Stun comes out from Crit. As ILTW, he's going to pay with his life there for that attempt on trying to go in onto Fly. Ends up losing his own life as the Ursa, and I feel like every death on this Ursa in this early game is just so painful for VP.
Last time I checked, I think that was about 9.5 minutes into the game, the Ursa was 150 gold behind Sven. He is now 1,600 gold behind Sven. At that point in the game, it was a 2K net worth lead for EG. Now it's 4K. That is completely attributed to the gap that has been created between the two carries, and I think it only gets worse. That's the problem. Ursa on an even playing field, if he has like a luxury to go for a Battle Fury, for instance, then sure, he can go toe-to-toe with Sven. But if Sven gets, you know, 1 or 2 items ahead of him, suddenly you don't threaten Sven and he can maybe kill you in just 1 stun. Going for that Echo Saber on the Sven. Storm should be completing that Orchid shortly.
Yeah, just a recipe away here, GPK.
That's a big one because pretty much every core will die alone on the side of VP. Maybe not DK, but if maybe... I think with the Tiny, all of them die. So they're going to be forced to group up even more than they already have. And if EG can keep delaying the pushes, they're just going to keep eking out that farming advantage. But if VP manages to force an engagement, which it looks like they are trying.
I mean, it's a lot of heroes just running at Fly.
He's dancing. Got to respect his taunt on the way out. Gonna take them probably 10 more seconds or so. Oh, he actually has no points in heal, but still pretty tanky.
I mean, at this stage, do EG really care too much about losing the Enchantress up there?
It's the way I look at it is, a lot of people say, why aren't they messing with the Sven? Stop him from farming. But there's other heroes in the way. You know, Enchantress is playing more aggressively on the map. The Tiny is nuking mid-wave so that the dangerous parts of the map are being taken and they have to gank those people first. So it's not something that EG's upset about, but VP doesn't really have a better option, and this is what they have to do. So they're going to take that kill and hopefully turn it in to a more crucial, important kill, as they might find the Sven, but they're more likely to find Crit on the Tiny.
There we go, jump in. No one finds the initiation. Crit will fall, so VP getting these support kills still. Again, EG's positioning, but whilst they lose the support, the rest of the 4 of them on the other half of the map.
They have to do this. It's their only choice, but in the meanwhile, Storm has this Orchid, so ILTW has to be very careful while his team's making these moves as 4 that he does not get picked off ever. I don't think he can afford to die by himself a single time more this game, I should say.
There's the full echo done for Arteezy, so his presence in the fights is certainly going to be felt. Actually up here, stepping up to the high ground, no one was just walking blindly up, and he has got Zayats coming in to help him out. Is it enough to save him? It is. A Crit comes in from the back lines with the Avalanche, holds him in the Bloodbright. They'll drop the Golem here to try and turn this one around as RTW commits with the Enrage. GPK zipping out with the last bit of mana as RTW, he's having to stand his ground. He's been ruptured. The Bloodbright coming out as he's forced to the side. Avalanche there from Crit. The Orchid upon him. ILTW's dead. And now Solo, he's going to go down as well. Arteezy charges back across with a stun. There's 4 heroes dead. And, I mean, that was just incredibly awkward there. No one stepping up to the high ground. He dies. The rest of VP, they decide to follow suit, committing with the Golem, and it just felt like a lost fight from the start of it.
This is why I personally believe Darkseer isn't a first-round pick anymore, is the Surge isn't overwhelmingly fast enough. The enemy team can react to a carry being surged in, right? That Ursa was overpowered, Ion Shelled, and Surged, ready to clean up the half HP heroes that are all Fatal Bonded, and Fly just enchants him, right? Purges everything. You purge Overpower, you purge the Surge, you purge the Ion Shell, and suddenly you're just like, wait, what were they thinking there? What were they trying to accomplish? But their entire game plan is countered by a 20-second cooldown spell on a 5-position support. I just don't see how things are going to change in their favor, but if the Enchantress goes down at the start of the fight, surprisingly, might be pretty crucial as we see another potentially solo death from Zayach. Ramses gets the last hit, but that's just all the Storm Orchid here, right? Their only threat on Storm is the DK, and I would say it needs to be DK plus like an Earth Spirit or Ursa follow-up to be enough, and that's like so hard to to get that combination with the way the map is right now. They just have no wiggle room to move on the side of VP.
See mid. Fly. Starting to poke them. They're bringing him back up here, VP, around the mid lane to see if they can capitalize on no one getting a jump. EG themselves also having 4 around.
Yeah, they're just creating pressure on EG such that Sven can farm safely. They know that VP has to react to this pressure on the mid lane, thus making it safer for Sven to hit creeps as to his heart's content, really.
Go on to Fly. And should be, I mean, again, stepping away like that, they get him. They get Fly.
I'd be surprised if EG actually fights here.
They're going to try and go for Crit. See if Crit's able to get his way out of this. Blood right down. The Rupture out onto no one.
Oh, he tries to toss the Decade for the Rupture damage, but...
I mean, Crit popping the stick charges. He's still living for now, making them chase further and further. They will find him with the Breathe Fire. So again, VP, they find the 2 supports. Roshan is up. I mean, 2 heroes down, not for too long, but maybe enough for them to feel they can go for this with the... so they're going to step into the pit.
Agi, Van Brace, come on.
Oh, no one. He's actually found another catch. This time it's a bigger one. He's got himself on top of Ramses. Caught on the high ground. Ramses, he's trapped. He's surrounded.
Okay.
Now that's a good amount of clearance for VP to take this Roshan. And EG, we'll see if GPK heads over to look for a steal play. But this Roche is... It's the little things. But they're doing this. This Roche should be VP's. EG not looking to contest this.
Yeah, this is exactly what VP has to do. EG was basically trying to stall them by creating pressure mid, and the goal for EG there is to do exactly that without the deaths, right? That just means they overextended a little bit too hard. VP did a good job of punishing it. The game plan remains the same for both teams, but this is a huge step in the right direction for VP because the issue was Ursa playing alone was a risk, but with the Aegis, not nearly the case anymore. So he can go for maybe the Basher instead of the BKB, which will give them an opportunity to get kills they previously couldn't get. And suddenly 1 or 2 kills on the Sven, maybe. We can see a drastic turn, but they are going to have to kill him sometime in the near future. Otherwise, this might get too far out of hand.
Yeah, Arteezy's still staying a solid 3,000 gold ahead of anyone in the game at the moment as the Sven with the Midas, about 500 away from having the full BKB on the Echo Saber. So still hitting good timings, but VP now having that window of opportunity to get something done with the Aegis. And continuing to do a good job of holding onto this mid tower. We're still yet to see EG try and pressure that.
I've learned the way to overcome inferior teamfight is to just have way more items than the opponent. That's what you learn if you watch Arteezy stream, because that's pretty much his approach every single game, as we see VP looking to make something happen before that happens.
Let's see what they can get here in terms of catch. No one going in on the front of the smoke, looking for a target. RTW is going to jump over towards Fly. No one. He's looked on the backlines. He's tried to find GPK. The vacuum wall comes down onto 2 of the chaotic offing as well. Coming out onto Crit. GPK trying to drag in the dragon. The Blood Right's out. VP, they're able to step to the side of it. The Blood Right will miss. As Crit goes down, ILTW surge forward. He's held back by the Yules, giving space for Ramses, Fly, and Arteezy to retreat. They'll get away. Arteezy, look at him poking back in on this. The stun into the Blood Right will catch RTW, but again, a surge from Rezo takes RTW just far enough away back to safety.
And this is all because the majority of EG's net worth was on a Sven, who is 100 gold off of a BKB prior to that fight. So even though they're up by 5,000 gold, EG has, the heroes have innately inferior team fight. VP's really trying to hit this window.
This is a hard catch here, GPK.
Did they have the Basher on Ursa, or why are they...
Yeah, they don't have a single stun here, do they?
What was the...
They just want to scare him off, get him out of the area.
Yeah, that's sending a message, I would believe, there.
As he is off and away. Still this 5k advantage for EG. Now it's going to be their turn to try and make the moves. They know that the Golem's down, Elder Dragon form also unavailable, so a good window to try and hit VP whilst their team fights offline.
Dota's a funny game. I see Ursa on a Strength Van Brace, and I see Sven on an Agility one. That's,
I mean, the Sven on the Agi one, I can always get behind.
I'm just saying, like, you know, it's kind of weird, right?
I know, yeah, I know what you mean in terms of the stats that they fall behind.
It makes sense when you think about it.
For the most part, that's the way to go on these cleave heroes.
Yeah,
you clear the camps quicker.
Yeah,
right?
because you're not worried about how much damage per hit you're doing. You're worried about the
how many
quantity over quality here.
It's how many times you have to explain the maths to people that don't understand. But the maths definitely checks out.
The math checks out
math
because
checks out.
you're not killing the creep for exactly 1,000 damage, right? Say the creep has 1,000 health. If you do 1,050 damage, you don't care that you missed 10 damage per hit. You know, we're both on the same
If you
page
imagine
here.
a creep, there's 20 HP, and you have 10 damage with Agi, you need 2 hits.
Yeah,
You
and
have
if you have
11
12
damage with Strength, it takes 2 hits. Which one are you doing the attacks quicker in? The Agi one.
That's true.
Simple maths.
That is simple
For you
math.
folk at
I would
home.
have probably
Yeah.
used like the 1 and 2 damage or something, you know? I think your numbers may have been a bit too high for everyone to follow.
Well, I
but I respect you trying your best.
No, isn't it? No, it's just, they understood.
Yeah.
They learned something today.
I hope so.
Here we go. No one. He's going to find a jump. Oh, it's a big jump. It's Arteezy. They found him. He's got the BKB, though. He's going to pop it. He's now going to try and turn. He's going to go straight over towards Zayat. Zayat's falling low to the God Stroke, but he's able to roll away. Zayat is going to live it. RTW is in onto Arteezy.
Wow.
Arteezy's dead. They've got the Sven, and now RTW is charging over for more. He's over on towards Ramses. Ramses is bashed. The Bloodseeker's dead as well.
This is the story of VG's games, man.
Oh, VP with 2 massive hits there. Taking out Arteezy at the start of the fight. The Sven's dead.
Yeah, because he got that Aegis on Ursa, he gets the Basher instead of the BKB, and he's just better at fighting with barely any items as Sven this game. Look at the supporting cast that he has compared to the Ursa. Ursa's entire kit, compared to the Sven. Sven's entire team is all about like debuffing and countering VP's heroes. None of them actually enable the Sven other than maybe the Bloodseeker's Blood Rage, but that's really doesn't change anything about what problem Sven has, which is being vulnerable to Ursa killing him and getting kited. He's trying to hit people, but Earth Spirit goes in, then he just rolls away. You know, they have a bunch of slows that they just lay on the ground and nothing to enable the Sven, so VP doing a great job. We talked about the teamfight weakness of EG's draft, and this is exactly why I believe Secret kind of made Bloodseeker look broken, because they were so far ahead that the enemy team couldn't take team fights anyways. And I think this is where the weaknesses of Bloodseeker kind of manifest themselves.
VP with, I mean, that move there, very nice. I mean, no one, you're given the opportunity to find these initiations. He's going to get them and in straight again. Blink stun in on the mid lane on towards Ramses. Ramses needs help and he needs it fast. He's able to use himself up, buy a little time of safety, but straight back over Zayat. Him with the roll. Ramses is gone. GPK's got to zip out of there. He's getting low on the mana, has to continue to break himself away. Goes for the TP out. Zayat is on the hunt, won't find him. GPK's able to TP out in time. But VP, they're punching hard now, and EG's starting to get seriously shaken up.
This is the power of Darkseer, man. The hero's just so strong. Like, how do you go on anybody? First off, they can get searched to get saved, or he's just a Greaves carrier. Greaves this early on are super powerful.
Yeah.
That Warlock would have gone down otherwise. I keep comparing the two offlaners, but you just see this Bloodseeker with the Yules and a Veil, and you compare that to the Greaves of the Darkseer. It's the team fight presence is just not even remotely close. And they have to go on Warlock, right? Because if they go on anyone else, they get Golem.
Oh, hello. Arteezy. He's bashed. He's falling low. Golem's down. It's on the 3 of them. Arteezy's got to run. He's BKB and running around. Now he's going to try and turn. Goes in onto the Ursa. They've got the silence down onto RTW. RTW getting low. The Blood Right will burst him. Ramses gets the double kill, but Arteezy's down. No one resolution, and Solo's still strong to fight. GPK's out of mana. He's got to get out to the side. They'll look towards Fly. Fly will step out. Ramses trying to get back in. Crypt with the combo. Catches Rezo inside of the Blood Right. Rezo's down. It's a triple kill for Ramses as he heads charging straight towards his old captain of Solo. Looking to the Warlock. Solo's trying to run, but Ramses, he's on the hunt. As Solo cannot escape this man. The setup's there with the Yule Scepter. He's even going to let the kill go over to GPK as GPK comes in for the final touch onto him. As this time round, EG, they lose Arteezy again at the start of the fight, but they have a solid turnaround. Ramses able to get a huge amount done there with VP just fighting in such a grouped up area there deep in EG's jungle.
Yeah, suddenly this Bloodseeker is going to be close to getting Greaves of his own. So that advantage that VP's holding, like I said, that window is going to close fast. They were really blowing through the door in the mid game there, being down by, I believe, 6K a few minutes ago. Then they brought it all the way back to 2K. Now it's in the 3-4K range.
It's up and down a bit. I mean, this is kind of what you want to see, a good bit of back and forth now between the squads, 15 to 15.
Yeah, nobody is just falling over and letting the other team have it for sure. This is a game. This is the type of game we haven't really seen too much the last day or two.
No, last few days we've had a lot of just straight up stomps. This is not one of them.
I really didn't think it was patch related. I feel like people are trying new things, and when you try something, it's usually pretty volatile. It either works out incredibly well, like Secret did, or it flops miserably, like OG did. Yep.
Oh, but nice neutral pickup for ILTW. Grabs the Paladin Orb Destruction. That's a beautiful one through the Ramses, or not easy if he wants to carry that. The Bloodstone should be pretty much done on GPK.
I believe it is done. Yep. He just got the Kaya and he had the Soul Booster already, so it just has to be delivered to him. Yep, there it is.
Let's see if he starts to get the charges. I mean, so far GPK, I don't believe he's died this game, right? So yeah, 3-0-8. He's had a very good play so far. Mid lane, he's ready to start picking up those charges. Get one straight up from Zayat. Zipping over to see if he can find Solo, but Solo's already backed by the rest of his teammates. EG, they've got the space there with that kill to start hitting onto the tier 1 mid. The team fight for VP nearly fully back up, just waiting on the chaotic offering from Solo to come back online. Should be there momentarily. Can they push EG away without it? Fatal Bond's out. They won't be able to stop the tower from going down, so EG got what they came for.
Arteezy disassembled the Echo Saber into Orchid and then turning that Ogre Club into a Halberd. So they have 2 silences coming out, which is really important. I think that the Storm isn't the only one that can catch the backliners. I like that recognition by Arteezy, because he is going to be the one that he can't really go on the same target as the Storm, so he needs to be able to make sure that target also can't defend themselves.
Oh, GPK. He's going to try and start things off straight away onto Solo. Looks to eliminate the Warlock. Goes off to the side, but Solo will fall. And it's pretty big, you know, getting these little kills like the Warlock.
Roche
he's the man
too.
ready to drop the Golem, and he's gone for 40 seconds.
Will they see the Roche? That's the question, because it's not 100% up, but it is up right now.
Yeah, checking it with the courier. EG's going to catch a glimpse of it.
Do they think the 25-second window is long enough? If at the very least they know it's up, they do have control, and they have the double damage.
Okay. And they've got the God Strength as well if they want to pop it to do it that little bit quicker if Arteezy gets over.
Plus Blood Rage, 140 attack speed.
Yeah, they're doing it quick. They're doing this one quick. This should be Aegis and Cheese for EG as VP not quite prepared to contest this. They didn't have any vision themselves down in. Nothing on this side of the map from VP. So no vision upon this. EG's able to get in. And it's all theirs. Aegis and Cheese to be picked up. Aegis for GPK. And I imagine Cheese going the way of Arteezy. As VP they smoked up, it's just a little too late. Not really much they could do now with this move.
Yeah, suddenly the ball's on the other team's court here, where Ursa earlier could go for the Basher instead of the BKB. Usually around this stage in the game, the Storm would have to go for a BKB, but he's queued up the Ags instead, and that's just the power of the Aegis going over to the other side. It lets you go for these more luxurious items, delaying the BKB such that you can have the 10 seconds even longer. Jenkins was talking to me about this, that if you Veil Blood Rage plus your level 15 talent, you one-shot melee creeps, which I saw there that the melee creeps lived with about 1 or 2 HP, so it looks like around the 29-minute mark that stops working. But, you know, don't quote me on that one, guys. Feel free to do your own homework. That just shows how much Spell Amp comes from Blood Rage plus
it's
Veil,
an insane amount, right? If you're even just getting that close for a section of the game. Crit playing the ward here, and this is a pretty good ward hit. He's going to see them all.
He's like, wait, what?
No, he's been spotted. Oh!
I think for a second he thought that was Arteezy, but then he realized quickly it was Crit up there.
Crit out in time there with the quick reactions.
Spider Legs is one of the best neutral items for Tiny, because Tiny loves playing these, like, taking these awkward paths, the indirect angles at the fight, being able to play high grounds like that. It's just something you can't do with only a Blink, right? And if you have a 4-stab, you can't really afford to spam that 100 mana cooldown, or 100 mana cost active just to check cliffs and everything. So Spider Legs, super strong here. I remember I play against Schofield, man. He is the most annoying Tiny player to play with Spider Legs. That guy is super obnoxious. So Crit, I'm sure he will be equally as obnoxious as he queues up a Solar Crest for himself and then a Vlad. So instead of having the heroes that naturally amp the Sven, they've decided to itemize for it, which I like a lot.
Here we go. Let's see what they can get with this smoke. ILTW, he's the target. Pops the Enrage immediately. EG, they're going to continue to commit. Dragging back with the Vortex. Arteezy popping the God Strength, but the BKB's out from ILTW. Holds his ground, goes straight for the TP after being ruptured. Doesn't want to try and take this fight now. And they're cool resetting. That was the God Strength used, so they can just get ILTW back on the map. and maybe look to try and bounce whilst the Arteezy Sven isn't at maximum power.
Yeah, VP might look to see that window where the BKB for the Ursa's back, but the God Strength is not. He does still have cheese, though. But the thing is, Sven honestly isn't really a threat without that God Strength. The new builds nowadays, you don't really build any damage. You just rely purely on the amped % damage that you get from the ult in combination with all the stats that you do build. He elected to go for the SNY rather than the Halberd because I guess he just didn't think he was a good enough deterrent for the Ursa. More about enabling his game, thinking that that's the best way to do it rather than disabling the Ursa. Who is surged up. BKB back off cooldown in 10 seconds-ish. Is he going to get the Midas as well? Save that creep. What are you doing? No, it was right there. Okay, small creep, that's fine.
He's still not using that Midas. Whoa.
We all saw it, man. We
were all waiting.
I like the Force Staff by Resolution because against the Sven, especially if the Ags eventually comes out, you can't dodge it with anything, right, other than Blink Dagger. So he's going to make it so you can relocate yourself in the middle of the fight. LTW.
We're going to see, EG try and fire. Still 20 seconds with no ult on the Sven. No one's found the jump onto crit on the back lines. We'll get silenced. GPK, he's gone straight in. He's just gone straight in.
This is such a GPK move based on what I've seen about Storm. He looks like he's trying to force the engagement, though.
Okay, he's going to have that second life, but the BKBs are out. GPK, he's just dead a second time.
Don't say I told you so, Owen.
No, he's coming in with a buyback. They're coming in with a buyback. As Arteezy pots the BKB. ILTW, no one. Oh, GPK!
Oh, my God.
Oh, coming in from a mile off. Redeemed.
Okay.
Absolutely redeemed himself there. That was the plan.
That was calculated.
Sort of lull VP into the belief that, oh, this is the GPK Storm that we've seen being played before, and then bam, buyback, zipping in big time. Triple kill for the Storm, all going to plan for GPK.
Yeah, they got me with it too.
Yeah. I think they got the view. I can guarantee the whole chat was probably filled with GPKs.
Yeah, that was an immediate turn from Kex to Pog.
Yeah,
sure.
to GPog K.
Yeah. I will say that Darkseer had absolutely full health, and GPK has an enchanted quiver. He ball lightninged on top of Darkseer, hit him one time, and Rezo died. That was
how much it was.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That was a ball lightning purely from base, and that is some scary burst. But I do believe he should double back for a BKB. At least that may be in his best interest. But based on what I've seen from GPK, he is a big non-BKBer, which he indeed goes for the Lincolns. I guess considering the main threat to be the DK stun.
It is, right. It's the longest stun.
They have Burst Spirit and Basher, though. So they have other ways. But that is the most reliable setup that VP has. But he has a Halberd on DK, actually.
Oh, that's easy.
No ult.
He's out.
BKB.
See ya.
Ursa's not here yet. Golem was on cooldown. No way to cancel that BKB ult. Or BKB TP, excuse me. Abyssal Blade almost done. ILTW is going to have it. So the Lincoln's also nice against that. Maybe that was even more so what he had in mind on the Storm Spirit.
Won't see VP. Trying to go for crit. Are they going to be able to do anything to save him? He's trying to get out with the invis, but the dust is on him. Crit will slowly but surely go down. Zayat's trying to see if he can catch anything further on the way back to base, but Fly's already out of there.
Yeah, suddenly, even though they got that favorable engagement that puts them up by an extra 4,000 or 5,000 gold for EG, this Storm has to be very careful, because if he dies, VP pretty much reigns control of the map for the next 2 minutes at least.
Yeah, and if they have the Elder Dragon form on lane, they can take the base of the EG pretty quickly with their push.
Smoke Ward, they had the sentry on the ground. He sees it play, so he immediately, or no, he has a gem, excuse me. Immediately freaks out and backs off. Sven almost level 25. Ursa also hits his level 20. Kind of expected though. Sven went Midas, got it earlier than the Ursa did. Also just naturally hits more creeps than the Ursa does.
Yeah, and he's been playing split from the team in that first sort of 20 minutes. Arteezy, whereas ILTW as the Ursa has just been having to move around with the whole squad.
Like the Eul Scepters this game, really important against Sven as well as the Ursa. It's not really a defensive item against Sven, it's more like you Eul's the Sven, because like we talked about, you can't Eul's dodge the Sven stun when he has that talent. Double damage, bottled up.
All right. I mean,
Lotus Orb's a big one too from Resolution. That's a big timing. because it's good against Rupture, it's good against Stormhammer, it's good against Storm Spirit. Other than the Tiny, everything they have is countered by Lotus Orb.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very careful in this next fight, EG. GPK and RTZ. If RTW gets on top of them with the DD, he's going to be able to kill them off.
He's going
GPK
Satanic
in particular.
On RTZ. The thing is, both carries want to go Satanic because they're dealing with Halberds. But I think, and Yule Scepters and such, I think it's better for Ursa here. Because if both Sven and Ursa are Satanic, I think I would favor the Ursa in that like man battle to the death. But he is going to get it a bit later, obviously. Farm slower, as well as Sven already working on his earlier. Blood Rage on Storm. Haven't really seen that come into play with the Spell Amp. At least, maybe he got Spell Amped when he Ball Lightning, but I didn't see it earlier. Are they going to get the Tiny Toss? No one's got to be careful.
Well, they're trying to start something. There's the zipping, but no one pots the BKB. Tries to turn with the stun, but GPK zips straight back out. No one goes for the TP out. They've got nothing to cancel it. He's away. But now the rest of VP, they've been left behind. Crit chasing down. GPK in on top of Resolution. ILTW is going to turn, look towards Crit, but with the rest of his BKB in rage, ILTW, he's getting out of there. He knows that this is a fight loss for VP as EG, they're in with the cleanup. 2 kills for them.
You can tell they haven't played against Bloodseeker in like a year, because you can't just walk high ground against that hero. I think no one realized. He's like, okay, I'm sitting at 2/3 health. What if I just get tossed? Like, what if I just get thrown into the base? I have to BKB. Okay, now that I BKB, what now? I guess I have to leave. And suddenly VP is caught with their pants down, and EG's trying to take absolute control of this map before the next Roche spawn.
Let's see what they can get. Big zip from GPK. He's managed to find the target. He's straight it onto ILTW. They got follow-up disabled.
No
He's getting burst slow. They've got him. GPK with the catch. As ILTW out for 75, buybacks coming out for the two of them. They'll drop the counting offering. They want to punish GPK whilst the mana's low, but GPK, he's got enough mana zip up for the high Giants. We'll find him with the rolling forward. He's got the silence as well. Jump forward for no one. They managed to lock him down as they break through the link and stun him in position. GPK now out of the game for 2 minutes. It cost them the 2 buybacks here, VP.
Detection?
And they've found Fly just in time, cancelling the TP. They'll take him out in slow motion, and top Zayat. He's on top of Ramses as well. Ramses, has he got enough control? Zayat, another Yule's onto him. They did end up finishing off Fly. A roll forward from Zayat. The Shadow Word will kill off Ramses. As it's a big window, there's no Storm Spirit for 90 seconds, as his buyback still on cooldown for 2 minutes after that big play earlier.
Get back to the GP Keck.
Oh, mid. Trying to tackle the Dragon here, RTZ, but he's not beating this Dragon on his own. Arcane Rune fan as well, and there's the man in question, Zayat. Big plays there, catching GPK. And what are we seeing on the Roche timer? 10 seconds away from finding out how long the respawn's going to be. We'll see if it's going to be the shorter one for VP.
I think that's the 10 seconds till it spawns.
Is it to the... Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It is up. It's up.
They barely missed it. Yeah. Courier! Okay, crit scouting it out.
Okay,
that's a crit courier.
EG no. Will VP check it out themselves?
Solo? It's right there, man. You have 40 seconds, man. They're too predicated on the money. I understand that. I understand the distraction, the bling bling, but Ursa's probably going to leap himself in there.
They're going to be able to get this.
He failed the leap. It's going to take him an extra little 5 seconds to walk around. If they barely don't kill this.
And this is the third Roche, right?
Yes.
So what have we got on it?
Refresher. Both are very good.
What?
They got the axe. Will they give it to Ursa, DK?
You're probably giving it to...
DK?
DK?
I would think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ursa's nice, but you still can't ult out of silences and hexes, which is the main way they're going to bring him down anyway, so the Ags on Ursa wouldn't be that great. It's pretty much cooldown reduction. Compare that to the Black Dragon of no one, and that's an easy decision, I would say.
All right, VP able to come in with a big push now. Aghanims on this Dragon Knight. Elder Dragon form ready to go. No one level 25 with his BKB AC Halberd, and then the extra buffs from the Black Dragon form. He's going to be very hard for EG to kill.
He's also got the 4.5 second stun from Dragon Tail, which is plenty enough to kill anyone, I believe, on the side of EG. Even with that status resistance, it's still going to last 2.5 seconds on the Sven. He's got level 25, the Storm Spirit or the Storm Hammer, cooldown and dispel, as well as the damage from that ult. It's such a game of pins and needles. Both teams can just immediately shred somebody if they catch them out. But both teams also have the items to save their teammates, as Arteezy's using an Illusionist Cape push the mid lane. It's annoying, but I'm sure they notice it's not cleaving. So, do you think they think it's real?
I was waiting for the golem. Just slam down a chaotic offering.
I love it,
No
Pubs,
bait.
when you see that, where like you've been hitting this illusion, you're like, I'm just trying to clear this for a wave, and your support comes in and just fingers it.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, excuse me? As
There we
VP
go.
smoked up. Oh, he has the ninja gear on Dragonite. That's a big deal.
That's nice.
Movement speed as well as the catching people out.
Exactly, yeah. His jumps on GPK have been what sets it off most of the time. The leveler. Very nice time here for ILTW. But
Yeah.
he doesn't want it. Just
I think
kidding.
he needs the Paladin sword.
You think
He
the
doesn't have any
lifesteal's bigger?
lifesteal. Yeah, he does. Once he
Is
gets
it when they've got
satanic,
flags on solo? Is that not enough?
You can't really rely on that, I think. The thing is, you have to be absolutely full health at all times. Even if you're just farming creeps, you don't want to be taking 200 damage and going into the fight, just because every little bit counts against heroes like Storm, Tiny, Bloodseeker.
Okay. Actually, people, I imagine, is the DK not taking the leveler? Is it,
At that point,
you want to
the
hold
ninja
it for the high ground
I
push.
would say someone should have it in their backpack. I'm surprised
For
more
the
players
buildings.
don't do that. Yeah, exactly. You win the fight. The ninja gear has already served its purpose. Why do you have it anymore? It's basically 20 attack speed.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Smoke gank a tower, you know?
You could.
Well, yeah, you could.
Yeah, it does reveal you itself, though, so. Enchanted Quiver on fly. Passed it off from the Storm.
And there
Does
you go,
for the
GPK.
BKB.
He's got it.
Whew.
He's got his BKB now.
The thing is, they still have Blink Halberd stun from DK, so he has to be quick on his fingers to react to that.
And if they can break through that Lincolns, they have the Abyssal. So here we go. Oh, hello. That's Bear getting tossed in deep, but he's instantly able to run himself out of there. Johnny enraged. They're going to try and go in onto no one. The chaotic offering drop down to keep us in the vacuum. Oh, it's out onto the forward. The ILTW's in onto Fly. He's going to fall on the front lines as he goes down. Ramses as well, also going to die as Ramses has gone for 80. Deep inside of the base, they will manage to kill off Science in return. A buyback comes out from Fly, but a big wall combo there from Rezo shakes the fight up, gets them the kill on a core, and also gets that buyback out of Fly.
Wow. That damage from Bloodseeker, Rupture plus Toss is just so scary for them to ever go high ground, but at the end of the day, they end up getting a tier 3. Not bad at all, and EG looks like they want more.
They want to try and catch them off guard whilst their own Bloodseeker's dead as VP. They don't expect this. The jump in onto no one.
Cheese and backpack.
Oh,
Satanic.
He's trying to heal. It's not enough heals from the Satanic alone, as that's no one out for 100 seconds. You can see they're short on the buyback by 2,500 because of that recent big purchase and something that EG might be able to read with the items that this DK has. They may just realize that he hasn't saved for buyback.
Since they don't have Golem or Wall, I also think they're not afraid of being punished if the DK does buy back. They can just walk away. So I think EG is 100% going to look to get as much as they can.
And what can VP do to stop this? As you say, the teamfire ults are down. They don't have the tools to throw anything at Arteezy. 30 seconds as well, and Arteezy's going to have God Strength from BKB ready to go again.
And he has the Minotaur Horn too, so an extra, I believe, 1.75 seconds of magic immunity there. More so, I consider Minotaur Horn like a Dispel. You know, he gets silenced or hit by, or it's 2 seconds now, I guess they buffed it. He gets silenced by Earth Spirit, he gets Fatal Bonds. It's just a way to remove it without having to pop his BKB.
Yeah, and they know now there's no buyback on this DK. They're pushing on. Wall's going to get dropped down. Again, there's nothing ready to follow that up.
Free Sven for Enchantress there, just enchants this.
ILTW, he's trying to poke at this. He has been Lotus, still trying to play around with them all. The Aegis does come to an end. They'll zip in. RTW pops the Enrage. Arteezy trying to stay in on the targets. Goes in with a stun. Straight in on a Resolution. The silence as well. Zayas rolls forward. Arteezy able to turn with a bash. The Earth Spirit's been caught. Solo's found as well as Crit gets it with the Avalanche.
God, Sven is such a different hero with Ags, man. You ain't kiting shit anymore.
5 seconds until no one's back up. But the time has been there for EG to claim a second set of racks away from VP now at 14k. That's all. No one. He's in with a TP. He's managed to stun Arteezy. They managed to drag the two of them in. The chaotic offering's back online. He drops down onto the two of them. GPK, he's dead. Arteezy, he's stunned. He's going to die as well. They couldn't get out of the base in time. Fly tries to TP out, but Resolution kills him off with the final bit of magical damage. They couldn't get out. And now, I mean, sure, they got the 2 racks, but VP, they're up in full force. They're going to start coming straight down the mid lane. There is buybacks available on Arteezy and GPK. VP, if they push this, they're going to be very able to get these buybacks out of EG.
Yeah, you do have to be very careful, though. This is quite different when we reverse the situation here. I talked about EG going high ground, and if the enemy team buys back, they can kind of just walk away. I don't think that's the case for VP. So even if they force the buybacks, that might not be good enough. They might just feed because they don't have their ults, and they have the chase potential from Storm, Bloodseeker, Tiny, which we'll see if EG either prefers their buybacks or prefers their base.
So how careful are you being here if you're VP? You see one buyback, you're instantly out? What are you doing?
Yeah, you are 100% saying, okay, guys, don't go too deep. We are just hitting buildings. If we go too deep and they buy back, we will just feed.
Go for a second set?
Yeah, looks like they're confident. They're pushing the issue.
There's the buybacks. Both coming out. RTW is going to be tossed in deep. He's able to jump back to safety though with the Abyssal Blade. Gets it on quick. Crit's gone. RTZ goes forward, but he's been disarmed. The BKB pop. He's focused himself onto RTW. The cheese is popped. RTW turns. He's getting the bashes. RTZ's going to run. He brought back for this. Track back by the back. RTZ's dead. He's out of the game for 2 minutes. Ramsey's as well in trouble as ILTW beats him down. He's gone. GPK's wow. It's over. It is over. VP will take this game 1.
Wow. Team fight reigns supreme, man. I'm gonna stop betting on the team that's favored in the lanes, unless it's Secret, because Secret seems like the only team that can turn that favorable laning stage into just an absolute slaughter. Because everyone else, as long as you have the superior team fight, VP did a lot of good moves that game. Like, they're gonna take the tools they have, they're gonna utilize them, and EG, that Sven took so long to be able to fight.
Yeah.
Like I said, he just has no steroids.
And is this always the case, do you feel, in games where you have this matchup of the Ursa versus the Sven? Because I feel like in a lot of these fights, we were just seeing ILTW being in a position where he was just on top of RTZ, and Godstrength, BKB, it didn't matter. He was getting the bashes, he was just chain stunning RTZ, and RTZ just couldn't jump around the fight.
It's really, a lot of people don't think about, at least I've never thought about this prior to recently, is that the effect of your carry being able to fight is a lot to do with what your other heroes bring to the table. Because if they're scared of your Warlock, for instance, they can't focus on the Ursa. So the Ursa doesn't need as many items to be survivable, to be a threat, because he has Surge, he has other heroes that are a threat. The Sven has an Enchantress in back. They don't really care about in the Enchantress in the team fight. So I think that's a lot to do with why it took Sven so long to come online. And kudos to VP. That was a sick comeback.
I mean, it was an excellent game, back and forth, right to the very end. I mean, as you said, a game of needles in terms of how close it was. EG, you know, they'd just taken 2 racks. A minute later, they're losing the game.
They literally lost.
That fast push from VP, getting those buybacks out of the 2 cores and just being able to focus down Artesian and Jeff. The team of VP are all playing brilliantly in terms of unison in the team fights. And ILTW, I think, you know, this game as the Ursa, having the foresight to go for that Midas, you know, absolutely paid off. Without that Midas, he's nowhere near to having these crucial item timings like the Abyssal Blade that he gets by the end of it all. And just refreshing to see, you know, an Ursa do as well as ILTW was able to do with it here. It is a hero that a lot of teams are starting to stray away from.
Yeah, I think the Battle Fury build is too slow, and I think if you don't go Midas, you kind of fall off. So maybe he's found the secret where you have heroes on your team that allow you to fight without buying the drums because you have the move speed from the Surge, and then you can scale into the late game despite participating in fights way earlier than Arteezy did.
Yeah, and going into the next game after this one, what do you think EG is going to take away from this? Because they were close. I mean, they had the lead through this game. What are they sort of saying about this one? Is there anything they can point out, or they're just going to step away and say, you know what, it was a close game? VP just sort of got us today in this game.
I hate to do this because it's like somewhat toxic if you're in a team environment, but just don't pick GPK Storm Spear, man. He looks so good on every other hero.
GPK is going to be like, dude, I had such a good game.
Dude, he's 0-3, man. They're one of the best teams in the tournament. They have like a sick record, and they're 0-3 on Storm. It says enough for me.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to VP here in this best of 3 between VP and EG.
Well, you brought up the exact thing that was on my mind. It's going to be the Storm, and we have a fantastic panel to actually talk about if the Storm is the biggest problem here, or if there's something else that we should be looking at. We talked about both of these drafts quite a bit before we jumped into game number 1. EG, you guys liked the draft a lot, I feel like. So what do you think actually did happen? Why did this lead manage to slip out of their hands?
There were a couple of mistakes here and there. I wouldn't only blame it on the Storm, like Casters have said, like VSJ said. If you're doing that, you're a little bit toxic, right? Mm-hmm. There's a team environment. there are some team fights that went wrong for them. And also, I believe that overall VP had a really strong team fight potential.
Yes.
They didn't always execute it really well in this game, and at most of the game we thought that they were about to lose. But when they did manage to use their ultis properly all together, those fatal bonds just shred people.
Does that type of lineup have higher comeback potential? Obviously, we looked at the first three that they were able to pick, and it was like, this is a lot of damage. And then all of a sudden, they assembled this big team fight type of strategy. Does that allow you to get back into games more often, Fog?
When your supports are growing and your supports are able to have such bigger impact inside the team fights, absolutely, right? Like, it's an Enchantress and a Tiny in the middle of these team fights, right? Like, Crick can only do so much on the Tiny, where he's doing like these tossbacks with the ruptures and stuff like this. But Enchantress, you're not going to contribute too much after the laning phase. That's that's the hero, right? You look at Earth Spirit Warlock, their toolkit just gets stronger and stronger and stronger as game progresses. And I feel like they actually matched the farm really well this game. That was the biggest thing I looked at, where I looked at Sven and Storm, and I was like, man, if these two just get to farming, they're going to pull up way faster ahead over VP. But because they went for this Midas build, and they still were fighting, they were keeping themselves very farmed throughout the majority of this game. So the team fights, when they actually did like 5-on fights, they still looked good for VP.
Fogged, how do you feel about Bloodseeker on EG? Like, looking at these two drafts, imagine if you have Bloodseeker on VP instead of Darkseer. Like, look at the potential that your Blood Rage gives to that team. And on the other hand, the potential that it gives to EG. One of the things that I have problems with this EG's draft is they're very one-dimensional. Like, their teamfight potential later on in the game is non-existent. You have some Rupture Toss combos, and Chances, like Fox said, it does not scale at all into the mid to late game unless she has a blast in the laning stage and gets something like crazy kill streak or something. Overall, I think that's something that they could maybe change when it comes to the next game. Bloodseeker is this hero that's upcoming, is very strong, but you need to find the right set of heroes, the right mix for him to work.
I also think EG was reckless in this game. I think they had a winning condition to win this game, and I think those deaths really costed them. That top situation, we just saw that one on the screen. When they did that top dive with the Storm and the Bloodseeker, and I believe it was the Enchantress or something. I can't remember exactly the three, but they did that dive. They were almost 20,000 gold ahead, and then they lost Roshan. They lost like an Aegis, a Cheese, and
it went to like 10k.
It's actually insane how much it swung because of just a couple of these mistakes from EG. So I don't want to say it's like, bad draft versus like good draft or anything like that. I think play really dictated a lot of this one. Just a couple mistakes, and you allow a VP draft to get. When you're losing as well, right? VP was kind of losing, and they ended up getting what? I think they got almost all the Roshans, right? Yeah. They did get all the Roshans, right? They got all three. So that tells a tale in itself, that the fact that EG wasn't able to get Roshes, even though they had a net worth lead throughout the entire game.
Not only the net worth lead, a team that isn't reliant on cooldowns. Usually when you see these teamfight-oriented teams, they're really cooldown reliant. Usually big teamfight spells also take a lot of time to get online after you use them, right? They're like 1 to 2 minutes cooldown. And that gives the enemy team an advantage when it comes to taking objectives, specifically Rosh. Because if you time it after a teamfight that you lost because of their big ultis, you can go into that pit and perhaps snatch it away from them. It didn't happen here.
So what do you think causes EG to play this way? Because you go into this series and you know that they have the potential to get first seed in their group if they come out of this victorious. So what do you think would cause them to play reckless? I mean, VP, obviously a very strong team, puts together a strong lineup in that draft, and they're able to start to work towards their win condition. Do you think that it is the fact that maybe VP did fall so far behind at certain points in this game? Do you think that maybe they got a little bit comfortable, or do you think that something else is afoot?
I guess I could see some comfort. I think they also just had to go for backline targets, which makes sometimes it look like overconfidence, right? Like GPK when he zipped in and just dies to the Warlock twice. Well, dies to the combo of heroes, but going for the Warlock, I think they had targets. They had tough targets to actually go for on the backline versus this big team fight, so it made them look more reckless.
Yeah, I would just mention something that Solo had in his recent interview for the CIS part of this Omega League. He was literally saying, like, you can't let your coach just do the drafting, and you can't draft only the meta heroes. You need to listen to your players. You all, as a collective, need to get these picks that everyone is comfortable on. And if you have,
why do you just have a picture of Arteezy on your iPad?
I was looking at mine.
I looked over. Everybody else has notes. And you just have a picture of Arteezy. Like, what?
Dude, I was literally trying to open the program video, right?
This is wallpaper, dude.
It just opens Arteezy for me.
Big fan over here. You just turned off the iPad. You tried to obscure the facts. Just looking over the entire time. Lizard keeps looking down just at Arteezy's face. I'll keep talking.
He's giving me courage. That's it. That's where I find my inspiration. But no, really, going back to the point, you can't just copy the meta heroes without an actual plan and strategy surrounding them, because teams that have picked a Bloodseeker probably have a better idea about how he fits, have worked on that draft a little bit more.
It's one of those things where, sometimes you'll find yourself in a place where you end up with the result that you wanted, but the logic may have been wrong. It's very easy to look at something and not understand the logic behind something that somebody else has put together. Now, I want to talk about Bloodseeker a little bit more, because Fog, you were somebody who was hyping up this hero a whole bunch before we even started to see it. Now we're starting to see it, but there were also some questions that you guys had about how it did actually work. I saw that you figured out the answer to that very quickly when we ran upstairs. So for anybody at home who maybe was like, wait, how does this actually work? Do you want to fill them in on what you discovered when you went upstairs?
What did I discover when upstairs?
It was the veil thing.
Oh, just me being stupid? Yeah, I mean, that was just me being dumb. Thank you for pointing out that I'm stupid. No, I'm just, it's just like this veil build with the Bloodseeker. I just was being dumb. I'm not going to bring attention to myself being wrong. Thank you, but.
So let's talk about
how we're wrong. Bloodseeker, and it went to pure
mistakes we did, Rich.
No, I mean, it's definitely something that people are going to be doing a lot. It's pure damage that gets amped up by spell damage. It's insane. It works with all his toolkit. He's actually a good laner. Works with your whole team. Buffs up your team so much too. So, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be playing it. And I mean, when you see like Secret Dumpster 2-0 versus like OG, everyone's going to be liking this hero and copying it. So.
Seems like it's definitely the right tool for the job. Unlike using like a knife to clip your toenails or something like that, right? Like it's very
weird.
Yeah, it's very much the right tool for the job. So do you think that we might be seeing more Bloodseeker, not only when we move forward in game number 2 of this, but when we actually start to look at the rest of the tournament as a whole, when we actually get to playoffs?
No, I would love to see some good old school combos with the Bloodseeker as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's how you combine your tools as well, right? If you get that Bloodseeker and perhaps a Warlock in the same team, and then you have Fatal Bonds, Bloodright with Veil, that's a bunch of damage. So we definitely will see that hero. We haven't really discovered the full potential of it yet.
Yeah, I think that's always one of the things that's very interesting, is kind of figuring out when we will see that. If this is going to be a thing that really does take off, because we talked about the Warlock as well. It's not like the other pieces that go well with Bloodseeker aren't looking great. You talk about the Warlock, it's already looking like something that we very much might see. But is there anything in particular, Fog, that you anticipate for either EG or VP as we head into game number 2?
I don't like siding with Brian, but I think they might stray away from the Storm. Even though GPK, he ended like what, 8? He actually didn't have like a bad game or anything, but they've lost every game with it. So that can definitely put a bad taste in your mouth. Not to say that they're bad with it by any means, but they lost. They're only like the 3 of their only losses are with Storm Spirit this tournament, right? So
I'm just thinking about his knife clipping toenails. What?
No. We're not going into it any further than that. We're not going any further into it than that. That was just a random
tangent. Yeah,
I just had a bunch of random things.
Yeah.
Oh man, my hair. It's so annoying having such long hair.
Yeah.
Don't you look at me like that, man. I missed you. I missed you a lot. Fog literally lives, by the way, he lives 30 minutes away from me, tops.
Mm-hmm.
And like before, when the world was completely normal, he would message me and he'd be like, hey, I'm near your place. And I'd text him back within like 5 minutes. I'd be like, dude, where are you? I'll come meet up. And then he'd be like, already heading back home, man. Yeah, maybe some other time.
5 minutes, by the way. Not 5 hours or anything.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so...
Dude, Kyle lives 30 minutes away from me. How many times did I see him in the last half of a year?
Lucky man you are. Lucky man you are. I wanted to see Fog the whole bunch, though. It never happened. That's why sometimes you got to travel around the world to see him. It's definitely a difficult task. But speaking of difficult tasks, do we feel like EG is going to have a difficult task coming back, being one map behind? Not necessarily what we expected to see. Do you think VP might even be able to close this one out swiftly, Lizard?
I think VP definitely have got what it takes to close this one out for 2-0, especially if there's some tilt happening in EG camps right now after that game, because truth be told, they should have won that first game. Like, they played and they drafted well enough to take the W, but they threw quite a bit throughout the game. What's funny about Virtus.pro is that they have so many different strategical directions in which they're going with their drafts, because of different influences. LTW, perhaps, when he played with OG. Suddenly you see Wisp carry on Virtus.pro as well. You never know with what strat they're going to hit you with.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to think about.
They also, I mean, this might not have anything at all to do with it, but it is VP playing against Ramses, right?
There you go.
Right, that's history. Like, these who knows how? I don't know entirely how that whole leaving thing went when Ramses leaves VP and goes to EG. You know, that has to be a little bit of some awkward stuff. So maybe they are fired to beat them even more. But I do think going to the next one, it feels really 50-50. Like I was favoring EG probably like 55-45, maybe 60-40 before this series started. But now watching that last game, you know, I'm definitely feeling like it's much more even.
And the stakes are definitely there as well. However, that's going to impact these teams. You know, that's a factor that's always hard to pin down. But we're getting to the really great part of the league. We're going to be in playoffs shortly, so they do want to try to leave groups with the best place that they can and try to get that number 1 seed on the side of EG. But we have to think a little bit about how it does affect VP as well. I think it's very easy to look at EG and be like, first seed, oh my gosh, that's the big thing to talk about here. But what would this actually do for VP as we start to look at groups?
Is that what you're asking us? Yeah. What do it do for VP? Well, I mean, it puts them in, it puts them second place, right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's obviously really good for them. So
they'll be happy.
They'll be happy.
There we go. Thank you for that, Master.
How you set me up there for? I'm like, is there something I don't know?
Okay, I made you look bad on accident. So I gave you an easy one. It was the old softball pitch. I tried to give him the softball pitch, and then he literally just goes, they'll be happy? All right, fine.
I mean, they get second place. Like, they can't get first place, so it's like, it's as happy as they can be.
It's as happy as they can be, because the last season was pretty much like that for them, right? If you add up all the DPC events that have happened, they finish like second or third, right? After Secret and I don't know who else. So they're pretty much a reflection of the last year is happening here in the group stages for VP.
Yeah, that's kind of it's been the same storyline with this team throughout 2 DPC events, really, right? Or sorry, 2 DPC years.
Circuits.
Circuits. And it's a very tricky thing to, I think, brush off as well when you're in a situation like that. You try to move past it, but ultimately it does follow you around. Kind of like if you were to lose every single time, you lock in the same hero, right? And you have to ask, how do you move away from things like that? I think it's a lot harder from VP to take all of that history, all of those records, and move away from. But even with a good game on Storm, I feel like that's something that you just put away. You say bad taste, whatever it is, that's got to be in the back of your mind after you've had so many losses with it.
I mean, like, me and you especially, like, I've been on this GPK train for quite a long time. I think this guy is, like, some of the best you can possibly pull out of the region. He's young, too. He's, like, got a lot of potential for growth. When I watch him play other heroes, I'm like, holy crap. Yeah. Then when I see that one, I'm like, come on, man, GPK. Like, so... Yeah, it's maybe just like a preference thing. Maybe it's a little bit of like us
maybe he's
just biased for his other heroes.
He's probably the one asking for it as well, right?
Like it fits the game too, right? It's like a backline to the Warlock. It's probably like exactly what they want to fit. So,
also, you mentioned it's the way that he plays it that you think puts him in trouble a lot of the time, whether it's itemization or just being overly aggressive.
He's very, I mean, his item build is, we said what his item build was going to be before the game started, and he went that exact item build. It's always the same thing. He goes, no upgraded boots. Yeah. He goes Orchid, he goes Bloodstone, and it puts you into positions where you can get lockdown stunned and you're lacking some damage because you don't have your attack speed for that Orchid.
This isn't to throw shade on him, but if you're always doing the same build, that means that you haven't perhaps experimented enough, right? With different games, different builds to figure out which exact build fits in which exact game. Because you don't usually build the same things on every hero in every single game, especially if you're mid, if you're Storm even.
Yep. Very important to keep in mind as it looks like we are about to jump into game number 2. And we'll have to see if we're going to see any new faces in this draft. We had
some... They moved it up, yeah. That's what I was thinking. They're going to move... They moved the Arc Warden ban up, because now I think they're probably like, okay, maybe he's just getting desperate to the point where they're just going to first 2-pick Arc Warden.
Magnus this time banned out as well. I don't think it was touched, right? In the last game, in the first series, in the first banning stage,
not in the first banning phase, no.
I don't think later on as well. I was wondering. Phoenix, however, left in the pool instantly by Virtus.pro.
Yep.
It's Phoenix, man. This hero is just good. It's just solid.
I mean, I thought that maybe, you know, as somebody who obviously knows not nearly as much as any of you analysts do, but, you know, you see the patch notes come out, and you're like, we're going to see a little bit less Phoenix?
Nope.
Does not seem to be phased at all by it. Pretty much a first phase pick every single time. We're going to see the Ench again on the side of EG.
Every nerf that happened to Phoenix, there's a way to circumvent it. There is a way to play around it. Like, he got first and foremost, he got mana nerfs to Fire Spirits. You just start the lane with a Mango, or you bring yourself 1 Clarity. It's not a big nerf.
No, it's not
then
that
your
big a deal.
strength gain, I think, and the damage has been nerfed just by a circlet.
Slightly, yeah.
It's the literal difference if you're playing it as a core, which most teams are doing right now.
And then Sunray got 4 seconds added, I think, to it, but you know, that's not gonna just change the entirety of the hero. The combo!
The combo plus it's Zayat's Treant.
And it's Zayat, that's true.
It's
that's a good call.
His, like,
absolute
on one
favorite.
side you have 35% win rate Storm, on the other you have 70% win rate Treant Protector. Right, that's some good stuff.
Not a numbers guy, but that sounds pretty good.
Okay.
7's a pretty funny number, but let's take a look over at what's paired with the Ench. How do we feel about EG and their first 2 picks?
I mean, Ember is super strong. That's a GPK hero right there. As soon as you think about it, this guy's his Ember is definitely better than his Storm, at least in most of the situations. He's just more
any
comfortable.
spirit that he plays is better than his Storm, or has had a better win rate.
Has shown better. Has shown better result. I think it's strong. Definitely, it's a hero that accesses those backlines. It's good. These, like, at least Phoenix and Tree, like, they're pretty low armor early on. Sleight of Fist is actually pretty obnoxious. Lack of control. Like, Overgrowth is the only thing now to catch December from these 2 supports, more than likely.
That Overgrowth plus Meteor Hammer perhaps from Zayat might come super handy for Virtus.pro, because when there's some Treant Protector players, you watch them and they Overgrowth, you know, they do the normal laning, Nature's Grasp, all this stuff, it's fine. But there are some that really excel at the hero. They catch you right at the moment when you've used your Yules or Manta or BKB, then they follow up with the Meteor Hammer and they change the pace of every single team fight.
And they split push super annoyingly. And that's Zayat. I've played with him, I've seen him play like a bunch of times this tree too. He just pops out a tree for 1 second, Meteor Hammers the waves, walks away. He forces your lanes in and forces you to react to this tree a lot of the time, if he has a good game.
Yeah, and it's even easier now, right? You don't even need the Meteor Hammer. You just pop that Nature's Grasp and that's it. Like, the creep wave is almost dead. You hit it a couple of times and go away.
And it's the combo, you know, the Overgrowth plus Egg. You know, they're going to hit the Egg, you pop Overgrowth, they all stand there looking at the Egg all shiny, and they're like, oh god, it's going to pop. So.
Which is also crazy because just a few days ago, you can see how different teams are approaching the meta differently. Just a few days ago, we had that Viking versus Liquid matchup, in which Viking was playing too fast for these combos that Liquid was having, right? They had Mars Phoenix, and they just picked heroes that ran circles around them, and they didn't care at all about these big teamfight spells. But now, Virtus.pro, they're doing the same thing, and versus some different team, it can work.
Yeah, I think it also, you very much feel where we're at in the league as well. I think a lot of teams are very much starting to kick it into high gear over the next couple of days when we do start to get to the place where, you know, you're not just in groups anymore. The elimination's very much going to be right in front of you at pretty much every single step of the way. Meta definitely starting to push forward a little bit here.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that though. Like this Ember Enchantress, this is all about fast, right? Play fast, don't play around the cooldowns of Virtus.pro, try to force the issue.
That's something that Viking did with Wisp and Spirit Breaker as well, just constantly in and out of team fights, pressure objectives.
Yeah. I like this Darkseer ban. I think it enables Ember Spirit to do Ember Spirit things. Ion Shield, Ember runs around, runs rampant. And they won't have a lane that probably can deal with it with...
Yeah, with Phoenix and Tree.
With Phoenix Tree, yeah. You're not going to be able to pressure and protect versus a Darkseer.
Phoenix, you won't die, but it's not like you're going to control the lane or help out your position of 1. If this Phoenix is still considered position 5, because Rezo can definitely play that hero.
That's true.
It still
Yeah,
can
they
be
still can.
the offlane for them. Phoenix offlane plus Treant, it's a pretty strong lane. Okay.
They banned the DK this time. That's interesting. Banning the DK when you have the Ember. Something I don't think I ever see, really, because people just match Ember versus DK, and you farm. You're in a free farm in that lane matchup. So it's definitely interesting, but after seeing the last game, right, I guess it can make sense.
You also make sure, if you're EG, to ban out the Storm Spirit. Just if you get tempted, maybe if you get tempted to pick it, you deny yourself that opportunity. It's not about this matchup, Storm versus Ember.
Self-control.
No,
It's not self-control. Not that Ember loses the Storm really hard or anything in lane, but
you're on the diet, you don't leave a cake in the refrigerator.
You can't hold Fly's hands behind his back. He's too strong. He's gonna lift them all up. Just ban the hero.
Just get it out of there. Let's see what we will actually see now that Temptation is out of the pool. Do you double down?
Hero? right? You want your crit hero in particular.
Okay. I was going to ask if you try to double down on that aggression that you're talking about.
The Clink's Ench.
Clink's Enchantress.
Well, weren't the Ench changes just straight up to affect Clink's?
Yeah.
So how, with the changes, how do these two actually play together?
It's still a lot of bonus HP. Like these creeps still have, they don't have 2,400 HP centaurs, but they're still going to be like 1,700 health centaurs. It's still, when he eats them, it's insane.
They basically got some less HP, but more armor. And like you said, initially it was used just to nerf the Clinks. It will happen here. He won't have plus 400 damage, he's going to have plus 300.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit less HP and damage that he has. It's still strong, but what I'm seeing right now is EG not picking teamfight again. Last game, they had very little teamfight. This game, again, like this Enchantress Clinks, this is no teamfight between these two, really.
If this Phoenix is off lane, this lane can get rough for Clinks. If he's on the safe lane and you're playing versus 3 plus Phoenix, from that level 3, they have insane kill potential on both Enchantress and the Clinks. This lane isn't that strong at all. If you just combo these two, but they won't. They'll put the Earth Spirit, it seems like.
Okay. So it is going to be the core... Actually, I mean, it could still be core tree, right? Technically.
Yeah, it should be Earth Spirit Phoenix.
Should be Earth Spirit
Phoenix,
right? Yeah.
It's the same. It's literally the same idea. Like tree and why is he strong on that lane? Because he can reach the Clinks from the trees. Earth Spirit doesn't even need that. He's just rolling boulders into him. So the general idea stays the same. I don't think the lane is as strong, but it's still it has a lot of potential.
They do have low armor, right? Enchantress and Clinks are gonna harass a lot. So. But yeah, I mean, I'm seeing crazy team fight from VP and EG. They're gonna have. I mean, right now they're just gonna have none.
Somewhat similar of what we had in game number 1 as well.
Somewhat similar, but I feel like they have even less this time around, because at least like Tiny 4-Vision provides you some stuns, Sven Carry provides you some type of disables, but their last 2 picks I feel like have to give them some type of fighting. After I saw that last game, like they were taking so many fights in VP, we could see when they had their ults, like they were doing really well around it. So unless they just go all in on the splitting up and looking to split pressure.
If you're looking at this Virtus.pro lineup already, you'll know that Evil Geniuses, they need to get these early BKBs or Mantas or something, right, on most of their cores. But both of these don't really like to go for that early on, right? You don't want to Yules, I guess, on Ember, maybe?
Yeah, Yules on Ember could definitely still be a thing, because he's playing versus those Silence and the Root.
But Clinks might suffer. If he gets caught by the tree by Phoenix, there we go.
That's the team fight and that's the control. All right, I think they were looking and they're like, okay, we actually have like none. This is going to provide it. All right, so that's... Okay, Crit playing the Shaker. I've not gotten to see Shaker too much lately. I know it's been on the rise in pubs. People have been talking about it a little bit more again. Curious to see this one.
This lineup of Virtus.pro just looks very solid.
Yeah.
Drow Ranger, okay, you are playing versus Clinks and Ember. They can get on top of you easy, like either by the Skeleton Walk or by Ember just remnanting in. That's a problem. But you have a lot of frontliners here. Literally every single one of these three heroes on the side of Virtus.pro, besides Drow Ranger, is a frontliner. Can stand up front, can soak in the damage while she does her work. So I like where VP is going so far with their draft.
Yeah, and it's like Clinks, sure, you can have your evasion thing when you're hitting, when you're strafe, right? But you just pop multi-shot.
Yeah,
you don't care. Drow multi-shot
it.
will go right through that Drow versus that Clink's evasion. So provides them a silence as well versus Ember. I mean, I'm kind of liking what VP's got this time around. EG's looks a bit strange to me. But we can never forget that Clink's Enchantress can still be insane, because those two... Especially, I mean, it's gotten nerfed, but when I saw that Alliance series, they lost with it, that game, but they had this Clinks that had 5,000 HP and was hitting for plus 500, which was crazy, but...
I'm thinking now, like, usually when you pick this Shaker as a position 4, you also pick it to combo it with an offlaner that needs a Shaker, right? And you can see Virtus.pro, they banned out the Timbersaw, obviously because of the Drow, right? It just crushes her. And also the Beastmaster, which could come in handy for EG, as all of them benefit from the bonus attack speed versus the Phoenix Egg, right? So that would be really good. What other combos? Because these two aren't even that great combos with Shaker. What other combos can they have in mind for their last pick? Like your Bats, Pagnas, Necros aren't really that great here.
No. To get onto Drow. I'm not sure. I'm not sure for EG. I'm not sure what the pick will be.
That does not happen very often. Year of working with Fog. Not very often that he doesn't have something up his sleeve. And now we'll have to see how VP rounds out their draft, but I think they're in a position where they definitely have a little bit of wiggle room on the side of EG. Not something that anybody expected to see, whether or not Ancient Clinks is going to be something that can carry the game. We're going to find out very shortly here.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That looks so... Look, they have so much team fight. They have great ways to fight around Roche, which that's what they've been playing around a lot. This is a good lane, too. DP versus Ember. This is going to put the Ember a little bit on the back foot, too, here. I really like VP's draft.
You don't exactly have save for that Prophet, but the way this lineup works allows you to be aggressive. You don't even need save, because if you go on top of that Prophet, you'll find yourself magnetized overgrowth and you'll have a Phoenix Egg on top of it.
And I'm looking at this Ember, it's like, sure, we didn't have 2 stuns from our opening, the Tree and the Phoenix, but then silence on Earth Spirit, silence on Drow, silence on Death Prophet, and control from the Earth Spirit.
Nature's Prophet is good for them, though. This is pretty solid. They do have Wave Clear, that's something that they do have, but their offlane combo, like Shaker and Nature's Prophet, if that is the offlane combo, should do fairly well versus the Drow Ranger. Plus, you can always summon trees to get rid of the woods around you, so that treant isn't as pesky as he usually is.
And it's an egg hitter, right? It is another one that can be provide something to heck. I don't know. I love VP. I actually love VP's draft. I think they're super strong at like all fronts of the game. I think as long as they just don't like die a million times in lane, I don't see how EG team fights ever.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm going to ask you kind of a question off the back of that. Very hard question. We can see that the odds have relatively evened out here on EGB.com, but you know, you talk about how it seems impossible for VP to potentially throw this away. They have a lineup that's strong on all fronts. If you were EG, how would you play this game?
Try to smash the lanes. Just, I mean, like in particular,
all lanes.
Like it's going to be a lot based for me for what Crit's able to do. This Earthshaker's movements from from bottom to mid, it's going to be super important for them to actually do well in their lanes.
Smash the lanes, sporadical movements across the map. You have Ember, Clinks, Nature's Prophet.
You're fast.
You're very fast. You have global potential from the Nature's Prophet, so you can be on multiple places at the same time, making 2 moves like identically.
So the idea is be as many places at the same time as you can be, but there's only one place that we want to take all of you guys right now, and that's straight into the game.
Yeah, thank you, Rich, and we'll get right there ASAP as we get ourselves ready for Game 2 of VP versus EG. Brian, we've seen the drafts. Again, it looks like another time round where VP, they're going to have the superior team fight, something that really came to their favor in that Game 1, despite how close it was, and in fact, how much of a lead EG did have in the early game. I mean, what do you reckon about the outcome of this one? Fog, he seemed to be a real big fan of VP's lineup. Do you agree?
I'm a Drow fan. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. The only game I've seen Drow lose is to Secret when it was down like 5,000 net worth at 7 minutes. So, and that was a Drow mid. I think Drow is incredibly scary. They gave absolute last pick to Ramses in the off lane. I personally, you know, you ask me what I want to play off lane when I see a Drow, I really don't know. Prophet's one of the best options. And you said, you know, they have overwhelming team fight on the side of VP. EG had the Shaker going into last pick, and they decided to drop that plan of potentially team fighting stronger than VP and said, okay, we're going to split you up. We have 3 mobile, 2 off-map cores, and a Prophet to push lanes, right? Or you have an off-map Clinks Earthshaker, and then you're going to have Ember, Prophet showing in lanes. It's basically all EG to have superior... I just want to say faster map movements, such that if VP is ever able to walk down a lane with 4 or 5 heroes and not be pressured elsewhere, they can kind of just do whatever they want, I think. So the tempo of the game is going to be heavily decided by what EG does with their moves, because I think VP will kind of just have walk down lanes as their actual move, because with Drow Death Prophet, that's pretty much all you got to do. And they just say, hey, dare you to fight into us? We have Tree ult, we have Phoenix Egg. It's very hard for EG to ever actually commit to a team fight.
Now we'll look at some of these lane setups that we've got coming out. No one. This game on his mid DP against the GPK Ember. I mean, how are we going to see this one go down between the two?
I think it favors DP, maybe like 60-40. I think both heroes get what they want, but at the end of the day, Ember's way of threatening you is being up in your face, and Death Prophet loves that because she just Spirit Siphons you. And Ember doesn't have a way to actually break that Spirit Siphon, other than just walking away. But DP doesn't really kill you either. So I think it really comes down to if DP can get an earlier level 6, even slightly, right around the 5-minute catapult, and look to pressure the tower. Maybe with an Earth Sphere rotation while Ember's still level 5. I'll be keeping an eye out for that myself.
Well, obviously some early damage being done by no one. GPK gonna turn things.
He already used his nuke.
Not gonna get lucky with the chains though. Only catches onto the creeps.
Never lucky.
It's just this continued pressure hit. No one's gonna be able to dish out. Bottom lane. So as you said, Prophet, one of the better laners against a Drow. Does this mean that ILTW is going to have a rough time?
No, there's no such thing as a rough time in the safe lane, at least. The only time I saw Drow lose was mid.
Yeah.
So I'm a firm believer, at least, especially when you have a support like Tree, who's just going to be in front, right? He's going to tank the hits for you. And the thing is, if you overstep even slightly on the side of EG, you're eating Frost Arrows, and you're eating the Tree first spell, where you can't move. So you have to be very careful here, as even though Ramses is level 2, and the hero should do absolutely fine, I don't think there's such thing as actually shutting down a Drow safe lane when played properly.
I see it here. Attempts onto him, but the Fisher from Crit will split him apart.
Yeah, that was well played by Crit there. Had to do it. Ramses can just TP base and come right back. That is one of the things about Drow, is she usually wears you down. Just this war of attrition where eventually she's hit you enough times that you can't give yourself enough regen. And one of the reasons why Nature's Prophet is one of the best matchups against her, because of that, utilizing his TP cooldown as effectively, an Ember Spear Remnant and just coming right back to base, or coming right back to lane.
And this mid lane, still very close here between the two of them. 12 for 3 against the 11 for 1. No one having that slight edge.
I like that. He used his nuke to get the last hit so that he could deny the range creep at the exact same time. So it's kind of funny, but he used a nuke to effectively get a deny. I like that. I like the little things mid laners do, because at the end of the day, if you get an extra 3 or 4 denies in lane, that can make or break these tier 1 mid laners and the timings they have. Because right now you see, he's on pace to get that level 6 slightly before GPK, being 4 denies ahead there. And at least from my knowledge, that's the most important part about this matchup in this specific game.
Top lane. Continued pressure here onto Arteezy. Still been able to pick up the CS though in this lane, 11 and 2. In fact, may even find a killer as they'll turn towards Zayats. Living Armor coming out to help him out, but it's not enough heals as Arteezy claims first blood here on the safe lane as the Clinks. And this hero, the Clinks carry, I mean, what is it that this is going to be able to achieve for EG? Why go for the Arteezy Clinks in this game?
I'll be honest, I think they used it as like a pseudo egg hitter. But unless he goes like Manta, I don't really see how he plays this game, because he's going to BKB and then he's going to get overgrowth, right? In fights. So I think they have a really good lineup for playing on map with the Ember and Nature's Prophet, while he gets to play off map. So he's like a +1 to the heroes that are setting up the pushes and ganks for him. Clinks is just a lot of damage, right? He's like a bounty hunter that instead of giving his team track gold, does a ton of damage. And I'm surprised they went for this combo, because they nerfed the crap out of it in the previous patch that was 2 days ago. As Fly looks like he's going to be going down. Does indeed. Will they get the retribution kill? Body block from Zayat.
Arteezy might just have this.
That's enough, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so EG going to continue to be very happy with this setup. Doesn't matter if they're losing lives up here as long as it's not Arteezy's, as Arteezy's finding kills in return. Bottom lane, ILTW and Solo will find Crit. Ramses, can he get ILTW in time in return? He will. So Ramsey's able to find the trade here on the bottom lane.
Yep, that's really important to bring down the Drow, even just once. It slows down the snowball effect of the lane, and the nice thing about Nature's Prophet is a lot of offlaners want to stay in lane for a bit longer when they're level 6. And Drow, when she gets level 6, she just out-trades, out-bullies any hero in the game, but Nature's Prophet happy to move around the map during that time, and then a hero like Earthshaker can just take over the lane and get some levels when the Drow pushes it in. As Fly, he's in the no-fly zone, as they will take him down.
Yeah, no difficulty at all for no one to get the damage done against Fly. At this stage with the Cypher making the quick moves around this 5-minute bounty rune spawn. So able to get the bottle refill. And Zayats can turn to look back towards top. Definitely getting to be a hard lane to play into now though with Arteezy. They're hitting the 6, he's got the double Wraith bans. And as we've seen the last 2 times, they have got aggressive up there. They have ended up feeding kills away to the Clinks.
Yeah, the Clinks Enchantress combo, the level 4 enchant lost 700 health on the creeps. And used to also be able to Helm Dom creeps to give them more health, and that's not possible anymore. So there's no more of this free 500 damage, 700, or 3,000 health for the Clinks. But by no means it's an extra 500 health when he gets to max level on the Death Pact. So it's nothing to scoff at, but it's not nearly what it used to be. It does take the haste rune crit does. That was very fortunate, as he is level 6 on Death Prophet before that of GPK, but he just gets it now. So that small window they had, he had even showed up on Earth Spirit to try to punish it, but they know that that is no longer doable, as he's just going to let that catapult fall to the tower. Maybe he'll look... No, he actually just went 303 on Death Prophet. Probably went for that level 6 skill point the second he saw Ember get 6.
I'm going to see if they can find something with
the
move down to mid. Yeah, may be able to catch out Ramses or at least crit.
Seems like a pretty volatile lane bottom. Kills back and forth. They're trying to tilt that in their favor because that'll kind of decide who takes the first tower.
And they've got 4 heroes down here, VP, with No One and Zayt's coming in with a wraparound. Ramsey's trying to lead in on Solo as EG get aggressive, but there's the surprise from VP. No One and Zayt's coming in from behind. Solo, is he going to fall? Will go down, but not before VP are able to get the kill first onto Ramses. Tips out as well here as VP start to make these moves, and as was talked about in the panel, this is where VP's at their strongest in this game. If they start making moves as even just the 4 of them, it's going to be very hard for EG to fight back.
Yeah, you can learn a lot about Dota watching these teams' movements, because the Death Prophet pressures mid tower, like she's the one that's naturally going to press towers on the side of VP, so EG commits a ton of resources there, and then vice versa. Nature Prophet pressures the towers, and VP ganks him. So both teams very aware of what enemy heroes are representing what threat, and doing their best to slow down the timing windows of everybody. The DP doesn't get mid, the Prophet doesn't get bottom. Everything going according to plan for both teams in the sense of the defensive aspect. You know, if both teams had failed that, we'd probably see a dead mid tower for EG and a dead bottom tower for VP. Zayach, level 4 on Earth Spirit, not too bad. But at the end of the day, all 3 cores on EG, 3 of the top 4 net worths. This was kind of the story of last game too, though, right? Where VP has the stronger team fight, while EG wins the lanes. But GPK is not on Storm Spirit this time.
No, bit of a different one. Still a Spirit, nonetheless. Oh, yeah, definitely a hero that's not quite had as unfortunate of a win rate as the Storm has had for him here this LAN. It's crit. As we saw earlier there, that was the kill. They managed to get the 2 of them. Zayt's no one underneath the tower. Top lane, Rezo playing aggressive, feeling confident now he's got the egg. Also with the backup of Zayt, as they come in, they've got the lockdown onto Arteezy, holding him underneath the egg. He's trying to turn and kill it. Won't be able to do so before he ends up going down himself. And Zayat, I mean, this guy, honestly, we saw it in game 1. This man's Earth Spirit, he always hits the spot, you know, he's always there.
Arteezy was a tad slow to recognize the situation there. I've been all too familiar with this spot, as we do see no one just dive and crit in the mid lane. Should just take him down. The Spirit Siphon being a ton of damage.
He's getting a lot of kills. And bottom lane again. Ramses goes down. The dive forward onto Rezo. Rezo trying to run away, but Fly is punching in. They'll take him out. GPK going to see if he can dive in for Solo as well. But Solo, he's back through the trees, juking it out. GPK, can he clear it out with the Remnant? He's pot one down, but not really enough mana to play for this, as he has to go for the TP back to base. Fly turning over towards Zayat, but Zayat has Solo coming over from the side. There's the jump back in from GPK, coming in as he's refueled from base. Solo actually dropping the ult here, just continuing to try and waste the time of the 2 of them. Ramses comes in with a TP.
Space.
Solo turns with the last bit of life to heal up the tower, but he will still fall as EG get the kill.
Should be a tower for EG, but VP doing all they can to protect this. EG even being forced to fortify their own creeps. I mean, mid lane to secure this tower.
VP's taking the tower here mid, or at least putting pressure on it. No one with the ghost. It's going to warrant some reactions from EG. Now Fly's a little scared of coming in.
Only level 4 on Earthshaker, no Echo Slam yet. As those 2 towers do inevitably fall for both squads, but both teams did do the necessary movements to slow down that process. But I would say this game's playing out about where both teams are happy with what's happening so far.
Let's see if they can punish no one. Arteezy coming out. Does get the silence on the 2 and then tries to turn with the Cyphers.
Wow.
The 3 Cyphers, they're keeping him alive. No one's going to be able to get himself away from that entire move made by the complete squad of EG. They will still dive on further forward, still looking for no one. No one's still running away. They catch him with the chains. They will be able to find him. They have to go pretty deep though. Can VP punish this? Dive forward from Resolution over towards Fly as Fly ticks down to the Fire Spirits. VP will find 1 in return. Crit.
It's level 6.
He trapped them in. With the Fisher, Zayat's now caught in by the Sprout. EG, they'll claim a second. GPK with a double kill. The persistent pays off as they just dive in, find the 1. Maybe even looking towards Rezo. Rezo's a little tougher as he has the egg. Up top, ILTW straight out with the TP. They haven't got the damage between the two of them to get him in time.
Midas on Klings, huh? Makes sense. Similar to Ursa. He's going to have to participate in the game, but he also needs to scale. So I like this option for Arteezy. Pretty much mimicking what ILTW had in mind from last game. Earlier on when Arteezy died, it's this funny feeling you get in these games where you're like, I'm a level 7 Klings, super farmed, have my ultimate online, and this level 6 Phoenix is running at me. And then you realize about 5 seconds too late that you're like, oh, he's got help and I'm dead. And it's funny with, I think the same thing happened with No One there, where he sees this level 6 Earthshaker walking at him, and he's like, and then suddenly there's just 4 heroes on top of you. This feeling you get as a core when you don't think a hero should be running at you. This usually means something's up with the rest of the team. As VP was trying to get something done with a smoke there, had the Death Prophet ultimate on cooldown, but it looks like they are just thirsting for some kills. Maybe just trying to slow down EG's map control snowball, because the kill threat from EG's heroes is significant.
Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing here with the
low cooldown too.
And with a single target they can dish out.
Yeah, the only cooldown they rely on is Echo Slam, and right now, since he doesn't have a blink, that's a very small factor for deciding when EG can be aggressive or not. But Crit's getting some space to farm his blink. That's really important.
I might even find a kill to add to this as they'll look towards Solo.
Pump faking the fissure.
And Solo also pump faking the overgrowth. We'll finally drop it, but he's going to go down it as Crit walks in. Easy slam.
Yeah, he didn't want to fissure and then have the overgrowth be able to be used to disengage or TP, which was really cool. I like that. Because then the Earthshaker wouldn't have been able to walk up to him before he TP'd away. Very funny mind games going on there, bottom lane. As Ziyech might be setting up on Ramses, assuming that Crit probably left after getting that kill. So maybe he'll wait for Solo to respawn. Maybe he'll get a single TP. He's getting a TP from the Phoenix as Ramses is playing it cautiously, but they could potentially catch him.
And they're TPing over towards the mid lane to try and defend as well, VP, but EG's diving in. They get the chains onto No One. No One. It's going to turn his attention towards Fly, trying to chase, but the enchant will slow No One down. Crit's also around with a Fissure available, so No One cannot commit any further. They'll be able to hold on to the tower though, pushing EG back for now.
Working on a Yules on GPK. Pretty much the only way they kill him is silences and the root from tree, so he's pretty much invincible as long as he has that Yules available.
Radiant are scanning.
They've definitely got to be careful though with the quantity of silences, right? There's going to be ways that VP will be able to catch people on the way down after they've removed that silence with the Yules. Just checking out the pit area. 500 to go for that Yules on GPK, so until that moment in time, he's got to play careful. Find himself a DD though for the next fight, bottled up. As this goes on, continue farm for Ramses as he's the man leading the way this game on his Prophet. Also getting a lot of space down here on the bottom lane, whilst VP, they are starting to make moves towards him. Rezo and Zayat's on the hunt again, but I see Ramses playing this very smartly. It's very hard to catch him out, and his farm looking good. The Orchid's going to be done at a very quick time this game as the Prophet.
He knows he's the primary target. He's going to be taking the most aggressive farm. Klinks is going to be farming the triangle, and then Ember's got a Yules queued up, so he's the easiest target for VP that matters, is what I mean by the prime target. So Ramsey's very smart about his showing on the map or not. He knows if he were to just farm that lane that he would be food for the VP supports. Something that takes a lot of game sense is knowing that you want to farm bottom, but knowing you're not safe enough to farm it and just standing there until the opponent eventually sows somewhere else, such that you can do so. It's hard to have that discipline. You see those creeps in front of you and it's like,
yeah,
gold.
You want to touch them, you want to get those kills, get that money. But if you do, it could cost you your life. As EG, they've got the 3 big pickups now across the key players. The Yules on GPK, so he can play more aggressive, the Blink Dagger on Crit, and the Orchid on Ramses. So they've got all the tools to make the plays now against VP in this early game.
And they got Midas on Arteezy, so we can farm for next game, am I right?
It's the dream. And after that, Midas, as we saw, going for the Deso on the Clinks. See mid lane. Coming in, they're going to try and get in onto GPK, but won't find him. He's out with the Remnants. Have to make sure they get that initial connection, and even then, as we say, with that Yule's done, it's going to be hard to really finish him off unless GPK is overstepping the mark, getting aggressive himself. Another bottle of refill for GPK. And so with the Deso on Arteezy, he's still going to be quite vulnerable, right? Like, is he going to be able to get away with this, not going for any defensive item early on?
It just
or
comes
is that
down
a risk?
to it's come down to the way EG starts fights and the way they play the map, right? Right now they're orienting the map in a way that Arteezy always has one or two ally heroes in the path between him and VP. So the only way they can punish the Deso is if they manage to smoke and find him. Like, he knows VP's playing bottom right now, so he's safe. Like, even though usually this is the most dangerous part of the map because this is where the opponent plays, it's the opposite in this case. He's just going to mirror the movements of the opponent team, and as long as he's actually queuing up the MKB.
Yep, he's changed it up. Did have the Deso queued up earlier, but opted for the MKB instead. And Ramses. This is going to be a free catch here for VP, getting in on their side of the map, getting the kill on the Prophet. But yeah, the MKB just a favorable item decision this game rather than Deso in terms of straight damage?
Well, so minus armor doesn't counter armor, right? The more armor they have, the less impactful minus armor is. So Treant, living armor, very annoying to deal with as a Clinks because you're actually doing, he's going to have leftover armor from the tree armor still. So that Deso, usually when it brings him from like 10 armor to 4, amps your damage by a ton, but it's different when you go from 20 armor to 14, for instance. As we see top lane.
They're going to get the roll in, but Crit's there with the counterplay, starting to lock Zayas down. EG, they're losing Arteezy though. There's Sunray from Resolution. Supernova out as well. Arteezy just straight up dead. Zayas will end up going down. But VP, they're going to be able to find the two of them by the looks of it. Crit, is he going to get out in time? The Fire Spirit won't catch him, so Crit will survive. The rest of EG's turned up, silence out, onto Resolution. They're blocking him in as well, as Rezo will fall. EG will make sure that they get vengeance there for losing Arteezy. They take the 3 lives of VP.
Yeah, it's different when VP's kind of forced to scramble to save somebody else. That was an Earthshaker plus Clinks engaging onto somebody. Might have looked like EG took a little bit too long to get the kill, but even though they lose Arteezy in the process, they lose both supports and the offlane on the side of VP. And the MKB, not only that about the armor, but it's also a bit of attack speed against the Fire Spirit egg of the Phoenix, while the Deso gives you no attack speed. So I think that might have gone into his consideration as well. Drow's ultimate also gives her entire ranged team armor, because you're giving them free agility, right? So at that point, it might just be better to go for the proc.
Oh, catch here. He has got his jewels to remove the silence. Unnecessary, there it comes. The Zayas got the follow-up stun. Oh, whoa, GPK's out. Remnant was placed out in preparation as he plays himself away. And EG actually going to try and hit back now. They're coming in with a 3-man smoke. Roshan's going to be the focus for VP as EG coming in. They don't have vision around this area. They may not quite expect this Roche to be going down. They're going to head over in time. It's falling quickly. They're committing the Ghost. GPK has spotted it out, though. So EG, they're heading over. Can they push VP out of the pit?
Sunray heal. I don't think they can engage into this. They might try, though.
Can anybody make a jump in? On the side here, Arteezy turns towards Zayas. Will be able to get the kill, but the Roshan's got now. Aegis is still on the floor. Who's going to be able to pick it up? ILTW finally grabs it. Now with the dive across, Arteezy is burning down to all the fire. Arteezy just dies on the front line of the fight. No one, he's still keeping himself alive with the Siphon. Yules is up. He's back up to full HP. No one. They can't kill him off in time. They're trying to chase ILTW. The silence from no one catches onto GPK and Ramses. Yules control onto the Death Prophet. He's been surrounded. No one left behind by the rest of his team, and GPK is ready to try and dive on for more. ILTW tries to hold the high ground with the multi-shot, but they lose resolution. So EG not able to stop VP from getting the Roshan, but they are able to come in and get 3 kills of it. So now a 6k lead it.
Yeah, it's weird. They got Roche on the side of VP, but they're actually losing out on
They lost that fight big time.
Yeah.
4 people dying subsequently. 6k lead now for EG. Only losing Arteezy at the front of that fight, but the other cores remain alive. Ramses at the top. He's going to have a BKB shortly done.
And long fights absolutely favor EG because other than the Echo Slam, they, like I said, they're just all low cooldown. The VP, once the DP ultimate's out, once the Phoenix Egg, the Tree and ulti have been used, their team fight's rather lackluster. So as long as EG is able to kite those initial spells, you're going to see exactly what happened in that last team fight. That Essence Ring being some paying some serious dividends for GPK here.
Yeah, just constantly getting him out of tough situations.
It's just letting him save his Yules, right? Because you're instead of being at 400 health where you may be 1 or 2 nukes from dead, you're sitting at 800 health, completely comfortable to hold your Yules to the opportune moment. Just making him that much harder. Because like you said, when he uses his Yules, if he uses a bit too early, they might just punish him on the way down with another silence. Halberd done on Rezo. He's quite farmed on the Phoenix. Bottom of the net worth of all the cores, but Phoenix just gets so much out of every item, it feels like. I say he's quite farmed. I don't know, it's a weird hero, because when I see Yules plus, or when I see Veil plus Halberd on Phoenix, I'm actually scared of that hero. You know, there's a lot of offlaners with just, you know, 2 smallish items, and you're not too afraid of what they can offer in a team fight, but that Veil does so much damage, and if he gets the Halberd off before the Clinks can hit the egg, for instance, then suddenly that egg is not going to die.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that last fight, RTZ, he just melted to the damage output of Rezo. Like Rezo
Literally.
does so much right now, to the fire at the Phoenix.
Okay, so look like VP is trying to make use of this Aegis. Drow pushing the bottom lane by herself as the team collapses into this lane. Will they catch Fly? Most likely. Well, he escapes just in time. I think the Drow kind of telegraphed it by showing in lane. He's like, why would this Drow be here? Team must all be behind her. As he has the Hurricane Pike plus the Grove Bow on Drow, so we basically have a sniper that hits through armor. Thank you.
Well, we got Zayat. Doesn't get the slow onto Ramses still. Closing the gap on him. Ramses has the BKB though. So can opt for the BKB TP out. And he'll do exactly that. Nothing to put a stop to that. And the River Crypt, he did actually try and come across to help Ramses out.
This is the Phoenix.
Ramses didn't need any help.
Yeah, he missed the Phoenix with the fissure. He tried to get both and allowed the Sun Ray to continue channeling, and that's about a bajillion damage. I think that's the estimate I gave when I looked up the numbers.
That sounds pretty accurate.
Yeah. He actually died like full to 0 just to a Sun Ray. That spell's pretty nutty. It does more damage over time. I didn't know that for a long time. Like, the longer you hold it, the more damage it does.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No, it's... I mean, that spell just seems to do so much damage at just all stages when it's at high level.
Yeah, any percent-based spells are deceivingly ridiculous. As Arteezy lost his courier, I think that had the MKB on it.
Yeah,
that's
it must
pretty
have done.
big.
He was able to get away as he was a little spooked out by Zayat showing in this top lane. Yeah, Arteezy, I mean, all 3 cores of EG still having very solid farm.
Yeah, he just has no mana regen, really, on Arteezy.
Yeah, and they don't have any mana boots, I think, right, on EG?
I believe you're correct there.
So yeah, purely reliant on just getting these clarities out right now, Arteezy, to make sure that he's going to be able to play in the fights.
That 7-second Ghost Walk talent's pretty insane on Clinks. Usually you feel awkward coming out of your Ghost Walk if you've used it in the last like 5 seconds, but now there's just, that's quality of life buff with that level 15 talent. Drow queuing up the Manta. Very nice game for Manta. The only thing that threatens him through Manta is the Earthshaker Echo, and I will be genuinely impressed if Crit manages to find LIL2W with that Echo Slam. As the Aegis does expire, will EG look to punish this at all? Appears like they're content to just keep splitting the map, out-farming VP. Very similar story to the first game.
And quick TP's over towards mid. They want to try and punish, as he'll be able to Yules up. They catch him on the way down, though, with a further silence. Crit throws out a Fisher to buy some time, but there's another silence. They've just got so many silences.
The TP from the DP was really important there. Yeah, if he didn't show up at that exact moment, he would have gone now.
Yeah, they needed that final silence from him, and now with the Yules to cancel Crit's TP. I mean, this is the power of VP's lineup. They can play very fast in return now that they've got these levels. They have their catches with the Yules Scepters. And you can see that Arteezy, straight for the BKB after the MKB. Without the BKB, he's still incredibly vulnerable in these fights when he turns up as the Clinks. There's Rezo. He
should live.
He's got help coming in. He's going to pop the Supernova. Ramses, he's just going to commit with the BKB to take down the egg. Is it going to pay off? It is. Ramses, he's able to take down the Supernova alone. Turns over towards Zayat. No one. He's coming in from the back, though, with the Ghost as he's on top of Arteezy. Arteezy's dead for this. No one able to swing round, fight back with the Exorcism. And they've even got the creep wave in a good position down bottom. They can get some pressure onto this tier 2 as well with the Ghost if they want. It looks like they want to back off. They don't want to try and push in. 4 members still up on EG.
So it's kind of cool, this concept that EG had with their draft where they have a Clinks, right? He has Strafe, and Strafe gives you 100% evasion against ranged attacks. And then they picked the Shaker. So they said, okay, you don't really want to pick a melee hero to go on the Clinks because the Shaker can punish that. But if you pick a ranged hero, then the Clinks is very survivable against that. The Drow has multi-shot, which cannot miss. And then DP has Ghosts, which cannot miss. So both of these are ranged DPSers that aren't necessarily easy to Echo Slam, but they can still kill the Clinks through his survivability mechanic. I think it's just really cool to see like how precise these two picks have to be, or like the reason why they pick them, and seeing it play out there, even though they're still down by 7K, for some reason it just doesn't quite feel like that for VP.
I think especially after we just saw what they were able to do in game 1, right, whilst being behind. You know, this is another game where they do have that similar ability to really get back in and still get themselves a win because of their lineup, because of their ability to fight in the full 5v5s, which we still are just yet to really see at the moment. This, for the most part, has been sort of 2s versus 3s. Now EG are starting to stick more as a 5 as they all come into VP's jungle. They've taken full vision control of this area as VP have no eyes on this.
Yeah, the way the game looks is usually determined by the lineup that's winning, right? EG has the very split push heavy, single target based lineup. They're winning, so we're hardly going to see any team fights if they can make sure that if they choose otherwise, I guess you could say, like, they don't want these fights to happen, because as you saw when they at the Roche pit, as if the egg goes off, the initial volley is very hard to deal with. But EG's done a great job of kiting it. Their itemization's great, especially on the Ember, the way he's playing up in front, so that VP's forced to pop their spells defensively. But as you see, he just wants to get in, but make sure he's able to get out with a Yules and a BKB. As VP's trying to do a little bit of mirroring on the map, pressuring top, but it is a tad late. EG's already taken bottom tier 2, also taken over the outpost. Very crucial, 28 minutes in, that 30-minute outpost experience. So if VP doesn't get to that top tier 2, they're going to get a double outposted.
Yeah, some quick pressure here from EG straight down the mid. Living Armor helping out a little bit, in fact enough to stop them from taking this tower for now. Jump forward for Zayas as he rolls in onto Ramsey. He's trying to force out a BKB. The silence from the Death Prophet catches the two of them. Ramsey's starting to get held low. He's still holding on to that BKB charge. They'll turn.
Good discipline.
The Lotus setting up, using up GPK himself. He's trying to go back in onto Zayas. Doesn't get the root onto the Earth Spirit, only onto the Death Prophet. There's no one. He's actually dropping the Exorcism. He's ready to run forward. Ramsey's out with the BKB TP before Zayas gets in with the boulder. EG's starting to disengage. No one. Can he actually catch anyone here as he's charging in? Found GPK. He's got the silence.
BKB and a Yules.
Yeah, he's got multiple ways out of this GPK, so should be more than fine as he's out of there. With the Ghost, though, they'll try and step back towards Roshan, but Roshan, the respawn's still not there for 40 seconds, so this Exorcism isn't going to do anything more than just scare EG away from the tier 2. They can't do anything aggressive with it, VP.
Yeah, EG should smoke up right away, and they do. They are ready to punish this long cooldown. The GPK is doing such a good job of forcing the defensive spells out and then getting out. Really love his item build, love the way he's playing.
See what they can find here. EG, oh, no one. He steps up, Crip. He's found the lead in with the Fisher, tries to jump forward, but LTW's down the high ground. The silence catches out GPK, he's up in the air, back down, they've got the follow-up, it's going to force out the BKB charge from GPK. EG's got to be careful now, they weren't able to get the jump in they wanted. Fly's going to be left behind, kicked back by Zayas. He's got the heals off, forces to the side though. Fly, can he outdo the damage from the burn? He can't with the Veil buff. He dies too quickly. Zayas rolling in aggressively here to the lineup of EG, trying to catch more for the side of VP. Can they get anything? He's been silenced. On the side, they've isolated GPK. Another jump out to the side using both remnants to get out of there. Crip, he's come back in with the Echo Slam. It's enough to burn down Zayas, but now he's going to get burned himself. Crip will fall. So VP almost just totally prepared there for EG to make that quick smoke whilst no one hadn't got the Exorcism. And they'll be able to make sure that they're in position to fight back against EG, trying to look to abuse that opening of the Exorcism being offline.
Yeah, I think this game might fall into the hands of Ramses. I think he's going to have to be the one that just absolutely carries the crap out of this game. He's got BKB, Halberd, Orchid, queuing up the AC. Usually after that, you see like a Satanic Mjolnir, you know, or even Satanic MKB, Satanic Rapier. Just man the F up on the Nature's Prophet, because right now, the damage output for EG seems to be lacking. Clinks has a hard time doing the damage he wants to do, and even though VP's having a tough time forcing the issue and their net worth is slowly trickling away from them, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like anyone on VP dies. Like, they just have so much survivability, even just the Ghost Scepter from Zayas.
See around the pit, VP ready to commit with the exorcism. No one holding his ground. EG, they're up as 5. Can they do anything to stop this? Sprout out and Fisher as well, bringing no one down to half HP. Rezo diving in deep. He's going to pop the Supernova, try to create the space for them to finish it, and it'll be enough. They take the Roche, they get the Aegis on ILTW, the Overgrowth, holding Ramses in place through the BKB. The Supernova successful. Ramses, he's trying to run up to the high ground, but the BKB comes to an end. Zayat gives him a kick to the face as Ramses falls to the floor. They get themselves the Roshan, they kill off the Prophet. VP still behind in net worth, but continuing to make these strong team plays.
This is such deja vu.
RTW,
game.
He's run. Whoa. Okay. Maybe a bit of an Aegis bait. Can they turn this around, VP?
Still.
They're trying to come back in on this, but no one. He hasn't got Exorcism. RTW from the low ground, kicking out with a multi-shot. RTZ and GPK commit with the BKB. No one buys time as he self-heals, but the sleight of fist cuts him down. Zayat's getting focused. The kick over onto RTZ. His BKB comes to an end. RTZ falls. GPK, he's tossed up into the air, comes back down. Another sleight of fist comes out, but they've lost 3.
They're all
VP,
dead.
they've found 4. GPK gets out. But the Aegis bait, it worked out. ILTW just walks into them. EG, just like us, they're like, what is he doing? They get the kill, but VP,
genius.
it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, that, I honestly can't tell if that was intentional or not. I usually try to give players the benefit of the doubt and be like, wow, that was just a sick play, but maybe VP just helped ILTW more than EG thought they were prepared to do since the Death Prophet Ultimate was on cooldown. But I don't know, man. Klinks just can't stand toe-to-toe with this lineup. He doesn't do enough damage to bring anyone down instantly. And even though he has that strafe plus BKB, that Drow multi-shot took like half his health off.
And it's got to be a bit of a worry, right? But if you're EG and you've got these BKBs and you're starting to lose fights when the BKBs are at their longest durations. Like, this game isn't going to get any safer for you because of the fact that you've gone for these BKBs as, you know, sort of in this early mid-game. The game's only going to get tougher against this full Magic lineup of VP.
For whatever reason, the way they've reworked Drow, honestly, it might be all the base armor, it might be the stat gains they've given her, I'm not entirely sure, but she's a hero that used to have to buy BKB at this stage in the game, and now you just don't. Like, you can delay it till 3rd, 4th item at the earliest, and then you do damage through BKB as well. So people have to buy a BKB against you, and then you still kill them. So that's part of it that makes her innately broken to me, as Arteezy does eat that Klinks, or that Enchantress creep. Didn't get to see how much damage he had, but I'm sure it's not nearly as good as it used to be with all those nerfs that came out to the Enchantress second spell. Still #1 net worth is Ramses, but even when they were down by 11k, man, I don't know, something about this game tells me VP's kind of in control right now, and they feel confident about this game moving forward.
They just had a bit of a better time at taking these big objectives, controlling Roshan.
Yeah,
and we are seeing these team fights just, when they are in the full 5-on-5, favor VP each time.
Here's a Scotty on Drow, delaying that BKB even further, which is just a beautiful thing to be able to do as a carry. 10-second BKB at 45 minutes in the game can be pretty insane if you're able to prolong the purchase for that amount of time, as looks like Arteezy's looking, but he's going to find no one. He actually found no one, but then he didn't. Okay.
I see what you did there, Brian.
Thank you.
That's an original one.
Yeah, very.
Well, here comes the smoke, VP. They've got all their ults ready to go again. GPK's got the full Aghanims, so a little better way to jump in and out, play around the long reach of the silences that VP's kicking out in the fights if you can
double
zip past them.
Or both sides are smoked,
yeah.
I say.
So who gets the jump? VP playing a little careful now that they know that EG's trying to poke themselves around this mid lane. And EG will start to show bottom, leading the push with Ramses. VP may try and swing across on this, but there is the vision advantage here for EG. They've got the better observer placement. Zayat, he's caught on the front, gets the Ghost Scepter off in time, still goes down. The egg comes out from the side. They're going to focus straight towards it though, and they've got enough hits to take it out. The egg will fall. Now they can claim more as they go over towards Solo. Buybacks coming out. 3 buybacks, in fact, from VP. They want to keep ILTW safe as he's being focused by Arteezy and GPK. They've lost the Drow. Zayat, can he bring these heroes down in return? The Magnetize bringing Arteezy low. Arteezy's trying to run. Rezo dives across. Arteezy gets a final burst of HP, but it isn't enough to keep him alive. Arteezy goes down. Crit drops the Echo straight on top of No One. No One will fall. The DP and the Drow out for 70 seconds. As EG, they can look to clean up more. Sprout out onto Solo. That's a dieback on the Treant. Diving in, chasing Resolution right back to the base. He's surrounded. Crit jumps forward. That extra lockdown as he pops the Enchant Totem. Another self-yours. Rezo trying to get himself away, but the silence is out. Rezo is down. That's a double dieback. Is 4 heroes dead on VP. None of them with buyback available.
That is, just as I was saying, it felt like VP controls this game. EG says no, as the network at the lead went from 5K to 20K with all of those buybacks, and I think 7 or 8 heroes died for VP there.
Yeah, look at that swing there. The game started to head back towards VP's favor, but that whole play, the buybacks, and then proceeding to lose the fight, that hurts them hard, as now EG, they're ready to try and close this one up. 20 seconds, and VP will have both No One and ILTW back in the game. That might not be soon enough. Tier 4s are falling. The second Tier 4 down, the Ancient exposed.
Okay.
Is there anything Zayas can do to push them away? He's trying to get out to stop them, but EG, they're just looking to close this up. BKB is a pop. They focus the Ancient. GG is called. And EG will be able to close this game 2 up.
And that's how both games seem to have gone. Seemingly very even game, and then a bunch of buybacks and the game's over.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly how it happened the other way around in game 1. This time, EG able to close it up. They did hold the advantage for most of the game, but we still saw a lot of potential this time from VP with a team fight once again. At the end of it all, though, EG, as you say, that last fight, it's always going to come down to those buybacks. I mean, looking back, do you think they sort of had to do that? I mean, ILTW, he didn't have buyback available on the Drow. So if he dies there, he's gone for good anyway. So they're sort of seeing the need to commit with their own buybacks to protect him.
I think the thing is that once you kill 2 heroes there, the lineup EG has, they're not going to stop killing everybody else because they just have so much chase potential and you're not getting away. So once they realize that the Drow was already on that part of the map, DP was already in the engagement too, you have no other choice because if you lose all those heroes, you know, what did you save your buyback for?
Yeah, and that game as well, I mean, in terms of sort of standout from EG, who you're looking towards, so just Ramses.
I love that they can have all 3 of their cores reliable to carry the game. They gave him absolute last pick and he had #1 net worth all game.
He did. That last pick, Nature's Prophet, certainly being put to incredibly good use by Ramses here in this game too. As EG, they'll take the second game victory now. So the series standing 1-1 between EG and VP. We are going to be going to a Game 3 decider.
We are going to a Game 3 indeed. Let's talk about how the heck we got here, because it kind of looked like this one was going to be an upset, but also a quick upset in many portions of this game. So, Fog, let's talk about how this one was turned around.
Ramses and Crit, those two, they played phenomenal. I feel like they were actually like the X factors for me in this game. Ramses, I feel a couple of times, if he wasn't there, this egg was popping so many times. I feel like this last pick, Nature's Prophet, was clutch. He played it super well. They were very aggressive with their draft. They were forcing VP to take fights, and VP would be responding in like shifting their heroes across the map. But EG's heroes shifted faster, right? This Clinks, this Ember Spirit, this Nature's Prophet. They ended up outnumbering in multiple situations, and were taking these fights in advantageous positions.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things to talk about, like, we jump back in a time machine, Exchange, as we watch some of these top moments from the game, and we'll discuss those top moments in just a second here, but I do want to go all the way back to the draft for just a second, because, Fog, I don't think this is necessarily what we expected to see.
No, I thought VP was going to have more success with their team fights, but I did see how EG was playing around it, and it was really smart, the way that they were actually forcing... They kept forcing heroes to go in, and then they would just have this like number advantage. This was actually the big fight that I was like, oh my god, VP maybe probably just won the game, because they started getting really online with their team fight items, like the blink on the tree, so they can follow up with that egg. But then they throw away a huge fight.
You see, that team fight right there, what that says to me is that there was a severe lack of disable coming out from VP's lineup. All they had were a couple of silences and Earth Spirit roll. That's really the... If you get a Yule Scepter, all of a sudden, you can get out of anything. BKB, you get out of anything.
Yep.
That's a real problem. You're talking about the speed at which EG moved around the map. I mean, VP can't even disable EG.
Yeah. In multiple situations, that's the way it was like. This last fight felt almost forced, because like Phoenix dove in, and you could see Solo was like running, desperately trying to get close enough to get that overgrowth off, and he didn't. If he gets that overgrowth off maybe a second or two earlier, they perhaps can turn the fight, and it can be a totally different story. But EG played fast. And that's the most important thing that they had to do with their draft. They played super fast around the map, and they actually outkilled a super heavy team fight lineup of VP.
I think that's actually a very important way to look at it as well. Because if you look at it overall, the styles and ideas behind these drafts, we've had two similar games in some capacity. I feel like one of the big things that you were talking about was maybe having even a larger lack of team fight this time around when we were early in the draft on the side of EG. Do you think we're going to see the same stylistic choices as we go into game number 3, Jenkins? Because we're split right now. We go all the way to the game 3. Do you think we're going to see a team fight heavy lineup again for VP and EG going for something a little bit more in the wonky category?
You know what? I feel like EG, that first game, you can honestly chalk that up to a throw.
Yep.
I think definitely. That in both of the games, EG played really fast. VP, they are also a fast team, but EG looked really good in both of these games, minus the throws. You know, GPK, 32% win rate. Storm Spirit, just going to call that one out. You know, skipping the treads. Doesn't seem like that's his hero. They have a very rough time whenever he's on that hero, and a bit of throws happening here or there. So I feel like game 3, if we're going to see anybody change up the draft, it's going to be VP. I would like to see them picking more kind of skirmishing heroes. They tend to be better when they can be the ones that are playing fast. They're taking these kind of small engagements instead of these, you know, big team fights and just getting pickoffs.
I mean, at the same time, you're going to talk about throws. Doesn't it kind of feel like VP maybe let this one slip out of their fingers? You're talking about them potentially changing the draft. It did feel like they had. You talk about that one particular engagement, Fogged, where, I mean, you jumped up and you're like, this is it. It's like we gotta get downstairs.
Yeah, they just said they got Aegis, they got Cheese, they won like a 5-0 fight, and then proceeded to lose like several heroes back to back. I mean, they look good when they have these team fights, when they actually have them work out, but I mean, EG kind of just toyed with them. That's what it feels like. It feels like they just played into EG's hands, especially in this game.
Yeah, really good point. Really good point. Yeah. So with all of that in mind now, what are you actually expecting to see, Jenkins?
I would expect them to change the draft a bit. I mean, not a bit. I feel like a lot. VP, they do have some cheese picks that they like to pick. You know, they've picked Bristleback. It's not a cheese pick, but they pick a lot of Spectre. I think there are picks that they can go back to that will totally change the draft from these two drafts that will give kind of a fresh take on the meta in this series, and I think that's what they need to do, because I feel like playing the same way as this against EG, they're going to lose.
Mm-hmm. Important thing to keep in mind. I think we've seen them every single time manage to ban out the Arc Warden very early. We've seen a Phoenix first phase in like every single game of the day.
See, what I was thinking was like, I noticed that looking through their drafts, VP picks a lot of stuff that counters Arc Warden. They're like one of the prominent Ember Spirit teams. I mean, a lot of teams play Ember Spirit, but they really like Ember. Mm-hmm. They really like Spectre.
Yeah.
They've done some like really fast-paced stuff like Bristle IO. I was thinking they'd like bait it and then win based on knowing how to play against it. But teams have tried that against EG, and it hasn't particularly worked, so maybe they're afraid of that. But it's something worth trying, I would say.
I mean, there's beating Arc, and then there's beating EGs, right?
Arc TZ?
Yeah, it's like, it's very different. I wasn't going to do it.
I thought you were going to do Arc TZ.
I wasn't going to do it, but now I'm going to do a whole bunch. Now it's in my mind. But I think it's one of those things where ultimately, anytime you're dealing with somebody who's the best at playing hero, it's not just as simple as, okay, yeah, mathematically on this website, we see that the win rate is this. Like, you can't just go for the counter, right? Because let's be honest, the people who are going to be piloting any hero the best have played against those counters quite a few times. They're going to be able to take little mistakes. They're going to be able to turn it into victory. So I feel like at the same time, naturally they might be countering it in a lot of their picks. You don't really want to let the best have what they're the best at, and trying to avoid it might be the safest play.
I mean, they didn't ban it the first phase in the first game, and then in the second game they banned it first phase.
Yeah, I think maybe they consider themselves, they maybe got a bit lucky in the first draft.
Maybe, I think
that they didn't. EG didn't just first round pick it, because they first round picked it before numerous times.
I thought they would too. I really thought that they were going to in that last one, but
I thought they would do it as well. Man, how about that Nature's Prophet? I feel like that hero...
Ramses actually carried the shit out of that game, I do have to say. Him and Crit, like I looked and I was like, oh my god, Crit has like a 15-minute blink dagger. Ramses is like level 12. He's got all these items built up. Yeah, I mean, them two for sure. Especially the Nature's Prophet. The pick was super good, because like I said, I feel like the egg would have popped in a million, like 5 different situations if they didn't have that Phoenix. If they didn't have that Nature's Prophet.
I kind of feel like as well, the entirety of breaking down the lineup all the way until that pick, you were super on the fence about what they were trying to do. And it was like, yeah, a lot of these things work together, but the overall game plan, where's it going to be? Are they just going to be running around completely by themselves trying to get these cheeky little plays? And then we saw the Furion, and it seemed like it did pull it together. But so obviously, when you see something like that too, it really does feel like EG has a solid idea of how they want to play in this current meta.
Look at him calling it Furion.
Yeah, there you go.
That's adorable.
Why wouldn't I?
Because like it's usually like the Dota 1 guys that still call it Furion. Most people still say they're saying Nature's Prophet now.
Really?
Yeah.
I hate when people
Same
say
with Shadowblade and Silver Edge.
Stealth Assassin. That always bothers me.
Really?
It's like that is so many syllables to say.
Well, Lothars.
And they're not like
Lothars
good,
instead of
they're
Shadowblade.
not like good syllables together either.
No, they're not. There's a lot of...
So like you're auditioning for like Harry Potter maybe or something.
There's bad words in there too. There's multiple bad words actually in Stealth Assassin.
Ass.
Twice.
What else?
That's it.
No,
Sin?
that's I'm saying it's twice. It's repeated as if one wasn't enough.
I was just saying I'm proud that you call it Furion because I try not to call those things Furion. I try not to say Lothars all the time.
Yeah. Okay, I'll stop.
No. I just said I'm proud of you. I just said I'm proud of you.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, I mean, ass isn't too bad of a word, except in Dota. Get rid of those. But I think that
he got it.
Good.
He got it.
But headed into this next draft, I'm very excited to see what we ultimately do get because this has turned out to be a real treat of a series. I knew this was going to be one of the good ones today, but to see it go this way, keep in mind EG trying to grab first seat, VP just trying to move up the totem pole a little bit before we do have groups come to a close and we get into the juicy part when we actually do start to see the playoffs get underway. I believe it's the day after tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow we need to do some of the tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers.
Yeah. So like this is the end of groups. Tomorrow's the tiebreaker day, and then we get into the fun
and
stuff.
if VP wins this, they actually get upper bracket. So
it's huge.
Yes,
it is a
huge
big leap
for them.
Yeah, it's a very big leap. I tried to, and also it's like it's easy to see how high the stakes were, and that's why I tried to give Fog the softball question a little bit earlier, and he was like, "Well, it's just good if they win."
I mean, I don't know. I'm usually expecting you to do some type of turn on me. You know, you're just gonna be like, idiot.
What's he getting at? What is he?
I'm like, what's he trying to make me look like an idiot for? He's doing something.
I never try to make people look like an idiot. Besides Kyle,
you don't try to.
What?
You don't try to do.
I did throw you under the bus once today, and I felt terrible about it.
Okay.
I actually,
what did you do? I didn't see that.
Nothing happened.
He didn't know one mechanic that's existed in the game since it's been over a year now.
Oh my God, he's bringing attention to it again.
Wow.
Well, yeah, but it was one tiny little thing that everybody else knew besides him.
I mean, if the original wasn't a bus throwing, this is definitely like he's just right under that bus and caught in the wheel. It's just spinning. It's very brutal scene.
No problem.
No, it was. I felt really bad about that though, so I really do apologize. Usually, I like to be the dumb one and let everybody else look as smart as possible.
I don't mind.
It's hard with Dota. You know what? I'll come out and say this is a big moment for me. I didn't know that Drow Ranger only pierced through base armor. I thought it was plus armor as well. And it's not easy to think that way and be corrected. So I understand what's going on with you.
I appreciate that.
So
that's a very nice sentiment.
Can't just go throwing people under the bus like it's nothing.
Sorry, production just confirmed that we won't have you back on an analyst panel again.
Just for that.
Probably.
Just for Slash.
Probably for the best. Get me out.
No, I feel like it's been great getting to meet you. This is the first time that we've actually gotten to work together. It's been a lot of fun. Really do appreciate your insight on everything.
Yeah.
Especially as we do start to turn our attention to game number 3. It should be getting underway shortly here. We've already talked about how large the stakes are. We've talked about what we actually do potentially expect to see, but I kind of want to ask you guys how you feel about these two teams. We see them dance in the dance of good teams.
Yeah.
That analogy did not hit the
That
mark.
was not your best.
What a dance it is.
Yeah.
But we're seeing both of these teams really step up. We're seeing them have a clear understanding of the meta and also having their own takes on it, right? And I feel like that's always one of the big indicators of a squad that's in a very good place moving forward into the playoffs. How do you think these two teams are situated not only against each other, but the entire field of play? Because we're already in the situation where you're saying, okay, VP's fighting for upper bracket. When you think about that, you start to think of some of the teams that they're going to be playing again. When we know if EG does manage to win this game, they're going to be playing against OG in their first series. So we can start to think about who these guys are going to be playing against. How do you think they're situated?
Tell me if you think this is an extreme opinion. I think if EG continues not valuing Wisp, they can't win. They can't win the whole thing.
I for sure. I think you have to have an IO in your arsenal when you're playing versus these teams like Secret, like OG. Especially, I think the hero's always going to have a position in the. When he's not a bad hero, I think he's always going to be a hero that can just break the game.
Play IO. An IO game is not like any other hero. That hero completely changes the game. We're even seeing people do the just flat relocate to kill somebody. Like we saw it against EG with the Arc Warden, and then he bought a blink immediately because he's like, how do you deal? You have to have a blink. You have to blink away from it. There's nothing you can do as a hero that doesn't have some sort of escape. If you get relocated on, you're literally just dead.
I agree completely. And especially after we had that interview with like Yapsor and stuff the other day, we talked to him and we're like, so, what's good with the IO? You guys, you're not the biggest IO team in the past. Yapsor used to play it a couple of times, but he kind of like stopped for a bit. And then they just started spamming it. So they're clearly trying to get an understanding of it. And when we interviewed him, he said the exact same thing. He's like, well, we're not really an IO team, but we kind of have to be. So I like that point for sure.
I think Batrider's similar too. It's like these heroes, when they're good, you have to have somebody to play them. Broodmother, Meepo, Batrider and IO.
I feel like with IO too, though, it's fundamentally how it works, right? It is just so different than anything else.
It's the thing is it's not that they don't play it like at all. The Crit plays it. That's the thing. He knows how to play the hero
of course.
Like a bunch. He's played a shitload in pubs.
Every
of course,
pause forward has played IO.
Yeah, it's just like when you're in a team dynamic, when you're in a professional game, it's completely different to when you're just practicing the hero. Because then you're just practicing mechanics compared to actual team play with the hero, which is the big thing of it.
It's like techies. Like you literally cannot pull off techies unless you have practiced it in like a bunch of scrims, because you're gonna be 1v4 or you're gonna be 4v5ing the entire game. And I feel like IO is the same. You need to figure out like who's going with the IO, who do you put in front of, like if it's IO Gyro, who do you put in front of them, like just where you're positioning on the map, how to play the different parts of the game. Yeah, it really matters. So, but it takes time. That's the problem. Is it takes actual scrim hours, and you're putting those hours into practicing like the Bloodseeker, for example. Like there's a lot of stuff.
Why did you put the pressure on Batrider right now as well?
I think Batrider is in a similar position to IO, where it's the fundamentals of the hero that just make it so absurdly broken. Pudge players always say, oh, Pudge is the best repositioning ability in the game. Tiny players say Tiny has the best repositioning ability in the game. Total bullshit. It's Batrider. It's always been Batrider. It always will be Batrider until they change Lasso. That hero, that ability is just broken. If you are a good enough Batrider, the enemy team will literally never have a pick-off advantage on you, ever. And in the late game, that's everything. You get one pick-off. We saw Klinkstei in the last game, 82 seconds, no buyback. We were all like, it's over. It wasn't, but that's the feeling you get, because that's how important deaths are in the late game. It's not about racks. It's not about towers. It's not about gold. It's not about items. It's about one guy dying, and then enemy team goes straight down mid. You lose. So Batrider being good, you have to play Batrider.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to think of, because we keep looking at what the rest of the playoffs is going to look like, and I think having that mentality with some of these heroes and actually trying to look at who has been playing them is going to be absolutely key. But it's time to shift our focus. I think over to game number 3.
I think going forward too, like I think these teams, they still have a lot to grow. I think like EG, they're definitely showing holes. They're still looking pretty good, but they're showing some holes. Like when you look at Secret, they're not showing holes, right?
Yes,
that's
and then
a
VP
spooky
team.
I feel like VP's actually grown quite a bit throughout this tournament, because at the beginning I was like, oh my god, VP's looking real rough. But then I've been seeing them actually experiment, and no one's been looking a lot better like his usual form.
Arc and Meg again.
Same bands.
And open with the Phoenix.
Yep. Adjustments. What will be made? Will EG adjust at all? Will they go for the Enchantress again?
Man, the nerfs to Phoenix don't feel like they were anywhere near enough. The hero just still feels fundamentally broken.
It's funny because BSJ, I'm like, hey, look, I don't know how to read. Could you explain these patch notes to me? And I probably shouldn't have asked Brian, but
I don't know if he knows how to read it.
yeah. Evidently he doesn't, because he was like Phoenix destroyed, Darkseer destroyed.
Dude, he was. Did you hear him in the last game?
No.
Did you hear him in one of the last games? He was talking up Darkseer the whole time.
Dude, this Darkseer is so broken.
Dude, it was the Darkseer in particular where he was just like, this one's done. It's dead.
I don't know who it was that said it, but somebody said like, man, BSJ finds finds a way to make himself sound right, even when he was so wrong. He's like, all of the reasons that I said this Darkseer is bad is why he is actually good in this game. It's like, all right, Brian, you just can't be wrong, dog.
Man, he's so handsome, he gets away with it. But
so adaptation. So EG moved the priority on the Ember up. They
quite handsome.
they really want GPK to play Ember versus Phoenix because he's going to be playing versus limited disables, and immediately they pick Shadow Demon with it. So even less disables an Ember has to worry. Sure, you still have to worry about the Purge, which can be a bit annoying as an Ember because your Remnant doesn't move if you pop it after the Purge, and he removes your shields. But
you just have a Remnant down. You press it if he purges you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the easier heroes. And the thing is, like, if you don't have a support that disables Ember, that means you need to bring, like, you need to have like 2 or 3 cores that have disables because one support is going to be at like every pickoff, right? There's always like a support core matching, and when you're talking about like pickoffs around the map, so this is definitely an issue.
This, though, if they do have, like, let's say, silences, like they had a plethora of last game, it would be better because Shadow Demon prevents the Eul Scepter,
That's
right?
true. Yeah,
so, like,
that's
you
true.
can't buy Euls to just counter everything, which he did last game. He just had Eul Scepter, and they couldn't actually control this
And
Ember.
picking 3 like pseudo-disable cores is not out of the question. Like, there's plenty of them that are good. Like, Drow Silence is fantastic, for example.
Has EG ever not loved Ench?
I feel like it's just such a fly hero, man. He just loves to dumpster people in the laning phase. He loves heroes that he can just run around and die and get good vision down, play around vision. He's a really aggressive player. He's always played these lane dominators. Like, when I think of Fly, I think of, like, Bane, Enchantress, Chen, that sort of thing.
Yeah, me too. Definitely. I think that's exactly what he's looking for there. Just secure RTZ's lane as best as possible, and then mid-game, you can still do some stuff if Enchantress doesn't die. Like, especially with I saw Fly actually I think both games it was. He maxed Impetus. So he's level 7 with a max Impetus. He's actually doing damage in the fight if he's ignored.
Yeah.
So it's cool. Same bans from EG, though. They take out the Noah and DK. They take out the Storm. They're just trying to set up this Ember Spirit for the most success possible for me.
Man, this SD hero has really confused me in this patch. Just looking at the win rate with literally no changes being applied to the hero, it's like 41% at the start of the patch, and then slowly but surely it started going up. And then people stopped picking illusion heroes, and it kept going up. And it's like, bro, what is happening with this hero?
I think the hero has a lot of crazy, like, potentials in a way, right? Like, because the Demonic Purge is a constant purge, and let's say you ever get an Aghanim's, it's another break mechanic, so I feel like that influences, even though we don't see it that much.
Helps. Yeah, I think the Spectre, I think people playing it as a 4 and picking it against Spectre definitely drove the...
And versus Voids, it's a save versus Void. So the two super popular hyper carries for me, that's why I thought he was right.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But Solo actually does the interesting thing. He doesn't get poison, right? He just goes QW, so he's all just about moving around the map and having his cores enabled.
Solo is always just playing a different game than
is.
everybody else. Like, that guy has innovated so many random position 5 builds, like 6 Fairy Fire Bane. I remember 6 Branches Disruptor was a thing that he did. He started the 6 Mangoes thing where you'd go 6 Mangoes and then Tango and just have a ton of, like, base HP regen. It's like, this guy is not playing Dota at all. I don't even think he pubs. I think he's like ranked 2,000 or something.
He did it. I mean, he did a bunch last year. I used to play with him a lot last year. Him and Roger all the time. I would get in my pub games and they would just flame me in a nice way, in the nicest way possible. They would flame me in a joking manner.
So I think there was a period where he grinded a bunch of pubs. There's a few pro players that have done that where they don't play pubs and everybody's like, oh, well, they're clearly really good. Their team is winning. Like when VP was the team to beat, he wasn't pubbing at all.
No.
Maybe there's a coincidence. Or maybe there's no coincidence.
I don't know. I heard a bunch of 6s.
Did you?
Got spooked.
Really?
But now we're going to see if EG's getting spooked by what's been put together on the side of VP.
Really waiting on this one.
Yeah, they banned the Mars, though. So they were, the combo is still something they're thinking about. That Phoenix plus Mars. Phoenix Shriek didn't work. So this time they're probably like, okay, maybe if they do the Mars, it'll be stronger. And I think they're assuming that this is going to be the support Phoenix this time, not Rezo, right? If they're banning on Mars.
Yeah, that's it. It's a really good combo. We saw how it worked against, I think it was both Enchantress and Ember Spirit earlier, actually. Just completely shreds both of the heroes. If you hit one of them with Spear ult on Mars, they're dead 100% of the time. I mean, it's hard to hit an Ember Spirit, but if you can start with like a Disruption or a Silence or something, it's easy.
Okay. You just get their nice little crit Rubik. He's always going to be bound to get something. Still a lot of picks left for him to be able to get those nice spell steals.
So you like the Rubik there?
I think Rubik's just a amazing position 4 period right now.
Yeah, you can
it
kind of
doesn't
get
matter
away
who
with
you're
it
against.
whenever.
Yeah, I think he'll always have something that's like, damn, he stole that. You know?
I've never. So it's one of those funny things. I've never had a panel when Rubik's picked ever say, "Oh, he's not going to be able to get anything." Like that. That's not something that you ever hear. You just always hear. It's like, "Oh, like this is great." I'm like, you just went through like everything.
Yeah, there's like heroes. There's like Earth Spirit and Disruptor are the 2 ones that you hate playing against the most because you don't get great spells.
I mean, but then you're like, if you're picking those because of the Rubik, then it's like you're countering a Rubik, and it's really weird. And this isn't League of Legends. Like every spell in this game is overpowered. That's what makes Dota so interesting. So if you're picking a bunch of crappy spells to counter a Rubik, you're probably gonna just lose anyway.
But they do love their Spirit, and it is one of those heroes that does mess with the Rubik a lot. It provides you the catch for the Amber Spirit too. So
yeah,
I heard a funny joke about that game actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Which game?
Let's hear it.
So a Dota player and a League of Legends player, they're at a bar.
Okay.
And the Dota player says to the League of Legends player, Dota's a better game. The League of Legends player can't deny. You ruined my punchline, man. The League of Legends player can't deny.
Well, I don't believe that would be the case because I feel like somebody would be very passionate about their game. What's funny? Don't laugh at me.
Good man. You better not know those league mechanics.
Well, I was actually so mad. I threw it. It hit your thing. Made a really loud clink sound.
That's what this is for. It's for protecting.
It's just his perfectly chiseled muscles.
Clinks, and then at the same time, we saw it locked in once again with the Eng. How did you like? Yeah,
that was good.
The clinks actually worked out pretty nicely. I feel like I didn't really see him like eating the Enchantress creeps. I know he did a couple of the situations, but he felt strong. I mean, he did okay, but I did feel like he got carried by GPK and Ramses.
Surprisingly, with the nerfs to the Enchantress creeps, I almost feel like looking at that second draft, it's like, did EG read the patch notes? I mean, obviously they did, and they still think that it's good, but it's definitely a lot worse. You're losing 700 HP on the max enchant.
He did. I thought this was going to come up in the earlier series.
Finally.
Yeah, I thought this was going to come up earlier in this series because it was left open pretty much every single time.
And
we said it
both games.
We mentioned
both
it both
games.
times.
People were crying out for Spectre.
It's their hero. Like this is what they play. They're the best at this. And look at all the backliners that you can jump. Ember Spirit, he doesn't like the pure damage from the Spectre. If you can ever catch him, he dies. Enchantress will get shredded. Rubik will get shredded. Clinks, he's got low HP, especially if he doesn't have death packed up. And even if he does have high HP, like you just shred him with the pure damage. Like Spectre just jumps him, you just get a dust off, kill him with the Abyssal Blade. He dies every time.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe EG does like some response of some like aggro-ish lane or something here, like some aggro, like triple range to aggro in. I'm not sure, something like that. But something I did see him do on the Clinks, which I think is really important, is go for Midas. I think it might sound stupid, but the level 1 ult is really bad.
It's bad.
Level 2 ult scales super nicely, and then you can actually participate more. So I feel like we'll probably see him do something like that again.
It's got a much better uptime on that second level too. Yeah, that's always really nice.
Now that we've seen this patch for a couple of days, what got hit the hardest? Is there anything that does feel like it got hit super hard? Because every time that we start discussing it, it's just like, yeah, it's really not that bad.
I want to give you an answer where it's like, this hero's complete dog shit. Everything's fine. Like Veno's still good, Spectre's still good. All of these heroes are still good. With that being said, though, there are broken heroes now. Like I think Mars is insanely good.
We haven't seen
that the in-change was actually
the in-change and then Soul Ring as
Yeah.
well. Like he is a Soul Ring connoisseur, and now it's super cheap. It gives armor. He actually has int to cast his spells. His spells have never been a problem. They've always been good, as long as you can press them. You couldn't press them before. You didn't have intelligence.
So you love Mars, you gotta put a ring on it.
Okay, so that's their other hero that can fight. I saw EG banning Queen of Pain and Lina. They're trying to ban heroes that can fight with 4 because Spectre's going to be playing by himself on an island. So they go for this Invoker. Okay. And the Invoker is probably going to what? Quaswex?
Quaswex, yeah.
Versus the Ember, you can just purge off the Tornado all the time.
Right, really good against the Clinks too. Like Clinks and Ember, 2 heroes that use their mana for a lot of things, but don't have a high mana pool. So it'll really crush them in the team fight. Good at protecting the egg as well. You get the short Tornado. That's usually enough to let the egg pop.
And it gives them
Deafening Blast as well.
more control because they only really have the Earth Spirit for control at the moment, but not that much. Whoa.
Off lane Lycan, I think. I think Ramses is going to play some Lycan. This is bringing me back to Ramses' carry days.
Or are they going to leave Lycan alone and do a triple. I don't know. Okay.
Lycan could probably solo a Phoenix pretty easily, right?
That's what I'm kind of thinking, right? And then they just have him. He's their tower pusher. He's their tower like objective taker.
Dude, aggroing with Enchantress here seems really good. I feel like that would destroy a Spectre. Just the Enchantress alone is enough. Then you have 3 ranged heroes versus 2 melee heroes and an SD.
I think that's what I'm thinking too. And they have, again, it's very fast heroes. Look at the way they can move across the map. Ember clinks and to Lycan in place of a Nature's Prophet. He can zoom in there and get into the place.
Yeah, it's really
the fight.
Really similar to the Natures, honestly.
Yeah.
So you're liking it?
Don't do that.
I'm not sure. That's more so where I'm at. I'm at a not sure point. He enables the clinks a lot in this game, though. Howl is actually super good. I know what you're going for, by the way. Yeah. Don't give me that look.
I think it's a solid draft from EG. I think they've got the speed factor against the Spectre. But with that being said, VP, like they play the Spectre hero better than any other team other than Ana on OG. You know, this is their bread and butter. So
I mean, we had analysts. I know you just came on the panel. It was Lizard beforehand, but Vogt and Lizard were basically crying for the Spectre, trying to see it in 2 different games. Finally, we are going to see it. You've already mentioned all the reasons why you want to see the Spectre, even outside of the draft, just based off of the players that are going to be inside of the game. And it's time to find out if the Spectre is going to be able to do it for the squad as we jump in to game number 3.
Yes, the deciding game now ready to go between EG and VP. And yeah, definitely some excitement there from our panelists to see some of these heroes. We're getting the Spectre tried out and that final response against it, the Lycan coming into play, Brian.
I'm a big fan. I played against Lycan the other day, and you kind of forget heroes exist sometimes. He was literally in every game like 2 months ago, right? And I think he and Beastmaster, like the low cooldown Necro book buying heroes, are the exact reason why Spectre was not popular previously. She doesn't want her towers being taken all the time. She wants to fight only on her cooldown of Haunt, right? And they don't have any summons, like anything to deal with them. Like how do they deal with the summons of Lycan? They have AoE damage.
Sure, but not enough sort of straight up D push to just deal with these.
Yeah, they
sort of fast plays.
Exactly. Their 2 supports offer virtually no D push. The Spectre Shadow Demon lane, for me at least, doesn't seem very threatening to a Lycan. Like, I think Lycan off lane could be vulnerable to like a potential kill lane early, or even just a lane that outtrades him. But Spectre Shadow Demon's a very passive lane. It's kind of just focused on getting that Spectre her game, and Lycan, I think, as an off laner, conceptually can punish that really well because he's doing the same thing. He's playing for his own game as well, and his lone game is going to come online way before the Spectre's does. So I personally heavily favor EG in this draft, but VP, if they're ever able to get to that point, once again, same story. Superior 5-man, but longer cooldown dependent on the side of VP.
And sort of from the off in some of these lane matchups, I mean, do you see sort of a side having stronger lanes on the first few minutes?
I mean, Inch Clinks, ignoring the combo for Clinks later on in the game is just an incredibly scary lane. Clinks is a very scary laner, Enchantress always one of the strongest 5s in lane. I think Ember versus Invoker is about a wash. I think Invoker's slightly favored in that one, but with all things said and done, I think Clinks and Lycan are going to get the games they want, and that's, I think, just scary for me on the side of VP, because even if the game's even at like 8 to 10 minutes into the game, EG is just so much, is ready to fight so much earlier.
Now, let's see, no one, of course, this Invoker coming through as the last pick, and we'll see what sort of build he goes. I mean, we're still seeing some Quas Wex, some Quas Exhorts across the board. Is there sort of a preferred one here? He's going to start things with the Quas.
Yeah, I think they picked him for the Purge, the AoE, Tornado, Mana Burn, EMP. I think that's what it's all about here, especially against the Ember. They have the Shadow Demon plus him to disable this aggression coming out from GPK that we saw a lot of last game. He was playing up in their face all game. And this time around, I think they've got better tools to deal with it. As we do see a disruption top.
Straight away.
He was ready for this. Solo's really good at this. It's one of the things that really distinguishes really good Shadow Demon players to kind of just casual Shadow Demon players is this disruption and to lock someone in place because you have 3 bodies blocking them. So that was a cool play by VP to look for. It was a really good reaction by Arteezy.
Yeah, it was
immediately TP.
Yeah, he knew that there was no other play than just TPing out of range with that advance from VP, so very quick reaction indeed from Arteezy.
So Crit dragged the creep wave bottom to ensure that it goes close to their tower. We're kind of seeing remnants of the previous patch where you were allowed to cut creeps all the time, but now you just have to do it a little bit closer to the opponent's tower, which is usually more preventable, but not necessarily by a hero like Shadow Demon, especially since he wasn't there for the first creep wave. As looks like Lycan is getting absolutely a free farm start in the offlane.
And looking towards what ILTW is going to be able to do on the Spectre this game, I mean, how are you sort of liking to see your Spectres being built nowadays? Are you able to go for the greed of the Midas, or do you just have to go for this drums, Manta, Diffusal, fighting build?
Yeah, I think you have to fight at all times. I think if you go Midas, you're just going to get ran over. You do not have time. It's not necessarily that he always has to be fighting, but he always has to be able to fight. And with Midas, it's not like the Ursa where he has Ion Shell Surge. This game, he's like completely dependent upon his own kit, his own items to do damage and have impact. Haunt's not going to be enough against this EG lineup. If he goes Midas, I would be very surprised.
And then on the other hand, you know, EG, we're talking about them wanting to play fast. RTZ though, still, would you still get the Midas even though you as a squad are going to play fast? Do you sort of agree with Fogged when he said that he still feels this time is kind of essential on this hero right now?
Yeah, I think Klink's, his weakness as a carry has always been that he just has no way to farm. And with the new Klinks, they kind of gave him a way to farm with the aspect that you could utilize your Q in lane and then you could just farm damage. But nowadays, I think Midas might be his only way, as he might be needing it to recover a bit from this laning stage after he...
Oh! I mean, Reza, we saw last game, Reza have a brilliant time on the Phoenix from the laning stage and onwards, and here in game 2, just never missing his spells, getting max usage out of the Fire Spirits, and if you're able to keep all 4 of them, you know, on top of the enemy carry one after another, it's a hell of a lot of damage. And Klink's early on, it's a very squishy hero in the lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought their lane was really strong top, but the Earth Spirit Phoenix does have a lot of kill potential if the lane's ever pushed out away from the tower, because Klink's pretty much relies on that safety, as we see no one getting the Tornado EMP onto GPK. Smart build by GPK, only put 1 point in the Flame Guard.
On bottom lane.
Both lanes. This does not look like kill heroes. Like, bottom lane especially, Rubik Lycan, Shadow Demon Disrupt, or Shadow Demon Spectre, not exactly kill lanes, at least on paper, but so far already seen 3 kills in less than 4 minutes. Rune's going to be spawning. GPK is going to preemptively check bottom. And looks like it's going to be top, double damage. Zayach camping it there.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make sure the GPK can't grab this one and then no one will be able to pick it. So
the good old 4-minute double damage.
Yeah, it's going to help him with a couple of these waves now against GPK. Already having that lead against GPK.
Is he going to get the ward deny? Oh, purged. He didn't go for the ward deny, and Fly did a good job of getting rid of that double damage rune.
Yeah, after 5 minutes coming up as well soon, we'll see if these side lanes can try and pressure any respective safe lanes so they get the space to go for it. Solo, he's going for a bit of a harass onto Crit. RTW taking a lot of damage though from Ramses and Crit. Ramses the same though from these illusions. Ramses will be forced right back here. As the regen looking, salves out here onto the Spectre. Solo will heal them back up to full HP. Crit will be able to grab these 2 5-minute runes. And the same to be said for VP up top. Holding back the duo of EG. And Ramses steps forward. He'll take a lot of damage here from the 2 of them. Could Crit help him in time? He can't. Ramses will fall to that. Solo able to just go for the straight setup as he just steps too far away from his tower, Ramses.
Yeah, surprising he managed to get caught there. They just had to wear him down to half or so before he was ever killable, and he did let that happen. I think he'll just come right back and continue what he's doing, though, so it shouldn't be too bad for him, as Resolution also pays the price top. Looks like we're just distributing deaths equally so far in the early game, as I think Fly takes the lead with 2 deaths of his own.
Duke's coming out from Zayat. Can RTZ find that? Are they going to have another net anytime soon on the Troll Summoner? We'll see as they're going to continue to chase this. It's up for a few more seconds. Zayat will manage to roll himself over the fountain, back to safety. Again in the mid lane, GPK will manage to get the rune this time round as he heads up towards the top. And no one, he's going to continue to move bottom, try and make an early gank here as this Invoker. It's a little low on the mana, so not a whole lot he can throw out. We'll just drop the ward, and I think with that, That's all he's going to be able to get done down here. Won't be able to have any impact.
Yeah, I think Crit actually saw that ward right as he placed it, because Crit warded the high ground almost simultaneously. So it's going to be a pretty crucial D ward if they can get it. They are trying to shut down the Lycan, I believe, before he's level 6, because they actually have no stuns other than Earth Spirit roll to deal with him when he's hasted. They have a lot of slows, but that would have been a pretty crucial window for them to punish. Looks like they're going to try it again, but this time with the Earth Spirit.
There we go, straight on to Ramses again. He's the focus. Big lift from Crit, does catch the stun onto the 3 of them. Zayat's off the mark with the stun. May not matter though, as he's able to just body block Ramses. Another rock comes crashing down onto the head of the Wolf. It's Ramses taken out his second time in quick succession here in this bottom lane. VP really starting to make sure that Ramses, his game is slowed down, and it certainly needs to be, as he was getting free farm from that bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with both these teams this series. It seems like both teams clearly have like one or so cores that are meant to pressure the map early and are these pace-setting heroes in the game. And all 3 games so far I've seen, like in this game we're seeing VP do it to the Lycan. They're just shutting down the right heroes. I think this priority of resources is really good here. Like, yeah, Ember, he's level 7, but Invoker's going to do his own job mid. Ember's not going to be the one shoving all your towers down. Once Lycan gets this Necrobook at level 6, that's when EG has go time, because Ember, even though he can look for kills, he kind of needs something to set it up for him, and that's going to be the Lycan looking to push the lane in the tower. But until then, GPK is kind of forced into passivity.
VP. No one knows Zayat can get a catch here. Zayat's going to look to go straight for Fly. Quick juke from Fly. As he makes it half of the spells to hit. EMP will connect to the cold snap in range. Fly still trying to run, but Zayat's again with the kill. Has the catch. GPK able to bottle a double damage room for this one. As Zayat, another roll attempted, will be blocked. GPK pops the DD, jumps in with a remnant. Zayat is already dead, as EG able to strike back and kill off Zayat. Still close, very, very close on the net worth here in this landing stage bottom lane.
Not again.
I mean, no one, he's making some very fast plays as the Invoker all around the map. You can see he is totally on the ball here in terms of movement. Tips coming out as well from Ramses over to no one. I mean, you've got to watch out for this Invoker. He's getting very involved early on.
Yeah, that first death by Ramses on the Lycan I didn't think was that big of a deal, but now it's really starting to snowball. He's now died 3 times before his level 6 timing.
Back towards mid, GPK. Tries to dodge this.
Yeah, he didn't dodge it.
He's taking a lot of damage here. Should be able to live. And now, no one. What can he chase for? Meanwhile, up top, Resolution and Zayat, they're able to get the kill onto Arteezy. Mid lane GPK will live, but all this focus around mid, giving that space for VP to punish Arteezy being left alone in the safe lane.
Hey, they didn't even have to use Egg for that. He still has it on Phoenix, so it just looks like some Fire Spirits in their Spirit roll.
And that's going to hurt as well there. You saw GPK trying to go for the Remnant TP back to base.
Got Cold Snap?
He got Cold Snap, so he's now going to take the longer walk. And no one's Invoker. He's off to a fiery start.
Is Arteezy gonna go back top? I think he's above that. Yeah, he's already bottom. They were just waiting for somebody on the side of VP.
Yeah, he's that kill early on.
He's level 7. That's a huge kill, especially since they preserved the egg cooldown. Looking really good for VP so far, because even though it's an even game, I think EG, they're the ones that want to get stuff done in about this point. I said 8 to 10 minutes, and that window has been delayed pretty drastically, as he does have the Necrobook plus ulti on Ramses, but now Spectre's level 8. So even though his D push usually isn't that strong, just standing in front with max dagger and dispersion is usually going to be enough.
Some round, no one not able to quite land the combo onto Ramses. He's out and away.
This is so important for mid laners watching this game to understand their rotations in the mid game. Lycan's all about the pace. Notice how many times no one's gone top, right? 0. He's spent all of his rotations going to this bottom lane, knowing that it's his job to delay these pushes, because they don't have too much D-push on their lineup for VP, so you kind of have to prevent them from walking up to your buildings in the first place, and no one's been doing a great job, because even though rotations like that don't always work, it's the idea that every extra second you can delay this Lycan from taking the safe lane tower. That's going to delay his future tower taking. That's going to delay his next volley of items. And it looks like it might finally spell doom for this Tier 1 bottom, unless VP decides to rotate a lot of heroes, which they are.
The TPs are coming in. VP wants to hold this. Ramses popping the ult in an attempt to run away. It will get him out of there. Daggers out. Does clip onto them solo, getting turned upon. GPK just jumping in and out. Times it nicely with the Remnant placement. So he has just enough damage from that one Remnant burst to finish off the kill. Ramses also having the wolves in upon him as he was the one to get the last hit precisely on it. Over towards mid. No one trying to hold back Fly. Arteezy's there, jumps out from Invis to surprise no one. No one will turn with the cold snap, but Arteezy and Fly, do they have the damage? He's trying to get out with the Ghost Swap, but they have dust upon him. Down bottom, the X-Pot. Crit can't finish it off as Crit burns to the Supernova. ILTW continuing to chase. Ramses, he's got nothing else to help him get out of it. Zayas rolls in as well. Ramses will fall. GPK holds the two of them back with the chains, but ILTW and Resolution are too tanky for GPK to fight back into. Over onto the high ground of the triangle, Zayas leads in, no one closes across with the cold snap. Sunray and Tornado takes out another. As well, Arteezy's having a look from the side, but he cannot get involved. These three heroes pose too much of a threat as VP just continue to play that little bit faster than EG, leading the way 11-4 right now.
Oh, I learned so much watching these games. VP is playing so well. I'm not trying to take away anything from EG, but the shutting down of the Lycan super early, and then knowing that EG is entirely predicated upon taking 1 or 2 early towers to then snowball the map control that they want with their heroes. And VP, they know if they have ultimates, you aren't getting anything for free. They're not going to let you get away with, like, they invested everything to defend that tower. And even if they didn't get kills, it would have been worth it for them. Because all that matters is making it just similar to the first game where EG was trying to delay no one on the DK. We're seeing VP just trying to make sure Ramsey's first ultimate does not get a tower.
There we go, no one. Straight past the tower. He's hungry for more. Goes straight in for Fly. The ticking him down. Fly will pop. Any chance no one sees, he is straight in and on them. Dive forward from Rezo, he's ready to go in deep. There's the horn coming out as well from ILTW. Dagger out to Arteezy, forcing him out to the side. They surround Crit. Crit getting burned down by the Sunray. He's trying to run away, juke him through the trees, but they'll find him. Double kill for no one. GPK's got the chains out to the two of them. Zayas, he rolls straight across there on top of Arteezy. Again, the cold snap from no one. Arteezy falling low, he goes down. Silence onto GPK. The Tornado for Nora removing the Flame Guard. GPK will finish off solo with the Sleight of Fist. Ramses with the wraparound, that ult used, chase down one, deafening blast from no one, pushes Ramses to the side, but no one, he's running out of ways to escape, or is he? He's got the Ghost Swap, pop the stick, he's able to walk out with the Invis. ILTW and Zayat still looking towards Ramses. Ramses' ult will come to an end, meaning that he cannot chase any further, and again, VP, they do lose a couple, but their cause, no one, he continues to get away with this aggression, these fights behind the tier 1s, and he's able to dance his way out of the action.
You look at VP's lineup and say, okay, ults are on cooldown. There's no way this would be able to push towers, right? But I love the way they're reading the map. I'm actually just like fanboying over VP right now because you know when you kill the Lycan and you have no cooldowns that he's just going to walk right back at your bottom tower. So instead of just trying to contest him directly, it's actually a more passive move. Like you're representing less strength by pushing the opponent's objectives to try to trade and forcing EG to basically dedicate their resources to a place they don't want to. And even though Lycan got bottom tower, they get 3 kills in return on the side of VP, and now their ultimates are going to be off cooldown again as Resolution might get caught though.
He's going to pop the egg, and now Ramses, he's stuck underneath it. The cold snap and the EMP, Ramses, he's got no escape. He's caught underneath the Supernova. He'll kill off the Lycan yet again.
I'm so impressed by these moves by VP. They just understand exactly what their lineup's supposed to do. They are dissecting EG right now. They're up by 9 kills with the superior late game lineup. I don't think it's even comparable, to be honest. EG, they better light a fire under their asses because it ain't gonna get any better if the pace of the game.
RCW just got free tower top.
Yeah, I mean, that should never happen, right? If you look at the 2 drafts, if Spectre's getting a tower for free, something is. You're getting in desperate territory.
Oh, here already, VP. They've wrapped around. They're ready to set up here. They've got a point now in the Exor as the Sunstrike comes out. Fly will fall. GPK's going to try and chase. What can he catch? He gets the chains onto Solo. They'll turn over towards the SD, running him down in the river. The Wolves out as well with the chase. Solo's courier also potentially in trouble. He'll keep it safe, but he'll fall himself. Deafening blast for no one, pushes the 2 in the back. The ice falls down. ILTW in with the dagger onto Crit. The Rubik falls. GPK trying to turn towards Zayas, but Zayas is pretty tanky. GPK, he puts out a defensive remnant. He's ready to jump his way back out of there as he's got to be careful. VP still with the 4 of them around. GPK can't fight into these 4 heroes.
Yeah, I really favored EG draft coming in because I just thought VP had no way to deal with this Lycan, but they have shut it down. I don't even think EG was ready for this. They seemed really confident with their last pick Lycan. Not a hero we see too often, but it definitely made sense in the given draft scenarios that we saw, but...
Not mid.
Oh,
GPK's got a remnant in preparation. It doesn't even matter. The silence is out. GPK just dies underneath the tower. And VP now starting to fire out the tips. They're feeling it, VP. They're in some incredible momentum here. The way they're playing around their 2 cores, both ILTW and no one still yet to die in this game.
Yeah, I underestimated VP's ability to execute. I actually think they've played flawlessly this game. Obviously, there's going to be some deaths that happen in the laning stage, back and forths and all that stuff, individual small misplays. But in terms of team strategy, it has been near flawless, and I am very much enjoying this game because when I favor a team's draft, in this case EG's, and for me, it's because I see the game plans and I'm like, man, I don't know how I'd shut that down. And I'm just watching VP just shut it down beautifully.
Oh, is this another one here? Fly.
Yep, the non-stop, man. Why not? Keep going. Just free kills, man. They have haunts, so it's really scary for EG to ever engage into them with that counter threat.
They're actually going to pop the haunt here. It looks like they're hunting down on the bottom lane, looking for Arteezy. He's into the trees. He's out with the TP. If they got a catch, they do. Solo's in. Disrupts the Clinks. Arteezy caught out. As the Clinks will fall, another kill for ILTW as both ILTW and No One hitting some good kill streaks here in the early game.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever wanted...
Ramses!
Oh my god, again.
It just doesn't stop, Brian. GPK is going to try and jump in. Does manage to get the chains onto No One. Will finally end the streak of this Invoker. Can they get more out of this? Ramsey's being kept alive. They're finally falls.
From bottom. They're coming.
Zayas gets the kill, but it does cost him his life as well. They also turn EG now with the chance to strike back. Ramses gets the double kill. They kill off 3. First time here where we've seen EG being able to at least do some significant damage back towards the heroes of VP. As VP that time round just pushing a little too aggressive.
Yeah, they used Haunt to get the kill bottom, so EG realizing, hey, we know you're probably normally strong enough to invade our triangle, but you just used Haunt. You're like, we can't let you get away with murder here, and good job from them, but still, status quo kind of remains the same. They don't really have the ability to punish these long cooldowns in the form of taking their own objectives. And also, Spectre's just farming up a Storm, highest level in the game by 2 levels.
And immediately as No One's back in the game,
yep,
he's hunting down kills in the mid lane.
Still have Egg, no mana to use it though right now.
Nice walls down, crit's been slowed, pops the stick, but the Sunray damage is enough. VP just constantly on the lookout for any sort of kill that presents itself. EG have to be so careful on the map right now against this lineup.
Yeah, I actually think EG's played a relatively good game. I don't think they've made some serious mistakes. I really think VP just has risen to the occasion here. As Arteezy's queuing up a BKB, by the way, after his Midas. That is not the items you want to be building on a Clinks. As, oh my god, Solo in these traps, that is insane, actually. How do you just find places to trap people randomly with disruptions, dude? That's honestly sick.
Now he just knows all the spots, it seems.
I wonder if he purposely waits for the disruption until he's on the ramp, just so he can do that.
And we see how,
does.
And it looks like Arteezy, but he's still switching between items, queuing up the Death. I mean, what weight does he need? Oh, Ramses.
He has ult, but he hasn't used it yet.
He's been silenced. Just so much control. He's stuck in the EMP. All his mana's gone. He's got nowhere to play his way out of there. Crit will get the lift up onto Solo. Arteezy will manage to turn and take down the Disruptor inside the river. GPK, he's focusing down No One. No One turns with the tornado, catches the 2 of them. GPK still tries to chase. They get the dust onto No One, but they don't have any catch. No One is out and away. Rezo diving in deep. The horn comes out from ILTW. He's ready to start with the cleanup. Over towards Crit. Straight inside. He gets the dust in onto the backlines. They've got the vision onto Arteezy. ILTW able to find the big target. And now swinging over to mid. Can they get anything more out of this? Zayas rolls in onto Fly. GPK having to hide in the trees. The Supernova comes out. EG, they've just got to get themselves away from it all. They cannot fight here. No One. Extra setup onto GPK. Playing around him with the Yules, the Tornado, the Sunray, and the Cold Snap. GPK, he's stuck, taken out. Triple kill for ILTW as well throughout this fight, as ILTW and No One remain far at the top in this game.
Just in case I don't have time to talk about it after the game, assuming that VP does take this game, ILTW has risen above the play level I thought he was capable of in this series. I am thoroughly impressed with everything he's doing. First game as Ursa, I didn't think he'd be able to carry that, and indeed he did. His vision of the game in terms of itemization, how much he has to participate with his team. Same thing goes this game. First game he hasn't gone for a Midas on these like hard farming cores.
And they get the Rose. They're gonna get a kill on Ramses on top of it.
He just knows, man. They did.
I mean, EG, they're just falling apart now. And do you think it's just down to the fact that with their lineup, EG kind of knows that, like, what do they do? What do they do when they're playing from this position with these heroes?
Yeah, this is bad. That's about all I got. This is not... I'd say if the game was reversed, where EG has like a 9k gold lead and VP's having to play all defensively, trying to scramble for objectives and farm, that I would say VP have a decent chance to win the game. Like, more than 0, right? In this case, EG their lineup does not function from behind at all. Klinks wants to wander around the map, looking for setup kills from other heroes pushing lanes. Lycan just wants to be walking down lanes. Ember is not even survivable this game. They have the Shadow Demon Purge to lock him down, and followed up by the Earth Spirit Silence. And EG, they realize that this is basically the GG smoke. You either make something happen here, or the game's over. As
let's see what they can get there.
Are scanning.
I mean, there's already 4 heroes of VP around, ready to take this fight.
No one broke the smoke.
They're going to lead in with the Ramsey's ult. No one out from the side. The sentry will catch no one. He turns, gets the tornado out to pretty much the entire squad of EG. No one's still on the run, but they jump in with the remnants. They burst down solo sides, coming in from the side with the silence onto Arteezy. Arteezy, he tried to TP out, but the cold snap was there from no one. Arteezy falls. They did get no one, and they will get Zayats. So EG this time, they lose Arteezy, but they are able to find 3.
So this is a situation where maybe I sound like a biased caster, but now what? Like, sure, you killed 3 heroes, you used all your cooldowns, mainly the Lycan ulti, but now the Spectre Haunt's back off cooldown, Eggs up, you turn a 9k gold lead into an 8k, there's not going to be any objectives taken. Ramses is basically a creep now since he has no ult.
I mean, they have the Horde.
Yeah, he's just dead.
GPK tries to come in. I mean, GPK's dead as well.
Yep, now what? Like, and that's a situation where that's just how bad the game is, right? VP loses 3 heroes, EG makes the best move they possibly could make, and the game just goes right back to where it was. Oof, Owen.
It's a rough one for EG. I mean, as you said there, before that smoke, it very much felt like, you know, EG, they've got to go for something. If they don't go for anything, if they don't go for these smoke movements, nothing else is going to get them back in the game. It's their only option. As their other options this game continue to just disappear. Fly dies in the river. Down bottom, Zayat's toying with Crit. Arteezy's going to come swinging around. Will turn onto Zayat's Crit. Some boulder on boulder action as Zayat's will go down. But again, it's looking to be VP cleaning up the deafening blast from no one. Catches the 2 of them. Crit's able to roll away, but ILTW in on top of Arteezy. There's no save for the clip. Klinks as he falls. ILTW just storming in onto all of them, chasing down Ramses. He'll pop the ult Ramses, but he can't even get it off in time. The damage too high from ILTW. Crit ends up dying in the tree line. As they're just getting to this point now where how do they kill this Spectre? ILTW just taking over. He's even looking to dive close towards the base. There'll be a buyback coming out from Crit to put him off doing so.
You know, the panel was talking up Spectre as a hero. Other than her level 1 in lane and her late game cooldowns, she's the exact same hero she was before, and she was pretty damn good. As ILTW is beyond godlike at 24 minutes, #1 net worth by
He's going to get more as well. Crit goes down. Just bullying EG back to the base behind not just their tier 2, but their tier 1 and tier 2.
He's level 20, man. He has the 400 health talent already, sitting at 2,400 health.
Just 24 minutes in?
Yeah, that's it's approximately 0.9 levels per minute, Owen.
Yeah, this really is a dream game for all the Spectre players out there to see.
Against Klinks, it's pretty unlosable, I think, in the carry matchup at this point. Like, Klinks will die to every single haunt. He can't position around it ever.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane. The plays that VP is making non-stop in this game. This is an absolute masterclass.
They're already
for VP.
dead. Just...
As Ramses, the last one left alive. He'll go down as well. They're getting team wiped in the base. Tier 2s are still all up. VP, they don't give a damn. They're just charging in onto the high ground. EG's got nothing. They'll tap out of this one. This one is done. And I mean, you just got to give respect to VP for that performance. That was insane.
Yeah, I don't like stomps when it feels like one team just had a bad draft and sucked, you know? I feel like we've had a few of those in the last couple days, and I don't like watching that. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that stomp. Like, VP just outplayed them. I think both drafts had a window, had a win condition, had a strategy, and VP just, I mean, perfect place. I love it.
I mean, we saw this VP, I can't remember who it was against, but the other day, VP also had a game like this where everything just fell into position. I think it may have been game 1 against Nigma when they had just this incredible sort of team synergy. And it is something that you expect from this lineup of VP. You know, they have incredibly proficient players and players that have been around for a long time. So anytime you do see it all just sort of fall into place as seamless as it seemed here, it's just a right treat to watch. And this is the VP that, you know, this is the level that
that they sort of aim for, right? This is VP at top form, and if they can work on pulling this level of performance out back-to-back, they're just a terror of a squad to play against.
Like, that's tier 1 Dota. Like, you don't see that from anyone else. So, like you said, keep it consistent, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, going back on that game and the draft, you still sort of stand by that you feel that EG with this lineup, they definitely had potential to get more done in the early game. They were just, straight up outplayed
You saw
from
VP,
the lane
they
stage.
brought 4 heroes bottom 3 separate occasions in the first 8 minutes. Like, it's just perfect distribution of resources, and they killed Arteezy when he's alone, and EG's making moves. Like, everything they did was just...
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A ferocious performance there from VP to seal this series in their favor, as they will take this best of 3, 2-1 against Evil Geniuses.
Spectre, we were talking about it in the first 2 games. We saw it in the third. Let's talk about just how impactful it actually was, Fogg.
It owned. Back to you, Rich.
Jenkins, how did you feel about the Spectre?
I think that was a very great pick for them.
All right. He was being enabled really well this game. I think they did a really good job in the lanes. I actually was surprised at how much the Rubik and the Lycan were getting kills down there. I was like, oh my god, they're actually killing people. That's a bit of a surprise. But I looked at no one this game, and he popped off. This was such a good performance from this Invoker. He not only won the mid matchup extremely hard, like he was like 30 and 12 last hits or something to the 15 of the Ember or something.
And look at his other 2 cores too. Spectre Phoenix. If he doesn't pop off this game, they can't do anything. Like, he needs to pop off in this game.
In all seriousness, I am kind of curious, and I'm sure we'll have an interview, but why we didn't see the Spectre until this game. Like, I think that's one of my biggest questions, but as we look at some of these key moments that allowed them to win this third game and take down EG, what are your questions going to be? When you're looking at everything right now, what are the big questions that you feel need to be answered in this series? Because this was, I think, one of the more interesting series that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Bob?
Well, I mean, for EG, the questions would be like, why the Lycan in particular, right? Like, what were you trying to go for here? I guess is to go for this push, to go for this fast kind of style, but why would you bring back this similar draft? Like, I feel like Arteezy playing this Clinks was stubborn. I feel like that last game, we were all talking about upstairs too, he got carried, it felt like.
I think, did you read the patch notes is a good question as well.
Well, okay. I feel like now we're being really hard on the draft. we're being very BSJ-esque here right now, because when we actually saw it, Jenkins, it was actually you. Not to put you on the spot, like you just put me on the spot. I'm not by any means just doing what you did to me. But there was a situation when you basically started to talk about who would have to make changes in the draft. You weren't saying it was EG. So as much as now we're saying it's stubborn, I feel like going into this game, you wanted to see more of the same from them.
For me, I wanted to see more of the same from GPK and from Ramses, right? Which I guess they kind of did. I feel like Arteezy in the last game, I didn't feel the Clinks in the game that they won. I
was going to say, I was more so thinking VP needed to change something, not necessarily that like everything EG did worked. It's more that like VP, if they were going to play into the exact same EG, which they did, if they changed something, which they did, they picked the Spectre, which we were questioning why weren't they picking it game 1 and game 2, they would win, and they did. So, you know, once again, acting like BSJ, you know, I was definitely right in being wrong.
Everything that I said that was wrong actually is the reasons why they were.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. 100%.
Five-headed there.
Solo wasn't even playing Tree that game. What do you mean I'm 5-heading? That's fine. Oh, God, no, production, I'm sorry. No, I think in this game, though, I did see in particular... yeah, this looks like the last one. But I did see in particular Zayats, the Earth Spirit.
I mean, that's a good stat line over there.
Yeah, he played amazing on the Earth Spirit this game. I feel like last game he looked rusty, and I look at Zayats as like this super good player when he is playing on his comfortable heroes. He was missing spells all over the place the first game as Earth Spirit, because I felt like he felt all the pressure was on him to be the catch, because he was the only stun. This time he had no one able to move around and make plays with him, which was phenomenal.
Right, and then anywhere that he goes, he's also going to have the Spectre Haunt coming in too. So he had some backup, and it wasn't just like all on his shoulders.
It's less pressure, because look, he's 4-9 and 14 in that last game that we got to see when he was playing the Earth Spirit, but in this last one, of course, they kind of ran over it, but he was connecting every single time with his rolling boulders, with his silences. He was incredibly impactful.
Yeah.
Now, one of the other things that Jenkins said was the idea of, did you read the patch notes? In all seriousness, do you think that Clinks, in particular, I feel like there were so many changes made 2 heroes that was meant to impact Clinks, right? Do you think that Clinks is still something that has a place?
I have not felt the Clink since, I don't know which patch it was, 7.27 or something, but the early patch where they actually reworked him. I feel like he was one of those heroes that got buffed, was way too overpowered, and then very quickly got the nerf bat, as well as people got better at playing around it. Like Spectre, for example. I mean, this hero obliterates Clinks. If you have a slight item advantage, or even just normal, even items on Spectre versus Clinks, he can never kill her.
No.
And anytime you get on top of the Clinks, you just spawn your 2 illusions, there's 4 things hitting him if you have the haunt. And then you just, wait, is that how it works? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Tons of damage, tons of pure damage. It's enough to kill a Clinks 100% of the time, and you always get on him. Like he's mobile, right? That's his thing. Not against a Spectre.
Nope. Especially now with like that type of a lead, but also it's like Clinks versus Illusion Hero is just not good. Sure, they didn't see it yet, right?
I'm sorry, I'm remembering the mechanic. If you haunt and then you're already on top of the Clinks, then you have the 4 things hitting. Like if you haunt but you don't go to the illusion.
Yes.
So that's
with your Manta.
With your Manta, yeah, with your Manta, of course.
Yeah.
Okay,
now you get 5 with the Illusionist Cape, actually.
And then with the Shadow Demon, you have 7.
I love 7. 7's a great number. 7, but when we actually do talk about numbers, we got to talk about the number that these teams are going to be leaving their group. So with EG, we talked about if they were going to be able to take this one down, they were going to be able to grab the first seed, they were going to be playing against OG. Not the case. So we need to start to figure out where they are going to be, and also with VP. This is huge for them. I think Jenkins was the one who aptly mentioned they're going to be now on the top side of the bracket, which is definitely where you want to be.
Right, because technically like they're tied, but they win the head-to-head against EG. So they're upper bracket, which means they have to play less games. It's a lot easier for them. They have the lower bracket to fall down to. It's a lot less pressure on them going into the playoffs.
And I feel like it's like a morale boost. Like in that, it looked a little weird because of how that series went in the first 2 games. It looked like it was just abrupt endings, right? Those kind of endings can be like, oh God, did we actually learn anything from this? But then when you have that 3rd game and you just smash them, you actually feel like, wow, we progressed. We actually got something out of this series. We learned more going into this upper bracket.
But I mean, overall in the series too, it feels like even in that loss, there was a lot of really valuable stuff that they can pull away from, and it didn't seem like it was. Go ahead.
I'm done with your shit. This has been very unpleasant.
Well then, I don't know what you did, Rich.
I think it's time for the Omega Show. No, I won't. No,
I won't.
Oh, Mega Show.
One, two. Oh, shaman, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Oh, shaman, the voyage to the corner of the globe is a real trip. Oh, shaman, the crust of a tan man in Pakistan. soaking up the thirst of the land. Ocean man, can you see through the wonder of amazement at the open man? Ocean man, the crust is elusive when it casts forth to the childlike man. Ocean man, the secrets of a life phrases in the sand, soaking up the thirst of the land. Ocean
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The Omega Gods Orchestra. Thank you so much, ladies and germs. Welcome to the Omega Show. My name is Sir Action Slags. I'll be your host. Get off the stage, for God's sakes.
Fuck up.
Well, walking right in front of the camera.
Jenkins.
Welcome to the post-game show for the Omega League, the Omega Show. With us here today, of course, we have Odie Pixel, Banana Slamma Jamma, and Lizard. And I've got to say, Banana Slamma Jamma, an incredible, whatever instrument that was, a trombone?
Yes.
I really want to tell us about your musical history.
I was back in elementary school. I was in jazz band, and it's like riding a bike. I played it for 4 or 5 years, and I haven't played it since. But it really just sticks with you. And
yeah, I heard jazz in elementary school is a big thing and very easy, right, to play.
No, not at all. I was first chair. First chair. Thank you.
So, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the show. And on this show, of course, we're going to talk about a little bit of the tournament, but a little bit of life, and have some nice content, some little games to wind you all down. Tell me about your experience so far in Ukraine. Favorite thing since you got off the plane? Doesn't have to be about Dota.
I hate it.
What do you mean hate? What do you hate, dude? How long you been here, by the way?
7 months.
You've been here for 7 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, tell me about the life like. What's it like over here?
It's pandemic, dude. There's nothing. You just play Dota and that's
Great conversation point, Lizard. That's why we love having you on the streams here. You guys are doing anything, Owen?
I played some Fall Guys as well as playing Dota.
I fucking hate my life.
This is gonna go great.
That's the pandemic life, isn't it?
I mean, I suppose so. There's really not that much to do. I mean, except for playing games and living the greatest lives we ever could. It's just straight up Dota, gentlemen.
Yeah, our lives didn't really change that much.
You can take a walk here and there. Like what Kiev has got for itself, really, a bunch of really beautiful parks. So even if there's a pandemic or whatever, you keep the safe distance. Parks are pretty cool. There's so plenty beautiful ones. I recommend highly. I go with my girl there, and we've been in every single one in Kiev, more or less.
So, Lizard, a personal question for you.
Why? Oh, no. Why?
Why are you so in shape?
Why me first?
Just in general, why are you so ripped? I mean, your job has zero demand for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
if nothing else, it's even worse for my job, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
So why upkeep it?
Because of the simps.
Because of the simps? What the hell does that mean? You're trying to beat them out? Do you have a favorite stream that you like to frequent? What are you talking about?
No, I mean my sims.
Oh, I see. They keep you up. They have to pay you for the image.
If I gain like half of a kilo there instantly in my Instagram DMs, what happened to you? What's happening?
Pressure.
It's a lot of pressure. I wear this crown of thorns.
Oh my God. I didn't realize. BSJ, why aren't you in shape?
I feel like my job and lifestyle explains itself.
But
why are you even asking me right now?
I'm just asking.
Well, I tried the camboy life, and that just didn't seem to be my appeal as a streamer. It didn't last like I wanted to, and I figured the longevity of my career might require other skills.
Okay. Well, fantastic.
What skills?
I'm still working on those, but I feel like I've at least made people think I have them. So just don't make me tell you what they are.
Oh, and you're one of the more popular streamers at the table. How do you do it? I mean, we're talking about these guys. How do you do it? Your stream's been growing.
Oh, yes. Massive.
Massive.
Taking on the likes of Gorg and Bulldog. I'm above them right now, yeah.
A lot of guys out there trying to become Dota streamers.
They
and
are.
Of course, with a panel like this, so popular in the world of Dota streaming, what advice would you give them, Owen?
Don't. Stream another game. Fall Guys is pretty hot at the moment.
You guys heard of Fall Guys before yet? No, but come on. I mean, BSJ, you have a stream.
Do you have some ideas for me and BSJ? Like,
please. I need to take notes.
How can we grow?
it's maybe a bit more cam time for you and hitting the gym.
Maybe a bit less cam time for me?
Get those guns out.
Okay.
Now, BSJ actually doesn't stream that much, honestly. I mean, with his camera on.
Yeah.
And I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
Because you are a good-looking guy. They attempted to throw a dolphin on the stage. I think the guy who threw it had a very, very weak arm. It was an inflatable dolphin. It went about half a foot. Thank you so much. Yeah, look at this guy. He didn't even try. He's flying out there.
Some real gusto right
so
there.
why no cam?
Dota's a frustrating game, and as a player, it's easy enough to get into your own head. And for whatever reason, as a streamer, when I'm talking and I'm super tilted, and I know people can see visibly on my face as I'm playing a game of Dota that I'm tilted, I know in the back of my mind there's people seeing me tilted. I just have to turn it off because otherwise I basically just go off the deep end.
I mean, I've been there myself.
Do you think that you're like losing viewers because of that, or is it better for you, or do you just do it for yourself?
No, I do it for myself. I think streaming, it's bad for viewership 100% on the webcam not being on, but I think you have to find the balance of what's good for your viewers so that
And
you
also for
maintain,
yourself.
but also so you don't burn out or lose your mind.
If I turn off my camera, I just have 5 viewers. It doesn't help.
I mean, that makes a lot more sense for you, but that's not necessarily a problem I have to face. So.
Shirtless streams, they are back on Twitch.
Can I actually, like, is it possible?
If you'd like to, I don't
Not here, obviously.
Oh,
My
well,
own
that's a
stream
shame. I thought that was the whole
Yeah, I mean,
I thought you were going to get...
That's why we brought you on.
Yeah, Jesus. That's why you're here. Well, gentlemen, are you ready to potentially play some games tonight? We have a lot of games ready for you, and our first game is called More for Dwarf.
More for Dwarf?
More for Dwarf. Don't know why they named it that. I guess the Morphling... Oh, okay, great. Well, I can see the camera. Here's how the game works. You will be having a Dota character put on your face. It's that classic game where one person gets to see the character, the other people, you ask questions, the other guys have to answer it, and the guy who does it the quickest and the best wins. What hero am I? Well, I'm cheating. I'm looking at the monitor. So don't look at the monitor. Close your eyes, okay?
Close your eyes.
Well, I mean, we have a feedback. Yes, stop using it on me. We only have so many of these. You're wasting it. But clearly, yes.
So wait, we're trying to describe to him what hero on his face?
It's a classic game. The person who's closing their eyes, you're going to ask the questions. Am I an agility hero? Am I a strength hero? Am I good at this? The quicker and less questions you can figure it out in, the better. Are you guys ready to play?
Okay, well, who's going first? Who's
going first, yeah.
All right, we will have to do it through a very skilled system. I want you to play the slapper game.
What's that?
You know, right here, under. Ready? And then you have to slap the top of my hand if you could do it. Okay, fuck you. You're first. I don't know. Owen,
what is that game?
Owen is first. Owen,
right.
shut your eyes.
Shut my eyes.
We are going to have production put it on right there. You guys will be able to see the screen. Owen, don't open your eyes.
I'm not opening my eyes.
Take as many guesses as you can.
Am I on?
You're almost on. All right, is that what we're going with production? Yes, that is the hero. Owen, begin your trial.
Am I an int hero?
No.
Am I a strength hero?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't appear to know what the hero is.
I have no clue.
Am I a carry?
Yes.
Am I
yeah.
melee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do I buy Battle Fury?
No.
Well, sometimes.
Do I have a sword?
No.
Kind of loosely defined.
Am I male?
Yes.
Yes.
Do I have a long cooldown ultimate?
No.
No.
Do I have 2 passives?
Jesus. Well, how would you even...
No.
No.
What? This is incredibly hard.
Okay. I could give you a hint.
No. I don't
Okay, sure.
Am I a late game hero?
Sometimes, but not really, yeah.
Do I play this hero?
Not that I know of.
Is it a hard hero to play?
No.
Kinda.
Why are you guys giving me...
Okay, no.
It's not really that hard.
Very good
Mid
in
game
low
is your
skill.
objective. Like, you want to be playing actively in the...
Very good in low skill brackets.
And maybe you did
do I-
have passives earlier.
Do I go invis?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, is it Ricky?
Yeah! Well done, Owen.
First question. Only took one.
Yeah, it was
Very
rough.
impressive.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go in order. BSJ, you're next on the show. Eyes closed, boys. Get ready. Production, we are doing Banana, Slamma, Jamma. Let's see that hero. Who is he? As they cycle... Wow, that is actually so accurate. It's terrifying. It's like looking at his real visage.
Do I get to see this after?
No.
Yeah,
you can watch the VOD.
Wow, that is so accurate. All right, go ahead,
Start
boss.
asking questions. Am I
Begin.
melee?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I a mid laner?
No.
No.
It?
No. You're not. You're not a mid laner.
No.
Am I an off laner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You are.
Am I a god?
Yeah.
No.
Am I Mars?
No.
Oh,
no,
God,
you're not a
guy.
god.
Sorry, you're not a god.
No.
No.
You're a guy.
You're not a god.
Crap. I'm an off laner.
Off laner.
It's too real.
Am I green?
No, not green.
No.
Am I? Do I have a stun?
No.
No.
This is actually so hard.
You don't have a stun.
Am I strength?
Yes.
No stun. Am I underlord?
No.
Oh my god. What else do you ask?
I'll give a hint.
Am I popular right now?
No.
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Am I writing anything?
No.
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 Do I have a passive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I bristle?
No.
Oh my god.
You're close.
You're close.
You're close.
I can't give you a hint.
But you're
Okay.
close.
You can or can't?
I can, but it will put you under Owen's score.
No. Okay, give me the hint.
Okay.
This is way harder than I thought it would be.
You have a Arcana.
Huh?
Which takes away your weapon.
I said axe.
But that's not an arcana.
Oh, wait, it's a Persona.
Is it?
Nah.
That's an immortal, isn't it?
I don't know anymore, but you did say
It's
axe.
immortal, I
Oh, he said it. He got it.
Yeah, you did get it. Well done.
You said sort of when I asked for a stun. Can I?
Congrats.
Oh, dear. Close the eyes again.
It's real. Close your eyes.
I've seen too much.
All right. This should be pretty easy, Lizard.
scarred
They
for life,
didn't do that
actually.
well. Let's
Pretty
see
easy.
if you can do it. Production, we will have Lizard as our final.
Ooh.
Let's see how well he can do. Gentlemen, do you think you're going to lose against Lizard?
Probably. I already lost against Owen.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Lizard, are your eyes shut? I cannot tell.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Hit it up, buddy. Go.
Am I strength?
No.
No.
Am I edgy?
No.
Can you look a bit to the right, Lizard? Oh, never mind. You're
To
good.
the right?
Yeah.
Am I
right there.
intelligence?
No, other way.
Left,
Other way.
sorry.
I'm intelligence?
Yeah.
Yes, go
Left
left.
the
a
other
bit.
way, please.
Left a
Oh,
bit.
that's nice.
Left.
Am I mid?
There you go.
Yes. Oh my God, my nightmares. Oh, they become real.
Am I male?
No.
No.
Am I queen of pain?
Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, Lizard. Open your eye. Oh my God.
Oh my god, the red
Terrifying.
eyes. Holy
Jeez.
Oh
All right.
my god.
That is too intense for me. I don't like that at all. Okay, they said that they want to try me.
Go for it.
I
Okay.
hardly know any hero, but we'll go ahead and try. Eyes are shut. We'll see what I can do.
Oh my god.
All right.
Perfect.
What do we have here? Am I a male?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Am I a carry?
Yes.
Are you what?
Carry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
You can
You do
carry
a lot of
lot.
damage,
You
yeah.
can carry a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Am
No
I
peeking.
human?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Somewhat.
Am I? Do I carry 2 weapons?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Kind of.
Kind of.
No, you don't. You don't.
No, okay,
You
no.
don't. You
No,
don't.
no,
You
no.
don't carry two.
Yeah, no. I'll agree. No.
You have.
The answer's no.
No.
Okay.
No.
you help?
No.
Hold on. Have I been picked today?
No.
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 Am I picked in this tournament?
No.
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 Human carry that has not been picked in this tournament.
Correct.
Correct.
Are you sure it's a human?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
100%.
Definitely.
Most
Okay.
people know that.
We know. There's evidence.
I don't know.
But keep going. You're doing good.
I mean,
You're doing good.
okay.
We're getting closer.
You're pretty
Closer.
close.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Very warm.
Very warm.
Do I have any heals?
No.
No.
Just good
No, no, no.
regeneration.
All damage out.
You have good regen.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it is
That's
good
true. That's true. High HP regen.
Good
High HP regen. Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know Dota heals.
No.
Oh, keep going.
I don't know.
You're
I
close.
Believe in you.
Okay, give me
No,
a
no,
hint.
come to you. It's
One
hard.
hint. One hint.
Begin. What kind of hint can we give? You're known for your mobility.
Yeah,
High mobility.
Yeah, high mobility.
High mobility human hero.
Very elusive.
That's a carry
Yes.
Yeah.
and a dude.
Yes.
You have some spells that completely disable the targets. Like you don't really stun them, you root them.
Yes. Yeah. You got
kind of like
high
Brood Mother
mobility.
in
You got
that sense,
roots.
yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of root spells.
I'm sorry, I'm too dumb, guys. I don't know. I don't know.
You're pretty close. I think you got it.
You're a
You'll have
man,
it.
and you're kind of like brood mother.
You got it. Come on.
You're about a question away, I reckon.
I'm a man brood mother.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly that.
All I do is push and run away.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're actually pretty strong against things with 8 legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an exterminator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
of bad.
Yeah.
Of the enemy team. Enemies. Yeah.
Enemies, yeah.
Yeah. Of villains, yeah.
Yeah. Villains, you're out to get them.
Yeah.
I'm too dumb. I'm sorry.
No,
I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm liking. Okay. I don't know.
Do we tell him or?
No. Let him struggle.
Last hint, please. One more. Hint. What does it start with?
Yeah. Mary Jane might be a helpful clue.
Yeah,
for you
a
there.
bit of a sort of a metaphor.
Yeah.
Am I marijuana?
No.
How, maybe like Doc Ock?
Oh! Wait. I don't know. I'm sorry.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I'm too stupid.
Your stats are closest to the brood mother.
Yeah, very close to brood mother.
Yeah.
She might have bitten you at some point.
Yeah, I think she definitely bit you.
I'm Spider-Man.
You lost.
Oh, yeah. I'm actually Spider-Man. I was Spider-Man.
I think you still beat my score.
What the hell?
Great.
Spider-Man, thank you. I was not aware we were not doing Dota Heroes, so appreciate it. The Mobile Legends hero, I believe, Spider-Man in the new MOBA. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
He's in some of them.
Yeah, they got those the mobile games, the mobile.
I like
they
the one
just
that's got
steal-
Shrek in.
Dota's a very we're an inclusive
Shrek in.
community. We count out all the other games.
Well, our next segment coming up is a little one that we like to call Slackin' a Fool. In 1 minute, we'll watch this one. It is a segment that basically we look at all the fails, and we talk about them, have a watch, have a laugh. What were your favorite fail moments of the tournament so far, gentlemen? In and out of the games. Daily Dolphin fact. Dolphins have 2 stomachs.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank
What were some of your favorite fails in and out of the tournament, gentlemen?
Why do they have 2 stomachs?
I mean, maybe they're like dinosaurs where one's like a gallbladder stomach and they have stones in them.
I legitimately think one of the best fails was OG copying Secrets draft.
God damn.
Oh, that's a damn. Yeah,
God damn. I mean, OG was like diving fountains in garbage and killed themselves like 5 times in one of the series. But what went so wrong for OG where you copy a guy's draft and it doesn't work?
I don't know. The Dota's not about what you pick; it's why you pick it and when you pick it. So I think that's kind of proof right there.
A lot of casters and personalities have done pretty much the same thing. They just copy someone else's style and then they make it pretty far. You know.
Name names.
Name names, please.
I could.
Right now.
I won't.
Come on.
No. They're too irrelevant for me to remember. But a lot of them try.
Damn.
You know. Damn. All right, but let's go off that topic and head on over to Slackin' a Fool. We'll take a look at some of the best fails of the tournament so far.
Selecting a fool.
Charlie
again. Onto the 2 of these heroes. It's looking pretty good. Look at that Death Ward though on the high ground. It's laying into Charlie. Charlie has to stop it. He finally uses the void onto Puppy, but he gets blocked on.
Absolutely beautiful.
All right.
Absolutely.
No.
That wasn't really his fail.
That's not his fault.
Yeah, it's not his fault. Even though I'm happy Charlie is here, he's lost me a lot of bucks.
I will say that
I'm
looks
happy.
like he just got squashed. Yeah. Like it isn't a bad play, but that looks like a WWE.
Oh, hell yeah!
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was
Holy
thinking.
shit! What an image. All right, Zai.
Zai? Man,
Duels
there's
is
no
there,
way.
and an avalanche may cover Supreme's
Fail.
retreat as the blink is back up
Zai's
now.
never
Sableye
failed
needs to
in
be able to
this.
get away.
Zai never failed.
Another swashbuckle.
He's
He's good.
making-
He's armed up. Zai
Wait, it's not done,
He
right?
don't give a
This is all
damn.
baiting. This is a Zai classic.
Now he's going to be surrounded by 5 heroes.
Where is
five.
Where is it?
He got the high five. He got the high five. That's not a fail. That's a win. He got the high
Yeah,
five.
it's
He got the high five.
that's what he came for.
Dude, those cuts are really like a fever dream. Oh, here we go. Get him, baby. He's so fast.
He's just setting up for his team to follow up. That's definitely his team's fault.
Fucking meat-headed. Where did they get this? Oh, my God. Whoa. Oh, my God. They're cooking the fish.
Oh my goodness. It's not about the clip, it's about the editing.
That's right. Matu and Puppey.
Okay.
Zai, though, he's going to go in. He's going to go for Supreme. The Yulstepter's going to buy a little bit of time here. Really good ultimate coming out from Nisha. If he can land some of these shots up a ton of the Lycan and the Lycan Sonic with both the ultimates. That's enough to be able to kill the Lycan. Now Puppey's going to
It happens with clockwork, right?
Very nice cogs like Puppey there.
This is what happens if you mess with Puppey.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking stuff.
Oh, no! That's a lot of damage!
Why?
Why, Puppey?
Why have you done
Why?
Give this guy a goddamn raise.
Oh, there's a lot of these.
All right.
Heal thanks to the attendance.
Yeah, we had the lucky
Illusion falling quickly. Uh-oh. Not the
Oh.
illusion.
Go.
Yeah, that's
You
at
got
least half a man RP there.
That's horrible.
Oh my god.
It was close.
Not even.
The smoke pops. Cast the hunt. Stop.
Oh, he got
Ah, this is Spectre. Spectre's
RP
cancelled
onto the
it, right?
illusion. That's not great.
Yeah.
Link cancel.
Yeah, Spider-Man. Hey, Spider-Man.
Hey, Black.
Sort of play. They can at least try and poke out BKB charges. A bit of a tickle onto Boom here. As Boom. He's going to beat down a little bit, but still has the ace. He's going to Ooh. Whiffs the RP.
What?
The BKB even fly.
Yeah, he RP.
He gets kicked away by Tiger. Dodges the shot.
All right,
You almost
nice
got the kill,
disengage from Link.
Almost.
Oh,
Damn.
they're just playing.
Oh. Very rude. Thank you. Terrible me. The ancient is me.
What? He almost kills Koikma after missing the RP.
He was so close there.
Oh, heartbreaker. Thank you. Oh, Jesus.
Won't be a favorite.
Favorite.
All right, well.
I would go for number 3.
Yeah, number 3 was the biggest.
Yeah, Puppey and Matu, definitely. He caged it all.
No excuses there. No excuses. All the other ones you could probably validate what they were trying to accomplish, but Puppey just.
Yeah, so is it anonymous? We're going with Puppey and Matu.
And I mean, the thing is as well, you know that was probably done intentionally by Puppey. I mean, they were like 12k up. He's like, hey, gotcha.
Send him a message.
And make sure he knows where his place on the team. The freshman, you know.
Disagreed with him once and then said, yeah, this is going to happen at TI.
Wait, isn't that the game where they randomed Lycan?
Yeah, they did.
That was random
so
Lycan.
he randoms in the hero, and then he cages him as well.
Oh, my God. He runs a tight ship.
Ruthless, yeah.
Absolutely.
Sir Dominance.
What team would you be most afraid of to be on as a Dota player?
I was going to say, I was going to pick a team that was doing really bad.
Might actually be
that team.
Secret
They've
in
lost
terms of
every
the
game.
atmosphere. I feel like Secret, all the personalities are just like, we're really good and we're just going to play good. And if you don't play good, you're just off the team. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
Seems
Cutthroat.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe for you, that would be a stressful situation.
And the cool thing is I wouldn't be on the team for too long. So
okay.
Positive.
Lizard, if you ever got good at Dota, what Dota team would you not want to be on?
Ian, what is this?
What's with this?
There's no flame.
Showing shade.
I'm not throwing any shade. You're much
Actually,
better
you're
than
right.
me. You're 10 times better than I'll ever be, Lizard.
Where would I be?
What would your nightmare team to join be, and what would your dream team to be?
My dream team would be Puppey, Iceberg, Fly.
Oh, you're just making a team. That works.
Yeah. Puppey,
Cool.
Iceberg, Fly, and who else?
What is this, the intimidating team?
Yeah, the intimidating.
Jesus, the ex-con team? Scare the hell out of them.
Just
maybe one of the tall guys.
Just stare.
Saxon's pretty tall. Go Black's pretty tall.
Just stare people down from the booth.
Yeah. He's also your ping pong representative.
Did you actually know ESWC like 2011? Navi is playing versus 4GL or some Serbian team. That's literally what the dude did. He jumped in their base, chronoed Dandy, stood up, like pumped up his muscles and screamed at them.
Jesus!
While he chronoed them?
While he chronoed them.
Nice.
So he's killing them in their base and screaming, swearing at them at the same time.
Oh,
you can
wow.
Google this. It's like
Legit strat sounds
yeah,
like.
it's Gogi. He played for Fnatic or something back in the day. Like you can actually Google this video.
I mean, that's a real thing. Back in the day, remember, I think in TI, they used to play facing each other. I think it was TI1.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, that's like what the fighting gaming community does. They get like super ripped. They're sitting next to each other. It's that intimidation.
Imagine a bold Serbian bodybuilder screaming at your face. He's in Adidas tracksuit.
It's absolutely terrifying. I would definitely lose that game. Owen, mental pressure? Does it hurt you?
Yes. No, I have to play Dota 2 with everybody muted. I'm a very tiltable kind of guy. You know?
No.
Yeah, someone sort of tips me or calls me out in the old chat, I just start feeling the heat.
Oh my God.
I just get disappointed. You know, I like to be the nice guy. So when someone else in life isn't being the nice guy, it makes me. I'm sort of like the disappointed father. I'm just sort of looking at this guy and I'm like, why is he flaming? Why is he doing this in all chat? Why can't he just be a nice young boy?
Young lad.
Yeah.
A lad, indeed.
Owen is a fatherly figure to us all in pubs.
He is.
I experienced this playing with him. He just gets disappointed and he talks. He flames, but he nicely flames. It's very enjoyable.
I expect it's more of a daddy, no, don't do that kind of situations. Like, I'm buying the 4th rapier, son. Daddy, please, no, don't. Is it more like that?
You bought 5 rapiers.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, 5 rapiers, yeah. In fact.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, I believe that you've had a wonderful time here. It has been so good having you, but we must have other guests. We must do other things, so I will give you each one word before you exit the stage. Go ahead, Lizard. Say one final word.
Fish.
Great.
Zazaran.
What?
Zazaran.
Zazaran. Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, don't you worry. No, he's staying.
I'm stuck.
Owen doesn't
I'm gonna
Owen's
stay.
the good guy. He continues. But we do have content for you while we're switching these boys out. Enjoy Mirror's Edge with OD Pixel and one of our next guests. Take a look.
Mirror Image.
There we go. Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend. Okay. That's what we got? Wait. What? Do we make it like it is in the card? Or our interpretation of Shadow Fiend?
Your.
Our interpretation.
Okay, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Just kidding. Hang on. I don't know. Hang on. How do I do this? He's floating. This is not good. Wait, oh my God, that's the idea. Mine's gonna be. All right. It's like a lot of different shapes in here. I feel like
I've got the pieces, but I don't know really know what to do with it.
As long as it's asymmetrical, I think it's good. Do you have any glue?
Glue? What do you want glue for? Whoa.
There's no rules. Sorry. 2 minutes.
What? Okay.
Keep all the color scheme is ruined.
We're gonna
show us.
I'm just saying I think I win.
I'll start with the color scheme. I've got the SF Arcana here, nice bit of orange, and with it all. Nice little different tints. You've got the arms here, you've got the face here, and the rising body.
We're, well, as you can see, my color scheme is a bit off because you looted all of the properly colored blocks. It's red, representing the Shadow Fiend's inner rage and turmoil. You can see he's in the act of casting a raise while taunting, you know? This is his book of spells. And of course, we've got his face. As you can see, there's human-like features clearly visible. Unlike my compadre, looks like a Dalek from the Doctor Who universe.
You got the little arms.
You got the heart here in the middle, and then you've got the... Yeah, you know, like in the Arcana, he's got the big sort of orange central piece, and then the little different bits down the legs, so it gets smaller here. You've got sort of the building up. You know, he's got that sort of pointy bottom that he's standing on.
I feel like I accidentally made Leia Organa.
Yeah, it's got the hair. Yeah, it's got the hair.
You know what I mean? I don't know how that happened.
It wasn't the aim of this challenge, though, Kyle.
But she is. Well, we'll let you be the judge.
Jesus, boys, that was terrible. What the hell? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Kyle and Rich. Have you guys ever seen Shadow Fiend before?
We had 4 minutes, and he took all the orange Legos. So I have no idea what I was supposed to do with that.
It's black is the color. It's black and red. I mean, it's not even orange.
the piece.
Yeah.
I
I was envisioning how it would look, and he was just focused on getting the right colored Legos. It was different strategies.
Well, you focus on how he looked, and then he had a book of shadow spells, I think, as you put it.
Yeah, his talents.
He doesn't carry a book, though.
He does when he's on my game. He's always buying the tone when I'm trying to play support.
There you go.
There you go. Very creative save there. Well done.
Thank you.
Play the laugh track.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we needed a laugh.
That's why you're here.
Rich, did you do that challenge? Did you play that game?
Which one? The Lego
Legos?
one? Oh, no, they haven't had me do anything yet. This is the first thing I've done the entire time.
Do you have a Lego experience?
I have a lot of Lego experience, yes. A lot of people told me that I remind them of a Lego that's been left on the floor that they accidentally have stepped on.
Oh. Well, that's sad. I'm very sad. I enjoy you, Dota, by the way, Mr. Rich. How's life?
With you guys.
Yeah?
I genuinely love being here with you guys.
Aww.
Kyle convinced me to come out of my house for the first time in 5 months, and yeah, it feels like it's been way too long. I feel like the last time I got to see everybody was when I was at your place.
Another goddamn dolphin fact. Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
Whoa.
They dived to 1,000 feet. Great. That's great.
I didn't know we had diving boards that high.
I hate you, Owen. Great.
Seabird. Okay, so it was in between the minor and the major, right? The which major? It was the one in Germany.
It was between Germany.
Yeah. So yeah, it was between Bukovel and we were all together and we were doing, eating food, that type of thing,
Yes, eating food, yeah.
Eating food. And we started watching a nature documentary, and there were a bunch of seabirds, and the narrator comes on. And he was like, "The seabird, look at this big," and they're all over the screen.
Birds. Yeah.
And Owen goes, "Oh, I know why they call them seabirds. How could you not see them?" I laughed so hard I threw up for 2 days straight.
Jesus Christ. What the hell's wrong with you guys?
A lot.
It's my favorite joke of all time that Owen's ever told.
Owen is a master of jokes and a master of ceremonies always.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Owen. So, Rich, how's life outside of Dota? We're in a Dota cave. We never look at anything outside of the Dota sphere, the Dota world. Is there anything out there on the outside that we should know of as the world's biggest hermit community?
Nah, not really. No, everything's been good in my neck of the woods. I've just been. I just start my stream every day after Asmon ends his. Hopefully a few people trickle into mine. And I've been working on a secret project that I haven't told anyone.
Whoa!
Which is like, I kind of said that I'm not going to be casting anymore.
Yeah.
It's because of the secret project that I can't announce yet.
Oh, my God.
So it's not that I don't want to cast. It was actually a hard decision, but secret project's cool.
Okay, well, we'll be very excited to hear this. It's supposed to be a joke show. But this is getting intense. I am very.
knowing him.
So let's talk about.
It probably will be over after a week. So I mean, no. But go ahead, Kyle.
Nothing. What?
No, go ahead.
I had nothing.
Do you have any secret projects of your own that you'd like to share?
Maybe.
Great conversation.
It wouldn't be very secret if we told you.
I guess that's true. Yeah. What's the biggest unkept secret of Dota, Owen?
Unkept.
Or the biggest secret of Dota?
The biggest kept secret.
Yes.
Actually, the biggest secret of Dota.
Well, I'm just saying. Maybe this is an exclusive show. Rich started us off on this
say
extra day.
Okay.
Stop.
I feel Rich seems to have
everybody told me all of everything, like instantly.
Yeah.
I know everything that's happening for the next 5 years.
What is surprising is how much goes down, or not goes down, but nothing breaks. Like TI after parties, there's always a shuffle. The teams are pretty much decided, but the fans don't know shit until like a month or two later. It's kind of crazy.
That was the weirdest thing. Like actually realizing how quickly teams at the end of the year, they're just instantly looking for the next
desperate.
thing. Yeah,
they're sad and confused and drunk, and they're they want the teams. That's how I would put my team together, sad, drunk, and desperately if I was a player.
Yeah. What's sad is
Kyle? Continue.
What's sad is just that there's definitely like there's bells of the ball, so to speak. So there's like the players that everybody wants. Like this last year, it was Abed and
bells of
Ramsey.
the ball. Okay.
What'd you think I was going?
No, I thought you said bells to the ball. No, I was just confused. But I understand what you're saying.
That would make sense.
Extreme sledding event.
But yeah, so there's players that like are just constantly being courted, and they're just they just sit down and like people come to them, right? Then you got the people. I was one of these people. You got to kind of play the room, you know, walk in a circle, see somebody moderately mediocre, and you're like, hey man,
hey Swindle Melons, how you doing?
Yeah.
I did try to pitch No-Tell TI5, but they had already made a thing with like Flying Miracle. But I was like, what if I was playing instead of Miracle?
How'd it go? All right. Well, you know, a sad story. And in fact, they probably had several things to say to you. And we have a segment much the same. I'm sure you guys have seen mean tweets before. We have our own version. This one is called Blade Mail, where some of us strike back. Let's take a look.
Oh God.
Blade Mail.
You're such an idiot, Slacks, goddammit. That comes from Cap. Oh, look, it has 23 likes. That's about 4 times his normal Twitter engagement. That's great. Oh, good job tagging me, buddy.
Next one. I mean, is there anyone on Earth who is like, wow, oh my God, Capital is going to be on this event. Can't wait. He's not wrong. Honestly, I can't even respond to that because he's not wrong. But I've got a good job, so I don't really care that much.
Titty streamer that occasionally plays with Purge is what I've been called. A titty streamer? Well, I'm sure you'd be quite familiar with those, wouldn't you? I'll tell you what, while you're downstairs eating your Tostino's pizza rolls alone in your boxers watching the Just Chatting section, how about you head on over to Dota and watch some gameplay, because maybe if you weren't staring at my bouncing man boobs, you might learn how to not only spell, but make something of yourself, okay? So run on back to your pubs, continue to play your Pudge, missing every hooks, and we'll see your titties flopping myself.
BSJ's tie is seriously, it's bad. It's like Tommy Bahama was like, yeah, we have ties, and proceeds to cut up one of their ugly ass shirts. But what I have to say to that is, yes, I understand sometimes my wardrobe game has not been on point, and that is something I've tried to learn from. I learn from my mistakes and better myself. Sadly, your parents never learn from theirs.
There's a manic glimmer in Kyle's eyes that I find a bit disturbing. All I'm saying is I have no trouble imagining him picking up a hitchhiker, gutting them in his basement, and letting their body decompose slowly in a vat of acid. I would never do that. Never. I do think it's a little messed up though that's where you went. You know, I'm just trying to have some fun and you're just, I don't know, maybe you've been watching too much Mindhunter. Either way, go yourself. So that's it.
I don't know what interviews you've been watching, but Slacks excels at making people he's interviewing really uncomfortable. You should see what I do with his mom.
Is he being serious right now? I am not a Bulldog fanboy, but I am intelligent to acknowledge his skill and performance. How many times has BSJ made it into a TI or major? Probably as many times as he has.
Kyle is the best Dota player on the panel. That's why he gets hated on. Similar to Taylor Swift. I also have long, flowing, glorious hair. Also like Taylor Swift, and unlike certain members of our panel.
Capitalist, what sounds more like crapitalist? People really need to get more creative now. There's so many ways that you could come at me. I mean, I just look douchey, I look like a frat bro, you know, like I look like that guy who's gonna encourage you to like drink too much, I'm bald right now, like there's so many things you go for and you went for the really terrible pun. Could have done better. Wish you had done better. This video is suffering because of how bad your tweet is, but.
Direction Slacks here looks like John Candy. How is that an insult? John Candy, one of the greatest comedy actors of all time? You know what you look like? Nothing to me. You look like a cockroach. You don't mean anything to me. I'm never going to see you. And that's the difference. While you stare at me on your cameras, I'll never know your pathetic little face. I can only dream of it. And that dream's a nightmare. Thanks for your comments. Wow. Thank you. What a dick. But thank you, Crapolis, of course. I thought Crapolis was pretty creative, I have to say. Gentlemen, you see some things before you. We had ODPixel leave, unfortunately. He should not be here for this. We cannot afford to waste our good talent on our next game. Shaker Picker. Shaker Picker is a game.
Kyle literally stole this from Dax Flame. You literally, I just watched the iDubbbz documentary on it.
We don't even know what you're talking about. Nobody watches YouTube like you do.
I know the exact reference that you're speaking of. Shout out to my boy iDubbbz. But at any rate, we are stealing that idea with a smoothie show here. You guys have 1,000 gold each, and I'm going to sell you ingredients. Now, these ingredients are in my very disturbing box here. Each one of you will purchase an ingredient using that 1,000 gold. The trick is the other person must drink it. So, you're trying to buy potentially the nicest or the worst ingredients.
Are we buying ingredients for our own?
No.
For our friends?
For our enemy.
So I buy the ingredients, make the drink, and then Kyle has to drink it.
Exactly.
And then how do we win? Based off of...
Who drinks the most?
Wait,
what?
Well, you're going to buy Kyle maybe a nice, maybe a disgusting drink. He will do the same to you. And then whoever drinks the most of the smoothie wins.
But what if
the
we
prize.
both finish? Is it a speed thing?
I think it's a speed
Does it come
thing.
down to speed?
It comes down to if you finish the whole thing, it's speed. If someone doesn't finish, that's obviously
We're definitely both going to finish it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good at finishing fast.
Well,
Let's
it
jump into
depends.
this.
But and any vomiting, you're out. So no spit up.
I'm pretty sure that's against TOS. So
We do have a couple
Vomiting,
spit up bowls
Yeah.
here, by the way, if it happens. So don't do it.
Off
It's against the TOS.
Okay.
All right.
We
Gentlemen,
won't need these.
Yeah, we can't.
are you ready for the game here? 1,000 gold each.
I'm pretty sure the entire show's against TOS.
Shh. It's after dark. No one will know. Do we do all the ingredients?
You know,
what happens?
see.
Curdled lemon juice?
There's a couple things in here. No peeking, no peeking.
Wait, okay, if we both run out of gold, what happens?
If you both run out of gold, then you are done and the other person can spend their gold. It is a auction. So
Okay.
only one of you gets each ingredient.
Okay.
So you must auction it off and then...
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's an auction.
Wait, is it a blind auction?
Absolutely. What?
Okay.
So we get one bid or we bid against each other?
No, you are bidding against.
Yes.
I'm gonna start low,
we're ready.
We're going to go higher,
All right,
bid against
all right.
each other. Remember, if you buy it, the enemy must eat it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start easy. This is, passion fruit. That's passion fruit. Very nice. We'll start the bidding at 100 gold.
100?
100 gold for passion fruit. Any takers? Anybody want to be nice? 50 gold. 50 gold for passion fruit?
You know, I'll go with 25.
25 gold, Rich.
Let him have it.
Let him have it. Passion fruit for
Thank
Kyle.
you, sir. Thank you.
25. Oh, my God.
I love passion fruit, you idiot.
But do you like what? Well, never
Now,
mind. Who knows what will be available
gentlemen,
next?
of course, we do need liquid in the blender, so we will have to. Each contestant must have one liquid.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay.
Next up,
What is in the unmarked glass of liquid?
we'll get there. Next up, we have horseradish. Horseradish coming out, a full package of horseradish. We'll start the bidding at 100. Do I have 100 for horseradish?
I'll go for 100 for horseradish.
Rich will have to drink horseradish for 100. Rich, do we have a follow-up from 100? Will you
No.
spend more? No!
I love horseradish.
He loves horseradish and passion fruit. Fantastic. All right, looks like we're going to have to go up a little bit. I thought horseradish would be a bad one.
You're not
So
thinking- you're not
let's
considering
just
volume.
get
Literally no. My
a little
upbringing.
intense.
I eat that shit like candy.
But you're not. I'm a level ahead of you because it's going to be about volume because it's going to come down to speed.
Gentlemen, dried
I wanna help
brown
you out.
algae. Dried brown algae collected from the river outside of the studio. It is very fine.
Okay.
Very fine.
No, it can't be actually.
Dried
It wasn't actually harvested outside
brown
the studio.
algae. Gentlemen, start the bidding at 200 gold.
200 from Rich.
200 for Rich, and do we have Kyle
I
at
think I'll
200?
go 225.
225 for Kyle, and
250 from Rich.
250 for Rich, and
275.
275 for Kyle.
300.
300.
I'll go 350.
350.
375.
375. Do we have more than 375? I need to hear 400, 476, 376, 377, 400, and increments to 25.
He can have it. He can have it.
375 for Rich.
I hope I don't regret that.
The dried algae. Very good.
Fucking idiot.
Oh, dude, that's like chia seeds. Wait, can I smell it? It's very pungent.
Oh, he's actually tasting it first. That's not how the game works. It's a punishment.
Kyle, this is sand. Oh, it's sand.
That's just sand.
Oh, it's sand.
I lied to you. It's actually just sand. Next item up for grabs. If you'd like to wash down that
How
sand.
much is in there?
How about some peanut butter, gentlemen? A nice, creamy peanut butter.
Kyle's allergic to peanut butter, isn't he?
He'll die. Ladies and gentlemen,
1,000.
All right, we'll start things off at 200. Do I have 200 for peanut butter?
200 for peanut butter. Bring it down to 100.
100 for
No,
peanut
bring it
butter.
down to 25. Can I get 25?
50 for peanut butter.
50.
50 for peanut butter. Do we have
75,
more? 75 for
I'll
peanut
go
butter.
100.
100 for peanut butter.
125.
125 for peanut butter. Kyle, do we have 150? 150 for peanut butter.
I'll go 150.
150.
175.
I
go 200.
need 300 for peanut butter.
200.
200 starting, 300 for no, I need 300. 200 or 300. I'm done. Do you let him have it for 200?
How much is he at total right now?
125. It's 2. 125.
He can have it.
He can have it. 200.
All right.
For peanut butter. Yeah, very sad. All right, gentlemen, time to get serious.
That's a lot of peanut butter.
It's a lot.
No, you just fill up 1 cup. I
Well-
think your volume strat doesn't actually work.
No.
Gentlemen,
hope
gingered
it does.
root, a very healthy one, but these are very old. Oh my God! It is some intense ginger here.
Can we get can we look at it before we purchase?
Gingered root. We're gonna start at 500.
No.
500 on ginger.
400.
I'll give you 25.
What? 300.
Who the fuck do you think you are, Slack?
300.
I'll give you 25 and you're going to fucking like it.
50.
I'm removing the ginger root. Fuck you
No,
guys.
he said 50.
50. Do we have 50 for the ginger root?
I just said 50.
Yes. Do we
So
have more
it's
than
sold.
50?
He said he wouldn't go higher.
You're going to have the gingered root.
Thank you.
Rich, you need to get things. Kyle is all he has to eat is the brown algae.
Rich is banking it all on having that really
Rich,
sick
it's time to get
today.
serious.
I saw the dog food.
Dog food. Literal dog food.
Is it dry or wet? I need to know.
This is dry banana dog food.
Okay.
We're going to start the bidding at 500. 500 for dog food. Literally dog food.
300.
300 for
400.
dog food. 400 for dog food. This
Hey,
is
how much
for
does he have?
We have the same.
This is for small dog. This is the same, Rich. It's 100, 200, and
How do you... Yeah, fine.
Rich. It's 100 plus 200 plus 50 plus 25. You're both at 375.
That's a total of
Negative.
125 remaining.
We're at
How much did you
400.
do?
I said 400.
400 for literal dog food.
425.
425. 450.
450.
450.
I said 450.
450, and I will throw in Spanish arugula.
I'll do 500.
500.
525.
525.
550.
550. 575.
600.
625.
625. I believe that would be everything.
That's all you have.
625 for
need.
the dog food and arugula. This.
I literally win. I actually used to eat cat food when I was homeless. You can't beat me at this game. I get everything else.
Okay.
You just spent all of your money.
So Kyle has busted out at 1,000 with your ingredients.
I won.
I will include, of course,
My liquid, thank you.
this liquid. I don't know what it
Complimentary.
is. Complimentary liquid.
Gotcha.
No. I choose the liquid.
Well, you get a liquid too. And this looks like the nice liquid. So we'll just give that to you. All right, Rich. Since your opponent has already been eliminated, I will go on to a fire round here.
Yes.
I want 200 gold each.
200 gold each.
That's right.
No, I get everything. That's the advantage.
That's the advantage.
Yes, it's the advantage. He picked. I get everything.
Just because I'm out of money doesn't mean that he.
That's right.
can't
I'm
try
the
to make money.
auctioneer.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's be fair. Let's actually auction.
Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Jalapeno, 200 each. You got a 200.
100.
100. No, I'm not going down. 200, you don't get it. 200, you don't get it.
100.
No, you get 200, you don't get it, Rich. Jalapeno.
Can I get 100 on the dollar?
No, you just can't get it. It's jalapeno. You get 200 or you pass. All right, you don't get the
200,
look.
I'll take the jalapeno.
200, done. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so we could do 3 of these. Okay, lime jam. 2 for 1, 200 or no. Lime and jam, you don't get the look. Lime or jam?
I get to pick one or the other.
Yes, lime or jam, 200. Which one do you get?
How much lime is there in there, out of curiosity?
It smells nice. Lime or jam?
Wait.
Shut up.
All right. I'm sorry.
Lime.
Lime. Okay, fantastic.
You're just making me a burrito right now.
And
wait, there's
here we
the
go.
peels?
That's why
Are you serious?
That's why I went with it.
Last one.
You left the peels on the limes?
Are you ready?
How am I supposed to drink that?
You can either have whatever is left in here or simply this. I don't know what the fuck this is. You can have this or the rest of the box.
Here, I'll make an offer. Give me that and one other thing.
What?
Give me that and one other thing.
No.
Because he has an unfair amount.
No.
So I get everything else.
Look at this and tell me that's not worth it. You get that or everything.
What's floating in there?
I don't know.
I might lose this. He can't taste
He's
test.
tasting it.
Holy shit, that's good.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm just going to give you a cucumber as well. Okay. No drinking.
Go away.
What is it?
I'll take. No, I'll take everything else.
Everything else. Fantastic.
Can I keep that?
No, you can't keep that. You can't have that. Gentlemen, well done.
Cucumber jam pumpkin.
We all have our ingredients.
All right.
You all have your liquids.
Yep.
Now for the twist.
What?
It's actually not traded.
What?
Yeah, you do have to drink your own, unfortunately.
What?
That is the twist of the game. Life is cruel and unusual. So let's go ahead and blend those drinks, and we'll see what happens, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Have fun eating dog food, idiot.
Go ahead, gentlemen. The time has come.
Go away. Oh, man, I got good stuff.
What?
Put your liquids in and let's go. Please.
Oh, I'm doing it in here.
Yes, in there.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
This was a test. It was a test of friendship.
I've never cooked before.
And you failed the test of friendship, I'm afraid. You were supposed to be nice to each other.
I don't understand how.
How could we possibly be nice to each other with these ingredients? Please don't hurt yourself.
Please don't hurt the blender. Why are you grabbing the blade of the blender?
Because you needed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What the?
You fucked up, Kyle.
Here you go. Put your ingredients
Hey, Kyle,
in.
guess what?
Now spread it out.
You're wrong
just a little
again.
Bit. Spread it out just a little bit.
Wait.
Use your ingredients to the best of your abilities. Try to use all
Wait,
of
so
the
I
ingredients.
just drink
no,
mine?
not the whole thing. Yeah, you just.
So I can use my hands and everything.
Yes, please, please. You are using your own hands, so just use what you have to. I will judge.
Oh, I get a smooth.
There you go.
A little bit.
You didn't put any dog food in. That's not enough, Kyle.
Kyle, put all of the dog food in. Don't be a fucking idiot. People are, dude, people are literally at home right now waiting. They've been waiting for this for hours.
That is the dog food. It's a whole dog food, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. All right.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Fantastic job, everybody. Get those smoothies made. Look at the sand. The peanut butter.
Do you see how much
now.
peanut?
It's a lot of peanut butter. There you go.
Jalapenos, spicy.
There you
shit.
go, gentlemen. That's a lot of jalapenos.
How am I?
There you go. There's a spoons in the box here. Here you go. For your peanut butter, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other things there? Fantastic. Go. That is a lot of the peanut butter you are committing to this, Kyle.
I mean, I'm not gonna play soft just because I got conned.
I know.
I just can't believe I feel like I won this challenge.
No, you didn't. You literally are losing right now in front of everybody again.
Gentlemen,
Man,
we've been informed by production that because everyone has chosen every ingredient, you do not have to drink the whole thing, or our doctor says you will literally die. So we were actually just going to do a little tester of these.
Mm-hmm. A tester. I like that. How about a
Just
shot?
A little. What are you drinking there?
How about a shot?
Yes.
What is your base? Because
I
mine.
just wanted to see what my base was. It doesn't taste very good.
What does it smell like? Because mine's very vegetable.
It's not good.
Interesting.
That's a lot. The
They're all
blender
saying
will
don't.
explode.
They're saying do not pour that much.
Pour less. No, that's too much.
Oh, this is locked. Okay.
My friend.
They're saying it won't work. I think it will.
I think.
No, I think it will.
That's a lot.
Oh, it's leaking.
I haven't had production scream in my ear this much since the bukkake thing.
There we go. The shakes are being blended. The dog food, the peanut butter and sand. Gentlemen, we only need a sip. But stop hitting it. But the true test will be which man takes which drink. That, Kyle, is the most disgusting goddamn thing I have ever seen.
God, it actually smells like vomit.
That actually looks like vomit.
I haven't really drank much since coronavirus. I've only had probably 4 drinks since coronavirus, and they were all with Kyle.
Oh my God.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That's what why is mine on fire? Oh my God, why is mine on fire?
We got actual smoke.
Oh my God,
we can zoom into the actual smoke.
I accidentally lit it on fire.
Gentlemen, we told you.
Oh my God, it's on fire.
Okay,
That's not safe. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Unplug it. Yeah, unplug it.
We're good. We're good.
All right, we're good. Gentlemen, just need a little sippy, all right?
Oh my God, I don't know. This is.
Now, the true test of friendship will be.
Do we both?
If you will both taste each other's, or if you will.
What? So he drinks a little. I have to kiss him or something. What is
Don't kiss
this
each
is
other.
the worst idea for a show ever.
Kyle.
Yes.
I don't see any glasses, so you'll just have to take the spoonie.
I hope this
You'll
table
just
isn't.
have to take the spoonful. Jesus, don't let that touch you. All right, camera, please, on Kyle. Hold on. Let's get the zoom in.
Oh my God, you don't really capture the smell. I think the ginger root and the horseradish.
Hold on.
Jesus
Let's get the
Christ.
right camera angle. Just give us 1 teaspoon
question
of the
is,
medicine.
Will you do this as well?
What?
Because we're such good friends.
What?
Will you both
Will you go
eat
in
them
with
both?
me? Will you do this with me?
Go ahead.
No, we can do it together. We
No,
can do
play
lady
the
in the champ.
game. Play the game. Stop trying to get out of it.
All right, zoom in on Kyle. Let's wait for your teaspoon of medicine. Here we go. Kyle, drum roll, please.
You know, it's not terrible.
All right, fantastic. Rich, would you like to try Kyle's for bonus points?
Nope.
Rich, be very careful and move the eye.
I lied.
The aftertaste will get you.
Yeah, definitely a little ginger root in there. Yours actually looks like pretty healthy.
Fantastic. Rich, unveil your cuppy. Take a little teaspoon.
Is that a clean spoon?
Yeah, probably. Here we go, Rich. That's a chunky one. Very chunky. And Rich.
Not bad.
Not bad, he says. Fantastic. Kyle, will you get bonus points for trying his?
You should have it. It'll probably clear out your fucking mouth after that shit you put in there.
Now, Kyle will win if he takes bonus points by eating yours and you don't eat his, Rich.
No,
that is the rule.
Well, thank you, sir.
Oh, that's not actually good.
Rich, will you submit or will you try Kyle's? With the dog food, the vinegar.
Shut up. Just stop talking.
For clarity,
Yes,
Rich is just much better.
right.
I don't need that.
Rich, will you try the dog food especial? You can tie.
There's jalapeno, yeah.
You don't have to. You
Definitely some
can
lime.
admit defeat. Round 2 is much worse. We take out the shot glasses.
What?
Rich, will you do the teaspoon of Kyle?
What does chat want?
I'm just allowed?
Mm-hmm.
I just need to see if chat wants me to or not.
Of course chat wants you to. They want literally both of you to die. That is what Twitch chat always wants. Rich, you must make your decision. The show is nearly over. Will you
How will the
submit?
tie be broken?
We will just do shot glasses, and then we will go to a water bottle. You could either call it now.
I call it.
He calls it. Ladies and gentlemen, he calls it. The winner, Kyle. Well done.
Kyle finally
Congratulations.
won.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for some more content. We're going to go
thank
over
God.
to Busted Dota. We'll be right back.
Will we?
Don't you worry. Not these two.
Thank God.
Get the hell out.
Busted Dota.
Hey guys, my name is Kyle.
Lizards here, and this is Busted Dota.
Show where we break down some of the common myths of the Dota 2 world.
Do not try this at home.
The first myth we're about to look into is
You can't launch Dota 2 on a weak laptop after 7.7.
for the sake of legitimacy for the experiment, we asked our Action Slacks to give us a hand on this one.
Okay, old girl. This is it. One more for Daddy, okay? All right, come on. Chug along there. You got it. Oh, shit. It's getting hot. Come on, come on. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Come on. You've got it. One more in you. One more before you join Steve Jobs in heaven, okay, sweet pig? Come on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Hell yeah. She's in. No problem. We're good.
Myth number 2. You can't get on the same team with good players on NA servers.
Prepare for battle.
It is time for the third myth. Wind Ranger is not a real hero. It is well known that Sir Action Slacks is not a fan of Wind Ranger. That's why he is the perfect candidate to find out if this myth is busted.
Prove to you guys that it's not just me who believes that Wind Ranger is not a hero. I've gone and asked 6 of the smartest Dota 2 talent in the world what they think of this very interesting question. We're here with Sheever. She's getting her makeup done right now, so she can't actually talk to us, but she's going to record her audio afterwards when we dub it in. So, Sheever, do you believe that Wind Ranger is a real hero? I don't like Wind Ranger. I think it's dumb hero for dumb people. My name is Sheever, and I think Wind Ranger's stupid too. Don't believe the lies! Lizard, a question for you. You must simply answer yes or no, and if you answer correctly, you get 1 nuggie. Now listen closely and look into my eyes. Is Wind Ranger a good hero?
No.
Good boy. Tasty for Lizard. Here with Jenkins. Jenkins, answer truthfully, is Wind Ranger a real hero?
What do you mean?
Not a character, but a true hero.
No, of course not.
Didn't think so. Here with Tsunami. Tsunami, please answer this question very simply with a yes or no. In your honest opinion, do you think that Wind Ranger is a good hero, or do you think it might be bad?
Yes.
I believe.
No.
Yes, no. He does not think Wind Ranger's a good hero. Thank you, Tsunami. Very good. We'll slow it down in post. Boom. All right. Is Dark Willow an intelligence here?
Yeah.
Is the Radiant and Dire on the Dota 2 game?
Yeah.
Do you know the lore to Sand King?
No.
Do you think that League of Legends is a good game?
No.
Is Wind Ranger a good hero?
No. Yes.
Ah! It's too late! You said no! He said no! I said no! And now for the most intelligent analyst in the building. This $1 8-ball. Is Wind Ranger an actual hero? Focus and ask again. What the f***'s wrong with this thing? Is Wind Ranger an actual hero? What? Does it have no? It's like 17 yes. Cannot foretell for now. Even the gods don't know the true answer. And with that, it should be completely apparent that Wind Ranger is in fact not a hero. She's a creep, a range creep, that I hope you deny in all of your games.
And that's your daily portion of myth breaking.
Stay tuned for more busted stuff coming your way.
Busted Dota.
Thank you so much, Lizard and my friend Kyle. Welcome back to the show. Oh no. Oh no, we're out of guests. No, but we had so much more show to do. Then we don't have to go. We don't have to go. Everyone's still in the chat. We don't have to go. Why? We can stay here all night. You don't have to shut it off, please. No, don't go. Don't. The darkness. It's setting in. Don't shut us off. Please. I don't have anywhere else to be.